Good day and a very warm welcome to the penultimate round of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster here on the SimGrid. It is the longest race of the season so far, 540 minutes. It's the 9 hours around the iconic track here in Le Castellet in France. It's Paul Ricard and it's David Christie along with Ewan O'Leary bringing you all of the coverage today. We'll also be joined later on this afternoon by Dan Handover. But Ewan, a very good afternoon, good morning. A lot to get through today. We've got Jardier waiting to have a chat with us, but we are in for one heck of a race today.
Yeah, we absolutely are, David. It's the longest race of the season, as you mentioned, and possibly one of the most important as well, because this really does set you up for the final race in Misano later on in July. We've got a very close championship fight going on at the moment. Lada Sport Rosneft, after winning the last two races, are currently leading that championship. And we've only had 4 teams who have actually finished on the podium so far. Just think about that. We've had 3 rounds, but only 4 teams on the podium so far. It's been a very, very exclusive club up the front of the field so far this season. It remains to be seen whether that's going to change today or stay the same. I have a feeling we're going to see some more of the same, which of course is the Endurance Cup at its entertaining best.
Yeah, of course, the season was kicked off in style by Odox Motorsport, the team of Alberto Garcia, Gerard Martinez-Amer and Nicolas Albadeo Camins, who took the win there. But after that, they've kind of just fizzled out. 3rd place at Monza and a 4th place at Laguna Seca. They really need to pull out all the stops if they're going to make a challenge for the title.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They're falling behind. Well, I don't want to say falling behind a little bit, but they are 18 points adrift right now, which is more than they would have liked, certainly. They're going to need to start to pull some points back today. I think if they lose points to Lada Sport and the 41 particularly, then they're going to be in a little bit of trouble, Odox. But I don't think they're going to be too worried about it because the Audi does seem very, very strong around here.
Yeah, the Audi is always a favourite round these flat circuits. But another team obviously in the mix is the team in 2nd place, Yaz Heat, Richard Mill, the Ferrari 488 Evo team of Jaroslav Honzik, Eamon Murphy and Mikhail Statsenko, arguably the most consistent team in this championship this season. And we do have actually Jardier, Jaroslav Honzik waiting to have a chat with us. So Jardier, a very good morning, welcome aboard and thanks for joining us at this early stage. It's a bit of a unique track here at Paul Ricard. Obviously we're going to qualifying. It's been a brilliant season so far for the Yaz Heat team. What do you think has made you guys so consistent?
Hello everybody, thank you so much for having me. Well, it's a tough season for us. You know, we have been, if I remember correctly, 3 times on the 2nd place, which is actually great in terms of the points, but crazy that we were not able to get a win so far. But I think consistent. The consistency obviously is the key of the championship. It's endurance racing, you know. We were trying to avoid all the mistakes, like from other series or other championships. We were trying to avoid all the penalties, all the off-track warnings, you know, getting into the incidents and so on. And I think that's so far worked so good, because previously in the Laguna Seca there was like a lot of incidents, a lot of penalties. Same for the previous race at Monza, you know. So I think we're really, really good in avoiding those. So I hope we will keep our cool and do the same today.
And on that note, obviously, always the bridesmaid seems to be the theme this season with all those 2nd places. What do you have to do to knock Lada Sport Rosneft off that top step? Because they've looked so good, that combination of Igor Ogorodnikov, Denis Grabowski and Alexander Novikov. But equally, your team is very, very strong as well, with the fact that you've got Eamon Murphy and Mikhail Statsenko, arguably 2 of the fastest drivers here on the SimGrid, along with yourself. And you're not exactly a slow coach, Jaroslav.
Thank you. Well, I think like in the previous races, the major problem, like especially 2nd and 3rd race, was the qualifying. Like on Laguna Seca, if I remember, we started 18. So before we were able to get anywhere close to the podium, obviously the other team who are driving fantastic were already gone. So hopefully today we're going to do a little better job in the qualification, and hopefully we'll have a good race pace so we can actually fight with the guys for the P1, P2 in the championship. That would be fantastic.
And just before we jump into the track guides very shortly, Jardi, what is the top secret strategies that we're going to see from Yas Heat, Richard Mill? It's just us and a couple of hundred viewers just now. You can share your secrets with us.
Well, our secret right now is M1 nailing the qualification, getting pole position or something like that, and we're going to try to stay on that position until the end.
Excellent stuff. Well, Jaroslav, as always, it's such a pleasure to have a chat with you. We'll keep checking with you throughout the race, but best of luck to the team today.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So there we go, Jardi, aka Jaroslav Honzig, giving us his thoughts ahead of qualifying. Of course, it's going to be a daytime qualifying session, and then we head into the evening in the sim time for the race itself. But without further ado, let's head over, thanks to SimSock, our brand new sponsor for the season, and let's check out our SimSock Hot Lap from Sir Foch.
Hello everyone, Sir Foch here, and I'm gonna take you on a tour of the Paul Ricard circuit. Despite my name, my French is rather poor, so apologies for murdering these corner names. So approaching S. Delavery, braking roughly at the end of the red curb on the right, trail braking onto the apex, trying to get on power as soon as possible. Careful with the throttle over the inside curb, as it likes to upset the car quite a bit. Next up, Virage del Hotel, braking after the 100-meter board, hugging all of the apexes as much as possible without invalidating your lap. And now for Virage du Camp, really gotta slow down here, hug the inside, good exit here is key, as we're now on the longest flat out section on the circuit through Virage de la Saint-Sebaume. And now we're on the Mistral Straight, a real test to your car's top speed and your setup. Obviously quite a big trade-off here if you run high aero, and quite a big trade-off everywhere else if you run low aero. Sliding past the chicane that the Formula 1 race used here a couple of weeks back, we don't have to worry about that at all. And now we're entering the most wicked section of the circuit. Curb at the seeing is coming up, braking tiny bit, using the whole track with early on power on the exit. And now entering Double Draw de Bousset, a corner just as tricky to drive as it is to pronounce. A lot of trail braking needs to happen here, and you really need to set up the car for a good exit here. Coming up now, Virage de Bandor. Very late apex in this corner, gotta once again trail brake your way through and try to set up as good of an exit as you can. As curb de Gare Le Beau is flat out, we're setting up for Virage de la Tour on the right side. Once again, quite a bit of trail braking into this one. And we're already setting up the car for Virage du Pont, the last corner of the circuit. Ideally, you wouldn't want to touch that inside curb. And now just a run to the finish line remains. And that is a tour of Paul Ricard.
A huge thank you to Samir Foch and to SimSock for that awesome track guide there. Ewan, obviously, let's have a little chat about Paul Ricard, because it's one of those tracks that, unless you're in the motorsport circle, you very likely haven't heard of this, but it is one of the most important tracks, I would say, in the sort of Western France. Given that, in Western Europe rather, given that it has such an iconic following with the likes of the European Le Mans series.
Yeah, absolutely, a lot of testing goes on here as well. No, I think the WC and such events have had their prologue here from time to time as well. If I remember correctly, I might be wrong, but no, it is very important indeed. It can make you a little bit dizzy looking at it. Let's hope we don't get any of that. But no, you're right. It is very important indeed. It is on the F1 calendar now, for better or worse. But particularly in GT3 cars, I think this race or this track, races really quite well. We've seen in real life some fantastic racing. I remember a few years ago it was 4 wide on the Mistral Straight on lap 1 of the 6-hour race that we often see around this circuit. We've been promised a good race as well from previous experience with the SimGrid at this particular circuit. It has been very entertaining indeed. So I've got my hopes up high for this one, maybe to get shot down, but I hope not. I think it's going to be a good race. Obviously, a very important race, which is going to add to the excitement.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to hear, that's exactly it. That's exactly what we want to see. We want to see that hope held high through the race as well. Let's give you a little bit of context then as we see the cars going out on their flying laps for qualifying. Lada Sport Rosneft currently leading the championship 136 points after taking 2 wins in the championship at Monza and at Laguna Seca. They finished third at the opening rounds in Hungaroring, and they are a very, very strong contender for the championship, obviously leading by 10 points over Yas Heat in the Ferrari 488. That 149 outfit, again, definitely one of the most consistent performers of this championship. We spoke to Jaroslav Honzig just a couple of minutes ago. He's teamed up with Eamon Murphy and Mikhail Statsenko. Mikhail Statsenko, I would say, and if you get him on a good day, he is going to be devastatingly fast, and he is going to be the key to taking down that number 41 outfit of Lada Sport Rosneft there. Odox Motorsport, the Audi R8's number 121 outfit of Alberto Garcia, Gerard Martinez Amir, and Nicolas Albadeo Camins just haven't had the run of luck lately, of Monza in third place and Laguna Seca in the fourth place there. I'm going to be honest, I got slightly distracted there, Ewan, with the fact that Igor Ogorodnikov, Eamon Murphy wasting no time, first and second in the championship, and they are going straight to first and second in qualifying. 15 minutes left to go. I mean, this we were kind of maybe expecting a little bit of a calmer qualifying session, but this might be all-out warfare.
It might well be, by the end of it, certainly. Garcia as well for the third place team in the championship, only fourth in the standings, and he's going to be very, very disappointed to be only half a tenth down on pole position, but still only fourth place in this race. Still a long one, let's not forget, in qualifying. Not as important as it would be at a 3 hour at Laguna Seca, for example, like we saw last time. Qualifying very important, and Lada Sport were the only of the 3 teams at the front to really nail it, and so they ended up taking the victory. But this time it looks like all 3 teams are focused a little bit on that qualifying, because it is important to get yourself up front, with the 14 kind of infiltrating their little championship party they're having at the moment at the front of the field. So yeah, very, very interesting qualifying session. And let's not forget here, the qualifying session is taking place at midday in the afternoon here at Paul Ricard. It is boiling hot right now out there on the circuit, but when we get into the race, the conditions are going to change so much. It's going to be a big adaptation when we get to it.
It certainly is. It really, really is going to be one to watch as we see Garcia going up into that fourth place there. It just makes my eyes water, I'll be honest, Ewan, being Scottish and seeing the track temperature at 40 degrees Celsius. I think my skin would spontaneously combust at that sort of temperature there. But there we go, 1-2-1 of Orox Motorsport. After their difficult outings, they've got up to pole position with a 153.8 ahead of Eamon Murphy, who is on there with a 153.83 there, just 3/100ths of a second off of that. And again, 5 minutes into qualifying, Ewan, this is where we would expect to see what we call the banker laps going in, where we see these safety laps going in and then going for the more aggressive changes. And we've got a Lamborghini of Konstantinos Kontogiannis actually on pace to put himself up in the top row of the top row of the grid here for Gruksu Vlaki squad. That would be a bit of a turn up. Looks a little bit ragged going into the final part of the circuit here, but this is very, very close indeed. And I'll tell you what, this is a complete left field shot from Konstantinos Kontogiannis, but I think this is definitely going to be second or third. It's third, Kontogiannis there, and Ogorodnikov down into fourth place. So yeah, this is going to be a very, very busy qualifying session.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be exceptionally busy. A good slipstream as well for the 446. Let's hope the Aston Martin gets out of the way here. So into Senior they go, and he might get held up a little bit here, Girometti. He may get held up, and yeah, that is a shame for him because it looked like he was going well. But yeah, you're right, Ogorodnikov pushed down to fourth. These well, I don't know if we can even call them banker laps at this point. Nobody playing it safe at this point. Everybody trying to get the maximum out of their car for the entirety of the session, and that is great to see. None of these guys playing it safe anymore. Even the guy, the 41 team, they're in the lead of the championship. You might think they can rest on their laurels a little bit and defend the lead that they have, but they're not doing that whatsoever. They're absolutely going for this, as are all of these guys. And it's very, very entertaining to watch it, and very refreshing to see the guys attack the day in this kind of way.
It absolutely is. One bit that's just completely caught my attention right now. 24. That is the amount of cars that you have within 1 second. Make that 25 cars from your pole position of Alberto Garcia all the way down to 25th, the 111 McLaren of Christophe Salmon. Make that 26 cars now within a second. That is outrageous consistency and outrageous pace, and really, that is building up for an incredible race.
Yeah, it's going to keep things very nice and close together for us throughout this race. I'm very much looking forward to it. We often see this, to be honest. The amount of cars we've got within a second is frightening, and we see good racing because of it. A very close racing as well because of it. Mainly mistakes are very, very costly indeed. We can add another one to that list now as the 192 car. The Porsche gets into 12th place overall and also makes it 27 cars within a second right now.
Fantastic stuff. 10.5 minutes left to go in qualifying here for the penultimate round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3 here at the 9 hours of Paul Ricard. This is going to be a case of two halves in terms of this race, because you've got qualifying that happens obviously during the day, and then the race is going to start at sunset. It starts, I think, around about 9 o'clock if I remember rightly, or 8 o'clock in the evening, and then it goes through sunset into the darkness. And you've got to be honest, Ewan, this isn't the most well lit track in terms of the track limits and things, so it's going to lend itself to some high drama moments, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for these guys to even see where they're going, which is quite important, really. So yeah, it's going to make this race even more difficult, and a very unique race as well, compared to what we've had so far this season. Not much darkness at all, because they've been shorter races, not like a 24-hour race where you're bound to get some darkness at some point throughout the day. These 3-hour races, as Ogorodnikov goes over the line. I thought he was being held up by that McLaren, but not a bit of it. He's right up towards the front and over a tenth out front now as well. But as you said, it remains to be seen how these guys are going to adapt to the darkness of which this race is going to be mostly run under.
So just watching as the time's starting to come in thick and fast. Ogorodnikov now stretches that gap out over Garcia in the 121 Odox Motorsport machine by over a tenth of a second. You better believe that you're going to start to see times coming down very, very quickly. The other thing about this track, Ewan, is the fact that the runoff areas are bountiful around here. The fact that they can really push these cars to within an inch of their life, and for the most part they don't really have too many concrete walls or barriers to worry about. What they do have to worry about is gravel traps, and from other cars as well. Here is Fabien Piffet for Team Fordzilla Lexus in the number 66. That Lexus is looking very, very fast indeed. But again, look at that. That is 25 cars still, despite that faster lap from Igor Ogorodnikov there, still within that 1 second. And even outside of that, Ewan, you're then only looking down to around about 2 seconds. 33 cars split by 1.7 seconds. It really is remarkable.
It is remarkable indeed. We said it's almost every Endurance Cup race, really. It's just very, very close indeed. We've got Aston Martin, Audi, Ferrari, Lamborghini, BMW, Nissan, and then finally another Aston Martin again. 6 different manufacturers inside of the top 6, and we can throw a Lexus inside there, and a Mercedes as well to make up 8 manufacturers in the top 10. It really is very, very well balanced indeed. Very, very close indeed, as Benedetti goes up towards second place. Now, this is the kind of moment in the session where things start to change very, very quickly. Lap times come over the line very, very quickly, and the order changes almost as quickly as we can say it.
And sometimes even quicker than that. In fact, most of the time even quicker than that, to be fair. 7 minutes left to go in qualifying, and this has just been absolutely spellbinding. It gives you an idea of what you think is going to happen, and then it just completely turns it on its head with just a couple of minutes to go. It is literally a case. We've got this saying in the motorsport world about being able to throw a blanket over the cars. I've never honestly seen the fact of, like, you've got 23 cars on that timing tower on the left hand side, and it's 0.8 of a second between them all, and those are just the drivers that are in the car. We've got 9 hours of this, and you better believe that this pace of racing is going to be on display for that entire 9 hours. A very good afternoon to everyone in the YouTube chat. Proxy saying that Yigar Ogorodnikov needs to be BOP'd himself. Let's cut back to Maximilian Walmuth though, because he's going to come across the line. Surely this is going to be top 5. It's not. He loses a bit of time on that final sector. Maximilian Walmuth there, 0.3 of a second. You know, that's another thing, Ewan, is the fact that you say, oh, he's down in 8th place. It makes him sound like he's a mile off the pace. He's 0.3 of a second off of pole position.
Yeah, absolutely. It really isn't a mile off when you think about it. It's very, very close indeed. And I know I'd be very disappointed to be so close to pole, but not actually with that great of a position. Fabian Piffet going up towards the line right now as well, by the way, in 20th place. See if he can jump up at all. 16th, so not a bad jump up for the Lexus there. There's so many good times coming in, though, that it is hard to know where to look. And as you mentioned, with things being so close, it means that anybody can really still take pole at this point. It's going to take some huge lap time from somebody maybe down in this kind of region, but you know, anybody inside the top 10 has got a decent chance for my mind.
They absolutely do have just as much of a chance as anyone, but I've got to be honest, I'm really surprised to see some of the cars that we do have up so high, the likes of GTWR Racing Team, Andrea Benedetti in second place, up into second place. Alberto Garcia for Odox Motorsport, the 121, does improve, but he doesn't improve his position. It goes 0.1 second behind, but I mean, honestly, the fact that we've got 5 cars within 0.2 of a second is just ridiculous. But keep an eye on this. Maximilian Walmuth in the number 73 XL Racing by Renfelt, currently in P8, and he is on an absolute flyer right now. I am not kidding you. This could be it. This could be the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons. Can we get a Honda on pole position? Maximilian Walmuth lights up the tires, goes across like, oh, 2/100ths, excuse me, of a second behind Yigar Ogorodnikov. My goodness me, that is an absolute heartbreak for the Honda. But he's still got time, and he could certainly do that. But where did that come from?
Well, I'm not. Well, probably from the little advances that they've got in the last few days in the BOP, which is helpful. But no, certainly they've really been able to be very competitive so far. Piffet coming over the line again and might improve again. But yeah, you've got to feel for Volmouth really at the end of it. Because he put in a fantastic lap time there, but in the end Ogorodnikov is just about good enough to be able to keep pole. Whether he can hold off everybody from this point is another issue really. And you know, what can the guys like Alberto Garcia and Eamon Murphy do in terms of this championship? We'll be watching out for that. Certainly Garcia's in the pit lane with 3 minutes to go. If he wants to have another chance of this, he needs to get out pretty quickly, and he may well do. But let's see if Romagnoli can maybe improve here and get up towards the front, because like Walmuth did, we can see a big switch and somebody from a little bit lower down putting in a big time a little bit late on in this session. So we'll see if that does happen in this one, but it is very exciting indeed and changing all the time.
It certainly is. 2 3/4 minutes left to go. This is crunch time. This is the business end of qualifying. This is where it all matters and it all comes down to count. Giuseppe Giratana for Giarlese Esports Academy. We haven't really seen much of them this season. This could be a big lap into top 10. It's not quite enough into 12th place, but it's still got enough time for 2 2 laps to go into here. Tobias Grunwald gets into the top 10 there. He's coming round to do another lap here, though could be into the top 5 for Tobias Grunwald for Unicorns of Love. But I just hear the words, he's lost it, in the background. And this is the great thing that we've got, Ewan, is obviously we've got the fantastic team behind us of Michael Hamlet and Steve Proudley, who basically feed us all the inside information, who now say that Tobias is improving. This could be up into the P4. 3rd place, though, for Tobias Grunwald. That's a great lap. This is huge for the championship. Eamon Murphy, though, the 149, this is the team I was going to say there, relegated down to 6th place, boots it out the final corner, the Ferrari roars into life, comes across the line, 3rd place, and this is starting to get a little bit too close for comfort here. So Girometti now in 10th place in the 446, and what was the way to say there, Ewan, is the fact that the 149 really needed to get its act together, because with the time so close right now, you don't want to be in traffic. You want to have as few cars between you and your championship rival as you possibly can.
Yeah, that was about getting track position rather than a huge improvement really from Eamon Murphy, and he did a good job of it. 3rd place, as Girometti can't really improve. Now the ball is in Odux Motorsports' court, so to speak, because they need to suddenly make a little bit of an improvement and get a little bit of better track position in this race now, because they're in 6th place right now. But, just a 0.5 of improvement will get them up to 4th, which would be a big improvement for them, and it would get another couple of cars behind them, which would be good news. So we'll see if Garcia can indeed do that. I'm not entirely sure if he is improving right now. I don't believe so, but you never know what he can produce at the very end.
And that's all that matters, is that final lap that gets put in. We've seen it so many times here on the SimGrid, where you think it's all done and dusted, and it all comes down to that final magical qualifying lap, as if it's a lap of the gods coming from absolutely nowhere, and that is what it takes to go on to pole position. But do we have anybody that can knock off Igor Ogorodnikov? Because that is going to be a psychological blow hit by the Lada Sport Rosneft team if they can get pole position in this penultimate race of the season here. It's looking so good, and believe it or not, Ogorodnikov looks like he might be on target to improve as well on this lap in the number 41 just now. He's making his way round. If he manages to improve on this, that is going to add insult to injury, even a small one. This could be, but he's away into pit lane there, so Ogorodnikov decides enough is enough. So what have we got here then? It's the 888 of James Parker. Was looking like a small improvement there, but again he's lost that improvement there. It was just 1/10 of a second he was off, and being quite honest with you, I don't know if we've got anybody that can do anything. I think Eamon Murphy hasn't got anything in the bag. He's crossed his final lap off just now. James Parker comes across the line. What can he do? He doesn't improve. So can Garcia improve? Comes across the line. No, he cannot, can he? Comes across, he was 1/10 behind. No. So Ewan, I mean, it looks like that is going to be a top 5 for just now. Ogorodnikov, Walmuth and Murphy, along with Grunwald and Bennett.
Yeah, very interesting qualifying session in the end. Ogorodnikov couldn't really be displaced. He got to that front very early and kind of held it at that point. But Garcia is going to be a little bit disappointed with his qualifying performance, I think. I think he was at the end of Laguna Seca. This one a little bit better. He's going to be 6th place, just over a 10th down. But if you just look, a 9,000th of a second improvement would have got him up to 4th. That's a good bit of track position, and that's a couple of cars that he's going to have to work through in this race. And if he'd qualified just that tiny bit better, then he wouldn't have had to do that. So yeah, he might be a little bit disappointed, but all is not lost. It's a 9-hour race. We've got the 3 championship contenders inside the top 6. It's set up very, very nicely indeed.
Certainly has. A huge thank you to SimSock for our amazing SimSock pole position leaderboard there. You can see on the left, Igor Ogorodnikov taking pole position. And if you do fancy getting yourself the ultimate footwear for your sim racing setup, head over to simsock.com, simsok.com, and get yourself the footwear that your little toes deserve, and get your feet on the pedals at all time. Because I don't know about you, I've got the old local supermarket socks on, and they just slip every single time off of the brake pedal. At least that's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. It comes in quite handy when you're trying to punt someone. Moving swiftly on. Ewan, the race coming up. Yeager in pole position. The Ladasport Rosneft team in front again. Is this curtains for the championship if they can get into turn one?
Well, if they get into turn one, I don't think it's curtains for the championship. No, but I think if they win this race, it could be. The gap between first and second in the points, in terms of how many points you get, is not massive. It must be said. However, it's something you don't really want to give up, and that is even if they do finish second in this race. Either Yassi or Odox. So, I don't know. Ladasport, if they do win this race, I would really fancy them to take home the championship, because let's not forget they've already got a 10-point margin over the rest. But it's going to be a high-pressure situation. They've got a long way to go, and leading from lights to flag like they did at Laguna Seca is going to be a much more difficult task.
Certainly. So the cars are away to jump onto the grid very, very shortly, and we get ready to go for our formation lap. Just to remind you then, this is the top 10, how they line up so far. Yeager on the call in the 41 for Ladasport Rosneft takes pole position. The big turn up for the books though is XL Racing by Renville in blue taking second place in the Honda. Very, very unlikely second position, but that is a cat amongst the pigeons, because it relegates the 149 of Yazheat Richard Mill into third place. The Ferrari team on row 2. Alongside them on row 2 is going to be the number 14 Unicorns of Love in the BMW in fourth place. Fifth place in row 3 is the number 32 GTWR Racing Team Ferrari, and then in sixth place alongside them is going to be the Odox Motorsport Audi on 121 in sixth place on row 3. Row 4 is going to be in seventh place the Treble 8 outfit of Coach Dave Academy and Dalking Racing, alongside Actual Vision Community Racing on that one. With them is the number 34 Lamborghini of Greek Souvlaki squad. Fantastic result for them. At ninth place is the Nissan GTR 333 Virtual Drivers by TX3 AAA Esports. Alongside them on the 10th position is the 446 Lexus of SFR Italia. So that's your top 10. We'll go through the rest of the teams as we get them. But Ewan, 9 hours coming up of Paul Ricard coming up. In fact, I'll jump to you in just a second. Let's go and have a quick chat with Maximilian Walmuth there, who did a fantastic surprise qualifying there, getting the car up into second place. Maximilian, good morning. Welcome aboard. That was one heck of a lap in the Honda.
Yeah, welcome first of all. To be honest, I'm still a bit shocked about it. I would have never expected to be that far up with the Honda. It's just, like we were driving the Honda for the first time on this track like 3-4 days ago, and we were really slow. Like, I've seen some guys in the practice server with split 3, split 2, and they were all faster than us. So we were really, not looking forward to the race. And there was a tiny buff on Wednesday, I think, for the Honda, a bit more straight line speed. But now in the quali, being P2, absolutely amazing.
Sounds like it's more of a psychological buff that's happened for the team there, and obviously it's been a difficult season for XL Racing, with Felix going from the orange team into this new blue team. Obviously it puts you in a fantastic position for the race ahead. What is going to be the strategy for yourself, for Felix and for Nico through the next 9 hours?
So we expected to start like P20 to P30, so that our situation's obviously changed a bit from now, but I think it's just trying to not get involved in any incidents and just try to stay with the pack, lose as minimum time as possible, because I'm pretty sure we will be able to so in the race, and especially we don't have that much straight line speed. Honda is still pretty slow and straight, so we will get overtaken by a few cars, but just a very good position to start in, obviously, and we're looking forward to get as much out of the race as possible.
Now, obviously, you've got the mindset that you think you're going to be going backwards in that, but given that the pack is so close, do you think that you've actually got the opportunity, if other cars around you can start fighting amongst themselves, that you might actually get a little bit of peace and quiet?
Yeah, obviously it's always a possibility that there's a huge fight in the back, and some people are not working together and just fighting in the first hour and creating a big gap, but that's something you can't predict, and if it happens, I would take it. So driving away is always a good thing and getting a good gap, but if it stays like it is usually a Paul Ricard, everybody will be in a big drain, and it will be pretty difficult to keep everyone behind, especially the Ferraris and also the McLarens. They're just way fast in the straight, but we will give our best and let's see what's possible. Really looking forward.
Finally, Maximilian, let's talk top secret strategies. What is the order of the day for yourselves? Who's going to be in the car first, and what sort of secret sauce do you guys have for getting as high a position as you possibly can?
I will be driving the first stint, and then I will be out of the car until the last 3 hours, because my two teammates, they have another race in the evening, so they will be away then, and I have to drive the last 3 hours on my own. It will be pretty tough, but yeah.
Wow,
just looking forward to the race now, and yeah, let's see what's possible. Never driven a triple stint here on the track, and but yeah, it should be fine.
Wow, that is an awesome stint, and well, thanks for coming and having a chat with us, Maximilian. Best of luck to the XL Racing by Renville and Team Blue, and we'll hopefully chat and catch up with you later on during the race.
Thank you.
So there we go, you and Maximilian Walmuth there, and I've got to be honest, for somebody in second place, he didn't exactly sound as happy or as confident about the race as I would have maybe expected. Well,
I think it's hard to read into what's going to happen in the race, judging by the qualifying results, because so many things are different. First of all, 1 lap pace is a whole different to 9-hour pace. It's just a whole different ball game. And second of all, the track temperature there was probably double of what it's going to be for most of this race. Maybe not that much, but it's a big switch between the different temperatures in this one. Red hot for qualifying, and then fairly cold for the rest of the race, because it's going to be at night, as you mentioned earlier, starting at 9 p.m, finishing at 6 a.m. That's mostly during the night. So I don't think they can get too excited about the prospect of a podium. Certainly, it's on the cards now. They're up on the front row, but it's not obvious that they're going to have a good result out of this one. A lot of things going to happen in this 9 hours.
I'll tell you what, for context, if 23, 24 degrees track temperature and air temperature is cold, I would happily have that up here in the sunny throes of Scotland as a summer's day. But the cars away to go onto the grids in about 10 minutes time, so we've got plenty of time to have a chat. In fact, actually, it's a great time to bring in one of our race directors, Michael Hamlet, for a quick chat. And obviously, Michael, good morning. Obviously, we had our anniversary race on Thursday there, and we're back to business here at the SimGrid. What sort of work is involved behind the scenes, setting an event like this up?
There's a lot of moving parts in our operation at the SimGrid to run races like this. Just the singular race, and then championships as well. There's all the admin side that has to go on in terms of things like server preparation, website management. Ensuring that all the teams are registered correctly, that there's no issues with drivers. Steam IDs and stuff for things like entry lists. There's all the organisation for the stewards, ensuring that we have enough stewards to cover the race and have enough stewards for each split. In this Endurance Cup there's 4 splits racing, so we need a minimum 12 stewards to cover all of these splits. There's then all the work to organise the broadcasting, the commentary, posters and thumbnails and social media work. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to host just one race, and it's a big old operation, but it's we've got a fantastic website which makes our lives quite a lot easier than it would have been in the past when I used to run a smaller community and relied on things like Google spreadsheets.
So I hope that clears it up for everyone on YouTube. Michael Hamlet doesn't just sit behind the scenes eating Haribo during these races. It's not true, despite what you might have heard. But joking aside, Michael, business end of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3, penultimate rounds here at Paul Ricard. 30 cars split by under a second. I mean, it's just an eye-watering level of pace right now.
Yeah, it's been really, really close. Between the entire grid at every round so far. I think this one's actually had the biggest split between fastest and slowest for the season, but I think that's the nature of this track, to be honest, at Paul Ricard. It's a track that, in my personal opinion, gets hated on far too much. I think some drivers just maybe jump on the bandwagon of hating it because it's some kind of popular opinion. And I'll confess, when I first got involved in ACC and GT racing, as someone who was previously a big fan of Formula 1, and the races here in Formula 1 in real life had not been the best until this year. I was someone who previously also didn't really have much like for the track, and then actually I decided one day recently to properly sit down and actually try and learn it, properly drive it, and I actually find it very, very fun and engaging and challenging to drive. And it's a track that I think, because a lot of drivers do hate on, they don't really have the biggest amount of experience here, so it's so technical that you can lose a lot of time in just one of the many corners. So to see how close it was at the very top just shows the level that there is between this grid. It's been really, really close all the way through the championship so far, and I'm sure today would be no different. And as Max said on his interview with you just a few minutes ago, it's the Mistral Straight particularly, you just bring everyone along with you. So it's really hard to pull away.
And just on that note about the hatred, it's not for me as a driver. It's not one of my tracks that I actually enjoy, because I don't understand it. I don't have the knack of it. But watching it really does lend itself to some incredible strategic racing. As you said there, the Mistral Straight, one of the longest straights here, leading to that the seam corner. That long right-hander. There's lots and lots of overtaking opportunities and chances for drivers to feel a little bit brave and fire it late on the brakes, isn't there?
Oh, for sure. Something I made very clear to the drivers on the drivers' briefing I conducted about half an hour ago was there's a lot of opportunities here at Paul Ricard to make overtakes, but it's actually quite hard to make them stick. Because and a lot of the corners, particularly those in Sector 3, they're very, very inviting to overtaking opportunities, but they're quite risky, because a lot of the corners in that final sector, they're all late apex corners. So you'll see the car in front of you taking the optimum line, which is to go very deep into the corner and cut back. But of course, because they go deep, you think, oh, I'm just going to send one down the inside, knowing full well that they're going to turn in to make the late apex, cutting back, which is the normal racing line and the optimal racing line. So it's difficult to pull the moves off here. The real key for the drivers to make the safest overtaking maneuvers is to prioritize on getting a good Sector 1. You don't want to really be battling side by side through Sector 1 unless it's maybe the first chicane. Instead, you just want to stick as close as you can, 100% prioritize a good exit onto the Mistral, and then once you're on Mistral Straight, you can use that slipstream to potentially complete the move before Scene Corner, because you don't want to be going side by side through Scene either.
And one of the things that you touched on as well is the amount of stewards that are involved in running these events over the various splits. And one of the things that's been massively different this year is the clamping down on driving standards. And I just wanted to touch on that very, very briefly and give us an idea of when an incident happens, what is involved behind the scenes? What happens with the stewards, and how do they come to their decisions?
Well, in this series, like all our big championships, which are all team based. It is the team's responsibility to report an incident that they feel needs to be investigated. So they have to report these incidents to the stewards. The stewards will then use the details provided of the incident to go onto the replay and analyze the replay through many different angles. We're blessed in the sim compared to real life that we can access all kinds of angles and slowdowns and things that they don't really have in real life. We've got things like chase cam and heli cams, you can go top down and whatever else, and they'll analyze incidents from all kinds of angles and really try to attribute find out who is at fault, if anyone is at fault. And from my personal opinion, a lot of incidents it takes two to tango, and it's why you'll see quite often a lot of incidents coming in as racing incidents rather than penalties. But what the stewards are looking for when they do issue penalties is generally something that's a little bit more clear cut. You need to be able to attribute blame in a relatively clear cut way. If it's something that as a steward team you end up having to debate for too long, it's probably not a penalty.
And the other thing that I was wanting to sort of segue into is the fact that it's not like it's a closed group of stewards, isn't it? You're always at the SimGrid actively recruiting new folk to come on board and join on with the stewarding team.
Always, yeah. It's always a revolving door in the stewards, but I think that's always been the case with us and any sim racing community. It's a thankless task a lot of the time in stewards. It's no different to being a referee on a football pitch, I suppose. Drivers, like any other form of sports player, they get very involved in emotions and heat of the moments, and it's a thankless task being a steward, dealing with drivers who feel aggrieved about their penalties. But it's important from a driver's perspective that you don't always have to agree with the decision that goes your way or maybe goes against you. But you always have to respect those decisions and just go along with them and focus on the task at hand. I always think to what Danny Ricciardo said in the Formula 1 some time ago when he was told he had a time penalty, and he said, "Okay, I'll just go faster then."
That's really all you can do sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, as always, if you are interested in jumping on board with the stewarding team, have a look on the Discord. There is a #stewards channel. It gives you all the information you'd need to jump on board and help out with the team. But Michael, thanks very much for joining us this morning. I'm going to throw you under the bus and put you on the spot right now. Who do you think is going to take the race win today?
I'm going to make him happy because he's in YouTube chat. I'm going to go Cam Royal's team, the 149 Yas Heat.
Ooh.
I think they'll break their duck. They've got 3 P2s. They'll get the win today.
Well, Cam, you're going to have to make sure that brown envelope is on its way to Mr. Michael Hamlet. Thanks very much for joining us this morning, Michael. I'll let you back to your organising duties. But Ewan, fascinating insight there into to exactly the sort of inner workings here at the SimGrid. And as he said there, we obviously get to see a little bit of it, but it's scary just how many people are involved and how many moving parts there are in an event of this nature.
Yeah, it is absolutely massive, yeah, and important that all those things get done right, of course, because it's a big event. But no, it's a great job from everyone behind the scenes who often don't get as much recognition as they probably deserve as well. I know we're quite on the face of it sometimes. We get some recognition, but no, there's a lot of people behind the scenes who never get to see. Their voice is never on the streams. You never really get to see them, but without them, it wouldn't be possible. So. It's all a big kind of organisation of moving things, and everyone does their job, and that's the way it goes. But yeah, I like the way you threw him under the bus right at the very end, just asking him who you think's going to win. So I'm going to throw you under the bus, David, and ask you who you think's going to win. Who do you think will win?
It all matters on this first 2 laps. If Yegor Ogorodnikov in the number 41 can get away without any issues whatsoever, then 100% they'll take the race win. However, Yeager was starting to stray a little bit on Thursday in some of the driving styles that he's been known for in the past. So as long as he can get a clean race from Yeager today, absolutely, they've got not a problem with that. But we'll throw you under the bus in just a second, Ewan, because here we go. We're on to the grid then. It is the Lada Sport Rosneft team, number 41 on pole position alongside XL Racing by Renfelt and Blue team on second place. It's the 149 of Yaz Heat alongside the number 14 team of Unicorns of Love in fourth place. Fifth place is the number 32 of GTWR Racing Team 1, with the 21 team on fifth place. Sorry, that should be the 32 team in fifth place there, and that is the that is Bendetti in the GTWR team. Excuse me. So sixth place is Garcia in the Odox Motorsport 121, and then it is the 888 Coach David Cadaway Actual Vision Community Racing car. 34 team Lamborghini is the Greek Souvlaki squad in 8th place. 9th place for the 333 outfit of Virtual Drivers by TX3. You've then got the 446 Lexus alongside the 28 Ferrari. It's the 194 of Racing Line Motorsport in P13 alongside the 26 Bentley of Zancho Simsport John Munro in 14th place. 15th place for the 192 Racing Line Motorsports of Marco Macri alongside Jarno Kausch in the 911 GTRC Endurance team. The 106 of Amiga E Racing team then lines up on 17th place alongside the 66 of Team Fordzilla Lexus in 18th. 19th is going to be the 166 of Beetle Sim Racing DE alongside the 17 of Team Fordzilla APM on 20th position. 21st is the number 7 of Virtual Drivers by TX3, you can see on the right hand side, and then it's the number 52 of Pulse Sim Sport in 22nd place. 23rd place for the 991 of Virtual Drivers by TX3 alongside the 100 of Good Time Racing's Bastian Lindner. Beside him is the 111 of DC Sim Racing NL. Mino van der Molen is behind the wheel of that one. In fact, it says, Christoph Salmon behind the wheel of the McLaren there, alongside the Lamborghini of the 31 team of TF Racing. Then you have got the 349 of James de Havilland in the Lexus in 27th place, alongside the 53 of Marcus Eichhorn in the Aston Martin. It's the 934 of Axel Petit alongside Martin Schumacher in the BMW in the 411. You've got the 35 of Kings of Asphalt in 31st place. You've got the 88 of All In Racing in the Lexus in 32nd. It's the Bentley, the number 10 Bentley Deep Purple at the back there. Christopher in 33rd position. And at the back of the grids, Hamas Lanier in the Aston Martin in the number 80 team. That's a GTR Masters HU Endurance team. That is quite the lineup. 34 cars. I'm going to take a deep breath after that one, Ewan. Very surprised to see Christopher at the back of the grid, but time to throw you under the bus. Who is going to win today?
I'm going to go. Well, I don't. Maybe my heart's taken over from my head a little bit, but yeah, I'd like to see the Honda winning. To be honest, it's struggled a little bit throughout, and I think it's a great car. It's a great looking car. I know it doesn't sound as good as maybe some of the others, but I think it's a fantastic car, and I like the way it handles, certainly. So yeah, I'd like to see the Honda win, and I think they will. At the end of the day, as you mentioned it a little bit as we were interviewing Maximilian Volmuth, who's going to be starting that car. You said that it might be a little bit of a psychological performance more than the actual physical improvement that they've got out of that car. You mentioned that they've got a slight improvement in terms of their straight line speed now, which may help them with overtaking in the race. Obviously, it's going to help them down the Mistral, but it's a very slight one. That kind of psychological feeling of this car's better now. We're going to be a little bit better now. Might have just lifted that team a little bit. Might just lift them to a victory. So I do hope I hope they take the victory. I know it's supposed to be impartial, but it'd be nice to see the Honda up there, and I think they'll win.
Well, some big thoughts there coming in from Ewan O'Leary. If you've just joined us, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the SimGrid here on YouTube. It is another one of our amazing championships that we run here. If you are brand new to the community, head over to thesimgrid.com and get yourself involved. This is the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster, Season 3, Round 4, from Paul Ricard, and what a race we have got in store. Igor Ogoronikov on pole position, your championship leader by 10 points over the car in third place. Eamon Murphy taking the wheel of the Yaz Heat Richard Mille Ferrari, and in between them, like an awkward turtle, Maximilian Walmuth in that number 73 Honda is going to be looking to make a nuisance of himself. Lars Kisser in the number 14 in the BMW is definitely one to watch out as well. Unicorns of Love kind of slip under the radar. They've got a lot of popularity and a lot of support on YouTube, and very, very fast, dedicated team behind the wheel on that one as well, so keep an eye out on them. Fourth place they start, and then you've got Andrea Benedetti in the 32 GTWR team in fifth place. But this really, Ewan, you've got to say, nails the coffin for Odox Motorsport in that 1-2-1 for Garcia, purely because down in sixth place they needed to get a really strong finish from this race, and goodness knows that could happen, but it doesn't look all that great from sixth place on the grid.
No, it doesn't. They're going to have a little bit more cars to overtake than they otherwise might have done, really, in this one. So, Garcia's got his work cut out, certainly. And as I mentioned at the end of qualifying, if they'd just improved by about 300ths of a second, 200ths of a second, they would have got up into fourth place and dismissed those two cars immediately. So, they're going to be caught up behind those guys now. And it may cost them a little bit of time in this race, but I don't think it's too costly for them, in all honesty. It's a 9-hour race around Paul Ricard. We saw earlier, there's plenty of chances for you to overtake around here. It's not like Laguna Seca, if you want to use that example, it's fairly hard to overtake. It's I don't say easy, but it's easier, and I don't think sixth place is too much of a problem for them, especially when you put the incentive of a championship in front of them. They're not going to hesitate to take advantage of any opportunities that come their way. So I don't think it's a big worry for them right now, although they do probably need to beat their championship rivals to stand a chance.
They certainly do. The cars making their way and trying to get themselves all organised here, and we need to get them into to double order very, very shortly. They come out the final corner here at Virage du Pont, getting ready for our 9-hour race here to start at Paul Ricard. It's David Christie and Ewan O'Leary taking you through the first half of the race. We'll have Dan Handover joining us towards the end there. Igor Ogoronikov just teasing Maximilian Walmuth right now, along with Eamon Murphy. This is actually along the run towards your final couple of corners here, and here we go. This is all where it starts, and it all rests really on Igor Ogoronikov getting that run down out of that final corner. Then the cars pile out of Virage du Pont. 34 cars here for 540 minutes here at Circuit Paul Ricard, and we have got green flag, and it's a great start for Ogoronikov. It's an even better start for Maximilian Walmuth. They're side by side, and Walmuth could have the inside line going into turn one, but it's a deceiving camera angle. Igor Ogoronikov has that one covered up all day long. There's a little bit of door banging and a little bit of paint being scraped further down the field, but for the most part it looks like everyone is away safely. But more importantly, Igor Ogoronikov away into the lead and ahead of Maximilian Walmuth. That is the 28 of Romagnoli getting shown to the edge of the circuit here, in cars splitting left, right, centre, every which way but loose just now, as the timing screen's got absolutely crazy trying to keep up with all of the cars going round. And again, Ewan, fair enough, there's a couple of little nudges left, right and centre, but nothing really to write home about. It's been a fairly orderly start.
It has indeed. Everybody looks like they've made their way out of the first sector for the first time in good order, which is a good Thing to see, certainly. We don't want the race ruined by an early incident. He did get a little bit scary down into turn 1, but everybody sorted themselves out quite nicely, and it's all single file at the moment up the front of the field. The top 6 at the very least. I think the top 7, 8, 9. It's a big accident in the background. One of the Mercedes hard into the wall. We were saying about it being a clean start. We might have just jinxed it. That's going to be some damage and a half, and yeah, it's a difficult race for whichever team that is to recover from.
Yeah, that's the number 7 of virtual drivers by TX3. That's Julien Hinault that was behind the wheel of that purple and green Mercedes, and that has been a bit of a disappointing start to a miserable season for that number 7 team. Again, very early in the race, just a minute and a half into the race. They've got plenty of time to get back into it, but when you've got the calibre of drivers that you have in here, it makes it very, very difficult to get back into it. And Hinault, so it's one of the other virtual driver teams that's been caught up into an accident with Offerman there, Nick Offerman. So it's disappointing to see, but very early in the race it's still Igor Ogorodnikov from Maximilian Walmuth by over a second now. Eamon Murphy's just tucked in nice and calmly behind the Honda NSX. You've got Lars Kisser for Unicorns of Love in P4. It's still Andrea Benedetti in the number 32 GTWR team, looking very, very comfortable in that 5th place. This is Cody Pride for Racing Line Motorsport in the 192. Now he's going to have to watch out because he's got Giuseppe Montalbano in the 106 Bentley, looking very, very menacing just now. And I really do like to see this because it feels like the driver's just taking out a little minute or two here just to take a breather, just to try and get a grip of where they are on the circuit, who they're faster than and who they're slower than, and where the defence and the attack needs to come in. But there we go, Jack McIntyre for Rocket Sim Sport in the number 26, looking left, looking right, thinks about it again. Huge lock of oversteer there, has to fight and saw with the wheel there. That was epic car control there, Ewan.
Yeah, really great car control. The fastest corner in all of the season, and he's just nearly lost the car through their opposite lock, and he saved it brilliantly. Came under a little bit of pressure from Kausch behind as well in the 911 Porsche, but brilliant car control from Jack McIntyre to not only hold on to the car but hold on to 11th place as well. He's still putting the pressure on to Alexander Vromon at the moment in that Nissan, the 333 at Nissan. That's got an outside championship contention, by the way, in 5th place. It's a long shot and they probably need to win with others having issues, but you never know, they may never be out of it, as Eamon Murphy has actually got into 2nd place, just away from our cameras for a moment, but good progress being made by Yas Heat early on as well.
Oh, settle down. What have the cones ever done to you, Eamon? Just calm it down, sunshine, eh? I hate saying that. Right, joking aside, Eamon Murphy, 2nd place. That is huge, absolutely huge to see him getting into 2nd place there. Now he can lead that charge down to Igor Ogorodnikov, because we know that Ogorodnikov, if he can get caught and gets put into fights, he gets aggressive, he gets wound up, and if he can get wound up, then who knows what might actually happen with this race. It throws it all wide open. But Maximilian Walmuth gets sent backwards into the grass with Lars Kissers for Unicorns of Love in that number 14 in 4th place then. So again, very early developments, but this is exactly what Eamon Murphy needed to do. He needed to get back by Maximilian Walmuth in as quickly as possible to try and bring that gap down here. This is a cracking battle that we've got. Andrea Benedetti fighting off Alberto Garcia for Odox Motorsport and James Parker in the 888 Coach Dave Academy / Actrovision / Dalkin car, and straight up the inside goes James Parker. That was almost rude there, Ewan.
He's just invited himself down the inside and straight through there. So Alberto Garcia was looking forward, looking to go up another place. He's actually gone down one in the end, which is a shame to see for him. Down to 7th now as the battles continue on up and down the field. This was going on between Alexander Vromon and Jack McIntyre in the end, and it looks like the Nissan has stayed in front of the Bentley, but what this is allowing is the top 9 to get away, and Bromont is starting to form a bit of a train behind him with guys all the way down to 16th. Entertaining for us, but frustrating if you're stuck in the train.
Choo indeed, and have a look around the outside. Jack McIntyre having a little bit of a sniff around the outside of that final corner there. Vromant is under a lot of pressure. Look at that behind James Parker in front, behind Andrea Benedetti there. James Parker trying to have a look, but that leaves him vulnerable again to Alberto Garcia. And then you've got Janis Chodakis for Greek Souvlaki squad in the 34 Lamborghini trying to get involved with that, and then bringing up the Lexus 446 of Girometi into that little party as well. So we've really got some cracking little battles, but more importantly, the battle for the lead is increasing at an exponential rate. Igor Ogorodnikov has lit the fuse, and he is absolutely away with it. We're only about 3 laps in, and he's already almost 2.5 seconds ahead of Eamon Murphy. And if the 149 Yaz Heat team are going to do anything, they need to get up to Ogorodnikov, and they need to get past it.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They can't afford to allow fan favourite Ogorodnikov to get away. He's a very popular driver indeed, especially when he's on his game like this, driving very well indeed. As James Parker's just having a little look on Benedetti, but nothing doing here. These little trains starting to form here at the moment, and this is what we do often see, especially at Paul Ricard. See us round the outside, tries to go Giametti. That would be spectacular, because it's a very, very long right-hander, a little bit off camber in places, and it means that it's very hard to go around the outside. But that's exactly what Vromant has been forced to do by McIntyre, who's having a go at him now.
Yeah, that GTR trying to take the position back there. Vromant gets that position back from the Bentley, and the Bentley is going to have to think about that again and try and make another way round there. So great effort there from the Rocket Sim Sport. Oh, the 911 just fires it up the inside. Jarno Kausch, no fear whatsoever. That was an awesome little bit of luck there to just think he's going to absolutely fire it in. That's going to mean that the Jack McIntyre is going to have the inside line, but he's not, because I thought Cody Pride was thinking about making it 3 wide into turn 1, and that was never going to work. Hang on, Cody Pride will never just made that work around the inside. Tried to go around the outside of turn 1. That was a brave move. I've got to be honest. Cody Pride, take a bow, because that was bravery in the extreme. It's Porsche, Bentley, Porsche, and this has allowed Vromant to get a little bit of a gap there. So what's happened to Jack McIntyre then? Because he was up there with that battle with Garcia, Chodakis and Girometi. In fact, no, he wasn't. Excuse me. I'm thinking of James Parker. So Jack McIntyre still making his way through, but trying to get into that top 10, and he's kind of getting held up by these Porsches right now. Gap between your leader and second place, 2.5 seconds, and Walnuth isn't dropping away as fast as Murphy would like him to.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not quite happening in the way that they were hoping for, as we go on board with McIntyre again, round the outside through the fastest corner on the circuit. We saw him have a big snap of oversteer here before, and it might unnerve him just a little bit, but a great cutback, fantastic cutback on Kausch. It looks like the Porsche driver might lose 2 spaces for the price of 1. He's trying to head back down the inside of McIntyre again. Fantastic racing between these guys, I have to say. Very, very enjoyable, but I can't help but think how not healthy this is in terms of the entire span of this race. It's 9 hours long. Nobody cares what position you're in after 10 minutes. Just get in line and get going with it. These guys battling very, very hard indeed, and I'm certainly loving it, but, you know, I don't think they're going to be too pleased with themselves when they realise at the end of 9 hours they could have had some more positions if they'd just got in line and run their pace at this stage in the race.
And that is a fantastic point that you bring up, Ewan, and that's something that a lot of the drivers have to work on in their teams, is that ability to disconnect emotionally from everything that's going on around them. So, for instance, as we see the 911 try to fire it up the inside again, Jack McIntyre, Jarno Kausch and Cody Pride in an absolute... This is a battle you would see for the final 10 minutes, let alone the first 10 minutes of the race. And, you know, the intelligence thing, the smart money, is exactly what you were saying there, Ewan, is the fact that, you know, just let it go. If they're trying to fight you, let them go. Just do your own thing and stick to your own battles. But the problem is that even in sim racing, and I can attest to this from real life racing as well, is that you can have the best game plan, the best strategy. As soon as you're in behind that wheel, as soon as you've got another car and that adrenaline kicks in and that adrenaline spikes, suddenly you're into this whole caveman sort of mentality of fighting, attack, defend, it all just gets way too much, and it really takes a lot of effort and a lot of self-control to get out of that. And I've got to say, James Parker was looking very, very fighty there, as we saw Shirdakis and who was that behind him? That was Germetti involved in a bit of a scrap as well. They're going to have to be careful because they're only about half a second behind, in front of this fight for 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th. So this is crazy stuff right now. Garcia is going backwards at the moment. Odox Motorsport, I mean, this is their championship hopes going down the tube as we speak. They are down to 7th place just now. And they needed big points from this season, and it's just not happened.
No, it's not happening for him at the moment, and he continues to fall back. Chorodakis was able to get down the inside into senior corner, and it stays in front as well. Garcia 8th place now from 6th on the grid as Parker tries to head down the inside of Benedetti into turn 1. P5, this is all over, by the way. It's going to be a good run through turn 2. He's almost pushing the Ferrari out of the corner. Can the coach David Ricard get down the inside into 3 and 4? It's close, but not quite close enough for him. And Chorodakis has now got himself involved. We're seeing time and again, though, when these cars actually do engage in a battle with each other, they begin to sort of slow down, and the cars from behind really do catch up at quite an alarming rate, and it does help these groups to form, as we're seeing right now. We've got a group of 4 going on for P5 right now, and it's all going on for P9 on backwards. So if these guys don't battle like the guys up front are, then you are going to be able to get away. But as you mentioned earlier on, once you get into that car, there's no helping it almost.
Well, I'm watching a very peculiar thing happen at the front of the field here, as we see the Ferrari up on the inside holding that position on James Parker there. Great move. Igor Ogoronikov, that gap was 2.5 seconds. It did briefly come down to 2.1. It's now back up to 2.3. But I do wonder, has Igor maybe pushed that car a little bit early, or has he had a little bit of a moment? Igor's no stranger to having an accident all by himself, but again, he's not exactly a driver that's going to just cruise round. So track limits is one of the things that we've seen repeatedly hinder the number 41 team. So it'll be interesting to see there as the 911 of Jarno Kausch is under real pressure from Cody Pride. Cody fires it up the inside. There's a tangle behind that Giratana on Kausch, and that goes around and around goes the Porsche of Jarno Kausch, and that is not what you want to see.
No, it's really not, I'm afraid. Kausch was going to try and do the over and under on Cody Pride, who's having his first drive for the team here today in the Endurance Cup, and just got tagged by I can't remember which car it was. I think it was the Ferrari of Romagnoli who might have got into the back of him, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. It spun the car around for Kausch, and he's a long way down now, 22nd, I'm afraid, as he came over the line. Might well be 23rd by the time the order sorts itself out. A real shame to see for Kausch, because he was having a fantastic fight with the 192, and we'll see if a penalty results of it, but I don't think so. It was just Kausch trying to get the over and under. I don't think the car in behind can really be blamed for that. They were just taking the racing line normally. They don't have to back off completely every time they see someone trying to do an undercut, so that's not a penalty for me, but it's also not up to me to decide.
Well, talking of penalties, there we go, our first one of the day. Incident between cars 7 and 31 on lap 1. It's a 10-second stop and go to the 31 car for avoidable contact. That's a big penalty so early on. That is the TF Racing outfit that gets that early penalty, and they are that's Mano Girardis that's behind the wheel of that one. So yeah, big penalty already early on, and that will have been, if you cast your mind back actually, Ewan, to lap 1, that was the car that we saw, the purple and green one, flying backwards into the barrier.
Yeah, you're right. It was Julien Henao, as you remember, into the wall. It was quite a big accident actually, and it had really bad effects. So I'm not surprised with the penalty, although we haven't actually had a look at the incident because so much has been going on. James Parker has been hounding Andrea Benedetti, and he's not giving up now. Right on the outside through turn 1, maybe it'll give him the inside for 2, but no way through there either. He's been really hounding that car, but just no way through at the moment. It's a good exit from turn 2 again. Is there a move into 3? He may back off again. He's done that before, although this time he's further alongside, and this time outbreaks the Ferrari, gets through, and Chordakis wants a piece of this as well.
Yeah, Shardakis thinks he's going to have a little go as well. Tries to fire up the inside with Lamborghini, forces him out wide, and that's a very cheeky move there from Janis Shardakis. That allows Garcia through as well in the Odox Motorsport number 121. So a turn up of fortune for Alberto Garcia for there. Now, what is happening in the league? Because I was saying that about 2 laps ago that gap was starting to come down. It went up very briefly, but it's gone down again. That gap now under 2 seconds between Igor Ogorodnikov for Eamon Murphy. Now, that was a 155 last time round. And Ogorodnikov is in clear space. He's got nobody around him. So where is that half a second gone to Murphy right there? And is this going to be a consistent thing here? Are we going to see the scrap? And then if these two start scrapping, does that bring Maximilian Walmuth back into the mix?
Yeah, quite possibly. It's not all clean sailing at the moment for Lada Sport Rosneft. It's going to be a hard race for them this time around. I don't want to say it was easy for them at Laguna Seca, but certainly the pressure wasn't on them for particularly large portions of the race, like it may well be in this one, as we get more penalties coming in. 15 seconds for car 934, a little bit further down the order for avoidable contact on lap 2. So more incidents coming in, but yeah, you're right. Murphy is closing in on Ogorodnikov. It's good to see, certainly for us, because it means we might get a fight for the lead in the next few moments. But Benedetti, by the way, has lost even more positions. He was 5th place defending from Parker at the end at this time last lap, but now down to 9th as Chordakis, Giametti and Garcia all got through.
So let's go and check a replay then. I think this is going to be from lap 1. This is the incident with the number 7 team, the virtual drivers by TX3 of Julien Hinault on the left hand side there. You can see the number 31 on the right hand side there, and there's another virtual drivers by TX3 car getting involved on the right hand side. In fact, try to make it 4 wide. Oh my goodness me, that is very silly there. I would feel very hard done by if I was Julien Hinault. I mean, 3 wide is risky enough, but the TF Racing of Manis Gerardis, that move was never on Ewan.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can fit 4 cars down the straight there. It's possible, but when the left-hand car's already on the very left-hand side of the road, you just don't want to do that. There's 9 hours to go, and he's sticking his car right up the curb there. Things can get a little bit edgy there anyway, and it just clips the rear left of the poor number 7 car, and it's their race pretty much over already. It's a real shame for them. It's a silly move to see, really, with so long to go. Because there was just no space. It doesn't, to my mind, it doesn't matter how many cars are already side by side. You don't go round the outside on the curb like that. It doesn't matter if they're 2 wide in front of you, 3 wide, 1 wide. You just can't put your car there. And unfortunately, they have got a penalty for that incident. Probably a deserved one as well.
Yeah, and just to touch on that, I mean, that's the simple fact that you've pointed out there, Ewan, is the fact that the car was off of the racetrack when it went to make the move. So it would have been penalised for that if it had made the move anyway, or left itself open for being penalised anyway. So, yeah, a very silly move there. And to be honest, they actually, I think, got off quite lucky with that penalty, because that could have been so much worse, especially on lap 1. That could have taken 10-15 cars out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually thinking that as we saw, 5 cars very close together. How didn't this involve more cars? But no, you're right. It was actually quite lucky in the end, the way it panned out, because less cars got involved than otherwise maybe there would be. So we got off with one lightly there, sort of. But unfortunately, the number 7 didn't get off lightly at all. Garcia is coming under heavy fire again right now, by the way. Alexander Fromon now down the inside of him in the Nissan. Garcia is just not having a good day, is he, right now? He's qualified 6th place, very nearly 4th, very nearly on pole as well, considering his time. But goodness me, he's not having a good early stint. He's back down the inside again into the right-hander, and he's going to get through again. But Vromon's going to cut back on his cutback. try and get down the inside again. Not going to work, but it's just seemingly not having the pace at the moment. I can't put my finger on quite why.
Yeah, it's been a difficult day at the office for Odox Motorsport. He did get a little flash of respite there. You saw that maybe they were getting back into the pace there, but nah, it's not to be, and they've just been overtaken left, right and centre through just now. They might be able to get back into it. I mean, he's got the pace just now to give a go to Andrea Benedetti, just in front of him, but you know, it doesn't really matter if he's going to keep making these mistakes that drops him all the way further down. But we do have 8.5 hours left to go in this race. We've only done 20 minutes of this race, would you believe it? It already feels like we've done an hour here at Paul Ricard. But Jack McIntyre, we're currently watching just now for Rocket Sim Sports. The sun starts to go down here at France, and so late on the brakes there, so close to the back of Vromant there. What is Cody Pride doing? If you remember as a kid, right, there was the cartoon Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo. Cody Pride is Scrappy-Doo right now. He's just all over him. He's wanting to fight anybody that stands in his way, and he's, you know, fair play to him. He's feeling really, really aggressive today.
Yeah, he is indeed. He's really trying to make an impression. It's his first drive for the team, by the way, trying to impress. And he's been in good form lately down the inside of Jack McIntyre right now, and you can certainly see that he is very useful around this circuit. The Porsche, oh my word, the Porsche straight line speed there, absolutely incredible, really. Just got in the slipstream with the Bentley, went straight through, and was even able to take the racing line into the right-hander. Very, very impressive indeed.
Yeah, it made that look so easy. John Monroe actually pointing out that Pride's one of the quickest on track at the moment, so he's wanting to try and make progress, and that's absolutely the case. You've got the pace, you want to try and get through as many cars as you possibly can. The problem you've got to watch out with those Porsches is that overdriving them is very, very simple and straightforward to do. At the back end of the car steps out, you lose the momentum and you lose that pace that you're going through. So that's one of the things that you have to watch out for with the Porsches. Jarno Kausch on his recovery drive after that early contact there, down in 22nd place. He'll be looking to make amends of that. Meanwhile, here comes James Parker, and he has got Giannis Shurdakis for Greek Souvlaki squad all over his tail, and that is not a car that you want to have behind you in your mirrors, is it, Ewan?
No, it looks fantastically stealthy, I have to say, that Lamborghini. You know, the dark livery, the Lamborghinis always look stealthy, but you know, it's fantastic as we go back to a pretty fantastic battle, actually, for 18th position at the moment, I believe. Burkle getting in front of Samin, and then Moreira in 20th position, and then you can see a number of others battling on in behind. Guys we don't often get to see up the front of the field, but still putting on a good showing. Let's not forget points go down to 20th place, so these guys are fighting for the low end of the points, and going to need to get up any points that they can get, so that they can hopefully get inside the top 10 and not have to go through the qualifying procedure for next season's Endurance Cup.
Of course, the top 10 qualifier, top 10 finishing teams automatically qualify and automatically invited back to the next season. So, yeah, that will be on their mind. You're spot on with that one, Ewan. And given the amount of championships that these teams enter into, taking away that hurdle could be the difference between them actually deciding to enter it and deciding not to enter it, as well as it's such a busy schedule that a lot of these teams have, and gone are the days, Ewan, where folk think that these drivers just sort of sit in their sort of bedroom and play games. So whereas now they're actual fully fledged, I have to use the word athletes, where they've got a fitness regime, they've got a diet regime, they've got reflex training, they've got all this training that they do for a sim. It just seems crazy. Cody, what are you doing? Cody, calm yourself down, man. That is hour one of a 9-hour race. I thought for a minute there, I honestly thought he was going to fire up the inside there. Surely there was contact on Alberto Garcia. Ewan, this is starting to get a little bit scary.
Well, it has been scary for the last 25 minutes, actually. Especially watching Cody Pride. I don't think there's anything wrong with how he's driving right now, by the way. But it's just aggressive. And it's certainly entertaining for us. Oh no! It's into the back of Benedetti. He spins him back around again, I'm afraid. But oh dear, now he might be in a bit of trouble. We said there was nothing wrong with how he was driving so far, and I think I've jinxed him immediately.
I was waiting to say, can I get a rewind on that? Just 5 seconds. I don't think there's anything wrong with the way that he's driving. Well, maybe there is now.
Maybe. We're going to have to get another replay and see who was at fault for that one, really. But it's not going to put him off, is it? He's going to be straight back down the inside of McIntyre here, I can be pretty sure. There he goes. Straight away. Putting on a show for us, certainly. That's a show that we didn't really want, seeing Benedetti going for a spin, or a half spin. But yeah, he's been driving aggressively but fairly so far. It remains to be seen whether that particular move was fair or not.
Now, actually, that brings me on a great point about Jack McIntyre here in the Rocket Sim Sport team for Zancho. What I really like about this is the fact that you saw there Jack just... He let the move happen. He didn't fight it too much. He just got straight back into behind Cody Pride and used the pace that Cody Pride has, knowing that Cody will drag him along with him. Now, that is intelligent. That is smart driving on this early stage of the race, and this is exactly the point you were making earlier on, Ewan, about not fighting other cars, getting on with it and doing the best possible stint that you can. And I can absolutely guarantee you Jack's teammates are going to love the fact that he's just knuckling down and getting the laps in. I mean, look at Cody already making a move on Vroman, or thinking about it at least, on to turn 1, but this is already bringing him up and bringing along Jack McIntyre.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very entertaining, certainly. Pride's going to try and head down the inside into turn 3, and this is exactly the part of the racetrack where he got into the back of the Ferrari, but this time he pulls to the outside line and it was at risk of actually being spun around himself in almost the same fashion, which is kind of ironic, but he's certainly looking very, very quick indeed, isn't he? You can see the way that Porsche's behaving on the back of the Nissan there, really, really quite aggressively and menacing in the rearview mirror of Alexander Vroman at the moment. Let's see if there's going to be a move here, but good luck getting past this Nissan on a straight line. Just look at the straight line speed. He's breaking the slipstream as well. The battles are actually going on a little bit further down the order, a little bit further back with McIntyre and Fabian Piffet down the inside, and it looks like he's going to get straight through. But look at that, Cody Pride absolutely full on in the slipstream, but no chance.
Yeah, it just wasn't to be, was it? Lars Kisser, meanwhile, is getting involved in this sort of battle here. Maximilian Walmuth has got his mirrors full of the unicorns of love here. And just behind him, James Parker from Coach Dave Academy / Dal King / Actual Vision Community Racing. So, yeah, awesome little battle here going on with 8.5 hours to go. And I think we've actually got a replay from one of the earlier incidents.
I believe we have, and we're going to be able to take a look at whether Cody Pride was at fault or not. Oh dear, that doesn't look good, does it? That doesn't look good for Cody Pride.
We say at fault. He was responsible for spinning that car round. It wasn't like he went straight into him. See, this is the problem I've got doing sim racing as well, is the fact that I struggle to. My brain doesn't work right in terms of I see myself as faster than other drivers, but I don't accurately take into consideration the fact that they might brake earlier or something in a corner, and that's exactly what happened there. The Ferrari in front broke earlier than Cody was prepared for, and Cody, by the time you react, you're already straight into it's a done deal. It's an accident that's already over before you've even had a chance to react to it. And again, moving forward, all really Cody can do, and all other drivers in that situation can really do, is minimise the amount of times you're in that risk, in that situation of happening. But it's a difficult one, as we see Lars Kisser here going side by side with Maximilian Walmuth. In fact, sorry, excuse me, that's I was completely got back there. I was thinking he was still fighting with the Honda there. In fact, it's James Parker in the Aston, and that BMW looking very, very fighty. But have a look in the background, because that's Gianni Shardakis and Girometti in the 34 and 446 just behind them as well. So the battle with the Alexis in ninth for 10th, 11th, and 12th place there is heating up as well, and Murphy's starting to chip away at that gap with Ogorodnikov as well. So we're halfway into our first stint, and Ewan, this is now starting to get very, very interesting indeed.
Well, starting, it's been it's been very interesting, and you're absolutely right there. It's fascinating to watch right now. Kisser has lost a fair bit of time to Vomov here with this little battle that he had with Parker. Down the inside for the Aston Martin into senior was going to work, but yeah, it was a good hold in the end from Kisser around the outside. He did well and held on as Cody Pride is, surprise, trying to get through on somebody again. Jack McIntyre might fancy his chances down the inside, and Cody Pride realises that, just goes on the defensive ever so slightly. But let's not forget that Porsche does have a question mark in terms of whether that's going to receive a penalty for the little touch onto the back of Benedetti into turn 5. You're reacting to the car in front is too late at that point. You're absolutely right, and very difficult to avoid that situation once you're in it. So Cody Pride's aggressive driving did catch up with him eventually, and maybe he's going to tone it down just a tiny bit now, while still making up places, which is going to be a little bit tricky, especially against the Nissan and Lexus in front.
Well, the thing to remember is that Andrea Benedetti ended up losing, I think it was 2 places out of all that. So the best case scenario for Cody Pride is that he gets a time penalty that's added on to his pit stop. So we'll see. Now, I'm just hearing Shudakis, Parker and Kisser all fighting, all knocking lumps of each other, and what a brilliant time for Steve Pridley to bring us back into this. This is huge drama kicking off here because Lars Kisser is ahead of Shudakis, and it's the Lexus and the Aston Martin punching lumps out of each other. They are absolutely hammering tongs. A little bit of contact there in the front quarter there from the 446 of Girometti onto James Parker there, but as it stands there, it's still Walmuth from Kisser, from Parker, Sherdakis and Girometti. Sherdakis ahead of Parker there, and this is a cracking little battle we've got going on.
Yeah, it really is. It's been like this for the entirety of the first half an hour of this race, and it's not slowing down at all in terms of the action. We've got basically from 3rd to 8th is all in one camera shot just there. You can see going through, we're starting to see a pit stop from McIntyre already, which is a bit of a strategic ploy, quite possibly, but we'll wait and see. It's been fantastic battling, and Shordakis was very, very brave down the inside on that occasion, but credit to Lars Kisser, by the way, who's been able to hold off all of these guys. James Parker was hounding him for lap after lap, and Kisser was trying to make his own move on Vormove here, but that's gone out the window for the moment. So yeah, credit to him for being able to hold on to 4th place just for the moment, because he's come under heavy fire in the recent moments.
I've got to ask a question, and this is actually just been pointed out thanks to YouTube and to 19Popo87 for pointing this one out. What an unmitigated disaster this has been for Mercedes. We do not have a Mercedes in the top 25. The first leader in... Wow! That is slightly distracting because Jordakis has just absolutely done the BMW down that back straight there.
Parker.
And that was incredible.
Oh, Parker trying to get down the inside of both of them, but couldn't quite. The Lamborghini exceptionally sleek, as you can see it there. It's really, really good in a straight line, and Kisser couldn't do anything there. He did his best, but now couldn't really do anything. James Parker around the outside there. Girometti gets involved as well, but Jorodaki is driving very, very well indeed, up to 4th place now.
Wow, what a lap from Shordakis there, looking very, very good, getting himself up into 4th place. But up the inside, there's contact, and James Parker spun round by the number 446 of Girometti, gets going round again, insult to injury, and all that hard work is undone. That was a brilliant run so far from James Parker, and it's slightly marred by some unnecessary contact there, you've got to say. But that's heartbreaking for that, and Girometti will no doubt be getting his wrist slapped for that one. A little bit of contact there from the number 32. That's Benedetti having a little bit of a nibble. And we've got Romagnoli deciding to take the scenic route round the corner there, punting a cone off into space. The gap between your leader and second place down again, 1.8 seconds now between Igor Ogorodnikov and Eamon Murphy. And I've got to be honest, June, I just do not know where to look right now. Just very quickly going back to that point I was making there, 26 cars before we start seeing our first Mercedes. What do you think has went wrong for the Mercedes today?
Oh, I couldn't put my finger on one singular thing. I mean, one obvious one is probably Paul Ricard doesn't suit the Mercedes for whatever reason that is. It doesn't play to its strengths and it starts to expose its weaknesses, so to speak. But quite possibly, and we talked about it a little bit earlier on with the Honda. When you're down a little bit with the car, then you're kind of down psychologically as well, and that can affect you a fair amount. So yeah, I think the Mercedes is just not qualified very well, not suited to this circuit, and then when you get mired in the traffic in the race, there's really not a lot you can do. We're on board with Cody Price right now, by the way, in one of the Porsches, a car doing a little bit better for itself inside the top 10, but they're not going to be inside the top 10 for very much longer here because they've got a drive-through penalty, I'm afraid.
Oh, that is absolute heartbreak for that. Kind of predictable. We did kind of have an idea that was coming there. That was for the contact with Andrea Benedetti on lap 14 in that number 32 Ferrari. And that is just what happens, unfortunately. The penalties are as strict and as severe for everyone across the grids. And hold on to your hats now, because we've got another cracking little battle then going on for third place, because Walmouth now just, is that about 7 seconds off in the distance, and Sherdakis now half a second ahead of Kisser and Garcia as well. So that gap coming down, and Igor Ogorodnikov and the battle with Murphy now down to 1.5 seconds, so that's closing in as well here. But look at this Lamborghini now, who's right up to the back of, I was right actually, Maximilian Walmuth. He's onto the back of him. He's going to have the slipstream here. Now let's just take a second to appreciate how fast this Lamborghini is on the straight here in the slipstream. It's like he hits the hyperdrive button and just goes absolutely for it. That is incredible pace, Ewan.
Yeah, it doesn't stop like all the other cars in terms of top speed. It just keeps going. It just keeps accelerating, and there's no stopping. Chorodakis at the moment, fantastic, well, not so fantastic pace in qualifying, but really, really strong in the race so far, and onto a provisional podium spot. He's got 7.5 seconds up to the two leaders, who are starting to have a little battle between themselves, or they will be sooner rather than later. And it'd be very interesting to see what his pace is like in clean air now. We've not really seen the pace in clean air from this Lamborghini so far, because he's been in fights for most of it, but now we'll be able to see whether it's just going to be these two leaders for the race, or if they're going to have a third team joining them.
I'm sorry, is this a 9-hour race or a 1-hour sprint race? This is just manic all the way through. This is Timo Burkle. This is well, we're being told there here it might be 9 1-hour sprints. I actually think it's 18 30-minute sprints from the looks of it right now, because it's just absolute chaos right now. Timo Burkle ahead of Christoph Salmon for DC Sim Racing NL, and this is the battle for 20th position. 20th position. This isn't even in the top 10, and they're still all going for it. Like every single keeps going on. And the thing is to remember is this is the last of the points here as well, Ewan. So realistically, they are fighting for the scraps that are left over. So 8 hours 20 minutes left to the race just now, and it's been a fantastic start to the race. It really, really has. You can see Martin Schumacher just a couple up in 19th. Now Girometti in the Lexus about to get a penalty, predictably, as we kind of thought was going to happen here, but yeah, we saw that contact earlier on the 888 of James Parker, and that is going to be a drive-through penalty. That one, probably one of the most clear-cut of the day here, and yeah, I think if they have that to complain about, but that actually brings up an interesting point. Just watching how wide Cody Pride goes there, shows how easy I think and how much is track limits is going to be over the course of this race today, Ewan. So Ewan's obviously having a little bit of a break just now, so not to worry whatsoever. If you have just joined us, a very warm welcome to Season 3, Round 4 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster here at Paul Ricard, the 9-hour race, the penultimate race of the season. And this is an amazing opening hour of this race. And being quite honest with you, that it won't change. This is exactly what the race is going to be like. We see this all the time now from the endurance races here. Girometti, though, has been done by Fabien Perfet, tries to go right the outside, and if I was Girometti, I'm not going to be wanting to put myself into the steward's viewpoint anytime soon because of that drive-through penalty. And oh my goodness me, that gap again for Ogorodnikov and for Eamon Murphy coming down even more now, 1.4 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that gap there. But this is getting very, very interesting indeed. We've got a car already retired. That is the 106, I believe it is, of Giuseppe Montalbano. So Ewan, obviously we've got the gap between the leaders starting to come down now. We've got Patrick Girometti and Fabien Perfet fighting it out here. It's getting a little bit dicey.
It is. You were mentioning there that Girometti doesn't want to be back in the steward's room again. You know, when you've got one penalty, you can probably do without another one. It does serve as a wake-up call, so almost as well, to kind of keep things a little bit cleaner, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. I've been very impressed with Fabien Perfet though so far in this race. He started well outside of the top 10 in this one. He's just been slowly making his way up through the field, through the chaos. Obviously he's benefited from a couple of incidents. Some of these guys that have had, for example, James Parker just in behind, and Andrea Benedetti as well. But you know, it's been a fantastic drive from Perfet so far, 8th place, and you can only see them going forwards from this point.
You certainly can. That gap now down to 1.3 seconds. This is starting to get a little bit curious now, because Igor Ogorodnikov, he likes being out by himself. He likes being in the middle of nowhere, all on his own. He doesn't like fighting with other cars because that brings out his aggressive side. And when Ogorodnikov's aggressive side comes out of play, you can see the stewards and race control starting to get a little bit twitchy from that one. Of course, they raised a lot of eyebrows at one of the previous races, of course, that they won, doing donuts across the line and ended up accidentally taking out one of the cars that was a lap down there. So they obviously had their wrists slapped after that one. But again, it brings up to the point that I've made before about the Lada Sport Rosneft team and the team that Igor Ogorodnikov finds himself on. They are one of the fastest teams, hands down, without a question of the doubt, as we see him and Murphy going a little bit wider, and he's only going to be able to do that a certain amount of times through other parts of the tracks here. That corner there, you're allowed to go very, very wide out, but if you try doing that at some of the other corners, you're going to get warned off. Is it just me, Ewan, or does Eamon Murphy look like he really does have the bit between his teeth right now, and Igor Ogorodnikov needs to start getting a little bit sweaty?
Well, I think it probably is at this point. The pace that these guys are both going at, they're still extending their lead on the rest of the field, let's not forget, but Murphy is just slowly bringing Ogorodnikov back towards him right now, not quite getting any benefit from the slipstream. 1.3 seconds now, and he is going to be, starting to think about getting that slipstream certainly now. But yeah, it's a close battle going on, and it's going to be exciting. I hope that those two do indeed come together. Well, not come together, but you know what I mean. I hope that they do actually have a fight in this one, because it'd be good for the championship. And I'd like to see those two teams fight things out on the road rather than just who qualified, like it happened at Laguna Seca. The 41 qualified way better than the 149, and they ended up winning the race almost because of it. But let's hope that it's going to be an on-track fight this time around. I think that's what we're going to get as well. What I have noticed, though, is that I think Orodox Motorsport are seeing the championship go away from them right now. They're in 6th place, marred in traffic still from where they started, and, you know, the gap to the front two is increasing when they could really do with beating them.
Yeah, it's done. As far as I'm concerned, at the moment, they're not doing enough to push that gap back up. They needed to get huge points. They needed for the Lada Sport Rosneft team and Yas Heat to have an absolute howler in this race, and neither of those things has happened. It's not been their race. But, I mean, look, 3rd place in the championship, it's not anything to write home about. I was a little bit distracted there, I'll be honest with you, because Benedetti and Giratana, who are just leaving nothing on the table right now. As far as they're concerned, every single lap is the last lap, and it's the battle of the Ferraris right now. And they're going to have to watch, because Romagnoli is looking a little bit fighty as well. He's just hanging about in the background there. But Giratana really is desperate to get his way past Benedetti right now. The penalty for Cody Pride has temporarily been rescinded while they appeal that penalty. So it'll be interesting to see what the outcome of that. It looked fairly cut and dry from the replay that we saw, but obviously they have maybe some circumstances that they want to complain about. The 446 of Girometti comes into pit lane to serve his drive-through penalty, and have a look at the gap to the leaders now. Gorodnikov now, that is just 1.1 second to Eamon Murphy. That's going to come very quickly into towing distance. It goes up again very, very slightly, but I mean, Ewan, this is now surely a matter of time as we come up to pit stops and strategy changes. Eamon Murphy looking in a very, very good position for Yas Heat.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, is he going to be able to get there really before the pit stops? I don't think so in terms of making a move, but he may make the move in the pit stops with the strategy, quite possibly. We'll wait and see, but yeah, I mean, he's doing well at the moment, is Eamon Murphy, but it's going to be an all-out fight for the next 8 hours, really. It's not about, you know, being at the front at the end of the first hour. It's about after 9 hours, you've got to be up there. And it just remains to be seen whether they can do that. I think that both teams will be able to, and I think that both teams are going to maintain pretty much the same pace throughout the entirety of this race. They're very, very similar indeed, and I think it's going to be like this pretty much all day long, which, if that is indeed the case, then it bodes well for us, certainly, to be watching. So, yeah, very much looking forward to the conclusion of the race, and, you know, the kind of development of the race as it heads towards the 9-hour mark. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how these cars develop as the track temperature, of course, is going down right now. Nearly 10 o'clock. Still surprisingly light, actually, from what I was expecting. But yeah, there's still a fair amount of daylight out there. Not going to last too much longer, though.
It is getting dark quite rapidly. I think certainly within the next hour in sim time, that is when the lights are going to go out here at Circuit Paul Ricard. The last remaining remnants of dusk making their way round the circuit, and then we head into darkness. And again, not too much in the terms of circuit lighting here at Circuit Paul Ricard, so we will be relying on a lot of the in-car cameras and cockpit cameras. So I know obviously we've been asked for a little bit more of them this season, and that's exactly what we're hoping to bring you over the course of the next 8 hours or so. 8 hours 11 minutes left to go in the race. It's still Igor Korodnikov from Eamon Murphy in that 149 Yas Heat Ferrari. The Aston Martin proving the better of the two right now. Cracking picture in picture here. This is the battle between 5th and 6th place. You can see from the rear tail of the BMW of Lars Kisser, Unicorns of Love, German machine, currently trying to hold on to that 5th position ahead of Alberto Garcia for Odox Motorsport in the 121. Audi just behind him. Now the Audi was closer earlier on, and I think the BMW does get caught under braking, but quite honestly, I don't think the Audi has the legs to take that position.
I don't think it does either. I don't think it has the all-route pace. Never mind the legs on the straight, but just pace at all. I just don't think it has it at the moment. And as I mentioned, they won the first race of the season at Barcelona, but, you know, after that, they're not even they're not going to be challenging for this championship at this rate, I'm afraid. Without issues for those two in front, it's slipping away from them. As they're trying to make a move down the inside. That's such a narrow line from Alberto Garcia. Can't make it work. You almost get the sense of desperation almost with over 8 hours still to go in this one. It's very, very strange to see from Garcia. And that one has not paid off at all. Kisser's going to carry on in 5th place. But for the team that finished second in the second season of the Endurance Cup, it doesn't look like it's even going to be second in the championship. 3rd place looks like the most they're going to be able to get out of this season if things don't change quickly.
And that is the $1 million question over the next couple of hours. So much is going to rest on this transition into nighttime. Giuseppe Giratana for Giornalisti Esports Academy is certainly going to hope that he can make the best of this just now. He's trying to catch back up to Andrea Benedetti, but in all honesty, he's looking like he's going to get absolutely mugged from Michael Romagnoli for the number 28 GTWR Racing Team 2 car just behind him. He's in a bit of a GTWR Racing sandwich, as it were, because he's got Benedetti in the number 1 car ahead of him, and he's got the number 2 car behind him. And again, the one thing that we've not seen anything from is any type of team orders from the GTWR team, but they're side by side. Then Giuseppe Giratana tries to take the left hand side. He's going to go the long way around over Andrea Benedetti. He's looking very fast, gets the car pitched in. That is an absolutely masterful overtake, blocks the move off so he can't be done on the cutback. That is bravery, and absolutely throws it in. But look at Benedetti, he's not content with letting that place go yet, and he's then going to get thrown into his teammate of Michael Romagnoli. But that was a fantastic move from Giuseppe Giratana, you have to say there, Ewan.
Yeah, it was a fantastic move indeed. He gave just enough space to Benedetti on the inside line there, so as not to spin both of the cars out, but also pinched him as much as he possibly could to kind of limit his options coming off of that corner, and it worked fantastically well. Defending into the next few corners as well was done expertly too, and through he goes. We'll see if he can actually pull away at this point, because they do seem very well matched on pace, as well as Romagnoli in behind, Lindner as well, who's coming up on them in the Audi. So that looks like a good 4-car fight developing there, because they look very similar on pace indeed. Outside of the top 10, most unfortunately for Benedetti, let's not forget who had that incident with Cody Pride not so long ago.
And what a race this has been so far. I still can't believe we've not even reached our first hour yet. This has just been thrilling stuff. It's honestly, it's like the opening chapter of a book that just sets the stage so well, with so many different moving parts all through the field. Any one of the top 10 could be into the top 5. And talking of top 10, I mean, what a recovery drive from James Parker in that Triple Eight after that earlier contact, getting himself back into the fight there. And honestly, he could quite easily be up into the top 5 here.
Yeah, quite possibly. It was a really unfortunate incident for him not so long ago, really, and he's recovered very well as well. Sometimes you see as he goes down the inside of Cody Pride now into the right-hander, it's close, but he's going to have the outside line for the left-hander coming up next, which is a little bit difficult. But yeah, sometimes you see these guys after issues get a little bit rattled, and they don't really make progress like they were before after such an incident, because it's playing on their mind a little bit. But James Parker has very clearly just put that straight to the back of his mind, and he's focused on just going forward, which is exactly what you need to do. And I'm afraid an example of someone who hasn't been able to do that is Andrea Benedetti. If you remember, he was running in a similar region to James Parker not so long ago, had that spin, and he's stuck now down in 13th, 12th, 13th position, which is, not where he was before, and he's not able to make the progress like he was before. So, a real testament to James Parker and the way he's driven so far.
Oh, hello! This is a brilliant way to come back into the battle with 8 hours 5 minutes left to go. Eamon Murphy in the 149 Yaz Heats Ferrari is just 0.7 of a second, just under 0.8 of a second behind your race leader, closer than we've ever seen before. For the past 55 minutes, this is where it all comes down to. He's going to try and get the run out so he can try and get that sip of that slipstream. Just try and get a little bit of a boost into that Ferrari. It's faster in a straight line now. There we go. It's going to start getting a little bit of a toe now, but it's not fast enough. It's not there soon enough. It's going to be a case of just trying to whittle down that gap bit by bit over the next couple of laps. And look at how close now Ogorodnikov is. A little bit of a mistake there from Yeager. You saw the Aston Martin sit up mid-corner and have 2 bites of the corner here. This is just absolutely huge. Meanwhile, back in 4th place, you've got Maximilian Walmuth trying to fight off Lars Kisser, while Lars Kisser is trying to hold off from Alberto Garcia. I tell you what, maybe we've done Alberto Garcia in that Odox Motorsport Audi a disservice, because he could quite easily get up to 4th place here. Yeah, it's not going to do anything for his championship, but that is a very respectable result. If he can get himself into the top 5, given how much he was going backwards, that would be a huge result. Meanwhile, back to the battle for the lead. It's now 4/10 of a second, under half a second for Eamon Murphy and Igor Ogorodnikov. And this is all going to kick off in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Pit stop's not too far away either, and Ogorodnikov is wishing that they would come a little bit quicker than that even, because he's under a lot of pressure now, or he will be certainly. But yeah, I think don't get me wrong, it's a good drive from Odox so far. It looks like they're about to get 5th place as well, with Garcia heading down the inside. We're not going to find out the result of that battle, but Kisser looked like he was about to lose the top 5 place. It's not a bad result by any stretch of the imagination. However, these guys up front are just having better results at the moment. You know, Yasheet and Laudersport Rosneft have just been a little bit better. Yeah, it's not that Odox Motorsport have been particularly bad, but these two just a little bit better, as the Ferrari is in the slipstream, but doesn't look like making a move this time around. Way too far back.
Yeah, the Audi's got that move done on Kisser there, so takes that 5th place from Lars Kisser. Kisser's got the slipstream though. That BMW is mighty fast, and it looks like it could already be done and dusted by the time they get to the corner, but it's not going to happen because Garcia's going to try and roll onto the brakes into that right-hander. Surely that Audi is going to try and hold on to the place, but the BMW has done it, and it is a done deal for this time round. Garcia's going to try and keep behind and keep that pace in. Momentum is such a huge factor here, but look at that on your picture on the right-hand side in the bottom right. That is the battle for the lead now, with just 2 minutes left to go in the hour. This is Eamon Murphy now back onto the tail end of your race leader of Igor Ogorodnikov, and my goodness me, we have got one hell of a battle on our hands, Ewan. This is awesome stuff.
Yeah, it really is very entertaining stuff indeed. And Ogorodnikov under pressure from Murphy on the right hand side of your screen, and on the left it's Lars Kisser under pressure from Alberto Garcia and Fabian Piffet, who's starting to get involved in this one, who's having a wonderful first stint for that Lexus, and it making his way through the order almost like it's nothing. Garcia next up, so yeah, 2 great battles to be watching, especially the one for the lead. The pressure on those guys at the moment, with still over 8 hours to go, is unbelievable. 10 points separate them going into today. Let's not forget, Yasheet haven't even won a race yet this season, after being champions last year, looking to defend last season, shall I say, looking to defend that title. It's been second 3 times. You'd think that would be good enough for a championship lead, but Ogorodnikov and his Laudersport team have been just that little bit better. That is the standard we are talking about at the front of this field. It is absolutely incredible.
It is absolutely awesome stuff. Oh, it's a drive-through then for Cody Pride. The appeal was unsuccessful, and the drive-through is reinstated. So Cody Pride, the 192 Raceline Motorsport, gets the penalty, and that is going to be a huge blow to the team and to the race for Cody Pride. You hate to see it, but again, for me, it looked very clear-cut. Beautiful sunset here at the Circuit Paul Ricard in the heart of France. And on the inside, oh, that was a huge move from Eamon Murphy and Ogorodnikov. I wonder if those tyres are starting to go, because that Aston Martin has been slow on the past couple laps. Not massively slow. I mean, 155.2 is on pace with Murphy, but he did go way too deep into that corner there.
Yeah, he's certainly starting to lose a bit of pace, whatever it is, tyres or whatever. He is losing that little bit of pace now. So Murphy has got to capitalise on this one and get in front, because he's being held up by this one. He is being held up. He can go a little bit faster than Ogorodnikov, and if he was to be able to get through, then he would extend that margin, even if it comes back together a little bit later on. he would be able to get that little bit of pace in right now, and that's what he's aiming to do. You might be thinking with over 8 hours to go, what's the point of getting through? But Murphy, in my opinion, needs to make use of the fact that he's faster right now, and so that's what he's going to try and do. Garcia, by the way, into the pit lane after nearly an hour, so the pit stop window certainly open at this point. Well, there isn't a pit stop window per se, but realistically, you want to be pitting from anywhere from now until the next 5 minutes where it becomes illegal to go any further, and these guys are going to be in very soon indeed. Rodnikov and Murphy, are they going to come in together, or are they going to come in on different laps, and what are the overcut situations going to be like?
I think it's going to be a case of who blinks first between Ogorodnikov and between Murphy. It's way too close to call right now, but they've got huge amounts of traffic they're coming up to just now. They've got, 4 cars that they're going to be coming up to just now. They've got 2 cars just in front of them, and side by side. I was panicking there because that is actually Kisser and the Lexus of Pife going side by side while I was watching the picture-in-picture, and that BMW's just been absolutely done in a straight line. Piffy with the superior straight line speed in the tow with the Lexus there, but the Ferrari of Eamon Murphy now is right on the back with Igor Ogorodnikov as they come up to traffic. This is it. This is going to be crunch time. And you said about, some people will be wondering, Ewan, about, why would you want to get in front? It's psychological. For me, if I'm Yas Heat, absolutely, I want to take the lead from 41 and I want them to see me do it, because not going to happen into the pit then, and Murphy's going to try and do the undercut.
Yeah, the on-track battle is not going to come to fruition for us, but we are going to see a battle in the pit lane. What's the undercut like for Eamon Murphy? Is it going to be good enough for him to leapfrog the 41 car up in front of him? That's the big question. Volmouth, Pife, Kisser all follow him in. It's going to get very, very busy down there indeed. You expect a few more to follow them in as Jordakis and Vromont stay out there on the circuit. Lindner is also in. A lot of people are going to be coming in, and I think the early indication really is going to be from Garcia. What's the undercut going to be like for Garcia? He came in, let's not forget, earlier than everybody else, and he'll be able to run out a little bit of pace while he's in a bit of clean air. What's that going to do for him? Meanwhile, Ogorodnikov in some dirty air here. He's got a lot of traffic in front of him, which could play into the hands of Eamon Murphy.
What a race we've had so far. Here we go then. This is... Wow, Igor Ogorodnikov is... was that actually a back marker that was catching up to him on the run down there as we see him going through the corner there? It was a really good... That was the Lexus that was going through there, but that was a fantastic pit stop there from your second place 149 car of Murphy there, getting a really fast stop in, so that is going to be crucial there. And again, look at that Lexus behind Igor Ogorodnikov. I actually do think that he is struggling for pace right now, because if that is cars that are about a lap down that he's just taken, and that's the likes of Evanil Bertin that is trying to get past him here just now, what does that say about Igor Ogorodnikov's overall pace?
Well, it doesn't say good things overall, does it? Really, it's not too promising at the moment as he comes into the pit lane right now, which is an interesting call. What's Murphy going to do? Is he going to be able to get in front? And what's Ogorodnikov's pace going to be like when he gets out of the pit lane? Because let's not forget, he raced out to a 2 or 3 second lead early on in this one. Is that Aston Martin very good at getting out of the blocks in a stint? And was it falling off towards the end? Is Ogorodnikov going to have to pace himself a little bit better throughout this stint? All these questions we're going to get an answer to before long, you can be sure. But yeah, it's a fascinating situation at the moment. Has Murphy got enough right now?
We're about to find out. Ogorodnikov into the pits then, and that car is covered in the debris of the rubber that's been thrown up around the track here at Paul Ricard. He gets out of the pit lane and he's on his way down to rejoin the track, but here comes Eamon Murphy just now. We'll have a look at the track map there. I think Ogorodnikov has this, and I think Ogorodnikov quite comfortably might have this. I don't know, actually. I'll have to take that back, because here comes Eamon Murphy. He's going to be up to speed as Igor Ogorodnikov's coming out of the pits and gets up to speed. This is going to be very close, but Ogorodnikov gets about a second of pace on that, and that is going to be work having to be done by Eamon Murphy there, so the undercut just hasn't worked.
The pit lane time was 1.9 seconds quicker for Igor Ogorodnikov, and that allowed him to pull out most of that margin, and Eamon Murphy's going to have to do all of this again. Meanwhile, I'm not entirely sure on the undercut overall, because Gerard Martinez-Amer is in 12th place right now. He's just behind John Munro and Lars Kisser, so he's about where he was before. I don't think there's too much in the undercut, really, in this one. From what we've seen so far, it may come to fruition a little bit later on. It may come to the fore a little bit later, but 1.9 seconds, exactly the margin between them in the pit lane. Wow, if they'd have done exactly the same pit stop time, they would have come out dead side by side.
Crazy pit stops going on there. Great to see them back out on track, and Eamon Murphy having to regain that battle as well. But Contagianis in the number 34 Lamborghini up into third place, Felix Rupert in the 73 up into fourth place, and that puts the Unicorns of Love, Lars Kisser, down into fifth place there. 7 hours and 55 minutes left to go in this Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster round 4 here from Paul Ricard, and you get the feeling, Ewan, that is the almost like the first chapter has been finished, and we move on to the second one.
Yeah, the race is going to settle in now just a little bit. It was really quite crazy for the first hour. Very, very entertaining indeed. But it's going to start to settle in just a little bit now. We're going to get into the rhythm of the race. We're still going to have these little battles going on up and down the order like this one between Rupert and Kisser. But yeah, it's not going to be quite as manic as it was in the first hour. It may start to pick up again towards the end, because everybody realises there's not much time to go, and they sort of need to get up the order a little bit, and that's maybe what we see a little bit later. But for now, it's just a bit of getting into that rhythm, settling in, and these guys should have done, especially at the front of the field, they should have just settled into their rhythm at this point, and be getting on with their race. Now we're likely to see more people working together, being a little bit more single file, as opposed to the battling that we've seen in the first hour that in the end was slowing everybody down as entertaining as it was.
Just having a look here, actually, Eamon Murphy, despite having lost all that time, is now back to 1.2 seconds behind your race leader there. So he seems to be on a bit of a charge and trying to catch back up with your race leader. And given that we're only 5 minutes into our second stint, Eamon Murphy obviously has the tyres right now, but how long is it going to take Igor Ogorodnikov to switch his back on?
Yeah, absolutely. It does take a little bit of time, and you've got to be careful of that when you're coming out of the pit lane, which is why he's had a good outlap as Murphy. Look at the speed of this BMW for Lars Kisser. Unicorns of Love straight up to 4th place, and there was almost no contest there with the Honda that is down to 5th place. Still, by the way, got a good 8 manufacturers in the top 8. 9. It's 9, isn't it? Yeah, 9. Yeah, there you go. 9 manufacturers in the top 9. Fantastic to see. Yeah, it's really encouraging for the rest of this race. Just a word on John Munro as well, by the way. If you remember, Jack McIntyre was driving that car first time around. They came in for that very, very early pit stop. A bit of a strategic ploy from them. It's got them 6th place for now, but they're going to slowly slide down the order throughout the day.
I'm not sure about that, but John is a disgustingly fast sim racer, so he's a fellow Scot, and it frustrates me because John, when I've seen his setup, no word of a lie, Ewan, last time I saw it, it was like a Logitech wheel that he had, then it was on a generic office desk and a single monitor, and the pace that John has off of a fairly simple, straightforward setup is... It's frightening. So I would not expect him to go too far back. In fact, keep an eye to see if he can go up into the top 5. However, what is going on here? Here comes Eamon Murphy on the charge to Igor Ogorodnikov. He's bringing the pain with just 10 minutes gone in the second stint, and this is exactly where they left off, and Igor Ogorodnikov getting absolutely no respite. Now, Ewan, what I'm going to say here is if Eamon Murphy can get side by side with Igor Ogorodnikov, watch how his mannerisms and the way that he drives that car changes, and watch how aggressive that he can be. We'll come back to that in a second, because we do actually have the boys from Zancho Simsport in for an interview. So we've got Ross McGregor and we've got Jack McIntyre in for a little chat, so let's bring them in. A very good afternoon to Ross McGregor and to Jack McIntyre. You guys doing a bit of a different strategy. What was the reasoning behind the early pit stop?
Well, basically, the Bentley's really slow in a straight line, so we're in a battle for position there, about 4 or 5 cars, and we can't defend on the straights. But we felt like we were actually pretty good on pace, like in clear air. So yeah, we just decided to take a short stint at the start, and hopefully it'll reap dividends later on.
Now, obviously, I was saying about John Munro and obviously how fast he is with his fairly straightforward setup that he's got at home. He is just an incredible talent, isn't he? And he's a very, very worthy addition to the Zancho team.
He's actually a horrible human being, David.
I didn't want to say that, but you know.
John's brilliant. He's fast in real life, and he's fast in a sim as well. And as you say, he's got like a Logitech G29, which is like.
Has he still got that?
He's still got it, yeah. So yeah, like when he turns left, like his table tilts to the left. And so, yeah, he's really fast. And he's doing a good job now, so like hopefully he continues that.
But I mean, joking aside, and Jack, I'll come to you with this. The three of you as a team, you just gel together so well, and where you might not have the sort of immediate wins, you do have these consistent performances and these consistent results.
Yeah, we do. We always seem to put it together in the race. I think quali we've struggled a little bit in the past, but we're slowly getting better at that. I think I still had a couple more tenths in it today, so I was a bit disappointed not to get up into the top 10. But yeah, to start mid pack, and then by the end of the first stint, we'd been up and down the order a little bit with a few incidents, and yeah, I think we all understand what needs to be done in the race. We don't do silly things, and we get the long picture, and it does always seem to come together in the end. So yeah, hopefully it does today as well.
Well, fingers crossed, guys. We're hoping for a good, strong performance from Zancho, and we'll catch up with you later on in the race, guys. Thanks very much, Jack McIntyre and Ross McGregor.
Yes, thank you.
Well, we cut back because this is starting to get a bit interesting now, Ewan, isn't it? Goodness me, Eamon Murphy is starting to feel very, very fighty indeed, and Igor Okorodnikov is under big pressure here. And the point I was making before we brought in the guys from Zancho is Igor Okorodnikov, his behaviour, his mannerisms, when he's under pressure, when he's fighting, he changes quite drastically.
Yes, certainly. He does does feel the pressure just a little bit, gets a little bit aggressive maybe as well, but let's not take anything away from him. His pace is absolutely fantastic, and he can hold off pretty much anybody in terms of a straight fight. But yeah, we'll wait and see who comes out on top in this one. For me, Eamon Murphy is not quite fast enough in the right areas as things stand to be able to make this move. He's look at him right now going down the straight. He's not quite close enough. He's not quite close enough to be able to make a move in this one, and it's a shame, really, because obviously we want to see that fight going on. But that Ferrari just not quite good enough in the first sector maybe to get through. But in the final sector, it does seem very, very good indeed, because we get all excited about the gap and then watch it drift out slowly through the first sector. So yeah, it's kind of a battle that's toing and throwing at the moment. It's not one of those that it's all out punches thrown from start to finish. It's a little bit more considered.
Yeah, it certainly is. We see Gerard Martinez, the mayor for Odox Motorsport, trying to undo the damage in that Audi just now. He's behind the Bentley of John Munro just now, and the Audi looking very, very fast indeed. And the track here at Paul Ricard takes on a very different dynamic as the light fades and it goes into nighttime even, quite opposite of light time really. But the track really, really does ask a lot of the drivers in these dark conditions, because as we said, not a lot of trackside lighting, and the concentration level for the drivers goes through the roof.
Yeah, absolutely does. You do sometimes almost get tunnel vision because of the darkness. It can be it's less of a problem in single class racing really, because you've not got other kind of cars going through on you with different capabilities. But yeah, it is easy to get tunnel vision. It's almost therapeutic at some point to just drive it at this time of night. For me, anyway, it's just quite nice, really, especially at this time of night. And these guys are a little bit more intense, and they'll certainly be very awake and on it. And it's not like a 24-hour race where, at this time of the day, people are starting to get tired, and we start to see mistakes in this time of night. But we're not likely to see that here today, because obviously it's only a 9-hour race. These guys should be pretty fresh and alert throughout the entirety of it. It's just the darkness factor that they have to kind of consider in this one. I don't think it's going to take too much factoring in either. These guys will be very, very practiced with these conditions. It doesn't look like that Audi is quite strong enough to get through on the Bentley in a straight line, though. He's slowly creeping up to the back of the Bentley. And I know that Ross McGregor was saying that the Bentley doesn't have great straight line speed, but it doesn't seem like the Audi has too much over it either.
Side by side as they go in towards the corner. The Bentley's going to try and hold on to the corner. There's contact with the two of them, and it's predictable. It goes horribly, horribly wrong for the Audi. And you've got to say that Audi, that Audi shouldn't have tried to make the move. Yeah, they needed a clean performance, and they've not had it. And it's so difficult to say, because it sounds so negative, and it sounds like I'm completely ragging on the team, but that was not what they needed, especially not an hour and 15 minutes in a 9-hour race. I know that they're obviously pushing it, but again, it comes down to that whole risk management. It's that whole risk reward ratio that they're trying to balance, and that just wasn't the right balance there. And if I was the Zancho team, Ewan, I'd be feeling very, very upset at that.
Yeah, I think that Martinez tried to get down the inside there, just drifted up ever so slightly, got a little bit of understeer, a little bit more than he was expecting, got into the side of the Bentley, and they both went spinning around in the end. When you're at that such high speed, it doesn't take much contact at all to unsettle the car and spin it around in a big way. That's unfortunately what we've seen just there, and it's a real shame. But Murphy's very, very close indeed to Hungaroring now. He's not really closing when he's in the slipstream, though. Just look at the way that Aston Martin has got some good straight line speed here. The Ferrari is close as it's ever been, but still not close enough.
He gets onto the slipstream at the wrong bit. It's like the final quarter where really he needed it at the start to give him that boost. But he's been bringing that gap down time and time again. And again, look at all this pressure to Hungaroring, Eamon Murphy with handfuls of opposite lock onto the wheel, trying to keep control of that Ferrari for Yas Heat. Richard Mill, he's doing a cracking job of staying in. And there goes Hungaroring deep into that left-hander again, gets a much better exit out of it, puts the power down on that Aston Martin. But it is all about that much more nimble, that lighter Ferrari 149 of Eamon Murphy just now. And I tell you what, Yas Heat will be absolutely delighted with the performance that they're putting in right now. The Honda of Felix Repair somehow has got ahead of Unicorns of Love, Lars Kisser. We'll come back to that in a second, because have a look at Eamon Murphy now, stuck in behind the car of Igor Ogorodnikov. Not close enough to make any issue of it just now, but still 0.4 of a second late onto the brakes there, and now he's firmly glued to the back end of that Aston Martin. You can see the suspension twitching and buckling as it tries to put all of that load down onto the ground as well. But Igor Ogorodnikov just starts to stretch his legs out in the Aston Martin. Eamon Murphy takes another little bite back round. This is the important run where Eamon Murphy needs to be as close as he can to get a good run down that Mistral straight. It's the right-hander here, a long looping double apex right-hander here. And again, I think Ogorodnikov has just done enough, Ewan, to break the toe. Ewan Murphy could get a toe here, but I don't think it's enough.
No, I don't think he's enough either. He's just not quite got enough coming out of that right-hander. You were just mentioning that it's very long and looping, and it's quite difficult to get the traction down there as well, and Murphy just didn't have the traction around that particular corner to be able to get the run onto this straight. It's really what you just mentioned there. The run onto the Mistral is so important around this circuit. It's very difficult to get through any other portion of the circuit. And when you can't do that corner quite as well as your opponent and quite as well as you need to, then things you're really in a bit of trouble, really. He seems very strong into this corner here. Look at the way he closes on the brakes there. If he's just a little bit closer into that left-hander there, then he might be able to have a go. It seems that these corners where you're kind of trail braking, turning while braking all of the time in this final sector, the Ferrari is exceptionally strong, especially compared to the Aston Martin. But in these key areas, Murphy just not quite good enough to be able to make the move yet.
Not quite, but that was a much better line through that final section of corners there for Murphy there. Still keeps on the back of Ogorodnikov, and the question then, Ewan, that we have to ask ourselves is how much pressure can Yeager take here, because that car really it looks on the ragged edge right now of control and pace. Now, for all we know, Yeager Ogorodnikov could be controlling the pace, but I strongly doubt that, given that we are only an hour and 20 minutes in to a 9-hour endurance race, and I do wonder how hard he's hustling that car, or having to hustle that car.
Yeah, absolutely. That is another thing to factor in here, really. How hard are you having to push to do this? It can't be sustained forever in this race. It's got to be managed in this one. So yeah, it's very, very difficult for both of these guys at the moment. Ogorodnikov is going to still lead the field right now, 7 tenths of a second, and he's actually pulled a little bit more of a mod. He's doubled his lead over Ewan Murphy as things stand going into senior corners. We look from the air at this beautiful circuit, and it looks fantastic in ACT as well, with the headlights kind of going around the circuit, chasing one another at the moment. Konto Giannis is about just under 11 seconds behind as things stand, and then you've got Rupert and Kisser battling over 4th. We've got Arnold and Vroman over 6th place. We've got battles going on all over the place, really, with also Cody Pride recovering. He's in battling for 14th. Battles going on for 16th, for 18th. There's also battles going on. It's everywhere at the moment. Timo Burkle is leading this one. It's Niles and Grant Smith behind him, the 3 biggest cars on the grid. Certainly the very big cars of the Aston Martin, the Bentley and the BMW, all battling together into senior corner on this occasion. Although the Bentley is not gaining too much at the moment. We said Ross McGregor was talking to us a little bit earlier on about the Bentley not having the greatest straight line speed, and this is kind of showing us that. BMW right around the outside as well. This is going to get very close indeed through senior corner. The Aston Martin holds on for the moment. The Bentley holds on to its place, as well as the BMW not being able to get through as well. 3 of the biggest cars all managed to fit their way through that section of corners against the odds.
Quite interestingly, though, as well, the Bentley bouncing off the limiter there on the back straight there. So yeah, not too sure on that one. However, Yeager Ogorodnikov has a little bit of a mistake. Run a little bit wide, and I wonder if he's starting to stray into those track limit warnings. But Ewan Murphy dropping back a little bit as well, so I wonder if Ewan Murphy has pushed his car out as far as it can go. And talking about pushing out as far as it can go, poor Timo Burkle has been sent off to almost another track entirely there. As the cars come through, and just looking, is that lights in the background, or is that fireworks I can see at this very, very early stage at Paul Ricard here? Beautiful lights glistening off the background here, though, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I was just saying there, yeah, it's absolutely beautiful at the moment. This time of night. Well, ACC looks pretty good at any time of day, but especially now, it's fantastic to look at, and we've got some fantastic racing to look at as well at the same time. Kevin Niles and Timo Burkle were battling very hard. Burkle nearly ended up in the Mediterranean Sea, actually. He was so far off, but he's back on again, and still in 18th position with Grant Smith not too far behind. Now, just watch this bit. Oh, he's maybe a bit too far back, actually, because that BMW is very fast in a straight line. The Aston Martin and Bentley clearly slower, with the Bentley being one of the slowest, actually, in a straight line. But unfortunately, Grant Smith is just a little bit too far back for us to really demonstrate this one. But Ross McGregor was talking to us about it earlier. That Bentley's really not very strong in a straight line, and so they're finding it quite difficult to overtake.
Yeah, they need to trim a little bit of weight in the Bentley, maybe get rid of the butler, some of the caviar and some of the champagne on board. Yeah, exactly. Just trim down on all the extra ingredients that they have inside that luxurious Bentley GT3. We joke, of course, it is an incredibly capable machine. What it doesn't have in straight line speed, it more than makes up with in terms of momentum and pace round the corners as well. It always surprises me, actually, for being such a large and loutish machine, it's so nimble round the corners, and it does actually handle very, very well. Cody Pride, though, looking to make short work right now of John Munro. Cody Pride on that comeback drive after the earlier drive-through penalty. And it looks like we've got a drive-through penalty for Girometti, Ewan, and that's going to be their second drive-through, but their first for track limits.
That is a big ouch. With only 90 minutes gone, that's a really, really big problem for them now, because if they carry on at the same rate, they're going to have 6 by the end of this race. They've got to be very, very careful, and it's so early on in this race. You've just got to be careful at this point in the race. You cannot be running it out wide and cutting corners. I know it's easy to do with the tarmac everywhere at this circuit, but still, you've really got to rein it in just a little bit, especially so early on. But on board with Cody Pride at the moment, he's making up position from where he was before. John Munro is on the outside line at the moment. Not sure how he's got back here, actually. I wonder if he's made a mistake, or because that's not a big enough drop for a pit stop, is it? Oh, it must be a pit stop then. Okay, because they're so far off sequence. So Munro's down to 14th. And this strategy is one of those where he's going to be so under the radar for the whole of this race, and then if this strategy works out for them, then they're going to pop up in a top 5. We're not going to wonder how, and we're going to be wondering how they got there, or it could be a disaster, and we could not speak about them for the entire day. It could really go one of two ways.
I think you're absolutely spot on with that one. It's going to be a case of, Cody Pride, I remember racing Line Motorsport. Yeah, we saw them about 20 minutes in the race, and that was it. We never saw from them again. But Cody Pride, cracking job trying to get the recovery drive back on that. Robin Pigadel for GTRC Endurance Team taking over the wheel from Jarno Kausch in that machine, as well as we see El Hamdi in the 991 getting a drive-through penalty as well. And again, look, that is going to be par for the course today. Track limits are brutal here at Paul Ricard because it's so inviting. You've got so much runoff track outside of the normal circuit there. It's very, very tempting to just take a little nibble out there, and then suddenly you've got your 3 warnings.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, well, I'll say it's not very many, but you shouldn't be going off the track at all, really. So maybe it's not, but yeah, it's very difficult for these drivers to deal with, especially when you're on the limit like these guys are. And it's a shame to see these drive-throughs already coming in, and at this rate, pretty much everybody's going to have one at some point. Right, this race, you just got to manage it and try and get as little of them as possible. And that will end up in a good result for you in the end. But it's one of those circuits. We expected it at the start of the day. It's got tarmac everywhere, the circuit. There's not a blade of grass in sight. So corner cutting, track extending, it's all so possible around here. And I have to say we did expect it.
I'm just actually thinking Kevin Niles here in Deep Purple. Now, if my memory serves me correctly, that Bentley was at the back of the grid when it started the race. That Bentley was in about 32nd or 33rd position. And now it's up in, it's fighting Timo Burkle for P18 here. So, we've not really had a chance to, oh my goodness me, that BMW in the background, the Grant Smith, just got a little bit wavy in the background there. But, I mean, Kevin Niles is looking really, really good. It's been a strong performance so far, and I'd be very, very happy if I was them to get this kind of a comeback drive.
Yeah, exactly. It's only taken them an hour and a half to get into the points, which is quite remarkable, because points go down to the top 20. He's already in there, and it's been a good drive from Kevin Niles and everybody at Deep Purple to be able to get from second to last all the way up to 19th now. There might be a move coming on here because the Aston Martin didn't get a very good exit at all from the final corner. Although Niles is being sent to the outside line now, it might not be a bad thing because it turns to the inside line for turn 2, if indeed he can stay there. Right round he's going to go. The Aston Martin sends it deep though into the corner, and so the number 10 is going to have to stick behind for now, and maybe the 411 is going to fancy its chances with Grant Smith not too far behind Niles right now. Outside line, he's forced to go, but same situation again. It's going to give him the inside for 4 if he can hold it there, but unfortunately for the BMW he cannot, and he stays in 20th.
Yeah, the number 10 there, you could see that Kevin Niles just compromised himself into turn 1 there. That's what cost him into the next couple of corners there, as we see Amos Larito for Journalist Esports Academy taking over that number 27 machine, trying to hunt down Chris Hartveld. and Hartfeld in the 32, taken over from who was in that? That was Andrea Benedetti that was in that, and yeah, a decent performance from them. I would have expected maybe a little bit more from them, but yeah, it is what it is. We've still got the 33 cars out on track just now. We obviously had one retirement of Giuseppe Montalbano. We're getting word that P10 is starting to get a little bit dicey with Larito and Hartfeld, so great move from Larito. And in all honesty, Ewan, that looked very straightforward and very, very simple.
It probably looked like it for us, but it probably wasn't in the end, because he's coming under fire again right now, but is able to stay in front of Hartfeld for the moment. So yeah, it's been a good drive from Larito so far. The 27's had a steady race, not too much time on our cameras, but it's probably a good thing really, staying out of trouble, and just keeping things nice and clean. It just nice and calm early on is probably a good idea really. So Jean Macy Esports team have done well for now, but they'll be looking to move forward a little bit further in this race, you'd imagine, and push on inside of the top 10, like some have not been able to, like the Aerodox Motorsport car now down in P12. I didn't notice that, but Gerard Martinez not having much better luck really than Alberto Garcia did earlier.
Yeah, it's nothing to write home about for sure. Let's take you through the top 10 then, with an hour and a half gone in the race. Igor Ogorodnikov for Lada Sport Rosneft in the lead from Eamon Murphy. That gap's starting to stretch out a little bit now. 1.1 seconds is the gap to Yazhi in second place. It's the number 34 of Konstantinos Kontogiannis for Greek Souvlaki squad in third place, with the number 73 Honda, the surprise basically qualifying from Felix Rupert in the 73 of XL Racing by Renvelt and Blue. Great to see them still up in the top 5 as well. Lars Kisser rounding out top 5 in that number 14 BMW of Unicorns of Love. It's then the 66 Team Fordzilla Lexus of Sean Arnold flying under the radar in 6th place. It's the 333 Virtual Drivers by TX3 AAA Esports Nissan GTR, and that is Alexandre Vromant that is behind the wheel in 7th place. James Parker for Coach Dave Academy / Dalking / Actual Vision Community Racing in 888. Aston Martin in 8th place. It's then Michael Romagnoli in 9th place in the number 28 Ferrari for GTWR Racing Team number 2, and then it is 27 of JSA Racing of Amos Larito rounding out the top 10. So top 10 looking fairly comfortable right now, but you've got to say, I mean, leaders a second apart, but then everybody else is about 20 seconds away from those two.
Yeah, absolutely. It really shows that the top 2 have been the class of the field so far in this race, and there's nobody else really who can actually get near to touching them at this point. And it just shows that in the championship, really, doesn't it? That they're 1 and 2 in the championship right now. Lada Sport Rosneft in front of Yazhi. Aerodox Motorsport have been there. They've had a couple of podiums. They've been in the top 5 all of this season. But things not quite going as well this time around for them, down in 12th place, and it's going to be frustrating for Yazhi, I'd imagine, because they're on course for a second place in 4 races, which is just a remarkable record, but it's still not enough for them in this championship. That's what I'm looking forward to a little bit later on. Yazhi are going to realise that they do kind of need this race win to make things interesting going into Misano, the final round. So, we may see a bit of a move being made. But here comes Grant Smith, by the way. That's what I was talking about, the BMW. It is lightning fast down the straight. They might even try and get both the Bentley we're on board with right now and the Aston Martin. Looks like he's only going to try and take one, the deep purple car right round the outside, but just can't for the moment. He's going to be stuck on the outside for the right-hander, and I'd imagine not able to make the move.
Frustration starting to set in there, and Kevin Niles keeps that position, but look, up the inside goes the BMW, then to the outside of that, and around the outside goes the BMW, surely not able to stick out, of course not. Kevin Niles keeps the position, but that allows Timo Burkle in the 53 a little bit of breathing room, and the BMW start to look very feisty indeed. And all the while, this is, as I say, allowing Timo Burkle to stretch away with that gap. The BMW tries to get a better exit, does so, may get the run, and it's all going to be down to turn 1.
Yeah, it is indeed. but the straight really not long enough, and the braking zone not deep enough either for a move into turn one. I've got a feeling it's only a matter of time, really. The Aston Martin, the Bentley, not great in a straight line. The BMW is a lot better. That 411 car, let's not forget, is only 6th place in the championship coming into today. They should be further up, theoretically, should be knocking on the door of a top 5, should certainly be inside the top 10. To see them in 20th place is a big surprise, and so their pace is certainly a little bit better than this. They'll be looking to move forward. I think they should be able to move forward as well. At least on these two cars in front, there's a bit of a gap to the next ones after that, but still should definitely be in front of these guys.
So 7 hours 25 minutes left to go in this 9-hour race here at Paul Ricard, and it is so important for this Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Championship. This is the business end of the championship, round 4 out of round 5. As Ewan mentioned there, we're off to Misano in a couple of weeks' time for the final round of this third season here at the SimGrid. What a season it has been. Kevin Niles still in this sandwich right now, caught ahead of Grant Smith in the BMW, but he's trying his best to get ahead of Timo Burkle in that Aston Martin. Gets a fantastic run out of that long right-hander there, and again, it's all going to keep going round. And of course, Ewan, this is the longest race that we've had in the Endurance Cup. It's a 9-hour race. What sort of difference do you think that means in terms of the approach the drivers have to do?
I think it's entirely different to anything that we've had so far this season. It's certainly very different to taking on a 3-hour race, which can almost be called a sprint race at this point, because the cars are so reliable, and you see cars getting to the end of those kind of races so long now. It's I think it's a much different challenge to a 3-hour race. Certainly, it's a lot more about conservation, being consistent over 9 hours. I think it's a lot different to being consistent over 3, because in a 9-hour race, even if you've got 3 drivers, you still be doing 3 hours of driving, and you're not going to do that all in one go, likely. So in a 3-hour race, you might get out of the car and that'll be it. And you know that, but this changes things, because when you get out of the car here, you might I bet we're going to see some driver changes in about 20 minutes when we see the second round of pit stops. We're going to see the first round of driver changes as well for a lot of these guys, and they're going to realise we've still 7 hours to go here. That's a long way, and I'm getting back in the car. It's a totally different mentality to a 3-hour race where you get out of the car, there might be an hour to go, you're not getting back in.
And we saw that, or we heard about that in the pre-race interview with Jardier there, about the different time slots and different strategies and things like that. So it'd be interesting to see how those different driver stints play into the complexity and the storytelling of this race. Kevin Niles, in the meantime, though, this is a fascinating battle that we've got going on here. The deep purple driver in that Bentley all over the back. Oh, a little bit of contact there from Grant Smith in the BMW, completely unsighted. I don't think there was anything that Grant Smith could have done there. You saw a little bit of a wiggle there from the Bentley. He tried to pull back in to his chosen racing line, but unfortunately the BMW was already there and nothing could be done on that one. So Niles has went from challenging Timo Burkle to handing the position on a plate to Grant Smith in the 411. Talking of Jardier, we've actually gotten back to have in for a little chat, so let's find out what he thought of the first stint of Eamon Murphy. Good afternoon, Yaroslav. Welcome back, my friends. That was as good as an opening stint I think you could have hoped for from Eamon Murphy.
Hey, yes, absolutely fantastic. I was supposed to drive second stint, but we decided that Eamon is like in a zone, flying really good, doing good pace with the Egor. So we just let him in the car and just improve the gap on the P3 and P4, at this point.
Now, on that note, actually, just this past couple of laps here, the gaps went from about a second to about 2.5 seconds to Eamon Murphy there. Is Eamon just deciding to relax a little bit here, or what's his thoughts on that? Because he was, for about 10 laps there, all over the back of Eager.
Yeah, we don't understand what's going on, because I think maybe it got colder, so we're getting a little bit more graining on the tires. because the pace of our car just dropped like even more than it was in the first stint. So I blame the tires a little bit. We had some a little bit more slides and so on, but I think it's gonna go back for us in the next, I don't know, in the last 10-15 minutes of the stint.
And obviously a huge gap that you've got over to third place, the Greek Souvlaki squad in the 34. I think it's Konstantinos Kontogiannis that's behind the wheel on there. Do you think there's any threat from any of the cars behind you?
Well, obviously it's 7 hours, 20 minutes to go, so any car is a threat right at this moment. And I saw the Lamborghini was driving really, really fast. Also, James Parker behind was driving really, really fast, but they got involved in mistakes or incidents. So that's basically what we are trying to avoid, as said before the race. And so far it's working. So we'll see how it's gonna go, because I think I'm gonna drive next, and then it's gonna be Misha. So we'll see how much slower I'm gonna be compared to Ewan, which might do a big difference, you know, in the end of the race.
Well, we'll let you go and get yourself sorted out, Jardier. Thank you very much for coming and joining us again this morning.
Thanks so much, guys.
There we go, Jardier, aka Jaroslav Hontig in the 149 Team Yaz Heat, Richard Mill. So there we go, we are 7 hours and 20 minutes left to go in the race. You're watching the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3, Round 4. The 9 hours of Paul Ricard, it's David Christie and Ewan O'Leary taking you through the action just now. We're going to take a very short commercial break and we'll be right back. A very warm welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to the penultimate round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster here in Season 3. We're doing the 9 hours of Paul Ricard, and what an absolute banger of a race we've had already in more ways than one. Now, the big news actually over the past 5 minutes is Eamon Murphy. The pace on that Ferrari is just falling away. Now, I'm joined for the first couple of hours on this race by Ewan O'Leary, and Ewan, I mean, the Yaz Heat 149 car, that pace on that was at around about a second off of your leader. I wonder, as we heard from Jardier there, graining might be an issue on the tyres, but I mean the pace is dropping off quite substantially.
Yeah, I mean, Murphy wasn't quite as quick out the blocks last time around, and I just wonder if he's maybe overdone it a little bit as well in this stint. 3.5 seconds is now the gap which is not good news really for them. They're dropping back. It's by no means an unretrievable gap. It's not an unassailable lead by any stretch of the imagination. So it's all very close still, but Murphy's job and Jardier's job as well is just a little bit more difficult now as Parker heads down the inside of Arnold to get into P6 there, and that's a good move for him. But yeah, it seems that they are struggling with the tyres a little bit with the lower temperatures here, because we are very much in darkness now. You can't see very much around here, and the track temperature now only 21 degrees as opposed to the 40 degrees and more, which is what we had earlier on in the event in qualifying. But yeah, it's not looking good for the Ferrari right now. Let's hope they can do something to turn it around at the next pit stop.
Just watching on our timing screens as well, what I've just realised is that the 149 caught behind the 934, and that is Johan Ufler in the McLaren. So I wonder if that's maybe where the difference in pace is coming just now. It's certainly gone from 3.6 to 3.3, and I know the key thing is over a 9-hour race. I mean, 3 seconds is absolutely irrelevant. You'll see that come and go all the time, but it's important to keep an eye on these little swings in terms of momentum, in terms of pace, and also because not that far down the road you've got a very, very fast Lamborghini of the Greek Souvlaki squad of Konstantinos Kontogiannis in third place. And quite honestly, did you imagine that they were going to be sitting on the podium at all today?
Well, I certainly didn't imagine that they were going to, I have to say. But no, you're right, they've been fantastic so far in this race. Very, very impressive indeed. The straight line speed of that Lamborghini has been very impressive. It's been able to make moves very, very quickly, and that's really helped it actually going up the order when they've needed to, and so that's got to be helping them. And yeah, it's been a fantastic performance. It looks like they may become the 5th team to finish on the podium so far this season. It was the Fordzilla Lexus who did it last time around, although I haven't seen them today, so they might not be on the grid. And yeah, there's not been very many teams finishing on the podium so far this season. The Lamborghini squad may add their name to the very small list.
It brings us, I mean, to a very, very good point of bringing context into what we're talking about with the championship as well, is that, you know, what we have to remember is that we had 30 cars split by 1 second in qualifying, such as the closeness in pace of these drivers. And then when you look at the championship itself, you know, you say, oh, well, they're only in 3rd place or they're only in 4th place or something, but to get to there, I mean, they've got to have had some solid results on a heap of teams that you would really, really not sniff at twice in a big championship.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very competitive indeed. And when you think about qualifying for next season, you've got to be inside of the top 10. You might think, you know, there's 30 cars here. Surely top 10, it's not going to be that difficult to do that. But when you suddenly get into it, look into it and actually race one of these races, you start to realise that actually it is very difficult indeed, and getting an automatic invite back to Season 4 is going to be very, very tricky indeed here in the Endurance Cup. So that's what most of these guys are going to be fighting for. We've had a fair few withdrawals here today, and before the race I think I counted 7 earlier. I might have counted wrong. No, I didn't. I counted right. No, I did count wrong. It's 8. But anyway, but anyway, what I'm trying to say is there was a fair amount of withdrawals compared to what we've had in the past, and but none of those withdrawals were from teams inside of the top 10 in this championship, which does make things very, very difficult if you're trying to come from behind and get into that top 10. Yeah, very, very tricky indeed for some of those teams.
Yeah, it really, really has. That gap at the front start to extend again, so we get a chance to have a look further down the field then, and this is on the rear end of Sean Arnold's Lexus on the 66 car, under all sorts of pressure from Roman in that GT3, that 333 GTR machine, and doing a cracking job of holding everyone to account. And the Nissan really is one of those you know, misunderstood cars. I think it really excels in these you know, straight conditions, and when I say that, what I mean is, you know, when it's either dry or it's completely wet, the GTR does become competitive. When it's in that changeable state, it really doesn't like that. When it's, you know, a little bit of rain here or there, it doesn't seem to do so well. But in the hands of Vromant right now, in that 333 Virtual Drivers by TX3 team, it's doing very, very well indeed.
Yeah, they are doing very well. They've got an outside shot of the championship if they really do go after this one and win this race with issues for those around them. I don't think that's going to happen now, but yeah, they've certainly shown some impressive pace with that Nissan so far. It doesn't look like we are going to see these conditions change at all throughout this race, because you know, we've got clear skies at the very least, not sunshine because it's gone. Because it's dark, but it's going to be clear skies for the race, because we're in the south of France and it never rains. So you know, these guys have got no worries on that one in this race. And yeah, Vromant can just focus on the job in hand, really, which is trying to get through on this Lexus, which is not going to be difficult for the moment. We'll see if there's going to be a move into senior. Doesn't look like it right now. So the battle for 7th is going to continue. The gaps further on up aren't too far away from them either. So yeah, it's close racing up the front.
So here we go then. As we said, just over 7 hours left to go in the race. It's still Yiger Ogorodnikov and the Ladder Sport Rosneft team ahead of that 149 Yaz Heat Ferrari outfit, and they really need to get that position from the 41 to make that dent into the championship, because as it stands right now, if the 41 team keep that position, take the win today, I believe that does wrap up the championship, because Yaz Heat wouldn't be able to unless there was some sort of horrible issue at the final round. So I guess we can never really discount that, but it makes it very, very difficult, put it that way, for the Yaz Heat team.
Yeah, it does indeed. It wouldn't be mathematically impossible, but realistically, you know, are Lotto Sport going to make a massive mistake in only 3 hours at Misano? Don't know. We'll have to wait and see, of course. And of course, there's still 7 hours to go in this race. They've by no means won this one just yet, so we'll probably have to do some championship calculations a little bit later on, because things are likely to change quite rapidly right now. But what we can say is that Odux Motorsport are continuing to fall back. Yassi, we were just mentioning, they did a 56 on the last lap. It's not good pace from them at all when they're looking at a high 54 at best. A 54 at any point at best. Odux Motorsport having a terrible day, I'm afraid. 13th position, so it is becoming a two-horse race, not only for this race in isolation, but also this championship as well. 5 seconds though, that gap is continuing to grow.
Certainly is, and we're still watching Alexander Vromant for Virtual Drivers by TX3. He's trying desperately to hold on to the back of that Lexus of Sean Arnold, and I mean, fair play to Sean, doing a cracking job of holding that position, but this is a very difficult position now that the drivers find themselves into. And again, for those of you that have got real life driving experience, if you're out driving late at night and you're on the highway or something like that, you know how intense it gets trying to drive at night, because more often than not, some people end up using the cars in front, the tail lights, as a guide around the track, because concentration is at a premium. You have to your eyes are on stalks, and your eyes trying to pick up the differentiating light sources and things like that. It makes it very, very easy to make mistakes when you're on your own like that. And especially, one of the other things that we haven't considered, Ewan, is the fact that some of these drivers actually racing in VR, and that is an entirely different kettle of fish.
Yeah, it is. It's quite scary actually at some point, but you could just imagine the experience as well. I'm not entirely sure if anybody's ever done research into, as Roman Yoli looks like he's got to drive through for track limits, by the way, but I don't know if anybody's done any research on this. But would a VR, surely VR might be, is it beneficial to your pace, or would a triple screen be better? I guess it's all about what you're used to, but yeah, it's certainly good for the experience. I don't know about whether it would be good for your pace or not. Certainly over a long endurance stint like this, I think you'd feel a little bit sick after it, or I would anyway.
So, speaking from experience, I've done quite a few 24-hour races in another platform, and yeah, it is. I come away from it with VR absolutely knackered. I'm so tired after doing like a 2-3 hour stint, but it's much more immersive. The time just flies by. What I find is that, and I say this all the time, and I hate saying it because it's such a cliche, but when you get into that state of flow, when you're a driver and you're knocking in, like, you've got a 2 hour stint you've got to do, you'll find that place where you get 20 minutes into your stint and suddenly time just becomes a blur. You can't even remember what you've done for the past 10-15 laps, and when you get in that stage in VR, suddenly time just disappears. It's just gone. You take off the headset and it's like an hour later. But if you've got a single screen, or if you've got triple screens, it's much easier to get distracted from that. It's much easier to start getting bored, as we see Vroman finally getting past Romagnoli, getting past Arnold there, who jumps into the pits, but Romagnoli gets a drive-through penalty, and I've not seen a penalty for him come in, so I'm going to presume, Ewan, that is a drive-through for track limits on that one. So Romagnoli in that 28 getting a drive-through penalty.
Yep, not good news for the 28 GTWR car, I'm afraid, and they're going to be dropping now, probably outside of the top 15 actually as well. After that drive through, Arnold into the pit lane for an early-ish pit stop here. Whether that's strategic or not, we'll wait and see. I'm pretty sure it is, but you never know. But yeah, VR really is an assault on the senses, isn't it? And I wouldn't want to do it for an endurance race, but you know, if as I mentioned at the time, it's all about what you're acclimatised to. If you get used to it, then it's fine. You know, it's probably not the best idea to try it for the first time ever in a big endurance race like this. But you know, if you're acclimatised, if that's what you're used to, then why not go for it? And I'm sure that one or two of these drivers will be using that. As we've got a battle for 23rd going on at the moment on your screens. Bertan and Gerardis. I really struggle with Greek names, and that's another one of them. 23rd overall, anyway. Is the battles going on everywhere, really, aren't there? Sort of not trains like we saw earlier on, but little pairs of cars just battling away up and down the field. So we're never bored. We've always got some battle to watch somewhere. It's just not quite the manic trains of the first hour.
Yeah, it's really, really good to see. And as far as the names go, being Scottish, it gives me a pass to butcher people's last names. So all I find is just pronounce it and just have confidence in it. Know that you're very likely not getting it right. As long as you pronounce it with some sort of confidence, you sound like you know what you're talking about. That's done me very well for years. And yeah, it's probably why I'm here. Yannick Ruoff, though, for Good Time Racing in the number 100 Audi is just ahead of, in fact, we've just moved away. It was James de Havilland. Here is Thomas Sikmanye. I did consult with Michael Hamlet before the race to think about how to pronounce that name. But Thomas, absolutely... That was a bit bold there, wasn't it? Alvarez, that was Hagel that was getting shown to the outside, and I've got to say that 52 machine, I love the livery on that. That was a really nice move there, and Thomas in the number 80 is going to be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, he is indeed. Quite spectacular livery behind as well, as you say, and he's having another go. Is Hagel. Oh, that's a dive and a half. Oh, it's too much of a dive, and he's into the wall. Oh dear, oh dear. He really did send it down the inside there, and I'm afraid the two have come into contact. Don't know if there was actually any contact with the solid wall on the outside line, but I'm afraid Hagel getting down the inside there was not really necessary. A little bit of a squeeze there to get them in with the 80 car as well. So yeah, bit of a shame, but there you are. It's unfortunately the way things have gone.
Not the best at all, but we are coming into our second hour on the books here at the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster, Paul Ricard, and now we're starting to see the next chapter starting to write itself. We've got pit stops coming on the forefront in the next 5-10 minutes, and really you've got to say that initial pace that was shown by Yazheet catching up to Igor Ogorondikov starting to fade away, as we see James de Havilland making a move on Ruoff again. These two still knocking lumps. Ruoff going to try and go to the inside, forces de Havilland to go a little bit wider. but again, De Havilland looks like he's got that position, and this is looking very, very nice indeed. So again, we're just about on the edge of having 2 hours knocked off here at Ewan. It's been a fantastic race so far, hasn't it? And the opening 2 hours really do set up the rest of the race very, very nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very, very good race so far. Very entertaining indeed. And there's still stories to be written here. This car on your screen right now, by the way, the 888 of James Parker, has had such a roller coaster race so far. Right up towards the top 5 early on, had that spin. We're outside the top 10 for a brief moment, and now it looks like they're going to get back inside of the top 5. Fantastic drive from James Parker, and a little bit of a weave to say thank you to Lars Kisser for making it so easy for him down the Misano Straight.
Yeah, I think Lars let him go just purely. I think we've seen it before. It's to get back in the slipstream and just let him tow rounds. We jump to a replay here. Then this is the earlier move that we saw there, and that was a very, very silly move up the inside. There was never going to go. Yeah, and it's so tempting as a driver that we heard all the way on the build-up of this. That sector 3. If you just get a little bit too greedy and you just send it on the inside you, and it's so tempting to just try and take that position, and you've got no right to send the car down there because you're never getting it stopped in time, and that car's never getting turned round in time. So don't be surprised to see not only them lose all that time, but also to get a slap on the wrist from race control.
Yeah, the way the lines are in that final sector, it means that the doors just open all the time, isn't it? Really, because of the fastest line you have to take throughout that sector. So yeah, it does make things tricky indeed, and it does invite you down the inside. Unfortunately, a bit of a late dive from Hargo he was never going to make the apex. Well, he did make the first part of the apex, but he wasn't going to hold it there. He was going to drift back up into the Aston Martin, and that was always going to happen, really, with how deep he went under brakes. But it's a shame to see. But there's still battling going on up and down the field. This is a lappery going on between James Parker and the 911, I think that was. We saw Kausch having a great run in that car earlier on, but I'm afraid they've dropped back. I think they've made a little bit of an early pit stop on this occasion as well. We're not too far away from those pit stops really taking place at the front of the field.
The track temperature dropping down again, 21 degrees Celsius, and I think that's exactly the answer to the Ferraris there. They're really dropping off. The Aston Martin, though, is coming to life just now, 154.735 for Igor Ogorodnikov, and it could be a driver change coming up after this pit stop has done its course. Remember, the 41 Lada Sport Rosneft team, Igor Ogorodnikov currently sharing the car with Denis Grabowski, Alexander Novikov in that Aston Martin, so it'll be interesting to see who jumps there as we see Jack McIntyre down in P22. And again, pit stops got some coming in, but this lap and this next 2 laps I think is going to be the key time now at Ewan for the pit stops to happen.
Yeah, it is indeed. It's going to have to happen sooner rather than later, because otherwise they're going to break the 65-minute rule, where you can't do a stint that's longer than 65 minutes in length. And we're getting to that point for some of these guys. Don't just assume, by the way, that it's 6 hours 50 is the limit, because it's a stint length, and not all of these guys will have pitted with exactly 7 hours and 55 minutes to go. They've got to work it out themselves. As a very close moment just in front of the battle wheel, watching with Jack McIntyre trying to get through on Ofella just in front. This is a McLaren in 19th, and we've not seen very many McLarens so far, but there may be a reason for that, and we've not seen very many Mercedes either, and there's definitely a reason for that, but they're getting overtaken right now by the Aston Martin. Oh, that's close, and that's contact at the fastest corner on the circuit. Very, very close. Somehow they've kept it going in the right way, though.
And Unicorns of Love, the BMW number 14 of Lars Kisser, that's a drive-through penalty for track limits, and that is just the start of things to come. Chris Hartwell for the 32 machine into the pits along with Ruoff in the 100 Audi. And that turns things on its head. And could you imagine if that happened to the race leader there? So that is about 35 seconds for a drive-through penalty, and you've got to be honest, you hate to see it happen.
Yeah, it's especially here because it's a really long pit lane, but also really easy to get one. So it's it's very annoying, really, especially for these drivers. So this is going to be very disappointed with himself. There's no getting away from that. After only 2 hours, just over 2 hours in the race, it's not like you can blame one of your teammates for getting lows either, because it's only been him in the car, and so he's only got himself to blame at the end of the day. And it's a shame to see, because it is going to really affect the order in this race. But yeah, it's something that everyone has to contend with. It's the same for everybody, and so unfortunately Kissa has fallen foul of that one, and he's going to drop back because of it.
Yeah, it's difficult to watch. It really, really is, because you push even harder, and then that leads to its own issues as well. Also into the pits then comes James Parker in the 888 Aston Martin. Coach Dave Carraway, Dal King, and Actual Vision Community Racing had to remember all three of those titles for that car there. Cody Pride in the 192 into the pit lane as well for Racing Line Motorsport. Cracking recovery job for Cody Pride there to come back from that drive-through penalty, gets himself into the pits, and that is actually going to bring him back into the contention with the pit stop strategy of everyone else there. But Eamon Murphy now starting to turn the screw on your race leader a little bit now, starting to bring that gap down. It was about 6.5 seconds, now down to 6 seconds, and Murphy gapping about half a second faster than your race leader. But again, it all comes down to these pit stops here, Ewan. So if you were Eamon Murphy in your Yas Heat, what do you think they're going to try and pull out the bag just now?
Well, they're clearly going to try and make those tyres last a little bit longer, because they really did drop off in quite a dramatic way in that first stint they're in right now, and surely there's something that you can do with the tyre pressures, or with something, maybe even some, if the front tyres, for example, are wearing way too much, you can send the brake bars rearwards, or all these things that these guys will be very, very aware of, and they'll just be able to tweak it just a little bit, because the track temperature is going down. The tyres probably not going to be enjoying that, and so the tyre pressure is going to have to be dealt with. They're going to have to be changed, surely, because for whatever Murphy had going on there clearly wasn't working. The tyres were going off after about half an hour, 40 minutes, and the gap really did start to balloon at that point. 6 seconds was the margin as he came in there, as opposed to the pretty much nose to tail racing we've had towards the start of that stint. So they've really got to figure something out now.
The only difference with that, though, is that Igor Ogorodnikov in the middle of some lap traffic just now. He's got the number 80 machine, the GTR Masters HU Endurance team. I think that was Tamas Sixmani that is behind the wheel of that one just now. And again, it's going to be a case of that might hold him up a little bit. But the 149, I wouldn't be surprised to see if there's going to be a driver change going on behind the wheel of that one to see a new driver getting in. So Jardier jumps in behind the wheel and out of the pits then, and that is done and dusted. Very quick stop for Jardier. He's out, and all eyes now really on your race leader.
Yeah, they are. Jardier kept his promise to us of getting in the car after Murphy at the next pit stop, and that's exactly what he's done. And so we'll be able to see what pace he has. It was quite hard on himself, I thought, in his interview, saying that we'll see how much slower I am than Eamon. I thought that was quite self-deprecating towards himself, I guess. I don't know. I feel like he's got a little bit more in the bag than he's letting on there. But obviously we'll wait and see on what kind of pace he has. So Ogorodnikov is in right now. About 4 drivers around about there, maybe a few more still to pit in this race, in this second round of pit stops, and everybody's going to have to be in at the end of this lap, otherwise they're going to exceed the 65-minute rule. And so it's all going to be on very shortly. How close is Honzik going to be to Ogorodnikov? Is he going to have gained anything? Because let's not forget, they lost nearly 2 seconds in the last round of pit stops.
Well, this is what we have to see just now. So Jaroslav Honzik coming through the final 4 corners, and I've got to be honest, that's a huge stop for Alexander Novikov. If they're going already, that is going to be at least another 5-6 seconds gained on that pit stop. So what have they gone short on? What have they not done? Have they not changed tyres? Have they not changed fuel? Because that is a huge difference in pit stop for Alexander Novikov. And like I say, that is even more time that has been taken out of that gap there by Novikov on Jaroslav Honzik. Just watching them coming out. And do you know what I didn't realise is that the leaders, they're actually further down in pit lane. So while he got going earlier, he had further to go in pit lane. So actually Jaroslav Honzik taking actually a little bit of time out there.
It looks like he might have done in the end. I agree with you. Novikov was off straight away, and he was rolling almost immediately. But the pit lane's so long here that it's just an absolute crawl, and he has gained a couple of seconds. Look at that. Honzik in the end has kind of negated the loss of the first pit stop with a couple of seconds quicker on the second one, which is interesting. So we'll see how the gap develops, because that Ferrari really did tail off towards the end of that last stint. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. Otherwise, they're going to have a mountain to climb in the rest of this race. But Novikov has lost a couple of seconds in this pit stop. That pit lane being so long, it's kind of deceived us just a little bit, because while they get going very, very quickly, it doesn't actually mean they can release the pit limiter for another good while.
Excellent stuff. So we are well into our our third hour of racing here. 2 hours in under the belt here at Paul Ricard, and now the story just starting to bubble away very, very nicely. Here's Felix Rupert in the Honda trying to hunt down Janis Jurdakis, and I'll be honest with you, that Honda is looking frighteningly fast compared to the Lamborghini. Felix Rupert bringing that XL Racing by Renvelt machine absolutely to life in the darkness here at Paul Ricard, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't seem to have the greatest pace in the opening stint of this race, but as it's gone on, they've slowly got a little bit stronger. Jurdakis has just come out of the pit lane, by the way. He just pit very, very late on in the cycle, whereas Rupert is a little bit earlier than that. Coldish tyres may be playing a role in this one, but the Honda is definitely going to have to strike while that is the case, if indeed that is still the case, because he's had a lap now. They're probably going to be normalising just a little bit with the temperatures and the pressures. So the Lamborghini versus the Honda is going to be going on. I think this is going to be one of these stint long battles, really, because Rupert looks very, very strong right now, but we can't forget how strong Jurdakis was earlier in this race, and the fact that Lamborghini is a rocket ship in a straight line. It might be difficult to pass.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I'm just looking at a race leader, Igor Ogorodnikov, just behind the back marker there of that's Sakness that is there, and I'm wondering if he's actually able to make that happen, because he's really caught unawares here by the two cars that are in front of him. He's got the 31 and the I think that's the 194 that he's got there. That's Blotto in the Mercedes. Actually, great to see a Mercedes finally into the top 25 there, as Blotto gets the 194 Racing Line Motorsport into 22nd place there. But yeah, I mean, you've got to feel that was Yazhit's opportunity to close up that gap, and maybe that point is kind of going away now, but it could come back in with these lap traffic getting overtaken. But back to the point in hand, Chris Hartveld here for GTWR R8G Academy, trying to make some sort of inroads into the top 10 here, but quite honestly it's not going to happen, because he's under attack from Tobias Grunwald for Unicorns of Love, and he's about 5 seconds behind Jack McIntyre for the Sancho Bentley there.
Yeah, he's also got 3 cars of lap traffic in front, and some of them are battling. The Mercedes and the McLaren going side by side into senior corner, and they're all going to slow up on the exit, meaning it's going to be a big stack up for 11th as well, with Hartveld at Grunewald, and then the Odux Motorsport car just in behind. Diving down the inside goes that Unicorns of Love BMW, and straight through again. You've got to expect that with their extra pace, they've been set back a little bit, let's not forget, so they're going to be able to make their way through this traffic maybe a little bit easier than some of the others might find it.
I'll tell you what, if I'm Chris Hartfeld right now, I am absolutely raging because Tobias Grunwald steals that position and then leaves you vulnerable to the 1-2-1 of Nicholas Albadeo Kamins in that. Oh, that's not much. Now we've got a car round, and that is all chaos kicking off there. That, I think, might have been one of the lapped cars that had turned round there, because Tobias Grunwald gets away. He's already away. It may have been the 111 McLaren that was spun round there, but it's as you were. The 32 still in 12th place there, just behind Tobias Grunwald, ahead of Nicholas Albadeo Kamins. And I think as well, you've got one of the Ferraris a little bit further back there as well. So yeah, this is awesome little battle here, and you'd never say that we were 6 hours 45 minutes left to go in a 9-hour endurance race. This looks like it's final 20-minute stuff right here.
Yeah, it is getting quite aggressive, quite exciting towards the even though we're not towards the end at the moment, and yeah, we can't complain certainly about the action that we've seen so far in this race. It did indeed look like a McLaren went round for a spin at the final corner. To my knowledge, I don't think it even got hit by anyone, but in that case I'm not entirely sure how it did manage to spin around. But anyway, these three managed to clear it quite nicely, and in the end it was very well driven from everybody to be able to get away without big accidents actually happening. So the 14 on a bit of recovery drive. Let's not forget Lars Kisser was up there in 4th place in the BMW, 5th place. And unfortunately got that drive-through penalty for cut track warnings. Now Grunewald is going to be on a bit of a mission to try and get back up towards the front, but they've really got to be careful because it only took them 2 hours to get that drive-through, let's not forget, and there's still nearly 7 to go.
And what a 7 hours those are going to be, because if they're anything like the first two that we've had here, my goodness me and you are, well, thankfully you get a little bit of respite in about an hour or two's time, and we bring in Dan Handover, but I'm going to need some oxygen by the end of this race. It's going to be an absolute thriller, because Sherdakis has got Rupert all over the back of him right now for that battle for 3rd and 4th place. This is the battle for 11th, 12th and 13th place. Tobias Grunwald for Unicorns of Love. It's a bit of a fall from grace from them. They were doing really, really well in the top 10, and now just dropping outside into that 11th place. Move back to a replay here. This is the 111 McLaren, so I've got a feeling that he's going to lose it all by himself. No, he doesn't. He gets absolutely banged round. That's slightly unfortunate, and that was number 32, wasn't it?
Looked like it. It looked like it, certainly. That's Chris Hartfeld. You can see on the screen right now. And, well, was it? Well, it might have been, yeah. Hard to work out. You can only see silhouettes of cars in the darkness, really. And it can be difficult to work out. But, yeah, it was a good shot of the McLaren just going for a spin. It took quite a long time to happen. The gap between the contact and the spin was quite long, really, but yeah, it's either way. It doesn't really matter to the driver. Went around in the end, and unfortunately, everybody were able to avoid him. But that's what you were talking about earlier on. You've got, when you're coming up on solo cars, you've got to expect that they're going to brake earlier than you do. You know, if you're reacting to it, then it's already too late.
It certainly is. It's not exactly what you want to see. It's so frustrating as well, given it's so early into a 9-hour race as well. It just makes it infuriating in some ways, because obviously when you have that early incident, you push to try and make up, feeling so bad, and more often than not you get another incident or several other incidents coming out of that one. But 6 hours 42 left to go in the race. It's still Igor on the call for the Lada Sport Rosneft team ahead. It's Paul Ricard here from Jaroslav Honzik. Pace wise, it's it's Novikov that is in the car now. Alexander Novikov for the Lada Sport Rosneft team. Half a second a lap improvement over Jaroslav Honzik every single lap. And at this point in the race, it's looking like a very, very comfortable day out for Novikov and the Lada Sport Rosneft team.
Well, I don't know if I want to use the word comfortable for the moment, because you can be sure they're driving very, very hard out there at the moment. But, you know, they are in control at the moment, certainly. You mentioned it at the start of the race that they need to be in control of the race, really. They don't really do well coming from behind to battle through adversity into the lead. They've got to be out front, and if they do indeed manage that, then they'll be out front for the entire day. You're not going to see them again. That's what they've executed the first part of what they need to do very well indeed. They just need to execute the next part, which they find a lot easier, which is just driving and controlling a race at the front of the field. So yeah, things are looking good for them, but Yas Heat are going to be up for this, and they can't be written off yet. So, gap still 5 seconds between the two leaders at the moment. We've still got plenty of battles going on further down the order, which is going to be exciting. Starting with this one, Mikko Ferrari just in front of the 934 car, the 934 McLaren, currently driven by Petit, and the gap only 0.3 of a second. The McLaren very, very close to the Lexus. I'm afraid McLaren hasn't really had strongest of days, doesn't seem to be particularly good around this circuit. This is the best placed of them, in 26th position, I'm afraid, and this might be one of the reasons why. Struggling to get through on the straight. You can see on board looking back from the Lexus. There's absolutely no way that McLaren is going to be able to get through from that distance at such a fast corner at the end of the straight. So the 446 carries on in 25th position for now. Bit of a narrow exit off the corner for the McLaren, but can't be able to get through for the moment. Further on up the order, the battles are starting to just close up in some places, extend out in others. Rupert is losing a little bit of time to Choudakis. 1.6 seconds between those two, who were nose to tail not so long ago. James Parker, who's the fastest man out there right now, is making some inroads into both of them. So we're about to see another fight commencing, with the Aston Martin versus Honda battle going on. Novikov also pulling away from Honzik for the lead of this race, by the way. 5.7 seconds now as the gas heat car continues to struggle. James Parker out the final corner. I'm also getting word, by the way, that Igor Ogorodnikov is under investigation for rear-ending a car into the pit stop. So that's not good news for Ogorodnikov, or indeed the Large Sport team. If indeed that doesn't come to something, then yes, he could be right back in this. That's how much it takes. It really doesn't take very much at all.
I tell you what, it's not good for our YouTube chat if that's what's going to happen. No. Goodness me! But look, I mean, these things happen. It's you're racing all the way until you come in, and it's like myself. I do that sometimes. I'll just bring the car in, I pull it off the racing line, and think, right, I'm going to cruise in. But for him, or for that team, where every millisecond counts, they want to be on that edge until the very last second before they can bang on the limiter. It happens. It's a very unfortunate incident. Obviously we haven't seen it, but if that is what's happened and they have collided with another car, depending on how severe that is, that could be monumental. I mean, we're not just talking going down to second place. We're talking like maybe losing 3 or 4 positions out of that, if that is a drive-through or anything. Again, we're just we're speculating at the moment. We don't even know what's happened with that, but wow, that is scary stuff.
Drive-through, by the way, would put them into 5th position, which is not good news. And this is about in the battle that he would come out in, actually. Rupert and Parker nose to tail right now. If they lose too much more time, and then Novikov may well come out in front of them. But you never know what's going to happen. You never know if it's going to be worse than a drive-through, quite possibly. It could be a stop-go penalty, depending on how serious it was. But if it was just a small bump and not too much came of it, then I can't see too much coming with the penalty. But you never know what's going to happen as we go on board with James Parker, who's been so impressive throughout this race. Dropped outside the top 10 after that spin, let's not forget. Now solidly inside the top 5.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, and this is starting to get very, very interesting indeed. Felix Rupert, all under pressure right now, James Parker. And this is what we were saying, the 888 machine, remember, it had that early contact and did drop out I think it was about 9th, 10th or 11th that James dropped down to, and then just absolutely charged their way through. So inspirational drive, and great to see also Maximilian Vidi in the 333 Nissan in 6th place as well. So really everything turned it on its head, but more importantly, have a look at the Unicorns of Love, that BMW all the way down to 11th place. But look at the run from Parker, side by side, and it's going to be like taking candy from a baby. That move is done and dusted, and the Honda NSX does have absolutely nothing to respond with.
I don't think Felix Rupert was letting him through per se there, but Parker still gave him a little bit of a weave to say thanks, as if he did. But I don't think there's anything much that the Honda can do, even if he did want to hold back the Aston Martin at this stage in the race, because you just saw the straight line speed being held by that Triple 8 car at the moment. It's just monumental, and there's no way that you can defend from that into the corner, because even if you do take the inside line, the preferable line, then he's just going to be on the racing line. He's going to be able to sweep through anyway, because his car was in front before the corner on that occasion. So very, very impressive pace from James Parker at the moment. Got to be getting a little bit tired because he's been in that car for a good 2.5 hours now, but he's driving well still. The gap's only 2.5 seconds up to the Lamborghini in front, and there's absolutely nothing stopping him from getting that position now. I don't think anybody can stop him at this point. He's driving superbly.
I don't know about you, Ewan, but by this point my head is starting to tilt to one side, and there's a little bit of drool coming out of my mouth. If I'm driving for this long, I'm a bit useless after 2.5 hours. But yeah, cracking effort from Coach Dave Academy's James Parker here, doing a really, really good job of holding on to that car and keeping it in a good points paying position. And quite honestly, I mean, if he keeps that stint in and with some good work here, Sherdakis is a long way up the road, but again, could do a decent effort at trying to catch up there.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. When I used to do endurance racing, my limit was definitely 2 hours, and then I would get out. I never tried to go further because it's just not a good idea. It's what sets these guys apart from us mere mortals, so to speak. We're not clearly not as good as these guys. Otherwise, we'd be driving. And these guys can clearly do just stint after stint after stint. And it's not like he's not just going around right now. He's not just circulating. He's putting in some good times. He's fastest car out there on the racetrack a couple of laps ago, and he continues to be one of the fastest. It's just incredible the pace that Parker has got, even 2.5 hours into a stint right now. And as I mentioned, there doesn't seem to be much sign of him slowing down in the next few moments. He's only 2.5 seconds behind Chordakis, and who's to say that Chordakis is going to be able to hold him off? I know the Lamborghini's fast to a straight line, but so's the Aston Martin. It's going to be a good fight if indeed it happens.
I think it very well might, to be honest with you. It's certainly looking that way. James Parker definitely has the bit between his teeth, and he's really settled into that bit where he's just happy where the car is. He's happy turning these laps, and quite honestly, don't be surprised to see Felix Rupert not making a move, because Felix as well looks very comfortable staying in those taillights of James Parker, thinking that this is a 9-hour race. Rupert could do worse than just have Parker tow him around, maybe even get a little bit of extra couple of laps in under that slipstream. James Parker on a very, very good pace and doing a cracking job of actually catching up to the Greek Souvlaki squad of Giannis Cherdakis in that 34 Lamborghini just now. As we said, still very, very early. We're 2.5 hours into the race, into our third hour here, and now we're starting to see where the stories are going to be told. But obviously Novikov and Honzig are away out in front. They are just in a completely different league of their own right now. But midfield, I mean, this is just all-out warfare right now.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic, and you're right. Rupert can do worse than to just stick behind for the moment, and it seems that he's got the pace to do that as well. But that battle doesn't look like it's going to end up in any side-by-side racing, but this one certainly does. Up for around about 22nd, if maybe they can get Savi involved, as well as Blotto, Sagnis, and also Ferrari as well, driving a Lexus. But watching in on behind, as the yellow flag That's seen. Not a place you want to have them, certainly.
No, that's right. It gets going again. Thankfully, no harm done there. But again, it just shows you how quickly eyebrows can be raised, and that's enough to start making you panic a little bit and start making you double check around every single corner that there is. Not exactly ideal circumstances, but over as quickly as it happened, and everyone's back to fighting away. Janis Sakness here for TF Racing. Let's talk a little bit about TF Racing team. That Lamborghini was involved in that outrageous moment early on in the race. That 4 cars wide down the straight here actually, and causing an almighty ruckus with the number 7 team, Virtual Drivers by TX3. It was Julien Henot that was caught up in that one, and I mean, it's difficult to say, but Chassis really in that number 7, they just haven't been able to get back into this race.
And it's hard to really, with the damage and all the repairs and so on and so forth, and obviously the lack of motivation maybe afterwards as well. It's very, very difficult to pick yourself up from that kind of moment. You know, they're a good. Well, they've got to be 4 laps down at this point, I'd imagine, maybe more than that. Just as a guess. So yeah, it's a real shame, because obviously they will have practiced hard for this one, as they will have done for all of the Endurance Cup races, but unfortunately it's all come to nothing, and also no fault of your own. Yeah, it's all well and good giving the 31 a penalty, and you know, credit to the stewards for looking into it, deciding what to do and making a reasonable decision, but you know, it doesn't give the number 7 team their race back, does it? It's still, you know, they're still set back by a very long way, and yeah, it's just the injustice of it really. It's all swings and roundabouts there. You can be sure that everybody else in this field is going to have a race like that at some point in their career, and you just got to kind of roll with the punches when that does indeed happen.
And that's exactly it. It's how the dice roll on these events. That's exactly what the Endurance Cup is all about. And you know, some races they'll go your way, some races they won't. You just have to kind of suck it up and get on with it. That's really all you can do. And for the most part, a lot of the teams just get on with it and do a cracking job of rolling with the punches, as it were. And Janis Sakness, I don't think there was any malicious intent there, but again, it's just a case of those early opening 15-minute nerves, the excitement, the adrenaline kicking in, and you're like, I've got to get that place, but at what cost? That's the question that you have to ask yourself. He is hunting down Ferrari though, in that 446 as Ferrari takes place from Blotto. This is back on the rear wing of James Parker, looking to Felix Druper, and again, I was thinking there, Felix Druper might not. That's exactly the point I was making there. Felix Druper had the chance to just bolt past, but he's quite happy sitting in the slipstream of James Parker, letting James do the work, not harassing him too much, but keeping in there and trying to catch up with Shadakas ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's smart driving. You mentioned it earlier on, getting towed around by James Parker, and it's not a bad person to be towed around by, certainly at this stage, one of the fastest cars out there. So if he can stay on the slipstream, then he's really going to help out his own race here, and it's very sensible for him to not make a move. But unfortunately, it looks like he's just made a bit of a mistake here in the final sector, so he's got, is he going to lose the draft? We'll have to wait and see what the gap is over the line, but yeah, he's certainly not as on the back of the Aston Martin at the moment.
Just here we've got another retirement, Kings of Asphalt, Max on Oil. That is Daniel de Oliveira, Vinny Oliveira and Tiago Luero in the Ferrari. They were running at the back of the field, but that is a retirement then for the number 35, 3 laps down and counting. So that's now 3 cars that we have got out of this race at the moment. That's the 106, the 991 and the 35 currently, meaning that we have now got 31 cars still running with 6.5 hours left to go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a troubled race for some of these guys. And it's becoming too much for some, certainly, and just deciding to park the car. That means, I believe, we have 3 retirements so far in this race, from the 34 that started, the 35, the 991 and the 106, I believe, all out of the race at this stage, unless I'm missing somebody or attributing.
No, you're absolutely spot on, yep.
No, okay. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, it's becoming too much for some. As I mentioned, it's a long race. It's going to be an attritional race as well, and that's another way in which it's going to be different to which the 3-hour races we've had so far this season. You were asking the question earlier: is this race really going to be raced any differently? Well, I think it has to be, because we're going to see more retirements, we're going to see more attrition, and there's just a whole different atmosphere around a 9-hour race.
Yeah, for sure there is. Still waiting to hear any update on the incident with your race leader, Igor Ogorodnikov, coming into pit lane. Having a look at that, and up the inside then, and that is a great move there for Marco Macri in the 192. That was almost too easy against Alvarez there. Back to Maximilian Vide. Yeah, it made it look so easy, did that Porsche there, and it was such a nice move just up the inside there, Ewan.
It was indeed. It almost looked like the 66 was giving it to him there, really, Alvarez. So yeah, Macri's up another place, and he's into the top 7 now. That's the car that Cody Pride was driving earlier on, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. And they've had their trials and tribulations today. Let's not forget, Pride, starting outside of the top 10, managed to haul himself inside the top 10 with some very enthralling driving for us to watch, and then got himself a drive-through penalty for spinning around Andrea Benedetti in the 32. And now they're back inside of the top 10 again after some issues for others and some good driving from themselves as well. It's been a real roller coaster of a race, and we're not even 3 hours in.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Just on YouTube, shout out to Ali Wood, who's asked who is in the top 10, who's got hot or not lap times. Okay, so roughly you're looking about 154.9 to 155. So high 154s, low 155s is the kind of pace being set all through the top 10. The outlier on that is Marco Macri in 7th place there, 154.6 that last lap round. So that Porsche, as the track is getting cooler, that Porsche is getting faster and faster and faster, and that is huge news for that 192, because if they can get themselves up into the top 5 with the sort of halfway point, 4.5 hours left to go in the race, that would be a huge turn up for the books for that Porsche, as we see Tobias Grunwald in the BMW trying to make Chris Hartwell go the long way around that corner there, and that's never going to work. But that BMW seems to be struggling as well. So the 41, the instant that we said to you about the pit lane there, the 41 has now been cleared of any wrongdoing, so the penalty has been thrown out, and it's as you were on the racetrack.
Well, that is very big news indeed, because that could have been race changing, but he's been completely, he's not done anything wrong, is what I'm trying to say, and he's not going to get a drive-through or any kind of penalty for that. Is Ogorodnikov and Novikov of the 41 Lada Sport team. So yes, he are going to be a little bit disappointed, because obviously that would have given them the chance to lead the race for a little bit and give them more of a chance in this championship. Arguably, it would might give us a better race as well if that happened. But indeed, we're not going to wish any misfortune on anybody, of course, just for a better race. So yeah, it's fortunate for Lada Sport that they've been able to get away with that one, and yeah, I bet they'll be feeling like they've dodged a bullet down there just a little bit with that non-penalty.
Yeah, it could have been so different. This is watching on the back of Tobias Grunwald then in that Unicorns of Love number 14 BMW. He has got Chris Hartwell in the 32 Ferrari all down his neck right now. Looking very, very menacing, but again, that BMW just places the car exactly where it needs to be, and it has the grunt. I mean, the Ferrari is in the toe of that car, but the BMW just has the legs. In fact, the BMW, I think, is also getting towed by Jack McIntyre in the Bentley as well. So this is now quickly becoming almost a 3-car race for this 10th position, this final top 10 position. This is awesome stuff. And again, you'd never say that we're 2.5 hours into a 9-hour race here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's battling like it is in the first hour, really. It's not really slowed down, as Hartveld is kind of demonstrating that by nearly getting through on Grunewald there. McIntyre not too far in front. That's Martin Darland, by the way, for John Lacey Esports, who's in 9th place. It's a 4-car battle very nearly, with Odux Motorsport not too far behind. Fantastic racing going on up and down the field here today, and none more so than this battle just outside of the top 10. This is a great camera shot as well from the top of the BMW here of Grunewald. Looking forward to McIntyre, but also looking back at Hartveld as well. He's got himself in quite a difficult situation, really, trying to attack and defend all at the same time.
And it makes for a fantastic camera shot, and a great onboard from Steve Proudly doing our camera work today. Huge thank you to him behind the scenes, giving us all of the awesome production skills today. 6 hours 20 left to go. Novikov still in the lead for Ladasport. Rosneft here of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. Season 3, round 4, the penultimate round from Paul Ricard, and this is pivotal for the championship. Remember that Ladasport Rosneft team out in front of the championship by 10 points over the Yaz Heat team in second place there. It doesn't seal the deal today, but it certainly puts a firm hand around the throat of that championship for the Ladasport team. But I mean, to be fair to Yaroslav Honzik and the Yaz Heat team, they are doing their very best. Oh, and there's rounds and a round. Oh, excuse me, sorry. I did panic. I completely panicked. Stay proudly. Don't do that while I'm watching the car go round. My goodness. I thought the car had completely looped round. And in fact, it was just the camera doing one of those mad 360 spins there. Is that what the kids call a 360 no-scope?
Oh, I don't know why you're asking me. Anyway,
because you're massively younger than me. Anyway, moving swiftly on.
What did happen was Hartveld got through on Grunewald, and there was no spin. So just to update you, Hartveld is through, and there was no spin for Grunewald, fortunately.
Do you know what had happened is I very briefly looked away to my other screen. I looked back, and then the car was just going from right to left. Like my brain instantly back to normality, though, back to what's actually on the screen. Pirelli in the 349 Lexus gets a drive through, and again, because there's no penalties coming through, I'm going to presume that that is a drive through for track limits there. So yeah, you hate to see it. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's easy to do. We've spoken about it before, and we'll no doubt speak about it again throughout today. It's just difficult around here to be able to be able to keep it within the white lines. Fifth or sixth one from memory, maybe fifth in this race, and yeah, Pirelli into the pit lane to serve that one. It won't be the last one today either.
Just watching then as we still see on the exhaust tip, the red hot exhaust tip there of Chris Hartveld looking to the front of that BMW. And while it did have the pace, I've got to be honest, I think that Ferrari tried to make a move up the inside of the Bentley of Jack McIntyre here. So this is a proper little dogfight that we've got going on, and this is a brilliant view. Look at the glowing tips of that exhaust, and he's done it. Up the inside goes Chris Hartveld, and if Jack McIntyre's not careful, he's going to get mugged by Tobias Grunewald again.
Yeah, he is indeed. It looks like he has been just about careful enough, I think, and yeah, he's able to hold on. The Bentley's going to try. Oh, that's close. The Bentley might have got a shove actually from the BMW just in behind the 14 car, driven by Grunewald at the moment, and into the pit lane. Of course, comes Jack McIntyre there, because let's not forget they're on a bit of an alternate strategy right now. So we'll only really know where they are at the very end of this race. But we have to wait and see on that one. But it was very entertaining while it lasted. He certainly was giving us the entertainment, and Hartveld will have been wondering why he couldn't have just come in a lap earlier because he had to make an overtake, whereas he would rather have not have done. So anyway, that's that battle's sorted now, sort of, with the 4-car train goes down to 3, and Hartveld can stop focusing on the Bentley in behind and start focusing his eyes forward to his fellow Ferrari.
Yeah, awesome race that we've got going on just now. And again, you just get the feeling that they're taking a bit of a breather rather than anything else right now, because the fight between Hartveld, Grunwald and Dirland is just epic stuff right now. And again, it could go either way. And 10th place, it still is quite important for championship points, isn't it? There's a lot of points on offer, all the way down to Petrozziello in the 53, Aston Martin down in 20th position. But again, it doesn't sound like it's a great deal, but I mean, those championship points add up at the end of the season.
They do indeed. We've talked about it before, but the top 10 for actually getting into the next season without having to qualify is also very important, as well as Hartveld looking extremely fast at the moment. The 32 with Andrea Benedetti at the wheel earlier on had that spin, and ever since he didn't really recover from it. Wasn't able to get back into the top 10 himself at all, but now with Hartveld at the wheel, he's able to. Jarland goes wide. It might cost him 2 positions because Grunewald is on his outside through the final corner.
Oh, and there was a bit of a clatter there as Grunewald tried to get the cut back there. Jumps into the pits, does Dirland into the pit lane then, and Grunewald tried to catch back up to Hartveld. We do have a little bit of a chat to have with Racing Line Motorsports Cody Pride, who is waiting to have a little chat with us, so we'll bring him in and have a blether. Cody, good afternoon, and firstly, I think you owe all of our cones around the circuit an apology for your antics in the first hour there.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, it was a great stint until I hit Benedetti. It wasn't. I don't know. He was a bit slower in the corners. Obviously, I don't know whether that was just me in the Porsche being a bit faster. But yeah, I wasn't even trying to go for the move. I just outbraked myself and just slightly tagged him around. I definitely didn't mean to do that.
And obviously, it did cost you with that penalty. But I mean, the drive you were able to put in, and the fact that Marco Macri just now behind the wheel, putting in a heck of a stint. I mean, you guys are looking so fast in that Porsche. What is it that's the difference? Because you've got the fastest lap just now. Is it the cooler conditions bringing things towards the Porsche?
Well, me and Marco, who's actually just gone off right now with the Nissan. We've been working on the setup all week, and we've been practicing all week just so we can get, because we know people like Josh Rogers have taught us that the car is capable of doing really fast lap times. So we decided to work on it really hard to get it perfect. And then we came into quali. The temps were really high, so I don't think anyone was expecting that. So we messed up quali a little bit because the car was quite sensitive to the temperatures. But other than that, I think the car is really fast right now. I think it's capable of doing 53s when the temps drop to about 19 degrees.
So do you think that that is literally what is the benefit for you guys just now? Because you seem faster than almost anything out there on the track right now in some sort of fashion. Is it just down to the lower temperatures, do you feel?
Yeah, I think also because the Porsche recently has been given a bit of a straight line speed buff on lower wing settings, which is what you use at Paul Ricard. So we've got that extra 1 or 2 kph, which we didn't have last time, which is actually really nice because it's given us that little bit extra top speed throughout the straight. So we're not a sitting duck now.
And then finally, Cody, I mean, for myself, I kind of want to ask you, I mean, how do you deal with that frustration? Obviously, you got the early penalty, and a lot of drivers take that quite negatively. They overdrive the car, they get stressed, and they get really frustrated. How do you personally deal when you get situations like that, knockbacks like that?
I knew straight away it was going to be a harsh penalty because it was definitely avoidable contact. Like it was 100% my fault. But just got to try and put that to the back of your mind and try and do, because when we came out of the drive-through we were in really clean air, so it was a positive because we could make back that time as other people were fighting. But yeah, you just got to try and focus on your driving and not think about it.
Awesome stuff, Cody. Thank you so much for joining us just now. We'll hopefully chat with yourself and the rest of the Racing Line Motorsport team throughout the course of this race, but we'll let you go just now and get a well-earned rest.
Thank you.
Cody Pride there from Racing Line Motorsport, the 192 outfit there, teamed up with Marco Macri and Galen Dimov, currently out on track just now in P7. And a little bit of a change just now, Ewan, because it's almost time for us to say goodbye to you and to bring our other man in, Dan Handover.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been fantastic. I've very much enjoyed the race. Very much enjoyed commentating alongside you, David. It's been very, very enjoyable indeed. Yeah, I look forward to watching the rest of the race unfold. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. So yeah, enjoy, guys, and I'll be watching on.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much to Ewan O'Leary. And fresh from being locked out the house, it's our very own superstar, Mr. Daniel Handover. Daniel, good afternoon. I've got to be honest, I love that because that is the sort of daft stuff that I do. And then you're like, right. And then you've got to try and explain that one.
It was the conversation to the missus, obviously, which went down like a ton of bricks, as you could probably imagine. Also, firstly, hello everybody, good to catch up with yourself, David, and see everyone. But yeah, it was an interesting conversation. I just popped something outside, and yeah, door shut, and then reached my pocket, and as the realization set in, I was like, oh dear. But the missus very kindly drove back home. So
what I want to know was there the sigh, the sort of understanding sigh of like, oh right, okay, yeah.
It was the luckily that's one of the first times I've ever done that, to be fair. Hopefully it's the last. I'm sure it won't be, but yeah, it's all behind us now. We're so I do apologise for the slight tunnels on my side, but it's good to be back. It's good to be back with the SimGrid. I'm excited to get going, and yeah, I mean, for what I've been watching, it's been an interesting bit of racing so far.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant race. Let's bring it up to speed. Firstly, huge thank you to Ewan O'Leary for that awesome job there. But it is Lara Sport Rosneft in the lead for the number 41 outfit, out ahead of the Yaz Heat team by about 149 for second place in championship. A little bit of distraction here because here is Yanis Sherdakis and he is under attack from James Parker. The Aston Martin has got the run into the turn. Great defensive move to the right hand side from Yanis Sherdakis there. What can James Parker do? They're going to be side by side as they go in towards the right hander there at the exit of the Mistral Straight there. This is into Cygnus, the right hander, and is he going to get the cut back here? This is awesome fighting here from the two of them. And look at the background there, because I think that is going to be Felix Repair that gets brought into this battle as well, and the 888 of James Parker has to settle down, has to think about it again. But Dan, I mean, this is just all starting to kick off again.
Well, I've jumped in at a good time, haven't I, to be fair? Yeah, it's very, I mean, as you say, you've got Repair just in the background. Like I said, that gap wasn't, it's come down drastically, even in the 3 or 4 corners that we've seen, as we see James Parker having another little bit of a look. He's trying to eye up Sherdakis at the moment, trying to see, I don't necessarily think he's in a position where he really wants to make that move. He's almost just trying to upset the balance of the Lamborghini, sort of put him in a position where he's a bit more uncomfortable. And then after a couple of laps or so, then we'll see. Great shot from the rear of Sherdakis' car. Again, great shot there. Spit of flame from the Lamborghini. Something about Paul Ricard at night. Something about it. Or something about any racing at night. It's just a bit special, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and especially in Assetto Corsa Competizione. This is one of the things that it absolutely excels in: the immersion, the feeling. Having done a night race, having done a 24-hour endurance race in real life, the sense of immersion, the sense of depth that you get in this stand is absolutely second to none. And it's a 15-second penalty for Marco Macri in the 192. It's a bad day and the off has gone even worse, and I've got a feeling that I haven't seen a penalty come in for them. In fact, there we go, a penalty's just come in. The incident between 333 and the 192, the 333 of course of Maximilian Vedi, and the 192, 15-second penalty. as we go side by side with James Parker and Giannis Sherdakis.
I definitely think it's been a well, again, from obviously I've not been able to watch all of it, but as well, James Parker has another bit of a look. He's closer this time. He really wants this move. Sherdakis goes a little bit wide. Is that going to put a position up for James Parker? He's on the inside, but he's going to be now on the outside for the next corner. So all that Sherdakis has to do is just keep his car. There's a bit of contact between the two. They both managed to keep going, but again, James Parker pinning it round the outside, going through into the latter half of the circuit. Goes a little bit wide as well for good measure, and then settles back down behind him. I can imagine that's frustrated him no end.
Certainly has. Drive-through penalty for GTWR Racing Team, number 32, Chris Hartfeld, and I'm going to presume that is going to be for track limits on that one. It's something we're going to see time and time again, especially, Dan, in these dark conditions where it's very difficult. Again, I'm not the greatest fan of that, James Parker, but to be fair, he's probably flashing his discontent with what he feels was a little bit naughty from Giannis Sherdakis. And I didn't really see anything that was out of order from the two of them. They're just duking it out, really. They're just fighting, and yeah, it's all kind of fair and love and war right now. But James Parker trying to fire it to the inside, but Giannis Sherdakis takes that Lamborghini. And the Lamborghini seems to have such better closing speed on braking, and really can just fire that car in. So just watching with 6 hours and 5 minutes left to go.
Indeed, yes, apologies. I had a bit of a funny 5 minutes there with my mic, but we are back. Yeah, I was just interested to see. That the McLaren's, the Aston Martin's got really good sort of mid-corner. But the Lamborghini just pulls it out of the exit. I wonder what's going to happen here, though, because we see Sherdakis, look, he's not defending on the inside. I wonder if he's just sort of allowing the move to happen and trying to make sure that the guys behind don't catch up, although it is neck and neck. Look at the Lamborghini, though. It's got some pace. James Parker pulls out, but doesn't actually manage to get by. That Lamborghini is very quick in a straight line. I'm surprised.
And that's the thing. Also, have a look in the background, because if I'm not mistaken, that's the Honda of Felix Rupert and Alvarez in the Lexus as well behind them. So this is very quickly, in the space of 10 minutes, becoming a 3-car battle for third place. It's not actually Alvarez, but it is Sherdakis, Parker, and Rupert's come to join that party as well. So again, 3 hours into a 9-hour race, and Dan, this is starting to get a little bit spicy.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, when you look at this again, James Parker going for the wide line, might try and do the cut back this time around. He's trying different things. You can see the different lines almost every single lap, but at the moment, just not working for him, which again is just adding to the frustration. You can imagine how frustrating it is, being stuck behind a car that you feel that you're quicker than. Again, it has a bit of a jink to the left to see, again, trying to upset the balance of Sherdakis, but yeah, at the moment, just trying every way but which, and just can't get by. So the Lamborghini, really well sorted, is that number 34. But again, we'll have to see, because we're only 3 hours into this 6-hour race. A lot's going to happen, I can imagine. And yeah, like I said, Sparks kicked up there from, as we've got a replay here. Who would this be? Can't quite tell who this is. So go through a bit of, that's a Nissan GTR. That's a little bit too close for comfort, I think, there.
I think that's what the kids call a boop. The 192, a boop. Racing Line Motorsport on the 333 of Maximilian Verri, and that is why you got the 15-second penalty there. As we see James Parker this time going to the inside. Is it going to be the same thing again? Is it going to be an action replay of the last lap round? It is. Look at the Lamborghini. It just absolutely pulls out at the last minute there. The legs that thing has got is unbelievable. I cannot believe he's able to, and that's with James into the slipstream there. What does James have to do to get past him right now?
Well, I don't know, to be fair, this may be it. It's a carbon copy of what we saw a few laps ago. Again, there's a bit more contact. I think they've just not as much contact as there was last time, so they're obviously recognising where they are both out on track, although it's going to be James Parker's got the advantage this time around. Again, Sherdakis, I think he just drifted a little bit too wide there. He's got to leave a bit more room. You can't allow the car to wash out too wide, and that's caused James Parker, again, just to drop another position. Definitely not what he wanted. So Rupert has now just got up into P4. That's going to be frustrating James Parker no end. I'd like to see if we can get a replay on that, like potentially from Sherdakis, the number 34 Lamborghini's car. Be interesting to see what it was like from on board, because of that particular camera angle, it just looked like the number 34 just drifted out a little bit too wide.
I feel like we're in a supermarket and you're about to get that announcement, the little chime going in. Could Janis Shardakis please report to the headmaster's office?
I think it's going to be something like that, isn't it?
He's the 34. I mean, look, the Greek Souvlaki squad have been absolutely fantastic. The pace that Lamborghini has been absolutely sensational. But I think that was maybe a little bit over-egging it on the defence of that position here. And now, I'll be honest, I think James Parker's just going to let Rupert try and do the damage here, get past and just mop up whatever he can from this. He's not wanting to get himself too involved in this fight, given that there's still 6 hours left to go.
Well, I think, to be fair, when you've had that sort of opportunity, you've had several opportunities to try and get by. Yes, possibly it's just worth taking it back. Although, to be fair, look at that. I thought James Parker, that camera looked like it was going to be out. But this time it's Rupert versus Chidakis. So what's going to happen here? It looks like Rupert's going to be on the inside again. 2 cars just about managed to go through turn 8. That was very, very close indeed. But look at James Parker, exactly as you said, David. He's decided, thank you very much. He takes back on Rupert. Unfortunately, though, he is now straight back behind. Or he's going to try and capitalise potentially on Chidakis going a little bit wide again. Cuts the nose off at the front, just drifts wide enough. And that was a absolutely superb move. That was, I can imagine the sigh of relief in that car. You can almost hear it from here in the comms box, can't you? Because he's been wanting to do that for a while.
Can I just call that right now? That is probably the greatest overtake that we will see in this race. That was absolutely superb from James Parker. I have never seen anything like that in my life. Taking 2 cars in 2 corners and also keeping to the racing line and getting the gap already. Look at it, he's just away. And that was just an exemplary bit of driving there from James Parker. Speechless comes very, very close. That was just very, very special.
Absolutely. I think it was the timing as well, wasn't it? That was the main thing. If you look coming out of turn 8, again, you could see where obviously the gap was. He played it perfectly. But yeah, there was a bit of a gap, allowed both drivers to actually go through. We've got a replay coming up here. Okay, this is the onboard from Chidakis, I believe. So it goes around the outside. Yeah, it just opens the steering up, and the car just, unfortunately, the car's there. So yeah, I'm sure the stewards will be having a bit of a word with him on that one. But ultimately, obviously, the move has been sort of done and dusted. Yeah, it's just the timing. Absolutely timed to perfection. Just did where it needed to be done. But now Rupert is stuck behind the number 34 Lamborghini. So are we going to see a similar battle this time around for the next few laps?
It is very, very possible because Rupert trying his very best to get onto the back of Shardakis. And, if you're Janis Shardakis, how frustrated are you going to be there? Because you were holding on to 3rd place for a significant amount of time, and within 2 laps, you've been absolutely mugged, and Rupert almost sent Janis Shardakis to the nether realm on that one there. Very, very lucky to escape out of that one and get a big breathe, a big sigh of relief on that one. But, yeah.
I think as well, like when you really sort of bring it down into a calculation, you've got to calculate it, which is, I think it's like James Parker, as much as he was sitting behind it, you can see he was getting a little frustrated potentially. Again, he was just calculating where the move could be done. Tried it a few times, no, it didn't work, and then obviously, 3rd time's a charm, as they say, and he did it. So again, it's especially in a longer sprint race, longer endurance race like this, your timing is everything, and the way that you patience is key as well. That's one thing that everyone's got to remember. But no, I'm excited. It's only been 10 minutes. I've been here, and I'm really buzzing for the rest of the race.
So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Dan Handover is our lucky talisman in terms of shenanigans and race action going on here at the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. Season 3, Round 4, the penultimate round of the championship. It all hinges on this, or at least so much of the championship hinges on this afternoon's race. The 9 hours of Paul Ricard here. Huge thank you to our commercial partners, as always, Coach Dave Academy, to Thrustmaster, and to our brand new partner for this season, to SimSock as well. Head over to simsock.com, simsok.com, and get yourself some very, very trendy footwear that will help keep your feet where they need to be, and that's on those big metal pedals on the floor. Matthias Felg for Good Time Racing. The 100 Audi, now we've not really had a lot of chance to have a look at the 100, and they've been kind of flying under the radar, but a very, very strong performance from them so far in that zebra liveried car. Up to P12 just now, they now move up to P10 as Nicholas Albadale, Cummins in the 121 Odox Motorsport machine, and Robin Pegadel in the 911 Porsche jump into pit lane. But Matthias here having a bit of a decent run, and again through the midfield, it's so important for these drivers to get whatever points they can out of the race today.
Oh, points are key, isn't it? I mean, that's the thing as well, is not only have you got to be, again, we talk about it. Whoa, what was that as well? Oh, sorry, I thought Chidakas had a bit of a moment there, but no, he's just jumping into the pits. I was getting a little bit too excited at that moment. Like I said, as much as you've got to treat it like an endurance, I'm almost going to contradict myself in a way and say you've got to stay you've almost got to put it as a endurance teamed with a sprint. You sort of mix the two together. It's a little bit strange. As well, we've just been told that was actually quite an early stop for Chidakas, so obviously interested to see what's going on then and how that's actually going to develop throughout the race. You've got 6 hours left, maybe an opportunity to try a different strategy. I mean, he's in a good position at the moment, so I may be a little bit reserved at trying any sort of potentially off strategies. But we'll have to see how that plays out later in the race.
Well, that's the thing as well. I think if you're looking towards the final 5.75 hours of the race, this is now the time, if you're going to change your strategy, you're 3 hours in, it's now time to have a look at it and time to start thinking about it. So Chidakas, I mean, we never expected to see the Greek Souvlaki squad that far up in the number 34, certainly up into the top 5, and quite honestly, they thoroughly deserve it today. They've had the pace, they've had the aggression to keep them up there, and it could very well work out for them. What's not worked out, however, is Gabriel Martinez-Amer in the 121 Odox Motorsport machine in 15th place. It has been a horrible race for them, Dan. They came into today's race needing to get a top 5 finish to stay in contention with that championship, but it looks like it's all done and dusted now in terms of fighting for that title. Then it then leaves it down to the Ladasport Rosneft team, the 41 team, and then into your 149 Yaz Heat team.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, isn't it, to sort of get to the stage where you almost know unless something drastic happens, then there's a very little chance that you're going to be able to clinch the title. But at the same time, though, it's an opportunity. There's still some good racing to be had. I mean, we've seen that. I've seen that countless times throughout what I've done with the SimGrid. In the short space of time that I've done some stuff with the SimGrid, and the racing is just absolutely fantastic, which is again really good to see. Bit of a battle here, Lexus versus McLaren this time. As I say that, McLaren had a bit of a wobble there, so the gap is now just extended back. So it's number 88 Lexus and the number 934 McLaren. Again, absolutely love what I love about ACC with GT racing is again you can have. I mean, what other opportunity would you have? A Lexus fighting a McLaren? Again, it's fantastic to see. So we're going to have to see how that battle develops a little bit later on. Yeah, the gap was about 3/4 tenths of a second. It's now 1.1. So it's amazing, isn't it, as well, David, how those small little changes, that small little sort of oversteer moment, has dropped 7 tenths of a second. It was a fraction, a small tap of opposite lock, and he's dropped almost a second.
Small issues, small mistakes can have big consequences throughout these races, and again what you'll usually find is that the top 5 are all about staying consistent. And I've got absolute heartbreak for you just now, because the Bentley team, the Zancho Simsport number 26 team of John Monroe, Jack McIntyre and Ross McGregor have had a game crash. They were in about 12th or 13th position, and they're now down 2 laps down in 28th position. That is absolute heartbreak for them, as we see Jaroslav Honzik for the Yazheat Richard Mill team.
Big shame. Big shame for that. So I do obviously naturally. It's never nice when that happens, is it? Yeah. I think as well, regardless whether you're on. Obviously I do race for Rocket, have raced for Rocket and still continue to race for Rocket every now and again. And naturally, I'm always going to be, it's a big loss for the team. But as well, even if it was anyone else, it's a big shame, isn't it? You never want that to happen with any competitors, even if obviously, competitors are in your own team. So yeah, it's a big shame because we all want everyone to make sure that they can participate in the fullest. And as much as I'm sure the guys will be continuing and they'll be continuing to smash the laps and get some good testing in, it is a bit of a, it's a real sort of a kick in the teeth because, like I said, 2 laps down, it will be a struggle from here. But especially, 5 hours and 50 minutes to go. But we'll see. Again, some valuable testing, I'm sure, to be had. That's the key thing as well. It's not all is lost. You can always learn something. You can always take something away.
Well, we've seen that before, as we see Marco Macri on the back of Gabriel Martinez and Mir in fact, that is the number 73 of Felix Rupert that Marco Macri is trying to unlap himself just now, and that is a bold move given the speed of that Porsche. In fact, he's done him before this back straight is even done through the Mistral straight there. So that Porsche, oh my goodness me, huge moment of oversteer there. The Honda NSX fires itself back up the inside, and if you're that Porsche, I've got to be honest, it's let off the gas and just regroup yourself.
Well, I think a new race suit would definitely be needed, wouldn't it? That was an interesting experience going through turn 8. Bear in mind, you're going however many, a good 150, 160 kilometers an hour through there. That was absolutely insane. Marco Macri, we've just seen the number 192. He has just got a drive-through as well, so the car just out of shot at the moment behind the 73. He has got a drive-through for track limits. So track limits again. I am not fond of track limits. No one is fond of track limits, but they are there for a reason. And we can see obviously a few people that have now got them. That's a big shame because I've been both sides of that. I've been both sides of another team getting track limits in it, and we're us benefiting from it. I've also been in the side of getting the track limits warning, and it's not a nice feeling.
Yeah, that's absolute heartbreak. Just having a look, purely because I think that's their 3rd penalty today for Marco Macri in the 192. We saw Cody Pride, who we had a chat with early on, who got a penalty after I think it was about maybe lap 3 or lap 4 for unnecessary contact, and had to do a recovery drive there. So, I mean, again, it just shows you for the likes of the number 26 team, they've had that disconnect. They can get themselves logged back in, and they can minimise the amount of damage if they can just keep going with that. But just also looking at Mikhail Statsenko taking over the wheel from the 149 Yaz Heat, and I think now we're going to see the temperature start to rise in that Ferrari as it comes to life in these cool conditions here, with Alexander Novikov behind the wheel of your race-leading 41 Lada Sport Rosneft outfit. This is Kieran Prendergast in the Deep Purple machine, and I've got to be honest, Dan, this is one of my most impressive performances from a team in this race. Now, these guys in Deep Purple started, I think it was about P32, P33, and they've got themselves up to 9th position. Dan King gets a drive-through penalty for the Triple Eight, and again, that's going to be for track limits, isn't it?
Well, one would imagine so. It's a shame as well because Darren's actually, we've just as well obviously looking at the pit stops. We saw last time we saw the Triple Eight, it was James Parker at the wheel, so Darren King has just jumped out on circuit and he's just got a drive through straight out of the bat, so not ideal from that, not ideal in that situation. But again, a long way to go yet. Just put it behind you, take the drive through, and then off you go. Probably would also be driving that a little bit more conservatively for the remainder of the race. It doesn't have to be a lot though. That's the surprising thing. As we can see, Darren King now for the Coach Dev Academy Triple Eight Aston on your screen, branded with his logo on the bonnet for good measure as well. It's surprising you don't have to necessarily pull your pace back all too much for you to actually drive surprisingly more within your limits. Like I said, 5%, no more than that. So you probably only lose maybe 2 or 3 tenths a lap. And it's amazing how much that can just sort of compose yourself, and it'll allow you to settle into a rhythm a little bit quicker. So it's a key thing there. If you can find that balance, it's a very, very interesting, very good thing as well. A bit of a battle here as well. That is Giratana versus Props, the 2 Ferraris head-to-head, the 27 and the 32. We'd like to see some inter-manufacturer rivalry as well. It's always good fun to watch.
It sure is, and the Jace outfit of Giratana in front of the 32 of GTWR Racing Team. GTWR actually have 2 drivers, 2 teams in. We've got Andrea Miato in the number 28 up in 5th position in the sister car, the sister Ferrari. So great to see a strong performance from them. And as we go through our next cycle of pit stops, this will be the the third iteration of pit stops for these drivers. Again, all eyes have to turn to the front there as Thibaut Prost goes very, very wide out of that corner there. Your race leader, the Alexander Novikov, with a large gap there of about 15 seconds, you've got to think, what can the Yas Heat 149 team do to minimise that and get past them?
Yeah, I think as well, it's you've got a few different sort of options. Again, you can, to be fair, it depends how long Props has been sitting behind Giratana, but I'd almost be sort of sitting there as well and just sort of like, again, gauging where I can potentially make the move. Obviously, you're now battling car versus car. So the only real difference now is obviously naturally your driving style, but also the small different setups as well. You haven't necessarily got as big of a disparity in your straight line speed or your turn or your mid corner stability, things like that. Although I have seen though that Props is really good on the brakes. That number 32 is very, very good on the brakes. It seems always seems to be catching up the number 27. So I'll have to see how that goes. So Laura, maybe playing that to your advantage in the latter half of the lap. Again, you can just see it there, utilizing a bit more of the. Seems to be just carrying fair amount more mid-corner speed. That's what, 0.3, probably 2 or 0.3 of a second he's gained just there alone. So we go through now, it's carrying a lot more mid-corner speed. He's definitely got the quicker car at this moment in time by the looks of it. And as well, car versus car, so he's going to have the slipstream. At the moment, Giratana hasn't got anyone in front of them. So, no, this is just going to be, possibly, should be plain sailing for Prost. If he can get a good run and going through turn 8, we'll have to see.
Now I'm watching the 888 machine Aston Martin of Darren King, who's still got that drive-through. He's not served his drive-through, and I always get worried when I don't see them serve that after 1 or 2 laps to see, have they been told, do they know that they've got a drive-through penalty? Because we've seen it before where a disqualification comes in and oh no, absolute heartbreak for the second time in a row. The 149 Yas Heats Ferrari disconnects from second place, and it all goes horribly wrong. And I'm not going to point fingers, but we did jokingly have in YouTube chat somebody saying that their third driver was going to disconnect, and unfortunately that's all come true. So that is an absolute F of the biggest proportions, and that unfortunately has massive championship implications.
Again, you don't like it seeing being decided out of your own hands, do you? Because it's not good at all. Again, big shame. Again, they just need to obviously simply just join, take what they can get, and again, like I said, let's not rule anything out. Yeah, if they are going to be I imagine there'll be some ways around it. Depends how quickly they can reconnect. It depends how much time they've lost in that reconnection. But again, I mean, there's 5 hours and 45 minutes left to go. Now, we've seen a lot happen as well. Both there, we've commentated a lot in the past. Again, we've seen a lot happen in an hour, in an hour sprint race, let alone the next 6 hours worth of racing. So, again, it's a big shame, and it's something we really hate to see. As we see Darren King, there you go, David. You can breathe now because Darren King has jumped in the pits, I would imagine, to serve his penalty. But what's going to happen this time around? We can see Props just getting closer and closer. Darts to the inside. So does Giratana. He has to go to the outside though to try and cut him off. It's going to be 2 going through turn 8. Manages to all get back as they are. Wow, that was a very late move for Prost, but also a very late additional defensive move there from Giratana as well for the 27. So got to be a little bit careful with that, especially at the high speeds that you're going. That is a very it's definitely will unsettle the car, I think is the best way to put it, especially at that sort of high speed. There was a bit of contact there as well, so you don't want to be doing that going through turn 8 at best part of 150 miles an hour.
Yeah, that is not the best. It's a bit scary stuff there as you see Thibaut Prost trying to catch onto the back, and this is starting to get a bit fighty between Giratana and Prost here. This is awesome stuff right now, and I'll be honest with you, I'm still absolutely heartbroken for that 149 team. It still look to be completely disconnected from the server. They don't look to be back out on track, and again, the more that goes down, the more that they lose time with that. 1 week it's controls, the next week it's internet, and we obviously will try our best to focus on the race in hand. But what that does mean, Dan, is that means now that Konstantinos Kontogiannis for Greek Souvlaki squad is now in second place.
Indeed, I can imagine, as you say, for the number 34 Lamborghini, the Souvlaki squad, they're not going to be complaining at all, because a position is a position. Doesn't necessarily matter how you get it, whether it's a freebie, whether you disconnection or anything, they are going to be jumping with joy, because they're obviously, yes, in P2. But it also pushes the number 73 Honda of the XL Racing by Renvelt, pushes them up, currently being driven by Nico Strauss, up into second. But what is going to happen here? Side by side between drops, and that is going to be Giratana. Good move up there, the inside through Prost. He had the positioning there. At that point in time, Giratana couldn't actually go anywhere. Although, as I say, no, actually, do you know what? I might be getting confused. I don't think Props has actually made the move. No, he hasn't. He remained in 11th. Ignore me. I was getting confused with the cars that I saw. So just gloss over that. We'll swiftly move on.
Well, talking of swiftly moving on, let's have a very quick chat with James Parker from Coach Dave Academy /Dalking / Actual Vision Community Racing. We'll bring him in for a very quick chat. Good afternoon, James. Fresh out of that 888 machine, and my goodness me, that was a stint and a half you put in there.
I wouldn't call myself fresh. 3 hours was pretty grueling. Yeah, it was crazy race, to be fair, so far. And really good progress at the start of the stint in the first hour. Obviously, the Lexus was a bit over-ambitious and dropped us all the way back. But the car's fast. I mean, we're matching leader's pace, so unfortunately, all the time we're losing through the pack is just making it worse for us. But yeah, I've never done a triple stint before in ACC, I don't think. And I had to do it just because of what plans I've got today, and I don't think I'll be doing it again.
It's a bold move, certainly, and I was going to say, I take it you weren't prepared for just how exhausted you were going to be after that stint.
It's more that I'd run out of water after the first half an hour, so I literally had 2.5 hours of no drink. So yeah, I just felt myself getting a bit tired, a bit. My concentration was just waning a bit towards the end, but. Really good fight. Would have liked a bit more room from the Lambo on a couple of occasions, but that's that. And our car is so fast in the corners, but down the straights we are not very fast. So it's quite frustrating, really, because a lot of cars are trimmed out, especially the Lambo. It just walks away from you on the straights. So you've got to be a bit inventive with your moves sometimes, and I knew if I could line him up out of seam corner into the long right at Le Bousset, I could kind of get underneath him eventually. But it was tough. Long old race to go, and I'm sure Padawan and Dow will finish strongly.
Obviously, big changes up at the front, and I know this wouldn't have concerned yourself too much, but another disconnect for the Yaz Heat team, the 149 of Mikhail Statsenko, and obviously that now throws huge shadows over the championship.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for them. I'm sorry to hear that, because they're having a really good race. But I mean, we'll take it. I'd rather, overtake them on track, but it's unfortunate. And look, we had a bad round in Hungary, where we had a stop and go and a few bits and bobs, even though we had an extremely good pace. And then the next 2 rounds after that, we've had really good car, but not quite achieved the podium. So, yeah, a strong result here will hopefully project us up the championship, and hopefully we can fight for the top 3 in the championship come Misano.
Excellent stuff. James Parker, thank you so much. Best luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully we'll get a chance to speak to you later on.
No worries. Have a good rest of the race, guys.
There we go, James Parker from the 888 machine. We've also got Chris Severe, actually, that we can have a chat with from the number 10 Deep good afternoon. That was a very, very good opening stint for you guys. Kevin Niles really, really doing well to get the pace going.
Yeah, I just looked up. I was actually like asleep when everyone was qualifying, so I looked it up and I realized we qualified second to last. Holy cow! So we've done a pretty good job to come through the field. Yeah.
Well, that was it. So second to last, and obviously at 16th after the pit stop shuffle, but as high as P9, P10, an insane drive. Obviously, you must be looking forward to getting involved in this.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because the car. Oh my god! Doing practice earlier in the week, I thought I was off pace and stuff, but we made got a better setup in, and suddenly boom, suddenly I was sitting 55 flats. Occasionally, at least at the beginning of the stint, it's still doesn't compete much with the like the Astons up front, or maybe the Honda or Lamborghinis up there. But we are standing. I don't know. We have pretty good pace. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting there. It's probably going to be. It's definitely what I'm looking forward to the most. Sorry, I gotta get my words together. Holy cow. It's the race I'm probably looking forward to the most at this point because I don't know, it just feels like the one we're most on pace to get maybe potentially a top 10 result.
And again, starting second to last and having that, and I've got to be honest, I think you're absolutely spot on with that. A top 10 is definitely within your grasp there. What do you think it's been with that car that has made you so fast? Because obviously, other teams are driving Bentleys out there, but they just don't seem to have the ability to cut through the field like you guys do.
I don't know. Maybe it's the extra wing we have on, because we certainly don't have the straight line speed. The cars just drive, once they get behind us, they just drive right on by. But I think we've been making up huge amount of time, in sector 1 and 3. So that's probably where it's all kind of coming down. We're able to make more there than we do on the straight, where it matters, anyway.
Excellent stuff. Sorry, I got slightly distracted there, Chris, as I saw Timo Burkle absolutely scything his way down the inside of the car there. So
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But that brings you on to exactly what you were saying there about the other cars just driving you by. So yet you're still able to get up into P17 after Timo Burkle, and other cars can, as you said, drive past you on the straight there. So there must be something in the cornering speed. And again, the Bentley just almost into the back of Timo Burkle there. From yourself, Chris, what's your thoughts for the rest of the race? 5.5 hours left to go. How much do you think a top 10 is on the cards for you guys today?
It's really kind of hit or miss. Depends whether or not we get a drive-through penalty, which I think we're only one cut away from getting at this point. So if that happens, then we'll fall back a little bit and it'll be another chore to get back in there. But if we manage to just not get another track cut for the rest of the race, I think I would say maybe like a 50% chance to get that 10th place.
I like those odds. Well, we'll keep an eye on that, Chris, and we'll try and cut back to you later on in the race. But best of luck to the Deep Purple team.
Yeah, thank you. Good talking with you guys.
There we go, Chris there. And yeah, Dan, that was... I think we just woke him up from his slumber there.
I mean, to be fair, it's... yeah, it was a... I mean, he seems in good spirits, though, doesn't he? To be fair. Which is
imagine waking up though after qualifying started. You're like second to last, and then you're like, "All right, I'm just going back to bed then." And then you wake up again, and you're like 16th. how did that happen?
What happened there? I know. I've actually been in that situation. I've been in that situation a few times. You sort of like you go away if you're doing an endurance race. Obviously, you don't necessarily have to be at the PC all the time. And yeah, you go away and you come back, and again, I've been both sides of it. You come back, and unfortunately, there's been a couple of incidents, and you're down 15, 20 places, or the complete opposite. You come back after a few hours, and then all of a sudden, you'll just magically appear in front of everyone. I believe this is actually a battle. This is actually a battle for position. So we have the 192. Oh, that was Macri versus Cow. So just going up, 911, and the 192. 911, both jostling for position, but Macri does make that move. Couch tries to have a bit of a look again, can't quite make anything stick. He left the door open very, very wide on the last corner though, so I wonder if there was any he didn't seem to fight it all too much, unless he was actually trying to go for that cutback. Or again, sort of maybe a team at the moment playing the long game at this point, allowing the move to happen, allowing maybe see if they can actually get pulled along by Macri as well. So again, we'll have to be interesting to see the thoughts on that. But a good move nevertheless for the 192 Porsche.
Yeah, and just to update you on the 149 Yas heats, Ferrari that was in second place still in pit lane. It looks like they have retired from the race. They're 8 laps down. Jardier's ended his stream, which would make me think that they've decided to call it a day with that one, and that is absolutely devastating, given that will very likely, if I'm right in saying that, will put the championship beyond them for the next round, given that it's going to be a race win for the number 41 Lada team, and they are not good, so they were 10 points behind anyway, so if they take a full race win, there's no way that they can be caught now for the rest of the championship. That is dependent obviously on the finish there, but absolute heartbreak for them.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? Like I said, knowing that it's very much your things have just slipped away. Any possible sort of opportunity for a championship has just slipped away. It's a horrible feeling to be in that position. So I do feel for them as everyone does. Well, you heard obviously James Parker as well. He, as much as he enjoys the promotion in terms of position, so he'd rather race them out on track, which I think everyone would agree. He'd always want to race people. Out on track, because again, like I said, it's obviously much more fun, much more inclusive, and it's just all around a good laugh. Do you know what? I always very wide line from Prendergast, the number 10 Bentley. Very wide line there. I wonder if he's going to get a run potentially going down into turn 1. Doesn't look like he's catching up all that much, but I've noticed it a few times actually. The different lines that people are taking going through that last corner, it's amazing how many people really sort of like try and come wide and then cut back in. Sorry, I know it's a small little thing, but it's one thing I've just noticed actually, the amount of different lines through just specifically the last corner.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Just watching this with 5.5 hours to go, as we saw Mirko Ferrari bouncing off the curb and taking a little bit of a hit there. This is the battle between Giarratana and Thibaut Prost. Again, Giarratana is like a rabbit in the headlights with the Ferrari behind him of Prost. Prost trying to catch on to the toe of that car in front, but it's not happening. Oh, and that's very wide from Giarratana there. Again, you're going to have to be very careful with that because of the amount of track limits penalties being handed out, and yeah, it's getting a little bit scary with 5.5 hours left to go. Just thinking about how this keeps on going through.
Yeah, I think as well. You've got to be again. You've always got to sort of like do these different calculations in your head, haven't you? You've always got to do these different sort of adjustments. Just actually going to we've just got a drive-through for the number 411 BMW for Grant Smith. Not ideal timing, I don't think that is.
Well, they should have been paying attention, listening to me. I've been warning them all the time about it. But yeah, well, look, to be fair, at least it's not the number 10. It's not the 10 Bentley of Kieran Prendergast, who is literally on his last life in terms of track cut warnings on that one, and I think it's a bit optimistic to think that thing's going to last 5.5 hours without getting another cut track warning. See, if it does, they will be very happy with that thing nonetheless. This is Mirko Ferrari under a lot of pressure. He has got the number 88 just in front of him, and he's also got Kieran Prendergast, the guy that we were talking about, in that number 10, so Kieran has the chance to get back up. But it's damage limitation, because remember, Kieran was in 16th place, so he's lost these 2 positions. Oh, there's a huge punt there on the 446, and that is just unbelievable. Do you know what's worse is the fact that that's going to be a separate penalty, so he could get a penalty for that and get a penalty for a drive-through, for a track cut if he cuts it again.
It's potentially a double whammy, isn't it? It's not ideal. It's not what you want. Not what you want at all. Yeah, it's a shame. He does. You have seen in there, obviously, that you can see. He did actually let the position by, so he let the Lexus continue back through, which again, good sportsmanship. Obviously, naturally, really nice and what you like to do. but unfortunately, again, the stewards will still be looking at it. You know, it's one of the things just because you let the position by, you still have to investigate. It's one of those things, which obviously the stewards will be doing that. Just down in the we're actually just seeing as well the Ferraris as well. We've got Prots versus Giratana, again battling, duking it out, Ferrari versus Ferrari. And then only a few seconds up the road, we've got another Ferrari of the 28, currently from by Miato, currently now riding on board with the GTWR R8G Academy of Devoured Props. So, and we've also got as well a lot of inter-manufacturer rivalry here. That we've got the 192 Porsche and the 911 Porsche as well, a little bit further down. And then just directing your attention, David, down into the latter half of the timing tower, and it's just a sea of red. With lots of drive-throughs, which isn't ideal again.
What I love is that it's another. I like recalling it as this, but it's like an Oprah moment. It's like you get a drive-through, you get a drive-through, you get a drive-through. Everybody gets a drive-through. But look, we joked about it before, but I mean, it's one of those things, and it's only going to get worse as these 5.5 hours go on. I mean, we're trolling to coming up to the halfway point of the race already, and this is what's going to determine the top 10 finishers are the ones that keep themselves away from all this trouble.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, again, because I'm sort of like just coming into the it's also as well, especially when you come into a sort of race like halfway through, you're gauging. It takes a little bit of time to sort of gauge like what drivers are sort of feeling and what teams are feeling. Obviously, you've had from the start, you can really sort of see straight away from the bat sort of what the driving standard, what the driving tactics are straight away. Whereas if you're coming in, you start developing the knowledge, you start sort of developing the and start pairing sort of people up, because you can see what their sort of driving style is. You can see how they want to try and overtake people and how aggressive they want to be. And it's quite a steep learning curve actually, but once normally for me, it takes about a good hour, I think. And then once that hour's in, sort of I can see sort of like what the grid's doing. It then becomes a lot easier. You can almost start, David, I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, but you can start to predict more of what drivers will potentially do the more you go through, which I actually find quite exciting. I do enjoy doing that sort of thing.
Yeah, because it is nice though, to be fair, because on that note, you've got your idea of what you think is going to go on, and then when that turns out to be the case, you're like, oh, I can predict the future.
Exactly.
It gives you the sense of like knowing what's actually going on. But the other thing that's really caught my eye, I'll be honest with you, Dan, is how evenly spread out this field is. I mean, look at say 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and a handful of seconds between them. Then you look at 8th, 9th, and 10th, and 11th, and 12th, and they're all within a pit stop of each other.
Yeah, I think that's quite good as well. Like I said, within within a pit stop, but all still relatively even. But there's little pockets of sort of battles that we can see here. Obviously, you've got Prendergast versus Ferrari, the 446, Lexus versus the 10 BMW. Obviously, you've got the Porsches battling out. You've got the Ferraris here duking out as well. They're both catching up with Miato as well, I think. So that's one thing be interesting to watch out for as well. But what's going to happen here? Props now goes to the outside. He's going to try the outside this time. Is he going to go the long way around? No, he doesn't. But I wonder if he's going to try and cut back and see if he can get the move going through into turn 9. A bit of blocking there, but Giratana can't block all that much. He has to give some space. But at the moment, Props doesn't quite make that move stick though. He's trying every single time he goes wide, try and get the cutback, potentially going through, again, these latter really long sweeping corners here. Always the one corners, the complex that I really dislike at Paul Ricard is this section here, because the corner feels like it goes on forever, and you feel like you have to wait so long to get on the throttle again. It's actually quite frustrating, especially if you get it wrong and the front starts to push. Again, a wide line there through Props, tries to cut the car back. Again, I think Giratana, he's got a very, very good drive in the 27 Ferrari, and again you can see there the gap there just pulls away. So at the moment though, it's even Stevens, isn't it? I think in terms of pace, I don't think I could quite put my finger on who would actually be faster if one was in front of the other. I think we'd almost be doing this if the roles were reversed.
Yeah, and the great point that we had earlier on, Dan, is the fact that there's a case for whether or not you want to be the faster driver or if you want to fight it. If there's a car behind you that desperately wants to get past, let it pass, follow in its footsteps, and and just race your own race, because quite often than not, people seem to, especially drivers and teams, seem to forget that, you know, they're all driving their individual race. There's all mitigating circumstances and factors that mean that they're not necessarily racing the car that is right in front of them on track. If you get to an hour to go and then suddenly you're in front of a car or behind the car, then absolutely go for it. But until then, just you want to put yourself in the best possible position, and that means that, you know, just be smart. Think about it a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing as well, isn't it? That's the key thing, actually, and it's a good point you raised there. Is well, as they say, the saying goes, it works smart, not hard. You know, why should you try and put yourself in a position where you have to work and you have to try and push your car to the absolute limit to try and get the most out of the car? Again, like I said, you know, work with what you've got in terms of your, you know, in terms of, you know, what your strengths are within the team, or you know what your strengths are within the car, or even your driving style as well. And yeah, play to them. You know, there's no point trying to do something that that you're not, maybe not as comfortable with as something else, because it won't gain you as much. We've actually got the number 14 BMW currently driven, recovering in pieces. That's been driven by Lars Kisser. So he's only about 8 tenths away from Darren King, who has served his penalty, by the way. As you can see, no drive through there, although he's got no lives left. That's the other thing as well, is once you've got a first drive through, obviously that's it. You've got another 5 hours and 20 minutes, essentially the safest driving you'll ever do. And that's a very, very key thing. Well, bottom right hand corner of the screen, again, the battle for Ferrari versus Ferrari still raging on, and the guys still can't quite make up their mind who wants to be in front.
Oh, it's getting so close to contact between Thibaut Prost and Giratana, and this is actually allowing Marco Macri and the battle behind him to catch up as well, because there's Jarno Kausch in a 9:11 as well, as we come up to hit 4 o'clock UK time, 5 o'clock Central European time. And what a race we have got so far, and what a race we've got in store still, with 5 hours 20 left to go of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3 Round 4. The 9 hours of Paul Ricard as Giratana and Prost go side by side yet again for another lap here. Is Prost going to try and go around the outside? He thinks about it, but Giratana gets the inside line for that corner, and again you can see Andrea Miato gets a drive-through penalty. The car in front of them, the 28 Ferrari, that's going to move Prost up into 9th position, and Giratana up into 10th. So hang on, Prost has got that done on Giratana there. So yeah, he's going to be happy with having that position. But have a look at Marco Macri and Jarno Kausch. This is for P5 and P6, the 888 car of Dan King. And the Unicorns love BMW, looking very, very fast indeed.
Well, I think we know how quick the BMW is on a straight. It's an absolute powerhouse in the straight line. Gets an okay exit though, but Darren's got he's actually got a bit of a gap. Well, when we last saw, was it a lap ago, maybe 2 laps ago, it was 7/10 of a second. When we actually jumped back to this battle, it was 2/10. So very, very close indeed. Look at the gap that the BMW is pulling. That's an absolute powerhouse in a straight line. I don't think it's all doing that much, though. He's not going to be close enough this time around, is Lars Kisser. But he might potentially have a look. He has a bit of a dive on the outside, or he has a bit of a look just to try and, again, upset Darren King, get him looking in his mirrors. Both, I always get nervous when they go and hit that curb on the outside. Riding now on board with the Unicorns of Love BMW. We've got, oh, look at that. Brendergast as well, the number 10 Bentley. 15-second time penalty. Not good at all. So we're going to have to potentially see what was the case of that in the end. Again, Lars Kisser getting ever closer. Getting ever closer. That was the, so we've just been told as well, that was because of the incident that he had along with the Lexus a few laps ago. And we actually were told as well it would have been even longer. So giving the position back does pay off and does pay dividends in the long run, doesn't it?
It absolutely does, and again it comes down to that consistency and just being able to race your own race. It's horrible to see that from Kieran Prendergast with that 15-second time penalty, but again, rules is rules, and you know we need to make sure that those penalties are upheld. If you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Welcome to the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. This is the penultimate rounds here at Paul Ricard here, and Wow, this is getting a little bit scary because that is Alexander Novikov in the middle of that little battle there. That's Thibaut Prost ahead of the 192 of Marco Macri, but Novikov just managing to get himself ahead. So with the time at just about 4 o'clock UK time, it's time for us to take a very short commercial break, and then we're going to return with a little immersion break. We'll go on board with one of the cars and you can enjoy the sights and sounds of one of the front runners. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is a battle and a half that is unfolding right now between Miato and Thibaut Prost. Thibaut Prost all over the back of the 192 recovering driver of Marco Macri. That's allowing Andrea Miato in the 28 Ferrari away ahead. So it was actually Macri that just took that position from Prost, just to give you a bit of context there, because it did look like it was Macri under pressure there, but it was Macri that actually did that move there. And Dan, a very welcome return back to the racing here. 5 hours left to go, and now we're starting to see the storyline unfolding here as we see Macri still side by side. Great move up the inside there. That's how you do it.
Indeed it is. That was a very, very, again, well timed. That's the thing. You didn't pull out, didn't move into the non-draft. You didn't pull out of the slipstream too early. Really, really well timed. It's got that move done. At the point as well, when you look at it, Macri couldn't do anything. That's what. As long as you put your car in a good position on track, it will get to the stage where your opponent can't actually do anything. So again, very, very well timed. And he's already pulled a bit of a gap. It's probably around 3 or 4 tenths of a second already. It's only been about 3 corners. So this could be now where Props is really starting to get head down. The car is working within, the tyres are switched on, and he's ready to go. Although the Porsche, as we do know, Porsche is very, very good on the brakes, and it's very quick in a straight line. So as long as Macri can sit behind and stay around this sort of pace, which is about 3 tenths of a second, then I think it might actually be a relatively easy pass back on that long straight, which I imagine for Prost will seem like it will take an eternity to get down.
Yeah, it's an excellent recovery drive though from the 192 Racing Line Motorsport team there to get that position back up into 12th position, given that they had drive-throughs and they had penalties left, right and centre. So fantastic to see that. We actually spoke to Cody Pride, one of the fast chargers from early on in the first course of the race. And difficult to believe now, Dan, we're almost at the halfway point in the race. We've got half an hour to go to get there. But again, the damage is done. Novikov away out, 120 laps to the goods of this race here, and Contogiannis about 32 seconds behind. That gap just getting bigger and bigger. And from my understanding, if Martinez Amir in the Odox Motorsports 121 machine, if they finish P12 or worse, that's what makes it mathematically impossible for the Ladasport Rosnev team to be caught.
Interesting. Whoa! Big moment there. Tokyo Drift style for the 192. That was Mac. I mean, he managed to save it just about from the Racing Line Motorsport Porsche. Oh my goodness. Now, I'm intrigued to see, almost as like, again, that's one of the positions. He actually lost a position as well to the number 100s. That currently driven by Linda. I'm just seeing what team that is. But yeah, not good at all. But I mean, well, so that's the Good Time Racing one. Bastian Linder currently the man behind the wheel. I genuinely don't know how that was. I can imagine that was just to lock the brakes up, hit the brakes as hard as you can, and allow the car to go. But I wonder if he maybe hit the curb on the entry on the outside in the slightly wrong way. I've done that multiple times myself. You turn the car in, there's just a bit of a dip on that exit curb. If you hit that, the car goes, and it's so difficult to catch it. So I wonder if that could have been the thing there. But a bit of side-by-side between... Actually, it's the three-way battle here, I believe. There's no one, or potentially people laughing, so I'm just trying to get my bearings on the numbers that we have on our screens. But no, but
that's Lars Kisser in the 14 BMW just in front of Unicorns of Love, and that is actually Darren King in the 888 Aston Martin just behind him. So they're trying to get past some lap traffic there. But Dan, that Unicorns of Love BMW has massively impressed me in this second stage of the race, getting up to 4th position there, and they had a drive through. And honestly, they've done so well in recovering that race for themselves, and it just shows that getting yourself into the top 10, that's really what it's all about.
Well, I think this is when you actually have a when you sort of really think about it. If you're able, I'm going to interrupt myself with a replay. So this is a replay of the 192 Porsche, the Racing Line Motorsport Porsche. What happened here? Again, just carries actually a bit too much speed on the way in. So interesting enough, so the car wasn't upset on the entry, but more so the part of the way through the corner. Possibly a bit of downforce loss, obviously, as the car turned in, because the Race Line Motorsport car, he was very, very close to the Ferrari. So, yeah, I mean, very, very strange. I don't think I've seen that. Before. But anyway, manages to continue, obviously, which is the main thing. So Macri still is on his merry way. Has lost a position, unfortunately, to Bastian Linder, but he still maintains only one position loss. So I've actually that replay's actually sort of thrown me off. But you take over, David. I'll compose myself and come back.
Oh, Dan, we love you, my friend. We love you. Right, what I was saying was Lars Kisser and the Unicorns of Love, number 14, getting up into to fourth position there. Fantastic recovery drive after the earlier issues, and more importantly, about getting your car into the top 10. It seems to be almost like the way that you secure getting a decent finish is staying above that sort of threshold. That seems to be the watermark, the tread mark for a lot of the cars here, and Marco Macri into the pits there, and I wonder if maybe that is just the sign that the tyres had given up the ghost in that Porsche. We know that Porsche 192 has been getting thrown around something rotten this afternoon, and it could be that the tyres have just given up the ghost on that one. Interesting to see if there's any changes of strategy as well.
Possibly. It could be a thing there. We just saw the number 66 Lexus jump into the pits. That was the Team Fortilla Lexus as they go in. That 192 Porsche, that's going to have the grading on that, the tyres will be absolutely, they'll feel horrible to drive. It's one of the things that ACC really simulates well, is if you have a big flat spot moment, that you have a massive sideways moment, especially at that sort of pace, the car feels horrible to drive. You'll have massive amounts of force feedback, vibrations to the wheel, much as you would find in the real world. You see a lot of drivers, if they Formula 1 drivers especially, if they have a lock-up, only a fraction, but then they'll start complaining about vibrations. ACC really simulates that well, and that was a very, very high-speed moment. So definitely going to be, that may, as you say, the strategy may have actually just changed based on that entire incident. That could have completely changed their strategy. Because they're going to have to work around it now. If the car is too bad to drive at this moment in time, now naturally you're going to have to do that alternate strategy. Now, if they have one in the bag, then that would be fantastic. Cody Pride now currently in the car, so they have them in the driver's swap as well, which naturally would limit they've also done tyres. I think at this moment in time, if they've got some different strategies on the board, they've got some different possibilities, that will actually help them pretty heavily, because they won't have to do too much thinking. They'll be able to just sort of like choose a strategy and then roll with it.
Yeah, you're in for an absolute treat with Cody Pride behind the wheel on that car. He is a very, very fast driver behind the wheel of that one. So interesting to see how they get back up through into that. I've got no doubt you'll actually see Cody up towards the top 10 as well after this next 15 minutes is underway. So we've hit the 5 hour to go mark here in the penultimate rounds of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. It's been a bit of a mad race that we've had so far. Still Alexander Novikov in the lead in the 41 as we see a battle for 22nd and 23rd position, and it's almost a scrap of politeness here. It's almost drivers fighting over themselves after you. No, after you.
I mean, to be fair, it's the gentleman racing quite literally there. That's what we like to see, isn't it? Again, as well, clean racing is what we want. We want clean racing. We want... actually, the race is now going to end. They've obviously heard us on the stream. They decided against it. So the Lexus, the 345 Lexus pulls into the pits. A drive-through from the stewards, as we have just seen and just been told. That is for the number 53 Aston Martin. Interesting stuff there. So the Paul Sport 52, currently driven, I believe, that is the 53. Apologies. So that's the Le Pair Esports. That's driven by Timo Berkel. So I wonder if we're going to have, and there we go, up on the screen. Actually got a few. So drive through to car 53 for avoidable contact on lap 117 with car number 88. That's the all-in racing number 3. So, again, costly error there.
And this is exactly what you don't want to have coming up to the midway point of the race. This is where consistency and being balanced and being able to hold your own comes into its own, really. It's in the middle of the night now. Concentration and focus is an all-time premium right now. And this is where you can make really some big inroads into that top 20 if you're outside it. All you have to do is just stay consistent, stay fast, and you will easily get yourself picking through the positions here. This is Alexander Novikov though for Ladasport Rosneft. Interesting to see when he jumps into the pits, because I think he's going to hand over to his teammate Denis Grabowski, who we have not seen so far in this race. It's just been Igor Ogorodnikov and Alexander Novikov who we've seen behind the wheel, and be interesting, I think, Dan, to see when Dennis jumps behind the wheel, because I think Igor is going to get left to the final stint.
Well, again, we're going to have to see, as you say, how it develops. This may change as we go. So yeah, we're going to have to see. Well, we've got here at the moment, this is a interesting one. So we've got Burkle, Timo Burkle in the 53 Aston Martin versus Kieran Prendergast with number 10. They've both got a form of penalty as well, though. And the Aston Martin just drove past the Bentley. There was almost nothing at all that really wanted to, although Prendergast has decided he's going to want to make a potential move back going through turn 9, decides against it. But these guys are really passing as well. Burkle just going a little bit sideways. That's all it needs for Prendergast to go, thank you very much, takes the position back. But are we going to see Burkle trying to see a very, very wide line? Don't want to go too wide though, because you will hit the marbles and that will slow you down. These guys are tussling front and back, and they constantly swapping positions. But bear in mind that number 10 Bentley, currently driven by Prendergast, and again, they started on the back of the grid. The back of the grid for that deep purple Bentley. And they're currently running in P12. They'll be a little bit higher now because Burkle has now come in, I'd imagine, to serve his drive-through penalty. This is a battle here as well, though. Look at this here. A three-way battle. If these guys start fighting hard, we've actually got, I believe that's the number 192 Porsche, a little bit behind as well. So this could become a four-way battle very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's the 911 of Jarno Kausch with Cody Pride behind him, and the 32 of Thibaut Prost in front. So what's happened to Porta in the 194, who was in that battle as well? In fact, that is, the 194 that's behind him, and then Cody Pride just behind Porta as well. But this is the run now that Jarno Kausch has got. That Porsche is incredibly strong down the front straight here. He goes to try and take that position, and to be honest with you, Thibaut Prost doesn't put up all that much of a fight there. So great move from Jarno Kausch, and that's P16.
Absolutely, put his car again exactly where it needed to be. It gave it enough room. This is the good thing about what I really like about that is you go through, as you see the transition from turn 1 to turn 2, while if you look at it, we did have Kausch. He did obviously squeeze a little bit on Prost as he went through, but it wasn't too much. He was actually hurting himself through turn 2 himself. So a really good placement of the car then. Really, really like to see that again. A calculated move there rather than sort of like trying to drive too aggressively and just like throwing the car into the corner, trying to cut off your opponent. Very, very calculated here as well. Alessandro Porta in the Racing Line Motorsport 194 Mercedes versus Pride in the Racing Line Motorsport Porsche. So this is, I wonder how this is going to go. 194 versus 192. They're going to go side by side down into turn 8. No, they're not, because again, that Porsche is a monster in a straight line. I almost think, actually, I'm not 100% sure, but I can definitely think it would give the BMW a run for its money on this straight here.
And believe it or not, we didn't have a Mercedes inside the top 25 for the first 2.5 hours of this race. The Mercedes really were struggling, and to be honest, I think with the cooling track temperatures, they're starting to come back into their own here. So awesome to see that. But Timo Burkle still in a huge fight, and he's under big pressure from the 411 just behind him of Grant Smith. So I mean, he's just done his drive-through and straight back into the fire, Dan, and that's not exactly how you want to resume your race. And yeah, he's looking a little bit worse for wear on the back of that car.
Unfortunately, so I mean, the good thing is, look at that train behind. You've always got like a couple of ways that you can look at it, and bear in mind this is for position as well. All those cars you just saw that just went out of shot, they are for position, and the person leading this train at the moment is Timo Berkel. What you'll find here, he's got to make sure that he keeps Grant Smith at 4-1 for behind him as long as he possibly can. Bit of a nudge there from Grant Smith. He wants that. He's sitting there, no real contact there, but just enough that we definitely know is if Timo Berkel didn't know that he was there now, he definitely does. As he goes up the inside, no, bit of contact again. Two cars not fitting into one space. A big incident there. That was Kaush, actually, the 911 getting involved. Oh, big shame there. Not what you want to see at all. I wonder if we get a replay of that, but that's the GTRC Endurance Team Porsche getting involved in there. It was tricky, actually. It happened all so fast. Interesting.
It's fascinating stuff. It's almost like you could hear the exact moment when the pen snapped in race control in the steward's office at that incident. Yeah, that is not going to go down well at all. And Grant Smith and Jarno Kaush now they've both been absolutely hampered by that. Meanwhile, Cody Pride up at the 15th place after that pit stop. Remember, he was in 20th. He's now laughing his behind off in that Porsche. He's now on the back of Timo Prost. So within a couple of laps, Cody Pride could be on the edge of getting into like 12th or 13th place.
Well, I don't think, definitely not going to be complaining about that. Here is the incident here. This is Kaush. So, what is it going to be? Look how far he is away, actually, as well.
That's unreal.
BMW. Again, there's that bit of a nudge. It upsets the balance of the BMW of Grant Smith, so he now can't really see. He has to take a couple of minutes to compose himself. A really wide line, naturally trying to get the cut back. Exactly what you want to do. He has a good run. Looking at that...
No, that's not on Kaush for me.
No, I don't think that's on Kaush, to be fair. Like, when you look at that, the BMW Grant Smith backed out because he thought he was going to understeer into the Aston Martin.
By which point Kaush had nowhere to go. So yeah, for me that's 100% a racing incident. It's unfortunate, but I mean, what can Kaush do when he's so far? He's unsighted. He doesn't know that the BMW is going to roll off because of that move that was blocked off. It's it is what it is.
I think that's the main thing, isn't it? I mean, you look as well, actually, you could see the only thing that they may have a look at is, again, just been told by in our race as well, is reaction time. It's one thing you always got to consider, because you did see the brake lights go on, and obviously the car started decelerating. At what point would you deem that you should have recognised it? That's the thing. And again, it's something that just can't be decided straight away. You have to have some reviews, what we're going to be seeing. But at the moment, Cody Pride, 192. Look at the Ferrari, though, appearing out of nowhere with nitrous on the car, as it turns out. It just sails up the inside. Cody Pride dropping down a position. Whoa, no! Oh dear, that's not going to go down well at all. Now, I don't know. It looked like, to me, on the exit of turn 8, it looked like there was a bit of a small bit of contact between the Aston Martin and the Ferrari. Now, I don't know if that actually caused the car to, again, gain a bit of momentum on the rear, and obviously, naturally, just sort of accident, it just picks momentum up so quickly and eventually spat the Aston Martin off. I mean, not ideal either way, with himself and Berkel. A replay would almost be, and again, obviously the stewards will be looking at that. But I don't know about yourself, David, but it looked like there was contact there.
For me, I didn't see it. And again, I'm just going on what the angle that I saw there. I didn't see any contact there, but I did see the car wiggling about, losing control of the car. So if that was assisted, then yeah, that's going to be bad. If not, then it's going to be even worse, because it's one of those unavoidable accidents, because the guy in front of you's just lost it if you've not touched him and you get caught up in it. However, Cody Pride, 192. 13th place, thank you very much. That's 4 laps, and that's 7 places that he's taken. What is going on with that, lads?
Well, to be fair, I'd be surprised that he's got a fair-sized gap at the moment between himself and Larito, number 27 Ferrari, up front. I'm just looking at the gap now, but the gap is a fair old way. Realistically, when you're looking at it, I mean, absolutely, you can't argue with it, can you? I don't know what's been lit under Cody Pride's seat, but it's obviously working for him. Again, these track conditions as well, the tyre pressures might be just like switched on, they might be ready, you're good to go. But this is it. So what's our money on? I might be second guessing myself and saying that there wasn't contact, but it just possibly looked to me from that camera angle. interesting to see here, but the overspeed that the Ferrari took was absolutely insane. So as we go through here, takes a nice wide line. As they cut in, no, you're right, no contact there. No contact at all. Oh, no,
there was a little bit. Yep. That was a little bit from the Ferrari there. It looked very strange. It looked almost like netcode there, but I think the Ferrari tried to pull out at the last possible minute and didn't pull out quick enough, and there was a little bit of contact from the Ferrari. There definitely was contact there, but I mean, I've never seen that happen where the Aston or to see a car, lose control like that because of a little nudge. I've seen that plenty of times before, and it's been like a little. If anything, the Aston gets a little bit of a speed boost because it's bump drafting almost. I've never seen it where that's happened. But what I want to say is, I think the Aston took way too much speed into that corner. He was trying to be defensive and keep that position. Watching the Ferrari, I think he missed his braking point for that corner, so he's already rattled and offline. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, actually, it'd be interesting to see how the how the stewards review that. I mean, yeah, as you say, a bit of a strange one. I mean, there could be several things as to why all of a sudden it just looked like that small little tap, and then the car snapped. There could have actually been a bit of steering angle already on the car that was up ahead. Whoa, that was a potential move. Blimey, that camera angle looked like it was going to be a very, very big sin there from Marcus Hagel in the Paul Sim Sport Aston Martin. But he's actually pressuring Runair quite heavily in the number 88 Lexus. A lot of aggression there, straight out the bat for Marcus Hagel, and that's on the all-in racing Lexus. Look how aggressive, really, really wanting to make this move. I mean, naturally, he's sitting in 20th at the moment, but depending on the pace that he's got himself, once he gets past, he's only got a 7-second gap to Lamberto. So if he can keep up the pace, then obviously that times will start coming down. But yeah, looking very, very, very quick at this moment in time, is he?
He certainly is, 20th position, and again with 4 hours and 3/4 left to go, there's still plenty of time to get yourself up into the top ends, given that there is maybe about 40 seconds between the top teams just now, as Marcus Hagel has to jump onto the anchors there. Runar going onto the bikes, and it's a drive-through penalty for number 53. That is Marcus Icon in the Aston Martin in Liper Esports, and that is drive-through. It's a drive-through penalty. It's for track limits on that drive-through penalty. So again, we just see this all the time, and they've had another penalty from the stewards. It's how a race goes wrong in the space of minutes.
I absolutely. It's amazing, isn't it, how your race can go from the best race in the world, and it can go a complete 180 in the space of a few corners. Again, I have been on that side more times than I care to mention. But again, Marcus Hagel, he still can't quite make the move at the moment. But again, getting very, very late in the race. I don't know how close that was, but I can imagine it was very. And I can imagine there was a little bit of a wince there, possibly from Marcus Hagel, because it was a very, very late break. And again, through there, though, so much later on the brakes, the Aston Martin looking very, very stable on that initial break-in. He's able to carry a lot more mid-corner speed through. Again, look at that, how much more mid-corner speed he's able to keep, even on the slower speed corners. Interesting to see that as well. He's a lot closer this time compared to what he was last lap, so I wonder if we're going to see a potential move. I'd almost put, almost be a guarantee where the Aston Martin, it might not be too quick in a straight line, as we spoke to James Parker earlier on, but it depends. If they've dropped a little bit of that wing, this should be a pass, and if they can get through between turn 8 and turn 9, might be okay. Runair, he goes for the defensive line naturally, as you would. It's going to make Marcus Hagel go the long way round. Riding now on board with Marcus Hagel. Can potentially go too wide, going through into turn 8. What's it going to be? No, it's not, but is there going to be a cutback instead? I don't think there is.
So it goes a little bit wider, and that allows a little bit of room for the Merc up the inside there. doesn't quite happen. Sorry, the Lexus, excuse me, up the inside there. So wasn't quite to be, but that Lexus has got so much speed on it. As we see James de Havilland getting a 5-second penalty in the Lexus in the 3:49. So we'll no doubt be getting told about that one very, very shortly. But the 52 Paul SimSports machine of Marcus Hagel able to hold on to that position. This is back with Cody Pride, who is kind of just racing his own race right now, isn't he? He's coming around the inside of 12th position of Felg. And am I mistaken things? Wasn't Felg like miles up in front ahead of Cody Pride there? Because he's just done him. He's got that 12th position, or maybe it was, I think it was actually Larito that was further up. So either way, Felg has had a massive fall from grace, and the Audi falling all the way back, and going to try and hold on to that position. But I'll be honest, I think that Porsche is got it done. Yeah, awesome stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I said, Cody needs to. Well, I mean, like I said, the pits obviously just happened. I mean, straight up, if you can capitalise on any additional moves while the person that you're battling with is trying to settle into a rhythm, I mean, naturally, you're going to be, you are going to be on the front foot because you've had more track time. It doesn't necessarily matter if the person that you've overtaken is faster than you. Or at least it doesn't matter for the first few laps because you've just got the track knowledge, which they might not necessarily have. And as we can see there already, I know obviously they'll be on less fuel and there'll be a few other differences because of the pit strategy. But Cody Pride, already pulling a bit of a gap on the number 100 Audi. So again, see how that develops at the moment. The Good Time Racing Audi. We do know that it is quite quick. It's had some good pace. So again, that could be an interesting battle moving forward. Prendergast is now in the pit as well as our P2 man jumping into the pit as well. Maximilian Verdi is in the pits as well, which promotes the number 34 Lamborghini back up into second place.
Yeah, Greek Souvlaki squad up into second place yet again, and that is John Hudliodis in second place now, taking over the car. And you've got to say, that Lamborghini looking mighty fast this afternoon. It looks so good in that second place. We never have said in a million years that they were going to take second place in this race today, but here we are, and a brilliant effort. I'm keeping my eye out for that number 73 Honda, the XL Racing by Renvelt in blue outfit of Maximilian Volmuth, Felix Rupert and Nico Strauss. I think they've definitely got podium potential this afternoon, but coming up to the halfway point, now you have to kind of make your moves and get yourself into position for those final couple of hours.
Oh, that's the key thing, isn't it? You almost want, again, an endurance race, you almost want the majority of your race to be, as you say, in that preparation for where the car is going to be and how the car is going to act and behave into the last few corners. We've got a battle for position here. This is between that's Stefan Zero and Offerman as well. Who is it going to be? The Mercedes has got a very good run as Offerman going into turn one. Is it going to be a move? Yes, it is. Done and dusted. Textbook stuff as well. The Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW had no real answer there. Again, didn't defend it too hard. Possibly like I said, a wise choice. Maybe just letting the car happen, running their own race, letting the overtake happen. But very good stuff indeed. That was a that was a clean move, I think. It was just a very well executed move. There was no drama. There was nothing that really happened. The car wasn't out of shape. It almost, in a way, and this is absolutely that when you have things like that almost some overtakes, they don't look all that exciting. It goes to show that that's a very good overtake. If there's no sort of excitement that the car's like flailing on the rear, person's in control. They've made a very well calculated overtake. So well done there from Offerman. Yeah,
I was just a way to add to that. For the most part here at Paul Ricard, the overtaking is a two-way thing. Most of the other drivers have to, in some way, agree to the overtake taking place. You see it quite a lot where the drivers will fight it to the very end, but for the most part, drivers will just be like, right, if you want to take that, that's fine, because I'll then do you in the next corner on the undertake. And it's this sort of 4D chess mentality that racing drivers have to have going on, multitasking, trying to do consistent lap times, trying to think about where they can defend, thinking about where they can then get the cutback if that actually does go down. It is quite fascinating, and especially in these night races, Dan, you leave your stint and you're absolutely exhausted.
Oh, that's the thing. It's not necessarily from like a physical standpoint, but from a mental standpoint as well. It's so mentally draining. Like I said, as you say, especially when it's at night as well, because that just adds another world of element. Every breaking point changes in a certain way. Obviously, well, the breaking point itself might not necessarily change. If anything, it might actually be a little bit later because your car's cooler. But it's because of everything else changing around, like in terms of visually. You've got to change all of your reference points. You've got to try and adapt to your different reference points. It's even worse when the sun is starting to set and you go from a day to night transition as well. That's even worse, which is obviously what the drivers would have possibly experienced. I obviously wasn't here for the start, but I couldn't quite remember if there was any light at all, or if the race started in complete darkness. Okay, so we told us well it was twilight sunset. So again, that's also one thing that drivers have actually got to react and adapt to. Because again, all of it changes, even shadows as well. That can actually, it's caught me out a few times as well, that sometimes you sort of look at a shadow and you don't necessarily recognize it, but you start actually using it as a breaking point. And all of a sudden, it's very, very late and too much, and much too late than what you naturally think. And, so much in terms of mental capacity is so key here. Which I think is actually quite overlooked. I think that's the most, it's surprising, your mental capacity and how you train in terms of a mental preparation is actually overlooked by quite a lot of people.
It absolutely is, and again, it gets back into that whole conversation about sim racing and how seriously people take it now. Is the fact that the preparation that drivers do at this level now includes not just physical training but mental resilience training as well, because mental fatigue is a massive thing during these endurance races, especially during the night. Some drivers, as I mentioned earlier, wearing VR headsets, and having the experience of that I did the Daytona 24 hours on a different platform in VR, and doing 2 hour stints, and you're drenched in sweat, you're exhausted, it's hot, you're tired, you've just been doing like lap after lap after lap, and there's things going on and there's chaos, and honestly you're ready to go to sleep as soon as you come out of the sim, and quite honestly you don't get a chance to, because you then have to try and support your teammates as well.
Yeah 100%. As you say, there's so many different variables, so many different things you've always got to think about. I think again, there's a lot of things that, as you say, a lot of things that are overlooked. There's a lot of things you've always got to be conscious of, and even I do it now. There's some things that you almost need to like write a bit of a checklist for yourself as the race goes on, because otherwise there's so much stuff to remember. You're one, as a team, you're one small part in a very, very potentially quite a big organization. Obviously, it's again harking to how serious people are taking it. Bigger teams are getting involved in these sort of races. Whereas back in even sort of like 5-6 years ago, your teams would be maybe 3 people at a push. Sometimes now you're looking at maybe like 5, 6, even 7 people, managing 1 or 2 cars. So again, your part is even more significant, even though you play potentially a smaller role, because it all has to work and it all has to settle into its nice little rhythm. So it's really intriguing when you really dive into it. It's actually very, very interesting. Well, it is for me anyway. I could be boring people to death, but it really is interesting to me. Bit of contact there as well. There's actually racing going on, which I completely forgot. So the 1-2-1 of the Audi versus Barrier and the Nissan GTR 333 had a coming together. That was Abalahanja. That's a name that I did not pronounce correctly at all. Dave, do you want to give it a go? Because
Nicholas Albaladeo Camins.
Albaladeo Camins, that's the one. So I don't know what honestly I don't know what I read. I do apologise.
That's when I get a surname right. that's when the world is ending.
When you're quite good, David. I think you're very good at
I said this before to you, and all I do is I pronounce it like I know what I'm talking about. That's it. I could be absolutely butchering it, but as long as I say it with confidence, it sticks and it's fine.
Confidence is key.
The worst I've got to deal with is the YouTube comments getting very, very angry later on and trying to say it. But Jarno Kausch there does his drive-through penalty, so he has got going again. That was a it's been cleared. It's a pending appeal. Sorry, it was given for the incident with the 411. That was the contact that we saw with GC Racing and Friends. That was Stefan Zero in the BMW. And let's have a look here.
Interesting. What actually happened? Or again, is it just potentially two cars fitting into one space? Yes. Yep. I mean, to be fair, interesting, isn't it? I mean, initially that would look like one person could possibly take the blame, but again, I suppose that actually really shows it's worth appealing.
Yeah, and that's it. That's what it all comes down to. Getting word that there's a huge battle going on for P4 for Grunwald and Sean Arnold. Sean Arnold for Team Fordzilla Lexus losing out that position to Grunwald in the Unicorns of Love BMW. And again, the BMW starting to come to life in these cooler conditions here. Track temperature started off around about 27 degrees and is down to 19 degrees Celsius. So seems a decent time to actually bring in Unicorns of Love driver Lars Kisser, who's just finished his stint. So a very good afternoon, Lars. 3 stints done. I mean, you are a bit of a Superman for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, good evening. I'm done for today.
Right, we were talking about that, myself and Dan, and I mean, what is it like? What is the physical and mental fatigue like when you've done 3 stints?
Well, it's really exhausting, especially doing double stints here at Paul Ricard. Like, I really felt in the second stint that I was lacking some pace because I couldn't really concentrate, and also towards the end of the first stint now, I also felt that my concentration was gone a bit. So yeah, I'm really exhausted right now, probably have to take a shower.
And obviously Tobias Grunwald in the car just now doing a cracking job of getting that 4th place. What's the plans for Unicorns of Love? Do you think you can get that final step on the podium?
Toby's pace is once again really outstanding. Like, he's just giving me 2 or 3 attempts again. Like, so he's really quick right now, probably one of the quickest drivers right now on track. P3 with Felix Ruppert and the Honda is not too far away, and the podium position is definitely our goal for the race.
And not only is he not too far away, I think you're actually starting to catch him at quite a considerable pace. That gap was 7 seconds, now down to 5.8. Getting up to him is going to be one thing, but are you going to be reminding Tobias that you've got 4.5 hours to go?
We got 3 cuts again, to be honest, which is quite dumb actually. So we actually have to take care of the track limits a bit now. We got 4.5 hours to go, and I think we are able to catch the Honda and also overtake the Honda. Like, I had some nice fights with him, or I've been right behind Felix Ruppert, I think it was, or yeah, I think it was him in the first stint. So, and we know that the Honda has similar top speed to the BMW, so we can definitely get past them on the mystery straight if we get close enough to them.
Excellent stuff. Well, Lars, thank you very much for coming and having a quick chat with us. We hopefully get to check in with the number 14 team throughout the rest of the race, buddy.
Thank you. You're welcome.
There we go, Lars Kisser there, and just awesome stuff there. So just getting an update on the penalty for the 911. Stewards are saying that the 911 had time to react to that car in front, but they didn't, but actually rolled off the brake and went into them, and that's why they were given the penalty, but the 911 has appealed that, so that's now being appealed and investigated, and then it goes to an independent review. And do you know what, for sim racing, for racing that doesn't happen in real life, it's very complex, isn't it? And it's there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes, Daniel.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I'm actually quite I'm really quite intrigued to see the goings on between those two. Meanwhile, again, a battle going on for Prots versus this is Kausch again in the 911. Obviously, contact earlier on in the stint about sort of 25 minutes ago, just getting passed by Tibal Prots. So a very good move. They get calculated. Surprisingly though, Ferrari very quick in a straight line compared to the compared to the 911 911. Again, obviously, setups differentiate. Different setups here with the different cars, and at the moment, it seems to be that the GTWR R8G Academy car, whatever they've done, it's working well. So as you say, the no one ever appreciates, and I didn't until I started becoming more involved with this sort of side, with the commentating and what goes on, is the amount of work that is done behind the scenes and the amount of people that are involved within something like this. It's amazing how it looks incredibly slick from the front, and it looks incredibly professional. It's so well managed and maintained. But again, all that goes on behind is what makes this possible, what makes everything sort of like settle in. And I think that's it's a very, very key thing to always be conscious of, and that's for most things, for almost anything. You could almost look at any event that you host, both in the real world and virtually, and it's be surprising how big the team is behind it all.
Yeah, and it's a very well-oiled machine indeed. Well, we've come to a momentous moment because we have reached the halfway point in the race. 4.5 hours left to go in this 9-hour Paul Ricard race, the penultimate round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster, David, Christie and Dan Handover taking you through the final half of the race. And Michael Romagnoli onto the back of is that Lorito? It is in the number 27, and have a look who's in the background there, because 7 seconds behind them is going to be Cody Pride, catching up very, very quickly to this group here. It's still Dennis Grabowski, as we see into the car, the number 41 Lada Sport Rosneft team outfit in the machine, and behind the wheel there ahead of the Greek Souvlaki squad, 34 in second place. The big news of the day is the 149 Yaz Heat outfit of Jardier and the likes of Eamon Murphy and Mikhail Statsenko retiring from the race due to a technical failure with Mikhail Statsenko, and that almost hands the championship on a silver platter to the number 41 Lada Sport Rosneft team. It all comes down to mathematics, and Nicholas Albadeo Cummins at the moment for Odox Motorsport in the 1-2-1, holding on to some semblance of mathematical possibility. As long as they stay above P12, if the 41 wins it, then it goes down to the final round. But in all honesty, it does look a done deal. We just have to wait and see how it pans out. 4 hours 25 minutes left to go, and Dan, what do we think we're going to see then in these final half of the race, because the top 10 is really all to play for right now?
Yeah, I think I'm just looking through the timings now. As I'm going to interrupt myself. Look at that, Michael Romagnoli going to go around the outside potentially of Lorito. Is he going to do it? There's a bit of contact, still a bit of contact, a bit more contact. Again, unfortunately, guys, the additional contact was okay, and then it just sort of gradually got worse and worse. Again, 2 cars don't fit into one space. I'd be interested to actually see. Do you know what? I'd almost put my mind on that would be just remembering. I think that it looked to be Romagnoli just turned in. I think tried to maybe turn in a little bit too early, going into the move when the Rito was actually still on the inside a little bit. Again, I'm sure the stewards will naturally be looking at that, but a big issue because that was a fantastic place move. I mean, absolutely spot on. Again, they just gave each other absolutely just enough room, no more, no less. And then it all sort of unravelled as they went through into turn 9, unfortunately. But then again, it's you've got to be calculated. What's your risk versus reward? I think that's the key thing as well. Is you can make the move, which is all Romagnoli did, which is again absolutely fantastic. But again, was it worth defending or trying to defend too hard going through into turn 9?
Well, there we go. That is going to be the determining factor, I feel, of this race. You've got to think, just purely because it all comes down to, my goodness me, as you see Romagnoli all over the place right now. It all comes down to the drivers that really have been able to keep themselves out of trouble and out of drama. Although saying that, Cody Pride in that 192 is definitely not shied away from drive here. Let's see, this was the run down through the outside with Romagnoli, side by side in the Ferrari. So close they are, bumper to bumper, little bit of nudging here and there, and that's
racing instant actually. I'd almost put that, because if you look at it, the additional moments, the momentum that they hit every single time, they end up causing each other more and more sort of movement together. And the last one, it looks like they just both sort of like drive into each other because of the last particular contact. I'd almost put that down as like a racing incident. It's what it looked like to me. It's that sort of like it's that sort of like you just gain momentum every single time. Unfortunately, like when water sloshes from side to side in a bucket, as we've been told on the radio as well, to saying like a rubber banding, that sort of like effect. But it picks up momentum. It's actually very hard to get rid of it. So I'd almost say that both those guys, to a certain degree, might have actually been a passenger in their own incident together, which obviously is not what you want. Meanwhile, again, Cody Pride, I mean, the man is currently unstoppable at the moment. He just wants positions where he can get. That Porsche, though, is so fast. Look at that. It's like the Ferrari standing still at this point. And then he does pull out, though, and he does pull out the slipstream. He does drop off a little bit of pace, but even though, look at that, down the straight, he's done the move even before turn 1.
That is scandalous pace there from Cody Pride. Do you know what? I love it because it's so exciting to watch as well. So he's got the position done on that Ferrari. Makes it look so easy. And quite honestly now, he's away up into, as we see Cody Pride's, oh my goodness me. That was some scary stuff there as Romagnoli down into 10th place there. So next up is going to be Nicholas Albadeo Kamins, but granted that is 20 seconds up the road, I think it is, to Nicholas. So it's going to be quite a few laps, probably about another 20 minutes to catch up there. But yeah, nice little battle going on, and we've seen contact left, right, and centre, Dan. So it's not outside the realms of possibility that Cody Pride in that 192 can get up into the top 5.
I definitely don't think it's out of the question, is it? Like I said, running with the top 10 now, it's not out of the question. That's a very, very wide line for Romagnoli. That's going to be an off track if I ever saw one. So hopefully they've got a few more in the bag, because that's going to be one of their 3 lies removed. Because that was definitely way over the line there. I've been looking at this a little bit as well. I've just been keeping an eye on it, and I was actually going to touch on it a little bit earlier on. The gap between Arnold and King in the Team Fordzilla car versus the 888, driven by Darren King. That actually, the gap was coming out. It was about 7.5 seconds. It dropped to 5.5. It has since stabilised. So I would like to see that. I'd love to see it come down a bit more, because that would be a fantastic battle there. So it'd be interesting to see how that develops. Look at that, though, Cody. Look at his last lap time. His last lap was only 0.8 slower than his best lap time. Again, it shows that keeping that time within the consistency. And I've just been confirmed as well that his best lap time was actually the best lap of the entire race. So Cody Pride, like I said, I don't know what he's got underneath the bonnet of, or underneath the boot of that Porsche, but it's working for him, because he is absolutely flying at this moment. He's got a bit of a gap though between himself and the 121 Audi, because you've got a 20-second gap. But again, it's not out of the question, it's not out of the realms of possibility with 4 hours and 20 minutes left to go.
Well, especially because of the pace that he's got. It is about a second a lap faster than Nicholas Albaladeo Kamins in front of him. He did a 154.9 and Albaladeo Kamins did a 155.8. So yeah, this is getting a little bit interesting right now, because obviously you've got traffic in front of Nicholas. And there we go, that is not what you want to see. That was Valentin Barrier in the 333 having a bit of a moment with one of the Mercedes there. I think that was the number 17. I'm not sure if that's his teammate that just collided in with him, Dan. That's going to be a very awkward debrief afterwards.
Absolutely right. That's going to be a very interesting. Do you know what I think it is? I'm looking. So that's Team Fordzilla. We've been told, so that's not related. It looked very, very similar, so that's why we had a small panic station moment in the Cold Spot, which is why we obviously thought, as you say, that was going to be an interesting debrief, nevertheless. But it's still going to be an interesting debrief, and it's going to be an interesting point to be taken to the stewards, which the number 17 Mercedes, I'm sure, will be. Currently driven by Pret, as you can see down in P21. I've got a replay here. This is actually the replay here, so we've got the replay nice and sharp. Fantastic stuff. So you can see an instant replay of what goes. Oh, dive way too late on. Well, actually, I don't know. It was. I mean, it almost looked. And again, obviously, more investigation would need to be had, but it didn't look like all that much that Mercedes actually braked a little bit. It didn't look like he braked all that late. It almost looked like the Nissan sort of like braked a bit too late, tried to like scrub a bit of speed off to get the car to turn, and obviously at that point he was very, very slow on the apex. It's very, very difficult to react. Different angle here as well. Actually, no, that angle's actually completely changed my thought on that. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't know what your thoughts on that, David.
I don't know. It's a very silly position. Look, if I'm the car that's a lap down, I'm not putting myself in that position.
No, you're not. True.
It's not an overtaking opportunity, but he does go very, very wide, and he does leave that door open for a car that is there. And if the car behind him feels, even if it is a lap down, feels that he is faster than him, he's entitled to try and make that move and unlap himself. But is that? It's that whole thing about the apex is just because the space is there doesn't mean you should be filling it.
Exactly. I mean, to be fair, that's one of the most hateful corners of any racetrack on the planet. I think, for me personally, it's such a late apex. You have to turn in. It's almost like you got to think of it like a two-stage turn-in process. You know, you sort of initially turn the car, load the lock up, and then you have the wide additional lock on about two-thirds of the way around the corner. As you say, that's almost your normal racing line. So just because there is a gap, as you say, doesn't necessarily mean that you should be putting up. If that was I suppose, again, circumstances would change. If there was a position there, if that was a battle for actual track position, there was no way on earth that gap would be left. Absolutely no way, because they'd be too close. You see, the Nissan would be right over to the inside, cutting off and trying to make sure that no move and no gap is left. I suppose as well, you naturally think you're a bit more relaxed because you've got that gap if there's a back marker behind. So, yeah, I can sort of see why a gap was left there. But yeah, like you said, shouldn't necessarily be filled. Felix Ripper, though, look at that, on his own. Matt, he's on his lonesome at the moment.
Poor Denis Grabowski, just out for a Sunday drive all by himself for Ladasport Rosneft, just still lapping in the 154s. I mean, the pace on this team has been absolutely sensational. They've done really, really well, and to be honest, the times are going to get faster and faster as the track temperature goes down even further and these cars get cooler. They're going to absolutely come into it. And Nicholas Albadeo Cummins gets a 5-second penalty. So it's actually going to be 10. It's because they're adding it in 10-second increments. But yeah, a 10-second penalty for Albaladeo Cummins in the 121 Audi. So that is very, very unfortunate to see. But guess what that does? That puts Cody Pride away up into 8th place when that penalty eventually does come down.
Just looking for a moment.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's 30 seconds. Never mind, I'll ignore that one. But 333 and 121 incident on lap 135, 10-second penalty to the 121 for avoidable contact there. And again, they need to stay above 12th position to keep the championship on to the final round.
Well, I don't think it's not helped matters, has it? Really, it's really not helped matters actually. So yeah, cars 333 and 121 on lap 135, taking second penalty for car 121 for avoidable contact. So there is your confirmation on the screen now. Yeah, like I said, that's not helping their chances, is it? Really, when you look at it, Sean Arnold currently another jab as well that's just sort of running his own race at the moment. To be fair, he's got a sizable gap in front. He's actually pulled about half a second on Darren King and the 888 car behind. So, you know, we can see that these times are starting to. I mean, I know that the Lexus, as far as I was aware, was actually people were sort of having a few sort of issues with it. But at the moment, I mean, the Team Fordzilla Lexus team are not having any issues with it at all. Like I said, they're sitting in a very comfortable P5. and I believe they're still not catching up because Grunwald in the 14 Unicorns of Love BMW is still pulling away. He's not pulling away by much, but he is pulling away nevertheless. So, that's the thing. But yeah, more importantly, I believe whether the gap is again, it's yo-yoing depending on traffic, but he is pulling away from the 888, and that is the CDA, DAL, and ACR car of currently driven by Darren King.
It's quite the mouthful, that car, isn't
it?
Yeah.
It is.
Coach Dave Academy, Dal King, Actual Vision Community Racing. I only remember about ACR because I used to be quite active when I was in Project Cars 2 back in the day, and that's the first time I actually discovered ACR and their little community. So great to see them still heavily involved in sim racing, and great to see them on board with the SimGrid community as well. So yeah, awesome stuff, and Dan King doing a really, really good job of holding up into that 6th place.
Well, yeah, I think as well. Like when you look at it, consider it. I mean, I'm not going to say what we're all, what we have said in the past because I'm not going to be the person that jinxes. I've known Darren. I don't know what I'm saying. But he's driving still. He's putting a good amount of pace. He's putting some good times in the car, even though he's probably got to drive a little bit more conservatively. He is doing some very, very good lap times and holding his own. Meanwhile, Lexus versus Lexus. Alexandre Brunet versus, who is that? That is to have a land day. He has got a 5-second penalty though, so that's one thing to bear in mind, but at the moment it's not going to be phased into it. They're going to go side by side, Lexus versus Lexus. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. That is going to be, that's actually going to be still a bit too close between Brunet. They both go off. They're following each other's lines. I said as much as same car, same line, same everything at this point, but look at that. Brunet does actually make the move. Sorry, doesn't necessarily make the move, but he keeps where he stays. So good. I mean, that was again. It was just carbon copy, pretty much. They did exactly the same thing as they were going through turns 8 and turns 9. I mean, good spatial awareness though from both of them. That's the very, very key thing. We've seen it a couple of times. We saw it a few laps ago when obviously I think 1-2-1 when got the penalty, but they've actually got a drive through as well. Not ideal. I believe that's for track limits as well. So that's not good. That's definitely not hurting their thing. So they are their top 12. Their top 12 are sort of slipping. It's slipping out of the fingers actually. And I don't know if this is a additional pressure actually, David. Do you reckon this is sort of additional pressure that's just mounting up, and they're sort of getting to that stage of it's all snowballing and starting to get out of control? Because it's quite easy to do, and it's very easy to get out of. It's very hard to get out of, I should say.
It is very hard to get out of, and it's a vicious cycle as well. What ends up happening is that, especially, say you get a penalty, as we see James de Havilland getting a penalty there, just behind Runart. You get that penalty, right? It's a different if it's a one-man show, as Jeremy getting a drive-through as well for track limits there. If it's a one-man sprint race, right, then fine, it doesn't really matter. But because this is a team event, that is an unbelievable amount of extra pressure on you. So if you get a drive-through or a penalty or into some sort of incident with another car, you then feel terrible about that. You then feel like you have to try and make up for that. You feel like you have to make up is exactly the word I'm looking for there, to undo that damage. And Dan King's got a drive-through as well, 6th place. What on earth? But when you're in a team event, you feel like you have to make it up for your team, and then what do? You overdrive the car, you push that little bit too hard, you push beyond your natural ability, and then that leads to more issues and incidents happening. So again, it just keeps piling on top of each other.
Well, yeah, I think that's the as well. It's a big shame as we see there. Look at that on the bottom right corner of your screen now. Darren Gain going straight into the pits there to serve that drive-through. I mean, again, the only problem is now is he's already had one. This will be his second. Whoa! That was very, very well avoided there. I'm trying to think who that was. I believe that was Pret currently driving the 17. That's the Team Fordzilla APM car. That was interesting, and I'm sure a new race suit would be needed there as well. These guys are really taking a lot of liberties, I've noticed as well, as the race has sort of progressed on. I mean, I've been here for 2 hours now, which I still can't believe has gone so quick. I've noticed people have started taking a little bit more liberties now. Whether they're starting to get just again frustration is setting in possibly, or they're just getting more used to what the drivers are able to do, because it's like they will get very close, but there's no real contact in some of these scenarios now, which I've seen more and more. Which again is what we want. We don't want contact, but yeah, these guys really pushing the cars to the absolute limits, and again, no contact is made. Again, I still don't know how. There was no contact made between the two Lexuses there. So Darren King actually comes out. He's still in P6 though, so not too bad at all, considering he had a drive-through penalty, which is probably a 30-second drive-through, maybe a little bit less actually thinking about it, maybe 25 seconds, and he's still out in P6. So interesting stuff there. I think that's not too bad at all. All things considered. But as I was actually telling on to my original point, the only thing now is, again, there's no more lifelines after this. If there's another large enough off track that ACC deems that deserves a penalty, there's no more warnings again. That is it. You will just keep getting drive-throughs and keep getting drive-throughs.
Yeah, that's. I mean, the warnings. Yeah, the warnings reset after you get a drive-through penalty. So.
Corrected.
Yeah, but that's only because I heard the same thing as you did in your ear. I'm not going to pretend that I knew that off by heart. It just makes me sound like I know what I'm doing. But I mean, let's look at Nicholas Albadeo Cummins in the 1-2-1, because obviously got a drive-through on top of the 10-second penalty.
Oh, not good.
So they've served the drive-through penalty, but they still had that 10-second penalty on top of that. So it just compounds it, and it adds misery to everything else that's going on already.
Well, I'm just having a look at the gap, and if they have, with that 10-second penalty, look at the gap behind. That will put them, look at that, 9.5 seconds. So, looking at that, Odox Motorsport will be dropped down. Although we just said, I didn't quite catch who it was, but someone was actually receiving a penalty as well. The number 32. Okay, so just been told number 32. So that is the GTWR Racing Team 1, really driven by Tibau Props. So he's going to be receiving a penalty. Not ideal at all. So at the moment, possibly Odox Motorsport may not have to worry too much about it. They've still got some opportunities yet.
Sorry, I've just looked at the scoreboard. How is Coney Pride in 8th place? The 192. I mean, that is just outrageous. He is up there, and the thing is, he's only 6 seconds behind Valentin Barrier, behind the 333. Are you kidding me? That is the rate that these drive-throughs are coming through. Coney Pride is going to be on the podium at this rate.
Well, to be fair, again, I really don't think he's going to be complaining with that at the moment, is he? But what's going to be happening here side by side as we go through? I wonder if actually we've got Pret, the number 17. They're going to try and make from the Team 4 Zilla. Mercedes going to make a move up as well. So is this going to be De Havilland? He's going to lose out on potentially 2 positions. Oh dear, what on? Oh, I'm not too sure what the objective was through there. But unfortunately, a car was there on the inside there, James. So I'm not too sure whether there was just, unfortunately, didn't see the car, or again the camera angle maybe decided it was a little bit different than it looked a bit different from what it actually was. But yeah, that looked a little bit naughty there from De Havilland from my side.
Yeah, that's not the best, is it? You want to really try and keep your nose clean in all of those situations like that, because you don't want to be getting the attention from race control. 4 hours and 5 minutes left to go, and we are starting to rattle down the time now. We are coming to the business end of this race, and this is the business end of the season here. The SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster, Season 3, Round 4. The 9 hours of Paul Ricard, it's David Christie and Dan Handover here with the coverage. And look at that Lexus, it is absolutely flying, charging down the roads on that Mercedes. It can't quite get the move done, has to slip back in. But have a look at the Aston Martin as well on the inside there. What a move. That is Darren King actually in the 888 Aston Martin. Wow, that was a very, very close moment there. Louis Pret in the Team Fordzilla machine, almost getting gobbled up by that Lexus of Ruinart, but it wasn't quite to be there.
Yeah, I think, again, good spatial awareness for everyone, leaving each other just about enough room, no more, no less. I don't know, I'd almost think that are people starting to take almost like too many liberties now with some of these, too many liberties with some of these things, because when you're looking at it, you start like, there's still 4 hours left to go. A lot of stuff here, a lot of stuff to play for here, a lot of stuff still to go. But again, at the moment, it's going to be, moving forward, let's say Darren King. He's currently the man that's sort of in the middle of this battle here. So I'm sure he'll be obviously able to lap the continue lap. But Alexander Renair does lose out a little bit of time there. He's actually losing out of every single time, because you will lose a bit of downforce as well. It won't be much, but you will lose a little bit of downforce there, sitting behind Darren. But if he can pull you along at the same time, though, we'll start to pull up. So we've got to see that gap from himself and Pret to come down. It's 1.2 seconds at the moment, so we'll see if that starts to come down.
And that's just the thing of it. I mean, we're coming up to 4 hours left to go, and the penalties. The 32 gets that 10-second penalty. Then Thibaut Prost with the Ferrari. Awesome stuff. Giaratana getting a drive through as well, and James de Havilland. I mean, it is a sea of reds, Dan, on that left-hand side, isn't it?
Track limit drive through. We just seen as well. Giratana in the number 27. So I'm so shocked as to how many. Actually, to be fair, I'm almost not shocked in a way, because when we did the when we were doing I've just for the life of me, it had slipped my mind as to what race I was doing, but it was at Paul Ricard, and it was the amount of drive-throughs, the amount of track limit penalties. Like, it's just, and we've done it before, haven't we, Dave? We've had this sort of thing as well with the amount of people that just have drive-throughs, and they come through so thick and fast. It's like one person does it, and it starts off just a chain reaction as they go through, and not just for drive-throughs, but for any penalties, sort of, anything really. It's amazing how much that really shakes up the grid. It's amazing how much it shakes up the grid.
So, just watching Marcus Eichhorn, another victim of the penalties, the vast penalties that have been handed out left, right and centre for Liper Esports now. He's under pressure. Well, no, he's not under pressure, actually. He's hunting down the 411 of Stefan Zero in the BMW. He's got the 121 behind him, but that's Nicholas Albaladeo Kamens in the Odox Motorsports 121. So, Nicholas already a lap up anyway, so that's absolutely fine. On that one, and just watching how Marcus deals with that one. But just, again, thinking with 4 hours left to go, I mean, it's looking very, very good for the 41, given that they've just been in control of the race, and it's very difficult to see how there's any way that they can not come away with a win in this race.
Well, as they see the never say never, anything can happen, but as you said, I mean, the gap is 50 odd seconds. They could have a drive through and they'll still be ahead by a good half a minute, which is pretty insane. Marcus Eichhorn, he's going to be going through. That's not a position to go through. Oh, that was a gap that was never going to be there. Wow. Okie dokie. So that's that then. He tries to go back down for the inside. Is the BMW going to let him through? Zero does not give Zero gives him zero space. Hey, got one in. And they resume to their normal positions. There was an Audi behind, which are just look at the Audi behind. That's actually not a battle for position. So the Aston and the BMW, the number 53 and the 411, still battling on their own accord. I think that was, to be fair, the initial move that Marcus Eichhorn made to the right for the Le Pair Esports car. I mean, that was never going to be a position. That was always going to close. It never in a million years. I appreciate the effort, though. Points for effort, definitely. Just the execution wasn't necessarily going to work. So I'm glad he backed out of it.
Yeah, no, it's great to say. So there we go then. 4 hours left to go in the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3, Round 4. The 9 hours, Paul Ricard here with David Christie and Dan Handover, bringing you all live coverage. We're going to take a very short commercial break. When we return, we'll bring you the live finish of the race. Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, for the final 4 hours of the SimGrid Endurance Cup Season 3, Round 4. Getting a little bit ahead of myself there. The 9 hours of Paul Ricard, David Christie and Daniel Handover for the final 4 hours. And as quickly as we start to get all that chaos kicking off, Dan, it's all starting to quieten down a little bit more now.
Yeah, well, I think as well, there's always those sort of like, dips and sort of troughs of where the action really sort of kicks off and then it starts to come down. One of the action that's really kicking off as well is between still Zero and Icorn. So Icorn's actually made the move now, but Zero's going to try and come back going through into turn 9. So jumping straight back into some form of action that we have got here. But then I believe it actually may be short-lived because Icorn has made the move and he's already pulled a bit of a gap. So that was a funny, frantic 20 seconds, and it seems to be all done and dusted now. So Lapera Esports taking over P19. As you say, I suppose it's always it's good in a way, isn't it? Because no endurance race is simply, unless you had, 100 cars on the grid or 60, 70, 80 cars on the grid, no endurance race is non-stop action. It never is. And that also gives an opportunity for the drivers to have a bit of a breather. It gives an opportunity for the teams to have a bit of a rethink on any new potential strategies. So it's very, very valuable. Like I said, from the driver perspective, from the engineer perspectives, lots of things that they can do. So, although I said I'm almost going to be contradicting myself and say there's always something to do, but you have less in terms of like focus points, I think.
And that's just it. I mean, like you said, it's never all go for the entirety of the race. But my goodness me, it feels like we've certainly stretched the value of this race in terms of what we should have been expected. It's been fun and frivolity for the entirety of the race. But, I mean, you've got to look here at Denis Grabowski for Lada Sport Rosneft and the championship in general. I mean, it's been an absolutely exemplary drive from Lada Sport Rosneft, hasn't it?
Oh, I mean, 100%. I literally, even in the time obviously I've only been here for the last. I said I've come in. It's 2 hours has just flown by. We've got another 4 hours left to go. It's even the time that I've seen with these guys, they are just relentless in pace. I'm looking at Pitwall now, and they are just relentless, non-stop, and there's no let-up. I think that's the key thing, is not only are they fast, but they can team it with consistency. And there is just, that's what, I know we've spoken about it before, we talk about it quite a lot, but that is what wins you endurance races. That's what wins you races in pretty much any form of racing, but especially in endurances. If you've got the pace, it's great over one lap, but if you can't keep that pace up, or if you're too erratic with your driving and you start dropping off after 4 or 5 laps, you're not going to be, unfortunately, it's not going to promote good positions and good finishing positions within sim racing. Whereas if you're consistent, you don't have to necessarily be as fast as you first think. But luckily, the Rosneft car, Lada Sport Rosneft, have both, which is always handy.
It certainly is. Again, they've had the consistency, and also you've got to say they've had the luck. Because you've seen all through the field a lot of drivers really falling short with drivers being lapped down or put a lap down, and you've seen track limits being exposed, but they've really avoided all of that this afternoon, haven't they?
Yeah, what's the thing is, if you can stay out of trouble and you can just keep running the laps that you want to run and running what you need to do and having, in a way, a boring race, then yeah, it's again, that's going to promote some good positions. Currently now riding on board with the Team Vordzilla car, Antoine Fury. So he is currently just sitting behind. That's the 88 car, all in racing number 3, currently driven by, that is, I believe, Evanel Burton. So currently these guys are having a bit of a battle, although you see there, Antoine Fleury just dropped. He's obviously listening to us. He dropped off just a little bit there on the pace. So it's amazing how much. I love the sparks. I love sparks at night time on a racetrack. It's so cool. He's dropped a bit of time, so no positions are going to be gained this time around. But it seems like he did have the pace to keep on the back of Burton. But can he turn that into a overtake? That's the key question. That's always the key question. It's all well and good being able to sit on the back bumper of someone. And that is an art in itself. But where are you going to be able to make the moves? The Lexus and the Mercedes are very, very different cars. You just saw there as well, even from that angle. The front of the car really sort of like dart into the corner. That looked to be a little bit, almost looked like I thought it was going to be a little bit too early on the turn in there. Manages to keep it all composed, so I don't know clearly what I'm talking about. And these guys are doing it much better than I am.
So here we go then, still on board with Antoine Fleury in the Team Fordzilla. Again, the Team Fordzilla outfit, the number 17 Mercedes, just really has been nowhere today. It's been a race to forget for them just now. Still trying to recover and get what they can out of it, but you've got to say, I mean, the Mercedes really have just been absolutely dire this race. They have had no pace whatsoever. I know that they don't tend to do well at Paul Ricard anyway, and I wonder why that is. Do you think it's just they don't have the top end speed that's required here at Paul Ricard, or do you just think that it's a car that's just not well suited to here?
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Like, I almost think that there's it's almost different for every single car, depends like every single driver as well, and every single team. Because if you have additional knowledge of a particular car for a particular track, then naturally you're going to be more comfortable. I'm just having a look through the ballast as well. Now, the Honda has got no ballast. So the main ones that have got no ballast. The Lexus has got no ballast at all. And like I said, it's doing quite well. So we've got one. We had, I believe, obviously pit stops now played a factor, but we had Sean Arnold, the Team Fordzilla Lexus car, the number 66. At one point, it was running in P5. So the one that actually should be hurting at the moment, really quite heavily, is the Ferrari and the McLaren, because they've both got 30 kilos of ballast on board. Now, I'd almost say that the ballast is the biggest factor in how a car is really going to be behaving, the competitiveness out on its on the circuit. Because if you've got if you have additional ballast, it's amazing how much a small little amount of ballast can really, really affect the car. Then again, there's so many different variables. I think that's the problem, isn't it, David? There's so many different variables, which again is fantastic that we're able to again simulate these sort of different variables that you will find in the real world. But at the same time, again, it can be actually quite hard to pinpoint some of these sort of potential issues, which again, harking back earlier on what I was saying, is why teams are now becoming a lot bigger, because they need to be able to have this information at hand.
They absolutely do, and there's so much data that they get from these race weekends, whether it is qualifying performance or whether it's general race data or how the individual drivers do through the stints and improvements that they can possibly make. But yeah, I mean, it's a far cry from where things used to be, and I'm just going back to the race itself. I'm just looking at that second to 8th place. I mean, they're split by what looks like about maybe 25 seconds. Who is that in Marcus Eichhorn's wing mirror there? That's Sean Arnold, who's come flying by underneath the bridge there, and that was a bit of a scary moment, wasn't it?
Well, that was. I was actually looking at Pitwall when I just got the tail end of that. I was just looking at Pitwall when that move happened. But but look at that already. The gap is what, 0.3 of a second probably. So Sean Arnold, he's not hanging about at all, is he? He wants to again, as you would. You're obviously running in P5. He wants to be able to continue and move back up the grid. I actually almost thought that we've gone halfway through. If we look at the timings now, we're another hour on from being halfway through. This time is actually ticking down. It seems to be, for me, it's ticking down so fast. And I wonder if that may actually catch. You may see that sort of catching a few teams out in the latter half, because you look at the timing tally, you think, 3 hours and 48 minutes. I got loads of time. And then all of a sudden you look at it, what feels like 30 seconds later, and you've got 2 hours and 10 minutes left. And you're like, oh, hang on a minute. And that's one thing. Clock watching is something that we all hate doing, but something like this, I think it's actually really crucial. I've just noticed it myself and thought, and again, I could be the only one that's thinking that, but it's just one thing to consider.
I was just leaving the silence in there just so you could have a little bit of dramatic effect there. But no, joking aside, I mean, the time does play a massive part into the strategy here, because you're thinking about your fuel load, you're thinking about your driver changes, you're thinking about your tyre runs, and all of those link almost, constantly into the amount of time that you've got remaining. So you're not so much watching the time that has gone past, it's the time that's elapsed. And it also is what gives you that ability to change things up. It's the ability to jump onto a new strategy. Well, maybe we can just come in 10 laps earlier and just try to go to the end from there. So yeah, it's very, very interesting. It goes back to what you said about 5 minutes ago. There's just so many variables in this, so many different moving parts. But what I'm noticing, and I don't know if you've noticed this as well, but I mean, that 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th now, they're all starting to concertina up within about maybe 15 to 18 seconds now.
It's a good point, actually. Yeah, absolutely. I've noticed that. I think the closest gap is between Barrier and Rupert, because they are very, very close indeed. What's that? 0.6 of a second now. So you can see the Nissan just got out of shot there. It is back in shot now. The 333 versus the 73. And at the moment, Rupert, he's really catching up. That XL Racing by Renvelt Honda is looking very, very fast indeed. Obviously, I imagine that the lack of balance will be helping that significantly, or it will be playing its part into it. But yeah, I mean, that's very, very... Look how much he's caught up. He's on the back bumper. Remember, he was, 6-7 of a second behind the Nissan, the 333, and 4 or 5 corners later, he's on the back bumper. I wonder if there's going to be a move here. It depends. It's going to be a drag race down into turn 8. I wonder if the 73, if Rupert can get a run, try and make the move, and he might not delay. If this is how quick he's going to be and he can keep this pace up, I mean, yeah, you want to get by as quickly as you can. And also from the perspective of Barry at the moment, if you know that he's that quick, I probably wouldn't be fighting it that much if I were him.
Yeah, and listen, that comes back to that point that we've made time and time again, is that do you fight it? Do you need to fight it? Are they in the same race as you come towards the end? And quite honestly, I think these two are now. Valentin Barrier and Felix Rupert are in the same fight come towards the end here. Another penalty coming in, Ricard's 333 and 17. It's a drive through to the 17 for avoidable contact. So that is the Team Fordzilla APM of Antoine Fleury that gets the penalty there. So yeah, that is not a great day at the office for them, but 17 down in 24th position, so it's not really going to make too much of a difference here.
Not going to make it too much in terms of positioning and points and whatnot, but they are going to lose. I mean, looking at the timings, they're probably going to be losing maybe 1 or 2 positions, I'd probably say. Actually, to be fair, that might put them, unfortunately, at the back of the grid, because there's 26 cars that are still only a couple of laps behind the leaders. That's an impressive thing as well, actually. Let's just quickly, for a moment, have a look at that. There's only, looking at it, so we've got only the top 11 are currently still on the lead lap. That is, again, just an impressive feat to the number 41 of the Lada Sport Rosneft car. Only the top 11 are within the lap, and we've still got 3 hours and 44 minutes left to go. I know we're talking about clock watching, but I don't think there's going to be a problem as at the moment, with an 83-second lead now between themselves and Unicorns of Love. BMW, though, doing a stellar job. The BMW is doing a very, very good job indeed. Although I have look at the gap, though, 5 seconds between P2 and P3. So it's really starting to kick off. It's really starting to kick off now, and this is going to be quite exciting. But yeah, looking at here on the back of Valentin Barrier, again, the Virtual Drivers Nissan, I would almost, if the move is going to happen here, I wouldn't fight it. I'd almost just let and just see if they can actually just catch up. It's 5 seconds between him and Chidakis. I'd probably just let him go and see if he can actually ultimately hold both of them up when the battling is there.
Awesome nonetheless. And it gets very, very close for Felix Rupert there. Tries to keep going, but he goes side by side, and that could be the move done. It's a drag race down the start-finish straight then. Oh my goodness me, look at the legs on that thing, going just absolutely off like an XSM missile. And what do you do if you're Felix Rupert?
Some colourful language, I'm sure, would be using that, because there's nothing he could do. There's literally nothing that he could do at that point. He just sort of had to sit there and just look in awe as the Nissan decided that it was just going to slide from the distance. As I said, he goes a little. Oh no, there's contact with the car ahead. Who was that? Possibly a back marker, something along those lines. But wow, we just actually had Barry's now got a drive-through. So I'm not sure what's happened there. So the Nissan has now got a drive-through. Okay, that all happened. I wonder. Oh, track limit. Track limits. They obviously, as he came off, the circuit with the initial with that initial contact, must have just straight lined the corner. Obviously, he took as much of the corner off as he could, and that would probably what you'll probably find there as well is that may have just been a panic mode setting in. They want to just get back on the circuit as quickly as possible, and they may not have realised. Oh, hang on a minute, we've only got one of those left, and. Obviously, so possible. It might not be, but again, I've been in that position. It can if something like that happens, you get all flustered. You want to just get back out there as quickly as you can, and that has really cost them. But Ricard, though, he's been released. That's him, done and dusted. Off he goes now. 7.1 seconds is the gap between himself and the Greek Sevalaki squad. Replay here. Oh, David, what's going to happen here? Do you reckon?
I don't think he's... oh my goodness me, he just absolutely nails that number 17, and that is, that is almost certainly going to be a penalty for that one. That's Antoine Fleury that was caught up in that one. It was the 17 who hit the 333, and the 17 got a drive-through for it, so it's almost returning the favour.
I mean, it's returning the favour. Unfortunately, it has still cost them... it's cost them a drive-through because of the track limits. It's probably going to cost them another drive-through, or at minimum a 10 seconds time penalty, I would probably say, for the contact. So it's not helped. So retaliation is never the answer. But not to say that obviously that was intentional, because it absolutely wasn't. It's so tricky. Again, we were harking back to this, weren't we, David? Where we're talking about the conditions, talking about low light levels. Everything changes. All your brake markers, they're harder to find, they're harder to gauge. Your speed awareness is harder to manage as well. So many different things change, and it can really... look at just look at the time as well. In that lap alone, 0.4 of a second was taken off between Ricard and Chodakis. That's going to be a battle. That is, if they can keep that momentum up, if the number 73 Honda can keep that up, then that XL Racing Honda is going to be right onto the back of the number 34 Suvalaki squad very, very soon. A lot sooner than I think we actually first initially realised.
I think that's a very astute observation there, and again, it just adds a whole new dynamic to this final couple of hours of the race here, because Felix Rupert commanding up in that third place there, but again, you look at Romagnoli in the 28, just 2.5 seconds, and you've got Bastian Richter in the number 14 Unicorns of Love, and Sean Arnold as well. I mean, this is starting to get a little bit spicy. Valentin Barry is going to be out of the action, going to be possibly even out of the top 10 after this drive-through here. Maybe not. Maybe he'll be down to 8th place, because I don't know where Jean-Willem van Ommen is in the 888 machine. But I mean, that is a huge blow for them. And again, Marco Macri in the number 192, currently in P9. He stands to make quite a few positions here.
Yeah, well, again, if he can capitalise on it, look at that. So we've got 333 as we see Barrier come into the pits to serve his drive-through penalty. So he'll be coming out. But yeah, look at that. Unicorns Love, Bastian Richter. He is now, well, like I said, he's currently in P5, but he'll be able to move up the grid as people jump back into the pits. So again, this is where you start to get to it, but it all starts jumbling up, doesn't it? Because people are on different strategies. He goes very, very wide there as he goes through turn 5. It goes quite wide actually, and quite deep into the corners. That cost him. That has cost him a little bit of time. And again, just goes a bit wide. It looked like he was just trying to find the apex. The car wasn't responding all that well. And again, it's like the car's just whether the front tyres are. Just trying to think when the last pit stop was, but it could be the front tyres are either not up to temperature, or if there's been no pit stop for a while, they're too worn out, and now they're going to have to obviously think about coming into the pits. Either one of those. But yeah, the car wasn't looking all that responsive at all, unfortunately, which it didn't look comfortable, did it?
Yeah, it's awkward to watch, because you kind of see things going off. Oh, now hang on a minute, what's happened to your race leader? Denis Grabowski gets a stop-go 30. out of absolutely nowhere for speeding in the pit lane. Oh, Dan, that is absolutely unbelievable. I cannot... I'm just stunned by that, because they've obviously got... they were a drive-through ahead, but stop go 30? Oh my goodness me. That is game on now.
Well, I mean, the stop-go 30, when we're looking at it, so you think you've actually got... The stop-go penalty is probably, I think, when you're looking at it, well, obviously 30 seconds actually stationary, and then you've got another 25, maybe 30 seconds driving. So you'll probably have the fact that it will definitely be closer, which I think is actually, again, a credit to what the guys and the Rosneft car and how far they are ahead, as we can see on the screen now. So they will hold position, most probably, as we've been told. But either way, it's going to be close. The main thing is how long they're kept. If it's over... Well, I think, to be fair, they'll still probably have a 10-second lead, I reckon. I'd probably say that they'll still have a 10-second lead. But with the pace that everyone's now got, I think it's all started to level out a little bit, David. I'm just, again, looking through the timing standings, looking through the time. I'm seeing a lot of, like, low 55 and high 54s, which, looking at the pace of what Grabowski was doing and the team, that was a similar sort of pace to those guys. So I think it's really started to sort of let off now, but we're going to find out in a minute. So 30 seconds, they've got a mandatory stop in the pit and in their box for 30 seconds at least, and then they've got to exit. So it's thrown something into the mix with 3 hours and 36 minutes to go.
You absolutely could not script this. My goodness me. Right, so we keep an eye on picture then. Denis Grabowski for Lara Sport Rosneft in the pit lane just now. Janis Sherdakis there. I mean, 58 seconds behind, coming across the line just now. Away already. Was that 30 seconds already? Goodness me, that was a decent effort for the penalty there then. So has served his penalty. He's very, very close to make sure that he doesn't get on the accelerator. Done it. But I've got to be honest, I think Janis might have done this, because Denis Grabowski just comes out pit lane. He's done it! Janis Sherdakis for Greek Souvlaki squad into the lead with 3.5 hours to go. Did you ever see that coming?
Well, I mean, to be fair, when you look at, you can tell I didn't do A-level maths, can't you? Because I screwed that up right royally there. But I mean, to be fair, that was a, it's just... But when you look at it, I didn't realise that the pit lane was actually that long. I almost thought it was a bit shorter than what it was. You never really saw. I suppose something you don't really pay much attention to. But yeah, I thought around the 60-65 second mark would actually be as well as bike around. There was a car off in the side of the number 100. Who was that? That's the GTR that's had another moment. So the 333. So we've got the Good Time Racing. And also the virtual drivers by TX3 AAA Esports car getting involved with another incident. So I'm sure we'll hopefully see a replay on that and actually catch what happened. But yeah, this has turned completely on its head. Although 5.5 seconds is the gap, we know how quick the Aston Martin is. We also know how quick that Sherdakis is actually being at this moment in time. He can keep up this pace. Look at Rupert though. He's only 2.5 seconds behind. Wow, that was a bit of a moment there. So we can't call it now, can we? There is literally there's nothing we can call, because these 3.5 hours left, this could now still go down to the last lap easily.
It absolutely could, mate. It absolutely could. And I just honestly don't know what to expect anymore from this, because not only has it thrown it up to the air, but it's also made it completely unpredictable what we've got in the next 3.5 hours. And I'll tell you why, Dan, is that if we've got Igor Ogorodnikov behind the wheel again, this is a point I was trying to make out earlier, is the fact that when he gets behind the wheel and he is under pressure, he puts the car in places it doesn't need to be, and he gets very, very aggressive, and that could compound the situation and make it even worse. I think we're going to see the most intense 3.5 hours we have seen in the Endurance Cup so far.
100% agree with you there. Here is a replay actually. So this is the 333 Nissan versus the 100. It could be a similar thing. That's a very possibly late lunge, or is it going to be a carbon copy? No, so it doesn't seem to be all that much. Actually, I'm looking at the wrong corner. This is the one where the accident could happen. Oh, again. carbon copy of what happened just a 10 laps or so ago, a couple of corners later. But I mean, everyone in the everyone that's watching, obviously you can decide on your own thing about that. I've definitely got my own sort of theory on that. Again, it's just that little bit too much aggression. It's just you've got to dial it back a little bit, because you think that's two instances, like almost carbon copies of one another in the same sector within the 5 laps. There was the gap was never going to stay there, not in a million years, because it was a normal racing line for the Audi. Valentin Barrier. To be fair, though, again, whoa, big Tokyo Drift moment there. That was the Team Vordilla Mercedes that we got. That was, I can't remember didn't see what BMW that was. Could have been the Unicorns of Love car that had a bit of a moment. I'm sure he'll need some a new race suit. I don't know what your thoughts on that was, David, but I just think, again, the Virtual Drivers team just need to just back it off just that little bit. Again, talking about 5-10%, no more than that, just to sort of regain some composure, I think.
The problem is that it's very easy for us to say up here in the commentary box. The problem is when, and again, I mentioned this earlier, when you get into the sim car, when you get behind the wheel, and especially in the dark conditions, the adrenaline absolutely bouncing through you, being able to back off a little bit, it is absolutely the clever thing to do. The smart money is to just keep yourself safe and keep yourself out of problems until the end. However, actually making that happen is another thing altogether. It's so difficult to just follow another car around, or let another car by. It goes against every single fibre of your being behind the wheel. You just want to race when you're out there. So I can understand why it's happened, but it's not exactly 3,000 IQ thinking. And the problem is that across the grid, to be in the top 10, you need to be playing like 4D chess. You need to be thinking 15 moves ahead of everybody else on track.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? The further you can keep ahead, naturally, the better that the more prepared you'll be. Even a small sort of little thing as we've got again. This is going to be. I'm sure there's going to be no loss between these two here. Nissan again is so fast in a straight line. Audi just had absolutely nothing to answer for it. And he goes a little bit wide. Wow, that was a moment well saved there. Wow, that was a very, very sketchy moment there from Roth, but he manages to keep it all in check. Fair play, very well held indeed. Bastian Offerman in the 160 Audi, racing with a fellow Mercedes in the form of, that is Blotto, that he is racing with in the number 194, which is the Racing Line Motorsport number 194. And yes, currently driven by Matteo Blotto. Again, look at that little bit. This is the thing we get with the cars that are the same. Obviously, now you're even Stevens. There's no sort of one particular area where one car is better than the other, because they're both the same. The only difference is now in your setup. So a bit of slipstream here, though. As I say, is often we're going to try and make a move. The team Vito Sim Racing has a bit of a look, decides against it though, and he pulls back in to take turn 8 as quickly as he can. He goes a little bit wide, manages to keep it all in check though. Fair play. It's a very tricky corner when you're following someone. You do lose a bit of downforce. Oh, an opportunity here, potentially going up the inside. The 166, the 194. Don't think Blotto could actually get the car really back in check. It looked like the car just didn't want to turn back into the corner. So good move there from Bastian Hoffman, and takes out with both hands.
Yeah, Matteo Blotto really couldn't do much about that one as Bastian Offerman gets that move done up the inside. And made it look very, very easy, I might add, on that one as well. This is on the back of Yannick Ruoff for Good Time Racing in the number 100s. Audi at the moment. Looking behind is a BMW. That's the Unicorns of Love. That's Bastian Richter in the purple and black BMW in 4th place. Just a way to put another lap down on them on the straight here. Look at the legs that the BMW has, and rightfully so. The Audi just moves over, keeps its pace in, and lifts off, and can obviously get back in it and get a little cheeky toe from the number 14 as well. Just looking at the Lamborghini that's in the lead at the moment, the gap is now 5.3 seconds to Grabowski. That's not coming down anywhere near as fast as I would have thought there.
No, I was looking at this as well, actually. I mean, the last lap it did come down about 3/10 the last lap, though, so it's starting to, there's some bigger chunks than I've seen. I mean, realistically, I'd almost, and I also, again, could be wrong on this, but I don't know if, at the moment, we've got a possible, excuse me, almost got the possible that when you look at Grabowski at the moment, I think he may just be sort of almost running his own race still. They know they've got the pace. I mean, bear in mind, they had, an 85-second lead? Something ridiculous like that. It was absolutely insane. So there's no reason why they can't do that again. So at this point still, with 3 hours and 27 minutes to go, you've got a 5.5-second lead. Do you need to push the car realistically that hard? Probably not at this moment in time. If it were an hour left of the race, yes, you want to be gunning for it as much as you can. I still think they're playing the long game here as well. They're trying to see, and they're working out, where are we going to be in the last hour? Where do we want to be in the last hour? Not focusing on anyone in front or behind, but where are we going to be at that point? And that's going to be, I think, key to them retaking the lead back, I think.
Yeah, that's a great point. Well made there. So 3 hours 25 left to go in the race here. I've got to be honest, I'm still absolutely stunned at what we just saw there. The other bit that is piquing my curiosity is the fact that second place is catching up to Janis Shardakis, but it's also bringing Felix Rupert along as well. So now we've went from having a dominant race leader, Dan, to having, 5 cars within, I make that about 18 seconds, with 3.5 hours left to go in the race. This is getting a bit interesting.
Well, it is indeed, and I think, again, as soon as you have Grabowski and Jadakis, because the rate we're going, again, looking at the last lap times, another about half a second pulled out of Jadakis from Grabowski, and again, we're going to be having 4.2 seconds now, so lap times are starting to plummet. What we need to do, we do have, obviously, bear in mind as well, which is actually a good point well made in my from radio, is we do have obviously traffic that we have to take into account. So a slightly slower lap for Jadakis because of the traffic, but then again, it depends on when Grabowski meets the same part of traffic. If he meets it on the straight, happy days. So 3 cars to get through between himself and Jadakis. So, but like I said, where they hit them is going to be a very, very key thing. That's the key thing. You look at that, to be fair, you're not going to be able to get one on the straight. You just sort of go out a shot there, I believe. That could very well have been him there. So, yeah, lots of interesting points, lots of things to take into consideration. But ultimately, when Grabowski starts to battle Jadakis, which will happen sooner rather than later, I feel, if Jadakis can back up the pack, Rupert's only 3.5 seconds behind. That gap will plummet. Absolutely plummet within 2 laps.
Good point. And Grabowski obviously has got the pace to get them, but I mean, I just can't believe we've been put in this position where, and it's even better for it. It's amazing for it. I mean, obviously nobody wants to see a runaway winner, but I definitely didn't expect that one, and I can imagine that there's going to be a few awkward conversations on voice chat. But I mean, we obviously have got a big race going on outside of the top 10 as well. And for reference, by the way, Marco Macri in the 192, 7th position. So he is, God, could you imagine if the 192 gets a podium out of this? That would just be absolutely outrageous to see if they actually did that. Or the number, was it number 10, the deep purple car, Christie. I mean, they've kind of gone a little bit backwards. They were all the way up into about 12th or 13th place, but I think they're a little bit out of sync with the pit stops now, as well. As you see your race leader going, second place, I was about to say. I'm so used to seeing the 41, and in fact, that's not even the 41. That's just a very similar livery that's on that one that's in front. But there's Janis Shardakis there, your race leader. The Greek Souvlaki squad, I think they're going to be clipping that for every time we say that, because that is not what they expected from today, I don't think.
No, I don't think. Well, I mean, again, this is the definitely the move he's not going to want to see. I mean, look, this is going to be an easy position for Grabowski to get because is going to be. We've also just been told as well. We've also just been told, look at that. So that's one car disposed of nice and easily. Grabowski's tyres are actually 10 laps newer than Chidakis's. So that's also a big thing to take into consideration. So you could probably take maybe half a tenth to a lap, maybe half a tenth to a tenth in terms of lap time, as a bit of a bit of grace there. So that's one thing to also bear in mind. Ultimately, though, the way that Dennis Grabowski is catching, it is relatively quick indeed. As you can just see him up ahead there as we go through. So 2.9 seconds is the gap at the moment. He's pulling away from Rupert as well. 73, the number 73 Honda. He is starting to pull away from him also. So this is now, I said, like starting to build up gradually. It doesn't need to be straight on 100%, 110% of the pace. Just gradually build up to it. It's a very, very easy thing to again get sucked into the whole one mistake leads to another, then leads to another, and so on. You have that little bit of time composing yourself. Another 3/10 taken off there this lap alone. So I think maybe within the next, probably I'd say 4 laps, we'll find that this gap would have plummeted.
Just very, very curious to see how this one develops then, as we see Denis Grabowski in the Lada Sport Rosneft still trying to dispatch of more cars in between him and Yanis Sherdakis just ahead of him, and really the gap is non-existent. It's only Giuseppe Giratana that is in between those two cars. Giratana 11th place, and 155.4 from Giratana, not going to be a walk in the park to get past, but in the same token, I just don't think Grabowski's going to have too much of a problem getting past it.
It's tricky, isn't it? It also depends how much battling there's actually going to be. Could it very well be again that I know as much as you obviously want to be battling, you want to be maintaining position. What do you do in that sort of situation? It's if you know that the person's catching up with you 3-4 tenths a lap, but they're doing it consistently. So the thing as well is, if it's amazing, obviously, if you're able to hit those laps. But if they're able to do it a lot more consistently, whether the tyres are working a bit better, the setup's a bit more controlled, several other possibilities. Is it worth again just almost go through every different fibre of your being telling you that you want to race, but again looking at the bigger picture, is it worth potentially battling, causing yourself a bit of time loss between, say, if you're Chidakis in this example, lose a bit of time between yourself and Rupert? Is it worth it? Again, that's a call that it's very easy for us to make in the commentary box, but it would be a lot more difficult to make if you're actually in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and it's that old cliche, isn't it? We'll just have to wait and see over the next 3 hours and 20 minutes. But you certainly can't squeeze any more excitement into this race. And honestly, I do feel like, personally myself, I feel like I'm stalling for time here, because I'm just watching, just like everybody else here on YouTube, waiting to see how this one is going to pan out here. And I tell you what, Grabowski is getting a bit frustrated behind this number 27. Giratana is maybe not as easy as I originally thought it was going to be to get past right now. The Aston Martin lines it up, pushes itself on the inside, but I'll tell you what, that Ferrari has got some legs in the straight here, and he's going to be made to go around the outside here. Oh, this is a little bit interesting now. The Aston Martin trying to get this moved on, and if it was going to have had that moved on, it would have moved to the front just now. I think it might get in, and yep, it's let pass by Giuseppe Giratana there. But that's released now, and it's surely going to be a matter of time onto the back of Sherdakis.
Sorry, I think we're back now. Apologies. I seem to be having a few
there we go. Hello.
mic issues. Apologies. Yes, I don't know what's happening going on. It's all got a little bit skew with today, but we're back. So just saying there that it almost looked like I don't know, to be fair, if like letting back off a little bit earlier would have helped. It seemed that Giratana cost himself maybe a little bit of time because he was stayed so almost going into the apex, just stayed alongside Grabowski just a little bit too long. If he'd have backed off a bit earlier, he may have been able to just sort of pull back into the slipstream, and then might not have lost too much time. I know it's a very, very small amount of time, admittedly, but it's just every little helps, as they say. You never know when that might come in handy. Alberto Garcia, though, only 3 tenths behind. This is the 28, currently driven by. There's Dondi at the moment. Goes, if he doesn't go on the defensive, but then I don't think the Endurance Motorsport Thrustmaster car takes a bit of a tighter line there, which will cost him on the exit. Not too much though, seems to be all okay. Dies very, very late on the brakes. So again, we're talking about it, weren't we, David? This is now where the battles start to then creep in again. We had a bit of sort of moment where the battles sort of like settled out. Now we're starting to get some ones that are really starting to kick up again, though. Although Alberto Garcia runs a bit wide over to the marbles, that might cost him a bit of grip into the next couple of corners. It's all starting to kick off now. It's the kettle's on the boil now, isn't it?
It certainly is. Look, I'm so many questions that I need to get answered. Obviously, we're going to see Denis Grabowski catching up to the back of that Lamborghini. Maybe, because I mean it's not happening as fast as I thought it would be, but catching up to them is one thing. I mean, you better believe that Lamborghini is going to claw onto that lead for dear life. It's not going to let this opportunity go with just 3 hours left to go. Sherdak is picking up the pace, 54.8 that last lap round. That is on par with Grabowski. In fact, that's the gap for the first time in about 4 laps. That's up by about a tenth over that last lap. Now, again, it's 2.8 seconds. That's absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. But, I mean, the thing is that when Grabowski goes in and hands that car over, like I say, my worry is that it's Yeager that gets behind the wheel. And I've said time and time again, Yeager is one of the fastest sim racers we are blessed to have here in the SimGrid, but his patience is non-existent and his temper can be frayed at the drop of a hat. And if you do get on his bad side, that is where aggression comes in, and that's where I really fear the 41's race could unravel. I hope we don't see it, but again, everything is just so delicately poised here in the top 5. I mean, you could sneeze and the entire top 5 would be reshaped.
That's one way to put it. Yeah, I think absolutely. You've got to have, when they we've just been told as well, just been confirmed, drive through for 100. You can see on the timing tower on the left hand side now for Ruoff. So unfortunately, a drive through not good at all. So the good time racing not having a particularly good time at this moment. But so that will cost them a few positions. Definitely, it might even cost them all the way, drop them down all the way down to like P16, maybe even P17. Look at that, because it's only about probably P16. I think would be the positioning. Just going back onto your point there, as you say, you've got to make sure whoever jumps in the car next, they've got to make sure that they keep the composure. If you drive the car too hard, they don't need to drive the car too hard. Like I said, the pace that they've got, Chidakis is, as you say, he's stabilising the car. And he's got that balance. He's managed to find a bit more pace, and he's responding to the times that Grabowski Grabowski is doing. Now that's good. It goes to show that obviously there is a bit more pace in the car, but naturally it also shows, we've seen it a few times now, that the balance is starting to get there, and I think Chidakis is able to extract more from the car, but in a consistent manner. So it's the one thing that I always bang on about, and people that have listened to me commentate before probably get sick and tired of me saying it, but obviously, consistency is the main thing, but the pace that we're seeing is that increased consistency with the additional pace, which is really, really good. It goes to show that they've been very, very conservative, or they've been a bit more conservative. They've got a bit left in the tank for situations such as this, and they've done that now. It's taken them a few laps, but they've really now, Chidakis has switched on, just switched that, dialed it up to 11. Now he's getting the times in. So it's also going to make Grabowski work a little bit harder as well. So it might even push him in a bit more of potential mistakes.
Important to remember as well, Chidakis is actually on older tyres than Grabowski as well, and still able to set those lap times. So that's a great effort there, as we say. Petrozziello, and who was that? Was that Moreira involved in that one? That might have actually been the number 80 of Christoph that is just in front of him just now. That's the GTR Masters HU Endurance team of Fennig Christoph just ahead of him just now. But we're back with Francesco Dondi in the Ferrari here. And the top 10. Garcia, we're just seeing in the 121 Odox Motorsport. That's a huge position for them. Francesco Dondi down to 9th place, and Garcia up into 8th position there. But again, Macri is on the move, and Macri up to 7th place there. I'm still putting my outside bet on the 192 getting a podium position.
Really, I mean, to be fair, that's it's definitely a bold statement. To be fair, but to be fair, it's nothing is impossible. I think that Macri is going to really have to work. He's really going to have to work. He's going to have to work hard to get that done. But again, we saw. Look at that. We saw the leaders. We saw a gap of 85 seconds disappear into -5. So, to say it's probably going to be a possibility. We're going to have to see how it develops. McCree's actually just lost it. We've got a replay here. Leave the number 121. What goes on just goes through. This is actually a relatively nice, clean overtake. Good stuff.
Yeah,
nice control. Nice.
That's the 121, but it's the 192 that we want to see here. Here we go. Marco Macri. What has he done? He's been listening to me on the commentary. He's got ahead of himself and he stacked it. That's what he's done in the Race 9 Motorsport. So what I am going to say is that I do want to question if there's been any messages from Race Control to the 192. Just to make sure that I don't actually win that bet on that one. But I may we'll give it a lap. I'll maybe temper my expectations on Marco Macri on that one. That was hang on. So wait, Marco Macri spun or had a moment, but he only did a 156. So I'm a little bit confused by that one.
That's one quick spin. That's a very, very quick spin. We'll try and get some more information on that for you as we go. Look at the gap ahead. I know there's lots of gaps going on. One thing I have noticed as well is look at Seville and Pagani, the number 52 Aston Martin and the number 911 Porsche, only 0.8 of a second that separate the two. So that's a bit of a battle. You have to see again, there's battles now starting to come up and they're creeping up and down the lap. Importantly though, look at Grabowski. He's now dropped under the 2-second mark. Do you know what this reminds me of a little bit? It reminds me of a certain race series that was at this circuit not too long ago. And the times that were sort of coming down, it's that anticipation of it is probably going to happen, but when is it going to happen? It is that sort of like, it's actually a really sort of tense thing. It's tense for us in the commentary box. Imagine what it's like for Tidakis, because again the mentality plays such a big part into it all. But I mean, he's holding his own at the moment. Last lap was a 54.873, so again he's turned it up to 11. But Grabowski though, he is putting the lap time, there's like a 2/10 quicker, but nowhere near the gaps that it was before. So Tidakis is really sort of pushing the Lamborghini to its absolute limits, which is fantastic to see.
You get the feeling, you really do get the feeling that watching the split time between the top two, you just need the Jaws theme playing in the background. The 41 Lada Sport Rosneft is still on it. I am devastated that the 149, as pointed out by Michael Hamilton earlier, isn't with us on the race. I just... how different things would have been. The 149 actually would have been away off in the lead by about 15 seconds at this point, if that was the case.
It's a fair point. It is a fair point. As you say, it's a really, really big shame. And obviously we heard as well that Jadia actually obviously stopped his stream. Now, I know Jadia is the happiest man on earth. But yeah, you can just tell, here we go. So this is the eventual, okay, so just a small excursion, gets back on track and off he goes. So that's where the lap time loss was there. I mean, again, must be so gutting for them, so gutting. As you say, it would have shaken up the grid so much. And yeah, at this point, they would have been, say, 15, 16 seconds up the road. It's amazing again how one car can change the course of an entire race.
It certainly is, and they'll just have to dust themselves down and hopefully come back for the final round. So hopefully we can still see them coming back and at least giving a decent effort in the final rounds here. But here we go then. Grabowski is right on the tail then of Sherdakis, brings the gap down to 1.2 seconds. That was a slow lap from Sherdakis. Grabowski on the charge here, Dan.
I was going to say, just put in the context, it was a slow lap in quotation, but it was still a 55 dead. So it's slow in relative terms, I think, because that's still a very, very fast lap, matching pace of Rupert in P3. But again, yeah, it's just Grabowski. He's just got pace. He has got pace. Whoa, that was a little bit. Do you know what that's just showed? They're not. I don't think they're really sort of like. They're driving this car hard. They are really driving the car. You look how sort of it went a little bit wide, almost that bit that, almost like panic station sort of setting. You see where the car darts over to the right hand side because the last thing you want to do is get any track warnings. Otherwise, that's going to put you in a very, very poor situation. You've also got to remember as well, again, just keeping the car, make sure you're keeping the car within the pit lane stuff. It's such a small little thing which can have obviously a massive consequences as we've seen. So again, have to. We'll come back to that in a few moments' time. We have just been told as well that if they had another drive-through, and this could be obviously for track limits or anything like that, they would drop down to around P5. Now, again, it goes to show how far they still are in front, and the drive-through only dropped down 3 places. It's pretty insane. So, obviously, they don't want it. They really don't want it. This is actually playing into the hands of... looking at a bit further down, obviously we've been discussing this a bit more, haven't we, David? And I believe it's the 121, the Audi. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, if they were to finish in P12, then they still have a mathematical chance. Is that correct? If
top 11, yeah, and that's if the Ladder Sport Rosneft team win.
Right. So obviously, any additional movers that they have, then obviously that would be better for them. Obviously, side by side now. This is going to be Moreira with an Aston Martin. This is Christoph, I believe, the number 80. Yes, it is indeed. But Luke is getting involved as well. The number 53, Petrozelio. He's getting involved as well. A 3-way battle, 2x2 as well, side by side as they go between the Aston and the Lexus. I think at this point here, Christoph, the number 80 Aston Martin, is just be like, you guys crack on. I'm just going to go up ahead and you guys can catch me up later.
It's an interesting battle for sure, just watching them down in P20, 21st and 22nd. And again, with 3 hours left to go, it just showed you what is at stake with the final end of the race in sight. We've got 2/3 of the race almost done and dusted. And this is building up very, very nicely. And it's almost take a breath time because Sherdakis now has the looming figure of Denis Grabowski on his tail, and we're going to have pit stops any moment.
I wonder if they're going to try and, depending on how it sets in, I wonder if they're going to try and almost like get past and then jump into the bit straight away. Look at this though, again, the 3-way battle still rages on here. Lexus versus Aston. It goes a little bit too wide, does Ferreira. That's going to cost him a bit of time. The Aston Martin, he's left the door open a little bit. Is it going to be a cutback? I wonder if there's going to be a cutback as they go through turn 7. Gets a slightly better run. Who's going to have the legs on it now? I think the Aston behind of Petrozelio is going to have the best run because he's got a double toe essentially. But let's not forget as well, that's Ruoff, I believe, in the Audi behind as well. So that's also another car to get involved. This could be a 4-way battle very, very quickly. We've got some almost side by side as well. Actually, the Lexus just driven by. I think it has. Moreira's just driven by Christoph as if he was standing still. Look at that.
Here goes Grabowski for the lead, though, side by side with Janis Sherdakis. It's going to be a battle of the late breakers here. There's no way that Lamborghini is going to be braking first. Moves over the left-hand side. Oh my goodness me! That is incredible action from the two of them. The Lamborghini is going to have the outside line, and that is going to be the lead given to Grabowski and the Lada Sport Rosneft team. Wow. That was huge. In terms of where that is, because Grabowski is much later in the Sherdakis is much later in the stint than Grabowski.
I think as well. Like when you look at it, obviously, as you say, Grabowski he's on newer tyres. He's on an earliest. He's on a less of a stint. Chidakis, yeah, he's really he's brought that car and allowed it. There was a little bit of defending there, a little bit of fighting it, but ultimately, I think it was going to be inevitable having to give the position back. But again, purely because of the position that Grabowski is in, because he's got fresher tyres, he's got all that sort of stuff. It's Chidakis is putting in, he's pulling out all the stops, and I mean, fair play for trying to go round and keeping it pinned on the outside of turn 8. That is very, very brave. The best of times with a brand new car and fresh rubber, let alone when you've got a fairly old car as well. And a fairly old set of tyres. I think as well, looking at it, and you could see this because I thought as soon as Grabowski braked, I thought he was going to actually run a bit wide and allow for Chidakis to slip up the inside. But again, shown with that new tyre that he's got and the fresher tyre that he's had available to him, even though it looked like he braked quite late, he was still able to keep a nice tight line to stop that move happening. So, good stuff.
It certainly was. We're seeing Finn and Christoph side by side. In fact, I say side by side. The move's almost done before it's even got going, and that is unfortunate to see. The 20th position car of Girometti just going flying round the outside. In fact, was that not Felg that went round the outside there? Either way, that was a cracking move, and Finn and Christoph just left standing like the car isn't even moving at all. Francesco Dondi in the 28 getting a 20-second time penalty added on to that car there, and that means that they are almost certainly going to drop outside the top 10 there.
That's good. It's actually that's provided a little bit of breathing room, which I think will be very much needed for the 1-1 Audi of the Odox Motorsport, currently driven at the moment by Alberto Garcia. So yeah, that's going to be a much needed bit of breathing space, I reckon. So fair. That's giving them an opportunity to again focus on where the car's going to be in the next, within the next 2 hours, and focus on it for that last hour. Are they going to try and make any sort of are they going to try and gamble on anything? They may very well do. I think they're in a position where they've got a bit of a 50-50 chance. I mean, when you look at it, currently P8, so the gap won't be as big going into the last round. So it still is all to play for. Like I said, mathematically, if the number 41, if the 41 team, so if we do have the Lada Sport Rosneft team win, then the number 192 Porsche the number 121 Audi has to be within the top 11. So obviously, naturally, if they can finish higher than that, it'll be even better.
Absolutely. Just also looking, Cody Pride on YouTube chat saying that the 192 team have actually got three warnings. So I'm not sure if that means that they've got three track excursion warnings, because I think it's 3 and you get your penalty, isn't it?
I believe it is. I think you get 3 and then you get a warning, and then
they're on the last warning then. So that's right. Nothing else to happen for the 192, and given that that's 3 hours left to go, I mean that's a massively tall order. But we've seen plenty other cars with that. We see the 333 getting a penalty, and that presumably is why they've got that 15-second penalty there for avoidable contact with the 100 car, and that was Felg in the Audi there. So 15-second time penalty for the 333 car.
Yeah, so the Nissan 333 not having the best of races, the latter half of the race at the moment. So again, I'm sure the virtual drivers Nissan is going to be having a bit of a rethink again, just to sort of see where they can go for that. To be fair, actually, it's only really been the last hour or so where they've had a few sort of small little incidents which have actually caused quite big ramifications. So not ideal, and obviously the 15-second penalty is a result of that. At the moment, though, Moreira being pressured by Jarno Couch in the GTRC Endurance Team Porsche 911. We know that the Porsche is relatively quick in a straight line. I'm actually not entirely sure how quick the Lexus is in a straight line, but we're about to find out. Lexus hasn't got a toe, the Porsche has. So is a move going to be made going through into turn 8? At the moment, it doesn't look like, I'm just looking at it now, I don't think the position is actually a little bit too far back, if anything. So as much as this straight is miles and miles long, but still can't really see it. Do you know what? I don't think the Porsche is actually catching up at all, if I'm honest. Obviously, the Lexus is just holding its own.
Yeah, it's not. The Lexus is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. Here to go, live team standings then. Ladasport Rosneft taking 178 points ahead of Odox Motorsport and Yaz Heat moving into that final round. That's as it stands at the moment. And I believe that then makes it a two-horse race between Ladasport Rosneft and Odox Motorsport going into the final race. But obviously, the chips heavily the chips heavily stacked in Ladasport Rosneft's favour there.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? Couch dives up the inside, going into the last corner, but look at that, the 446. Girometti in the Lexus has just gone, thank you very much. To be fair, the Lexus guy did pit in, but even so, Moreira did go into the pits, but it's going to be Lexus again versus Porsche, except this time it's a different Lexus of Girometti in the 446. Who's going to be last of the late breakers? A good move there, allows the car to run out wide. Perfect take in the racing line. And also kudos there to Jarno Karas as well for knowing when to let that move go, to recompose himself and then go again. Good, really, really good stuff there. Really enjoyed that move from Girometti then. That was fantastic textbook stuff.
It really, really was. It's awesome to watch, and it's just, I mean, honestly, it feels such a privilege to be part of this event and part of this season, watching this wicked racing happen in every single race. It's epic stuff, because the other thing is that, right, we've been going for 6 hours, and I mean, this is what we've had for all 6 of these hours. It has just been going so crazy. Like this Maximilian Walmuth in the Honda 73 into pit lane just now. Now we're going to start seeing the next part of the strategy playing out with 2 hours 55 left to go. John P2345 on YouTube is saying that seems like Team 41 is going to be celebrating with vodka today. Rightfully so. It's been just a masterful performance to take, if they can hold on to this and take the win, Dan, after that hiccup there. I mean, that is a sign of a true champion's drive right there.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Like I said, for coming back from an incident that they had, obviously with the stop and go. Yeah, if they can come back and take the win again, yeah, fair play. You can't argue with you can't argue with it at all. But again, as we go here, it could be role reversal this time. I want it's going to be Jarno Karas might try and make a move going into turn 1. Decides against it though. He might wait another lap, or so that he goes a little bit wide into turn 1. That's cost him another 10th or a 10th and a half. So he's got to be, of course, not to that too many times, or he'll be without a tow, and Girometti will sail off into the distance. Because as I found out a couple of laps ago, that Lexus, it tends to be quite quick in a straight line, which I didn't actually realise.
Oh, Valentin Barrier in 9th place has got a drive-through penalty on top of his penalty. So that is just bad day from bad to worse for the number 333 just now. They had a 15-second penalty. They've now got a drive-through penalty. I'm going to presume that is, in fact, that's been typed up as we speak, so I'll be able to tell you exactly what that's for. But I mean, my goodness me, that is just a horrible turn to your day, because now that is for the contact with the car 17 and the 333. So that is the incident that we saw. Remember when we saw the 17 punting the 333, and then 2 laps later, after the 17 got a drive through, the 333 returned favour. So again, they've done the drive through, but they've still got a 15-second penalty, and yeah, that is a miserable day. Now, I've also noticed Marco Macri is in pits and away down in 21st place, so that looks like a very, very long pit stop there.
I mean, there could be a number of things to that, couldn't there? There could be several things. There could be a hardware issue. There could be fueling issues, pit stop issues, strategy. I mean, again, it's sort of take your pick. Actually, could be might have been an incident that we didn't initially see. But again, it's a bit of a mystery. Hopefully we'll be able to find out some more information on that at the moment. But Barry has actually taken his pit stop he's taken his drive-through, apologies, and he's now just come out and straight away is now on pressure. And on pressure with Romagnoli. He goes up the inside. Is it going to be a move? No, it is not. Not this time around anyway. But I think as well, Michael Romagnoli is trying to capitalise as quickly as he can to make sure that he's not in a position where he's going to be sitting behind Barry for too long. Because this is actually an ideal time to capitalise. You've just come out of the pit box. You've got cold tyres as well, tyres that are colder. So, yeah, if an opportunity is presenting itself, this is the one to do it in.
Well, just under 3 hours left to go in the race, and what a race it has been. It's still, it's like an active, living, breathing entity right now, because there's so many different ways that this is moving all at the same time. And back watching Jarno Kaishir trying to catch up onto the back of the 446, the SFR Italia of Patrick Girometti, who is just ahead of him. And you saw Patrick go absolutely flying past him when Jarno was trying to make a move on, I believe it was Marco Blotto in the 194. Didn't work out, and then Jarno got absolutely mugged by the Lexus that's right in front of him there. So trying to make amends for that. But again, I mean, realistically, Dan, we're 2 hours 51 left to go in the race now. We're now into the final 2 stints, I would say, of the race here. I mean, realistically, how much more do you think can be taken from some of these drivers?
Are you talking as in how much these drivers can extract from their car, or?
Yeah, just like how far would you be pushing? Would you be like, I mean, for me, I would be maybe looking 2, 3, 4 places at the very, very most. But, you know, would you be now starting to think about bringing the car home in one piece, or do you just send it or bring the steering wheel home?
I mean, that's one way to look at it. It's interesting, actually. I suppose it really does depend on where you are, I think, in terms of track position. If you're further down the grid and you've got an opportunity to be able to, you know, make up a few positions. I mean, look at Couch, for example. You look at the gap there. Again, look at Romagnoli. You know, all these sort of gaps here as well, 0.2 of a second, half a second, this sort of stuff. Like, I think Couch is sort of a good example, is because he's half a second. He's got an opportunity where I think that he's far enough down the field that, you know, weighing up the risk and reward ratio, you can really start to, you know, put it into a position where you think, well, look at where I am. I can make up another position. It's additional points. Happy days. I may as well try and make the risk. The further up the grid you go, and the more points that are on offer naturally, your risk should, in a way, it should become less. The amount of risk that you're willing to take should decrease, because what's it actually worth based on what you could potentially gain versus what you could actually lose. And naturally, the further you go up the grid, the more that you can lose. So, again, for someone, again, like Chidakis as well, I think in a position that, I mean, actually where he is at the moment, we don't really know until the last hour. Once the last pit stops have gone, then we'll really be able to see, and you'll be able to sort of like pick out the people almost and say, you know, and you can almost weigh up their risk versus reward yourself, you know, as you go through. Which is what I love about it. I love this endurance racing, the way it all sort of like tells round to the last half, you know, the last hour, once all the last pit stops have done, and then it's just, you know, it makes things so much, just makes things so much more. The anticipation is just absolutely insane. So yeah, not necessarily a very straight, clear answer there, Dave, but that's my take on it.
Well, we got there in the end. Where we get to in the end of the race is going to be coming up in the next 2 hours and 58 minutes. What a move from Romagnoli. Tries to fire it up the inside of Valentin Barrier. A little bit of contact and they go again. And this has got disaster all written over it. We're going to take a very short commercial break, and we're going to take a immersion break as well. So we'll jump on board with one of the cars, and if you're lucky, we might even jump on board Valentin Barrier and watch all this chaos unfold. We'll be back after this. Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours 40 minutes left to go in the penultimate round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3, Round 4, here at Paul Ricard. We have already got 6 hours 20 minutes of racing under our belts. Dave Christie here alongside Dan Handover for the final couple of hours. Dan, I'm going to come back to you in just a minute because we've actually got Felix Rupert in for a chat with us. Felix obviously doing a cracking job earlier on, so we'll bring him in and have a very quick chat with him. But good afternoon, Felix. Welcome aboard, my friends. It's been quite the eventful day at the races for you guys.
Yeah, hello first of all, and thanks for having me.
So Felix, no, we're still here, Felix. Obviously, it's been a difficult season for you because you started off with the orange team and then joined the blue team with Maximilian and with Nico. And it's safe to say that it's kind of been up and down, and you've really done everything in the top 20 so far.
First of all, hello and thanks for having me. The thing with the teams is that a lot of drivers of our team didn't have time today because they have real life things today. So we had to jump in the Honda because it was in the highest placed position of our cars. So we only went for the Honda, and it was the first time actually for me driving the Honda in a league race, and but it went pretty well, as you said. I'm very, very happy with my stints. Finishing in P3, I hope my teammate can hold it or even go for P2, as it looks pretty good at the moment. Yeah.
And obviously, for yourself, you've had quite a bit of time behind that car. It was a little bit of a surprise to see the NSX doing so well, but a strong qualifying performance. Do you think that's given you a really good chance in the race?
Yeah, definitely. The qualifying of Max was really, really unexpected, and really, he put the lap together, and we all were very much surprised that it was enough for P2. But of course, it was that gave us an amazing chance for a good result in the race.
And obviously, 2.5 hours left to go. Not all that long left. I mean, what is the tactic now? Is it just a case of Max keeping his head down and pushing on as hard as he can?
I think so. He will have to drive a triple stint now, which isn't ideal, of course. But me and Nico are having another race in just about a quarter of an hour. So Max has to do it. But I'm pretty sure that he will keep his head down and keep his pace, and maybe go even for P2. That would be very amazing.
Obviously, we'll let you go as quickly as we can. I've got one final question for you, Felix. And you've just said that you've got another race that you're away to jump and do very, very shortly. How exhausting is that for you as a sim racer to be able to focus on going from this race to another race and all the different races that you do on a weekly basis?
Well, that's normally not the norm that I have 2 races in one day, but today, unfortunately, it is the case. So I'm surprised to see how it will go, and my shoulders are pretty sore already. So not the best of thing to go into race. But
Felix, I'm going to jump on Amazon and send you over a shipment of some Red Bull for your way, buddy. Best luck for your other race tonight, and thank you so much for letting us watch you today. Best luck.
Thank you. Bye bye.
There we go then, Felix Rupert there, and did a cracking job in the number 73 XL Racing by Renvelt in blue machine, currently in 3rd place. And Dan, I mean, they've just been an absolute revelation today. The pace on the NSX is nothing short of amazing.
No, I think it's actually it's a very good point, isn't it? Actually, they've got confidence and they're comfortable. They're able to just sort of plug the lap in. I don't think I've seen. This is definitely the most comfortable I've seen a Honda like in terms of it within ACC. The car just looks really stable. It looks really composed. It doesn't look like it has really too many like weaknesses. It's a very, very strong car around the circuits, across the board, which obviously is paying them dividends because I said they're having a really, really good sort of strong running at the moment. And I said they want to be gunning for P2, which is the lap times that they're doing at the moment. That's not impossible.
Certainly isn't. We're watching Alex Rodizzi, 14BetoSimRacing.de, currently chasing down, I believe that is Felgen, the 100 Audi. It is because it's got the 100 on the back end of it, that zebra livery. Side by side, the Audi gets forced out wide, but that Merc is going to have that position every single day of the week there.
Yeah, and I think when you actually, to be fair, there might be potentially coming back if the Audi pulls out of the slipstream. He's actually pulled up possibly too early though. Yeah, well, no, actually, I'll say that. What on earth has happened here? The Audi's just got a slingshot. So is he going to go around the outside of turn 8? It's going to go side by side. Who is going to be the person that backs out? No one at the moment, and instead it's going to... Oh, that was close. It's still going on. They're still going to go side by side through turn 9. No, they don't instead. So Rodizzi does maintain his position. Again, it goes to show the Audi, they didn't want to give the position up, though, did they? Feld really wanted to keep that move, and he didn't want to give it up. Naturally, as you wouldn't do, especially within these closing stages of the race now. Just about to tick over to 2.5 hours left of the race. And again, I'm actually staggered as to how quickly all this has flown by.
It really has. It's flown by in the absolute blink of an eye, and it sounds such a cliche, but it really, really has. I cannot believe I'm saying this, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to double check on what I'm just saying here, but the 192, no, that's absolutely spot on. We are, believe it or not, Dan, we are 6 hours 27 minutes into an endurance race, and we've just set the purple lap, and that is the 192 of Cody Pride. Obviously some sort of technical issue for the 192 dropped them out of the top 10. They are all the way down in 26th place, and Cody Pride is on an absolute charge, 153.940. I mean, that is an absurd pace to be putting in right now.
It's not slow, is it, by any stretch of the imagination? The tyres are actually probably the track temperature is about cold as it would get. I imagine it'll probably start warming up within a few hours in game time. Again, like we were talking about earlier on, it's good. It's a good opportunity to gather some sort of information, to gather some, different testing opportunities. I know, obviously, you are a couple of laps down. It's not ideal in terms of track position, but it's still track running. You've actually got an opportunity to have track running, within traffic, in front, behind cars. So, again, well, I suppose plus as well, if they're happy to continue to set the pace, because they've still actually got pace within the car, which again is another fantastic thing that we really want to see. They're not sort of like getting to the stage where they're sort of like putting it down, moving on. Instead, they really want to continue with it, have a bit of testing, and show everyone that we're still here, we're ready for the next round, because they're able to put these laps in. But I mean, the 53 is pretty insane, considering it was half a second faster than Igor Odrodkov. Bear in mind, last lap.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. I think we also need to take a second to appreciate just how amazing this camera angle is, mounted inside the front grille of Tobias Grunwald's Unicorns of Love BMW. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut up for just a second. I'm going to get Mike Yao to bump up the volume on this thing, and we can all enjoy some of these onboard sounds for just a second. I'm sorry, but that just gives me the absolute chills every time. What a symphony from the BMW. That is a glorious, glorious noise from the Unicorns of Love BMW of Tobias Grunwald. And I've got to say a huge thanks to Mike Yao for that custom camera angle. That was quite something. I do love all those unique ones like we saw from earlier on. We had, I think it was on the BMW as well, mounted almost like looking at the rear exhaust as well, and watching the big glow of that and the flames coming out. It just looks incredible. Now, hang on, what has happened here? Igor Ogorodnikov was 1.8 seconds ahead of Konstantinos Kontogiannis, and the gap now down to less than 0.8 of a second. Is that into pace? Wow. Okay.
Well, this is red mist. This is red mist now, isn't it? For Kontogiannis, this is going to be like a "I'm coming for you now." This is the opportunity, and this is what we want. To be fair, they probably would have liked this opportunity maybe a bit later in the race, but I don't think they're going to be too worried about having this opportunity now, because the pace looked roughly about even. If anything, Kontogiannis was, they're as near as making a difference, identical laps apiece. So, but again, this now possibly stems some additional mistakes that could sort of creep in. You're again hoping they don't, but it's one of those things where we don't know. It's up to Igor Ogorodnikov at this moment in time, but he's not in a comfortable position anymore. He wasn't necessarily in a comfortable position anyway as it was because of the gap. He's definitely not in a comfortable position now. And correct me if I'm wrong, David, I thought the gap has closed down even more.
Yeah, it certainly has, down under 0.7 of a second there. And I'll be honest. Oh no, the 192 brings out the yellow flag, and that is Corey Pride pushing so hard, and that is at Bousset, and that car is absolutely beached. That is gone. That 192 has pulled off into the pits, and I think that might be a retirement there for Corey Pride. And I've got to be honest, my heart is sinking there. The battles are all kicking off left, right and centre. Konstantinos Kontogiannis, I think, is starting to lose the gap there to Ogorodnikov. Here's Maximilian Vedi side by side with the Mercedes then, and Radizzi gets the position held from Radizzi, but that Mercedes is going to look to try and make that move back, possibly, but isn't to be just now. Just looking back at that fight for the lead as well, what I was trying to say before I noticed Cody Pride there is, I am not as a well-rounded a human being as yourself there, Dan, because you were saying there, obviously you hope that it's not any issues. I'll be honest, I'll put my cards on the table here. I hope it is. I hope that there's something has happened with Ogorodnikov's car, just enough to bring the second place into it, and then we get treated to this almighty ding-dong battle. Oh my goodness me, and what happened to the Mercedes there? It was around and around and around the corner, and they get going again. But that is not how you get round the corner there, Dan Handover.
This is true. This is very, very true. It's a slightly longer way to go. It looked like he just jumped on the curbs on the inside as he got on the throttle. Whether he's got TC set a little bit too low, possibly, for that particular moment. And just pushed the car around. So not ideal as it stands. But Tobias Groenwald, possibly in the Unicorns of Love, going to make a move on the number 66 of Piffet in a few moments. He's coming through the latter half of the lap where he currently is. So if there's a position, although actually the Lexus we know is very, very fast, and so is the BMW. So the toe and the slipstream is the crucial thing here. That's going to be the crucial part, is if Groenwald can get a better slipstream than Piffet. Because when you look at the drive that the Lexus had out of the corner, so we'd have a bit better drive than the BMW. So that's something to take into consideration as well. Again, all these different cars have different strengths, different weaknesses. It depends if you can drive, though. Much wider line going through for Tobias Groenwald. That will be catching, as you can see again, he's caught up a little bit of time there. So just that small little adjustment, not too much, half a car's width probably, maybe just a tad more than that. Again, just a little bit there. You can see he's using a bit more of the track in the sort of medium to high speed corners, which is helping him at the moment. I don't think it's catching up as much as he probably would want, but it is catching him up nevertheless. This is going to be the all-important thing, though. I don't think he's actually too for now. He's dropped off a little bit. He's dropped off of the pace, so no moves going for them, going for the BMW at this moment in time.
Talking about dropping off, though, I think Konstantinos Kontogiannis has dropped off a tiny little bit. That gap now up to about a second. It's come down again. It seems to be, I'll be honest, I think it's the second half of the circuit that Ogorodnikov really is struggling with this Aston Martin. He really just doesn't seem to get the same sort of pace that Kontogiannis gets, and especially on the run towards the final two corners here. So Yeah, very, very interested to see how this one pans out. This is definitely not over, not even remotely close to being over right now. And Ogorodnikov, what was the way to say is, I think Ogorodnikov is starting to struggle under the pressure. Look at the gap again; it's down under that under that 0.8 of a second. And look, I've got to be honest, Ogorodnikov is not a man that I want to put under pressure. If I'm behind him, I'm going to get worried because he is likely, again, from experience watching him, he's been a changed man this season. But if you get on the wrong side of him, he is going to use that car and make sure that you are going to not be passing him if he can possibly help it in the fairest way possible. But I mean, yeah, he is not a man you want to get on the wrong side of.
No, this is very, very true. This is very, very true indeed. Meanwhile, again, we've got another battle going on. This is Tomas Lani versus number 31 Lamborghini of Gerardus as well. So they're going to go side by side down into turn 3. Take it nice and easy. Who's going to be last of the late breakers? It is going to be the 31. And again, I believe that was probably a tad early there from the GTR Masters, Aston Martin, and probably for good measure as well, just to make sure they keep things all in check. Yeah, battles all the way up and down the field. This is now running on board with Patrick Girometti from the SFR Italia PG Lexus, looking back on Couch in the 911 Porsche. Yeah, we know how quick the Lexus is, but the Porsche actually, I think the Porsches tend to be quite good in the latter half. It's good on the brakes, it's got a good amount of mid-corner speed, good amount of turn-in. It tends to be catching up, but the thing is, the straight is so long. If you just, like I said, dull this way, everyone just dulls the wingback. You know, and if you've got a car that, like the Lexus, that is just rapid in a straight line, again, look at the draft. I don't think the Porsche is actually catching up all that much. If at all, it may have caught up a car length, maybe. So, like the Lexus is just an absolute power unit on a straight, which actually plays dividends to it. I think as much as I like a car with a bit more downforce, I've started to really understand more that lower downforce cars, especially at lower downforce setups, at certain tracks really plays into its own, especially in a race. Not necessarily for qualifying, but in a race it plays much more of a bigger part.
Yeah, you really, it does play dividends in terms of having that car looser on the edge of control, because you can really start to dance the car around. It also has massive payoffs in terms of tyre use and tyre wear as well, because you don't tend to scrub the tyres as much because it's almost dancing on the very edge of its tyre tread as well. So yeah, a lot to be said for lower downforce. Some people prefer it, having higher downforce, to give them that confidence in the car, the sense of control, and the sense of that they know exactly what it's doing. But again, I always find that high downforce leads to snap oversteer when you really, really don't want it, especially with the likes of the Ferrari and with the Audi as well. But 2 hours 22 minutes left to go in the race. It's still Igor Ogorodnikov in the 41 Lada Sport Rosneft outfit, in control of the championship and in control of this race. But for how much longer? Because one of the things that we never ever saw coming was the challenge from Greek Souvlaki squad. Konstantinos Kontogiannis really laying siege to the current leaders just now, just 0.8 of a second behind them there. We're watching Alex Radici for Team Vito Sim Racing DE still trying to chase down the number 100 of Matthias Felg right now in that Audi. We saw them getting past earlier on, but it wasn't to be, and the 100 managed to get their way back past. And the Audi is it's really been a mixed bag, because you've got the likes of Odox Motorsport, as we see Alex Radici having to go the long way around the corner there. Nicholas Albadeo Cummins in the Odox Motorsport 121 Audi doing okay, but then the likes of Alex Radici really struggling to get himself into the top 15 here.
Yeah, I think again you start to see some drivers and some teams start to tail off at this sort of point, whether the setup isn't working as well. What's going to happen here? Because Alex Radici is going to want to make a look going into turn 8. It's going to be side by side between himself and the Audi of FL. Is it going to be just about squeezing him out? I mean, any more room, if he'd have tried to take any more room any earlier, then that would have been contact there. So good stuff indeed. Very well thought there and very well calculated. So good move there from Radizzi to take P15. Meanwhile, back at the front, if we have a look at this, Contagianis, he has dropped off a little bit, 1.3 seconds. So the gap is starting to drop, although it's not too much, and a bit of traffic will put that right back down again. That's the key thing. It's just like anything can happen in that sort of respect. There's a bit of traffic up ahead, as we can see, depending on where Ogdorodnikov hits that's obviously going to be a very, very crucial point with himself and Contagianis, because even that half a second, it's amazing how much you can lose if you don't hit the traffic in the right spot, and that's just based on a lot of it's luck. Again, I definitely think that at the moment Ogdorodnikov has the pace. It's just making sure that he can do that again in consistency and not getting involved in too much traffic.
Yeah, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? Ogdorodnikov, can he keep his cool and keep ahead of things? He does have the 194 and the 349 ahead of him. That's Raceline Motorsports. Matteo Blotto ahead of him in the Merc GT3, as well as the 349. That's VRM Racing's. I believe that's Felipe Moreira in the Lexus RCF. So that Lexus is going to be quite difficult to get by, but the 349, I believe, is very far down the order. In fact, actually, no, 18th place. There you go, Felipe Moreira. Now, that actually is a turn up for the books. We've not spoken about that 349, but I saw that with about 3 hours in, and they were at the back of the grid. They were firmly at the back of the grid. So that is a hell of a recovery drive from that Lexus team to get back up to 18 after quite a disappointing opening couple of hours.
Well, it goes to show, isn't it? It really goes to show that your pace in which you've got, or even the pace you have at the start of the race, the pace you have in the first 30 minutes, the pace you have in the first 4 hours, it doesn't necessarily have to reflect on, what you're able to push the car to. And again, some teams may have found that a little bit earlier than others. But yeah, again, really good recovery. Good to see them really sort of moving through the field. A little bit of a gap though between themselves and Sever in P17. 15 seconds. So depending on what lap times they're doing, I mean, looking at the last laps, just having a very, very quick look. So we had the Aston Martin. As we go, I'm just looking. I've lost track of where they. There they were. Yeah. So the Bentley, apologies, were 155.7, and the 349 Lexus Moreira was a 155.3. So they are catching up. Just 14 seconds might be a little bit of an ask.
I'm just watching the race leader here because Contagianis there taking advantage of some lap traffic there as they go across line. That gap now down to 1.174. They've still got Felipe Moreira just ahead of them just now, and that was about half a second that Ogdorodnikov lost trying to get past that lap car there. So it's not really worked out too well for Ogdorodnikov, but again, he needs to keep that patience, needs to keep things firm and on the ground, because they cannot afford any more issues with that car, because the gap now, I mean, with Contagianis there and with the likes of third place of Maximilian Wilbur, in fact, if they were to get a drive-through penalty, that would, like Michael Hamilton had said earlier, that would drop them to 5th position, and I tell you what, all hell would break loose at that point.
Oh yeah, 100%. As we said earlier on, it's amazing how your race can just sort of disappear in front of your eyes, and that can still very much be the case with 2 hours and 16 minutes left to go. Just having a look at it, like she said, like Ogdorodnikov dropped half a second just by getting past a little bit of traffic. The only problem is there's not enough traffic on the road, I don't think, to offset the pace that Ogdorodnikov has. And so what we'll probably do is we'll see the gap starts to increase. It will then sort of tail off a little bit, and then it will start to increase again, but it will increase more than the initial drop, and it will start to, I think it'll almost like step sort of longer. It will be in like a step sort of system. It will just gradually get further and further, but then all of a sudden there'll be a bit of a drop, and it will start to sort of pull up again. Again, more cars. If there were more cars on the circuit, obviously that would have a roundabout. You can see again on the right hand side of your screen all the different where the tracks are. You can see the different pockets of, you've almost got the the first half, which is currently what we're on now, you've got that first half of the cars, which is pretty much on one side of the circuit, and then majority of the second half of the cars, actually I'd probably say actually a lot less than that. It's almost like 2/3 of the cars are all on one side of the circuit. So they're all relatively close together. There's a very, very big gap behind and in front, and then there's another sort of like little gaggle of cars. Obviously, with more cars, that would just be a lot more filled up a lot more. So again, you've got to take that into consideration. If there were, I'm sure this would be a lot more, anticipation of, oh, they've dropped, they'd be dropping a lot more time. There are much more cars out on track. But then again, I think there's still a possibility that anything. Again, we don't know. There could be a small bit of traffic that just gets hit the wrong way, and it's a second and a half lost. And before you know it, we've got a very, very interesting race in our hands.
Yeah, and the point that we go to is the fact that obviously it's all turned on its head in the past hour and a bit. The entire race got turned upside down because that was about maybe a 35-second. No, that was about a 50-second lead that the 41 had over second place there, and it was looking comfortable. And in all intents and purposes, where we've seen all of the other drivers, getting penalised for track limits or for hitting other cars or getting in themselves in contact, the 41 did exactly what they were meant to do. They kept themselves clean, they kept their noses clean, and they were remarkably calm and consistent when getting through back markers. So, when you look at that, there's nothing to say that they can't just keep the head down, get going again, and these 2 hours and 15 minutes. And in fact, I do have a gut feeling that, this is the last that we will see of them for the next 2 hours and 15 minutes because, they've got the pace, they've got the ability, and they've definitely got the skill to take this win and take this race by the horns and, almost make sure that it happens the way that they want it to happen.
Yeah, again, 100%. They've got to. The thing they've got to make sure though is they've got to make sure that they are in control of the pace. Now, what I mean by that is, as they're ahead, they want to be making sure that they're not being pressured or they're not in a position where they feel like they're being pressured by the man that we're currently riding on board with now, Konstantinos Kontagiannis. Because if they start getting it, that's when mistake starts to creep in, and that's when they start. I mean, again, at the moment, the times that Ognjerodnikov is doing, he is pulling away. If Kontagiannis can match it, then already you'll have some additional sort of pressure that's put on the number 41 Aston Martin. But at this stage of the race, I can imagine they're relatively comfortable. And it will just, like I said, you can already see that the gap has extended as the biggest that it has been. So again, a little bit of traffic. After a while, it might drop down just a little bit. I'll say that, it's actually dropped down. They proved me wrong. So thank you very much, Kontagiannis, for completely disproving my theory at that particular moment in time. Yes, and then we may see this sort of tail up again. I think number 41 Aston Martin is controlling the pace at the moment. Really, they're comfortable, I think, at this point.
Yeah, and they're doing it very, very well indeed. It's a masterclass from the Aston Martin, from Igor Ogorodnikov, from Denis Grabowski, and from Alexander Novikov behind the wheel of that. It's been a brilliant, brilliant performance. 2 hours 12 left to go, 2 hours and a quarter. And again, it's almost difficult to believe that we're into the tail end of a 9-hour race, and still we're talking about it like it's a 1 hour sprint race.
I think it's because it eventually turned into a sprint race, doesn't it? I mean, you always say that, I can't remember who it was, but speaking with someone, I went to Le Mans the last time, the real world Le Mans, it was just like Le Mans is now a 20. I think it must have been, again, name slips my mind, but he said it's just a 24-hour long sprint race. He said there's no opportunity to let off anymore. You've got to be driving flat out as hard as you can for 24 hours, for 1,440 minutes. It's a very, very intense thing. This is sort of this is similar in the sense that you've always got to treat it to some degree like a sprint race, because you have to keep the pace. You have to keep the pace. If you don't, then you'll drop behind surprisingly quickly, and then it snowballs into you dropping more pace than you think you are, and like I said, it can really sort of run away from you quite quickly. I think once we hit probably, I'm guessing, the hour and a half mark. I think once we hit the hour and a half mark, we'll probably see a little bit more. I think the aggression will just be turned up a bit more. People will try and be a bit more assertive on the moves then. So we may see a few more lunges. We may see a little bit more in terms of door banging, which naturally, obviously, we don't want to turn that into we don't want to make that into any form of sort of hefty contact, but at the same time, there's going to be some door banging. I can imagine, but we just have to see. I could be wrong.
Don't know the way I'm feeling today. I'm sort of 50% wanting a clean, fair race, 50% wanting a straight fight to the death with GT3 cars. That would be. I think maybe we should do a bonus round at the end of the season, a la Destruction Derby on the PlayStation 1. That would be quite something. Who do you think would come out on top out of the 35 cars there?
What for a Destruction Derby?
I think it needs to be a thing. I really, really do. Let's know on YouTube if you think that needs to be a thing. I would actually physically sign up for that, like just straight away. I mean, like the slowest GT4 car that I can possibly find.
Oh well, I mean, to be fair, I would take the Bentley. I mean, that's what I'd take, wouldn't you? Out of all the cars here.
With the Bentley, yeah, because you could always get your butler to kind of go out and flash some of the tyres as well, couldn't you?
I mean, why would you not take the biggest car on the grid? I think to be fair, they are built pretty. Put it this way, I wouldn't want to take the Alpine there.
You could take the crossbow, couldn't you? Because that thing looks like it would hurt other cars and hurt other people as well. So anyway, we digress. Back to the race. Enough talking about the cheese wedges. Igor Ogorodnikov in the Ladder Sport Rosneft team outfit car is flashing his lights. He's got 3-4-9 ahead of him of Felipe Moreira. And this is coming down the back straight, and I don't think Felipe Moreira is going to get caught in time, and I don't think he's going to move out the way, nor should he if he is not impeding that car. But again, there is a Lamborghini, and that, for me, that's too close for comfort. That is just, if I'm Igor Ogorodnikov, I'm still feeling a little bit shaky with that car being so close behind me.
Yeah, I think to be fair, like looking at the pace, it's not the quickest we've seen from the team. Last lap time was a 54.6. I mean, it is quick, don't get me wrong, by any stretch of the imagination. But we've seen some sort of consistent 54.3s. Naturally, it'll take a little bit of time, I'm sure, for Ogorodnikov to settle in. But I'm sure, we know how quick he is. He's such a fast driver. So we really, really know how quickly he can be. At the moment, though, Lexus still not necessarily. I don't think he's not impeding at all. I don't think at the moment Ogorodnikov isn't close enough for really it to actually become a difference. He'll be losing a bit of downforce, but probably not all that much because it's a GT car. So if it was a Formula car, slightly different story. But at the moment, I don't think he's really losing all that much.
I'm just watching this, right? And if I know the driver like I think I know him, right? If it keeps on going like this and Felipe just stays there, and let's face it, he's like you say, he's not holding them up. He's putting along. He's keeping himself to himself. Igor is going to get upset and he's going to get really, really wound up. So just give it. Let's watch it for a bit of lap and see if he fires it in. And if he fires it in, that's when you know that he's starting to get frustrated because. It's kind of his telltale move that he gets really upset and just kind of throws his toys out the pram. So he's keeping it calm and consistent just now. And this is the Igor that we've seen this season. This is a new, improved, calm, collected Igor Ogorodnikov. And to be fair, he's done him, has he? He's got him done before the corners even there. But again, that Lexus is devastatingly fast in a straight line. And to be fair, yeah, I think he might have got that done. Yeah, he does. So we're not going to get to see that. But again, that's great to see from Igor because it's testament to the improvements that his character has made this season in how he performs, not just being in the front, but around the rest of the field as well. He's so calm and composed now.
It's actually it's an interesting point because the thing that I found with most sort of endurance racing is, and again, for anyone that's starting out in endurance racing, like you want to start getting involved with events like this and so on and so forth, the main thing is just how you can manage traffic, both being lapped and lapping people, because it's not as simple as it's so much more complex than just simply driving as fast as you can, braking the latest, making the latest lunges on lapped traffic. There's so much in terms of strategy behind it. And the further you can look at, I think it's the main thing as well. You'll probably see that in some cases you can almost tell where the driver is. If you were to ride on board with a lap with someone and they're trying to lap traffic, you may see them. almost like lift off for a certain point for no real reason at all. What they're doing is they're anticipating what's going on ahead, and they're trying to anticipate where they're going to meet the car to lose the least amount of time. It's a very, very technical sort of thing, and a lot of trial and error as well. But once you can get that, you will save, we're talking seconds here. Multiple seconds, 10, 20 seconds maybe over the course, especially with a race this long. If you were comfortable and you were really good at navigating through traffic, you'd easily save 15 seconds, I reckon.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good point indeed. And those seconds all add up, don't they? I mean, towards the end of a race where, you've done 9 hours, and realistically, looking actually at the timing screens here, right, you've got cars that are split up, the top 5, top 6, top 7, split by 95 seconds. I mean, for 7 hours in a 9-hour race, that is scary pace.
It is, isn't it? It's very scary. It's relentless. That's the thing. It's just relentless pace. There's no let up as well. I've just seen on the timing tower, David. Let's have a quick look. Look at Benedetti. 20-second time penalty. I was had that for a while. I don't know where I've been then. I've been. Do
you know what it is? We've had such a lack of red on the timing screen for so long. Your eyes are now just playing tricks on you. You've seen it, and it's just like, that's brand new.
Yeah, my mind is telling me that it has to be new. I think in terms of the pace they've got, it's silly fast, and like I said, it's just non-stop. So they've got the best of both worlds. They've got pace, and they can hit the lap every single time, almost without fail. And they've actually, because of that, they've just broken the 2-second barrier between themselves and P2. So testament to what they can do. So they had an 85-second lead before the stop go 30. It does mean something. That generally tends to mean something.
Yeah, and the other point as well is that the 34 still isn't past Felipe Moriera. So that car was cleared quite a few laps ago by Igor Ogorodnikov, and just the Lamborghini just not able to find a way past that. But to be fair to Moriera, I mean, Moriera isn't actually dropping that far back off of Igor Ogorodnikov, as we see Manos Gerardis firing it up the inside there of the number 88. That's Runart that's getting another lap put down on them just now. So yeah, nothing really to worry about there for Manos Gerardis. But the TF Racing, I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves. They could have had a very different race. They were up in the top 15 at one point, and then they just got hit left, right and centre by penalties. So it's interesting to see how they recover over the final 2 hours here. And I wanted to get your thoughts on something, Dan, with the final 2 hours coming up. And it looks like now the number 41 again starting to put their hands round the throat of this race. If you're, say, Maximilian Walmuth, or if you're Piffet in 4th place, or you're Tobias Grunwald, is this now you just put in your final sort of attack?
Do you know what? It's actually a really good question. Yeah. Do you know what? I don't know. I don't know what. You have to come back to me on that. Come back to me on that.
I was just going to say, Michael Hamlet bringing up a great point about the 41, that they're going to be pitting later than the 34, so fresher tyres just now. And also that essentially, cements the lead that they've got on that, unless the 34 can consistently undercut by several seconds. We'll soon find out. But we're coming up to 2 hours left to go in this race, and I tell you what a race this has been so far. It's been an absolute belter. You've not been short of action. And at the moment, it does look like Igor Ogorodnikov in control for Lada Sport Rosneft, but it is go down to the wire, because Nicolas Albaladejo Camins in the 121 Audi is still going to take this championship to the final round.
Well, it's good, isn't it? That's what you want. You want that. you want to be able to you want to be able to actually take take it to the final round. It's as much as obviously one party again wants to be able to wrap the championship up as quickly as possible. At the same time, spectators, us, we want to be able to bring it right to the very end, because again, I know the gap is actually relatively the gap can be considered quite a large points difference, but really that doesn't necessarily mean anything. That can still be all to play for, and I should say a mathematical possibility is still a possibility. It's better than it being completely impossible. So I think they've just got to run with it, because who knows? It's something that can absolutely because I've just had a look here. Look at Gerardus. He is really on the back of Lanier. The amount of pressure he's putting him on. Look how close he's getting as well. Having a bit of a jink to the left to try and push the car in a position of being upset. I mean, it's just he's really trying to unbalance Lanier at the moment. It doesn't necessarily seem to be working as well as he'd probably like it to, because he hasn't dropped all that much pace. But again, he's really sort of diving into the back bumper of the Aston Martin. So I'm trying to show his nose literally every possible way that he can. Yeah, great shot there. You can see the rearview mirror. Look, it really sort of like closes up. He's really driving the car nice and heavy into the corner, really trailing the car through.
Tomas Lanier, though, he's just in such control of the car. It's a shame for the GTR Masters HU Endurance team, because again, if it wasn't for the penalties that they had, you've got to feel that maybe they could have been in a very different position than where they are just now, fighting for P20. And to be honest, lucky if they're going to scrape any more positions than that with everything's said and done. I'll be honest, I'm slightly distracted. I'm looking at the minimap, and if my spidey senses aren't kidding me on here, Igor Okorodnikov is losing a little bit of time to Konstantinos Kontogiannis, because that gap was 2.3 seconds. It's now 2.1 seconds, and from the look on that minimap, that is a much, much smaller gap. What is happening with the battle for first and second place, given that we've got less than 2 hours left to go? Oh my goodness me, and Tomas Lanier, after all the compliments of his driving ability there, he's just he's stacked it, is what he's done. He's look at the power side of trying to overdrive that car. That's just not really going to happen. Ignore what I just said about Okorodnikov and Konstantinos Kontogiannis, because the gap's now up to 2.3 seconds. So it looks like a small gap on the minimap, but it is actually getting slightly bigger. So we'll just ignore that, shall we?
Well, I was looking at I was just looking at the timings, and I was just like I was looking at it going, well, I mean, looking at the sector times, it seems to be. I mean, Sector 3 is actually the most interesting one. Like Sector 3, they're pretty much neck and neck, which is interesting, because I thought that would be the potential most disparity between the two. Sector 1 tends to be relatively big as well, but Sector 2 is, Sector 2 is a straight, essentially. That's sort of what Sector 2 is. Actually, no, I'm trying to think, where is, Sector 2, I'm trying to think where Sector 2 starts. I believe it is on the exit of Turn 6, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right.
So, really, actually, surprisingly, the last lap, it was a 10th in it. So actually, a surprising difference on the straight line comparisons. So again, the differences in cars showing up. Quite heavy differences as well, actually.
Yeah, and those differences I think are going to be compounded as the final of the race goes on. 2 hours left to go, and you've got to believe that. I mean, Kontogiannis though, and the 34 team, they've got less to lose for this. They've got less to care about. They just want to go and take the win, which is right in front of them. Whereas if I'm the 41, I'm actually a little bit apprehensive, because I want these points. I want to make sure, I would much rather take a second place than take a DNF, given where they are in the championship. But knowing how hard that 41 team races, I wouldn't expect them to even think along that sort of line, as we see Maximilian Walmart here for the 73 XL Racing by Renvelt in outfit. 14 seconds behind Konstantinos Kontogiannis, but just 5.5 seconds ahead of Florian Pefe there. That gap up to 2.7 seconds there. So again, I think any blip that it was there has kind of been forgotten about, and what it could be is Ogorodnikov could have just decided to light up the burners. In fact, I wonder if Contogiannis's tyres have gone, because that gap is now 3.3 seconds in the space of about 2 laps there. So that gap exponentially growing, and I wonder if it's time for Contogiannis to bring in, as we see Felipe Moriera side by side with Florian Becker in the 911. And my goodness me, that Lexus has left the Porsche for dead before we're even at the entrance to the corner there.
Yeah, but I say it's really starting to drive. That Lexus is looking. I always get nervous when they come on the exit of turn 8. Every time they hit that curb on the exit of turn 8, I always get nervous, because every now and again you see where it sort of like jumps over the curb, and I'm like, oh, hang on a minute. Now generally it seems to be okay. It is you're always more in control of when you go, when you're actually driving. But from a spectator point of view, I still can't get used to it. It still looks so unstable. Yeah, this battle's like starting to sort of. I wonder what Becker is going to be doing again from a strategic point of view. Like, this is again where it all starts to shift now. It starts to go into that sort of the hour and a half mark. Then they start to get into the they have much more of a better idea of strategies for everyone. They have or how many pit stops they'll need to do, and so on and so forth. They'll also have a much better understanding of, like I said again, where they want to be, because they've not got to look as far enough ahead, so the calculations will be easier. And that's when they'll start again. I said, I predict that there will be some more, moves. There'll be a little bit more aggression. People will just be a little bit more, I suppose, impatient is the word to a certain degree. Like, they'll want to make moves quicker and quicker, naturally as the race progresses. But again, could be wrong. But for most of the endurances that I've done, it tends to be the way.
Pit stops on the go then. Florian Piffy and Maximilian Walworth into the pits in 3rd and 5th place respectively. So the first blinks have been made, and really, I mean, this is the penultimate pit stop now we're going to see from the drivers. We're going to see another one in about an hour's time, but again, this is the second last roll of the dice for these teams, and it's going to be fascinating to see what they can possibly throw in terms of a curveball to try and upset the standings of this race here. I mean, I can't see too many positions changing, but I can see potentially maybe Radizzi in the 166 getting up into the top 10 if he can keep that pace up.
I think definitely is a position, a top 10 position in there. I wonder if we're going to see again, sort of like, and there he's on the screen now, Alex Radizzi. So, yeah, we're actually looking at it. I mean, to be fair, he's got 24 seconds to make up and a little bit more. So that's quite a bit of time. Obviously, naturally, pit stops again, factoring, and etc. It's a bit of a tall order, but again, it's definitely not impossible. I wonder if we're going to see anyone sort of like jumping in the pits and trying again to do like a different strategy. Like, we may have some people that might not be wanting to pit in terms of tyres. They want to try and get the tyres through to the end now. Save a bit of time on that. It's amazing. You save 30 seconds on the tyre stop, but can you save that within your stint time? And again, it's all these sort of little bits and pieces, which again, I love. I love working out these sort of, I love working out these things. I love working out like what strategy would be best, and being able to sort of like move forward in a sense of, have the team that obviously you're working with developing the strategy as you're going, and obviously working as a team, as the name suggests. So no one seems to be jumping in to do like a really odd strategy, but we have seen some people pit early already. So yeah, I don't know, it's hard to call.
Now, given that the 34 pitted earlier than the 41, I would expect them to try and normalise their pit stops out very, very shortly. What you might find is that Ogorodnikov, we'll see, because they've still got their stint timer as well. So that's one thing that they've got to work out. But given that you've got 1 hour 50 left to go, I mean, surely you want to just pit now and then pit in an hour's time and then just go through to the end, you would imagine.
Yeah, I suppose if you're able to split it down the middle, then split it down the middle would be fine. Again, some people might want to do. Well, again, it depends on what your strategy allows. The idea being is, correct me if I'm wrong, the cars, the fuel tanks last around about an hour, I think, don't they? Is sort of the maximum.
Yeah, that's about it.
So, I mean, yeah, you want to be able to get it to under the hour obviously naturally under the hour mark. If you get people now pitting in, well, if you get people pitting in at sort of the hour and 20 mark, that's going to be a bit of a problem. They're going to have to do a splash and dash. So, yeah, anyone that's done that, they're going to be in a bit of a predicament because they're going to have to do either that or they're going to do some insane fuel saving.
Contogiannis into the pit lane. Contogiannis blinks first as predicted, and that leaves Ogorodnikov to head back out and get the laps in just now. But we watch with bated breath even to see how that goes round. And Chris Hartveld gets a drive-through penalty in 10th place, and you hate to see it, do you? We'll keep an eye on Konstantinos Contogiannis in the pits there. But I mean, this is it. This is now, if they want to get the undercut done, I think change tyres here, but make them work for 2 stints.
Yeah, I mean that's probably what I'd do. Tyre preservation. If you can settle into a tyre preservation strategy, then saving yourself 30 seconds. The tyre, the track's 20 degrees, so the wear is obviously going to be less. It is, it's a high wearing track because you've got, especially the last section here, this right-hander turn 8 and turn 9. So much low goes through the tyres. You have got to be careful. But then again, if you can offset that with having some good tyre strategy management, then ideally that's what you want. What is going on here? Wow, that was a little bit. Louis Predator wants to get by. He's battling with Ruinart at the moment in the number 88 Lexus. Dives it up the inside of the last corner, I believe that was. No, it's not the last corner. Ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that was a very, very late movement. It doesn't actually make it stick, unfortunately, which is a little bit of a shame. But now he's he's actually got to contend with the powerhouse that is the Lexus. I don't really think he's actually making too much in terms of time. Difficult camera angle to tell. What's this one going to be saying? He's making up a bit of time, but not all that much. But this is a battle. P24. Good to see this as well, David, that we've got battles all the way through. Just have a look there. Jan van Ommen, 888. They are also in the pits as well.
Yep, so the 888 of Jan Willem van Ommen for Coach Dave Carvey, Dal King and Actual Vision Community Racing into pit lane for their penultimate time. Just watching the Lexus on the inside here of Ruinart for All In Racing. This is a cracking little battle they've got going on. Alexandra Ruinart ahead of the number 17 there of Louis Preet. What a cracking little race this has been for them. And I mean, an hour and 50 to go. Realistically, they're racing for like 24th, 25th place, and a little bump on the back there. And that is not what you want to see, because Basti Linder is having absolutely nothing to do with it. He's a lap up on the 2 ahead of him, and he's just having nothing to do with that whatsoever. The Mercedes manages to skulk off and then think better of it. But yeah, you kind of saw the fact that he just backed off and wasn't having anything to do with that as well. And again, just to reiterate what you said there, Dan, look at the gaps between 9th and 17th place there. That is just absurd. The fact that is what, maybe say 30 seconds, 40 seconds between those 8-9 cars with an hour and 40 minutes left to go in a 9-hour race. It just shows you that, fair enough, you're not going to get yourself up into the top 5, but you are going to get a couple of positions. You can take at least 1, 2, 3 positions if you knuckle down and keep the pace up.
Yeah, I think as well, isn't it? It's generally you'll find that there's always a bit more. They will have a bit more in the tank when it comes to pushing the car a little bit harder. Again, it's not always like that. If you're really good on tyres, play to your strength. Work on tyres. Keep the tyre preservation up and those sort of things there. I'm intrigued to see where the sort of positions come through. Like I said, P9 all the way down to, like I said, P16, P17. The gaps are, say, anywhere from 0.2 of a second to 9 seconds, which isn't a lot, as you say, in the grand scheme of things, and the 9-hour endurance race. What's going to happen here, though, because this is going to be a Piffet with Walmuth, Lexus versus Honda. I mean, to be fair, the Lexus just drove away from the Honda, to be perfectly honest with you, and that was moved, done and dusted. I didn't really need to. I didn't need to get as excited as I did, I think, for that one, because the Team Vordzilla Lexus car up into P4. They got 17 seconds. That's a bit of a sizable gap. That is the 17 seconds between themselves and Chidakis. Although, again, it's not impossible. It's just difficult. I think that would be. You've got to probably have a bit of luck with traffic there as well. I think.
I was just about to say that the difficulty you've got is the pace that Sherdakis has got. Piffet has jumped Walmouth in the standings there, because of that move there. We can see Marcus Eichenhorn going side by side with the Merc, and that is looking so close. That's the, I believe, 194 of Proietti that is fighting him off tooth and nail just now. But cracking move from the 53 there, getting round the outside, and Giacomo Proietti in the 194 Racing Line Motorsport machine, taking over from Matteo Blotto there, has been kind of left standing and looking a little bit confused there, Dan.
Yeah, again, I don't know. Well, it'd be interesting to know, actually, like having a chat with some of the drivers, like what strategy they're playing. Well, that was late on the race. That camera angle made it look a little bit 194, getting very, very late on the race there. I think it was. Again, we don't know. We don't know what strategy. I mean, the gap has already opened up between Icon and Proietti. The gap is half a second now. So the gap is really starting to see how that gap develops. But I wonder once they get through to the last. I was almost thinking that the last stint is actually going to make myself. I was thinking that normally it sort of gives us that bit of clarity. But again, it'll probably take us a little bit of time to work out if people are on tyres, if they have taken tyres, if they haven't taken tyres, whereabouts are they, what sort of. It might actually not be as any more. It might be just as confusing into a certain degree, and we're not really going to know sort of what's going to potentially happen until the last half an hour, maybe. I've just had a look. Might not correct myself here. Van Ormen, that's a drive-through as well. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned that before, haven't I?
No, I don't think you have.
No, I haven't. Wow.
That's brand new, the drive-through penalty for Jan. And that's after the pit stop, so that's surely going to be for track limits there. So Jan Willem van Ormen for the Coach Dave Academy, Dalking and Actual Vision. That's their third drive-through of the day. How have they got 3 drive-throughs, right, and still in 6th place? That is absurd stuff. Obviously, they'll lose the place there, but I mean, that just shows how hard they've been pushing today.
I think, yes, they've been pushing, absolutely. I don't necessarily think it's definitely not been an optimal race, I think, for them, for this particular venture. Although, again,
just to very quickly jump in, race leader into the pits, Igor Ogorodnikov into the pits, and Sherdakis has been going 0.8 of a second per lap faster than your race leader. So, sorry, Dan, back to you, what you were saying.
No, to be fair, it's a good point you raised there, because there obviously was, as soon as Ogorodnikov saw the pace that Chidakis had, that was the response, and it was almost going to have to be a necessity. I'd imagine they'd probably sort of look and see what the sort of pace is. If they weren't too much slower, then they probably would have stayed out a bit longer if they could have done. Providing that fuel obviously wasn't the key factor in that. But as we see, that is.
I think Sherdakis has got him. I think Sherdakis is away. Sherdakis has done the jump and is already into to turn 1 just now. In fact, no, they're not. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong person. I was getting all excited because the 121 was highlighted.
I tell you what, it's going to be close though.
The 34. It is, but I think it's comfortable for. It's Denis Grabowski. Denis Grabowski back behind the wheel of that.
Oh, is it going to be close? How on? I tell you what, that would have been. There was a 50-50 chance there for the lunge was going to be made, and the lunge was not made. This is an opportunity here. Grabowski, he's got cold tyres, remember. He's going to have to take. Look at that already. Chidakis is putting the pressure on, weaving whichever way he can to try and either. What you might be trying to do is actually put too much heat too quickly into Grabowski's tyres by trying to basically just move him around the circuit. You can actually get a bit of. You can lose a bit of time there, a little bit. But again, as they go through, what's it going to be? We've had another drive-through there for the 194 Priority that's currently driving that car. Again, this is going to be it. They need to make this move stick. And they've got to do it soon, because as soon as the pace comes back on for the Lada Sport Rosneft car, that's going to be a dance to the inside. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a late move. He's going to squeeze him all the way through. There's a... Oh, I thought there was going to be a bit of contact there. What's it going to be? Are they going to go on the outside? I think he's done it. Chidakis has got...
Oh, he's pulled him! Right,
sorry.
that is huge because there wasn't any contact with the barrier. Dan, first off, please don't die on us. We've got an hour and 40 minutes to go. But that is contact, and I am absolutely gutted. I just have this horrible gut feeling that is going to be up to the stewards for that one.
Oh, I think... Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry, that got me so excited. Yes, I decided to cough up my lungs. Yeah, that was... I mean, the stewards will naturally look into it. They're going to want to look into it anyway, as it was an incident. It looked from that camera angle that there was a possible little bit of contact there as Grabowski then turned in, maybe a little bit of washing wide from Tadakis, and as he just pushed a little bit wide, obviously Grabowski's car was still there. They may determine it as a racing incident, depending on where the positioning of the car was. This is going to be one of the most crucial bits of stewarding bits, not to obviously put pressure on them, but this is obviously going to be a very, very telltale thing of what is actually going to happen. It's how it's going to shape the remainder of this hour and 40 minutes. I mean, the amount of... He hasn't lost all too much in terms of pace, or in terms of time, 2.5 seconds, but it is unfortunate. He may have picked up a little bit of damage anyway, and plus as well, have a look, the tyre grading as well. Tyre grading, but this is it. This is it, David.
Oh man, so he dives over the right hand side. For me, I'd be giving the 34 a warning because you're kind of going off track limits there to pull it in. Oh look, yeah, come on. That. Oh wait, what happened there? That didn't look like contact. That looked
there
like
was definitely contact.
Yeah, but it didn't look like it was like actual contact, if that makes sense. It looked like it was sort of net code. From that, I'd need to have another look at that, but. It definitely, if anything, it wasn't a case of the 34. In fact, actually, what has happened to the 34? Are we back? Oh, right, never mind. Thanks. Ignore me. It looked more like the 34 did get a sort of touch from behind from the 41, but yeah, it just wasn't to be, obviously.
No, it's a... I mean, again, this might take a little bit of time here, but again, you can look at that from a million different angles and it will tell you a million different stories. Again, that angle sort of from hood cam, it looked like potentially there was a small little bit of a lift from Chidakis or something like that, if he was, because obviously he was on the inside, so naturally your line is actually compromised. So as you're going obviously through the right-hander, you don't want to run too wide. One, obviously, for any off-tracks and for any track limit warnings. I've got another replay here from a different angle, helicopter cam here, so a bit of contact, moves over to the left, just Grabowski, so that's okay. Does give a little...
That's that. It is. It's netcode from on board, but when you see it above like that, it's Grabowski keeping the foot in, and unfortunately, there's absolutely no maliciousness intended in it whatsoever in any way, but as the car behind, he has the responsibility of causing that collision.
Yes, absolutely, he does. So, again, I tell you what, I'm glad I'm not in the. I'm glad I'm not Stewart. I think it's we're here to commentate the race and have a good time. Another replay here. Could this be another different camera angle? Okay, I mean that camera again tells another different story. It tells that actually the contact was a bit more significant than I think we sort of first thought. It's amazing, isn't it? How all these different camera angles, the same incident, and each one just gives you a little bit of sort of different information. I mean, again, so many things can be said. There's so many things can be had. I think that was a, as you say, absolutely no maliciousness at all. It was just one of the things where just the anticipation. I mean, naturally, you would think, obviously, as the car's on the inside, there'd be a bit of pace lift off because they don't want to run too wide. But then again, you're in the heat of the moment. You're in a battle. It's one of the last things you'll ever think of. I think is to deliberately lift off. You know, it did look like there was almost a bit of contact initially, and then a secondary, but.
And that's the thing, is the fact that it's not the case of, nobody's trying to suggest, and again, just to clarify something that you pointed out there, as you're absolutely right, as commentators, all we can offer is completely ill-advised opinion. We have no contact with race control. The only thing we do is we get Michael Hamlet in our ear, who types out and tells us about the penalties that have been passed down from race control. So again, us talking about it here has absolutely no impact on any decision that they come to. But again, when you're driving that close, and look, let's put context into it. He's just come out the pits. He's absolutely frantically trying to hold on to that position, and for me, there, you're stepping on eggshells. It's all about not putting yourself in a position where somebody can give you into trouble. Even if Sherdakus could have stacked that by himself, and if Grabowski wasn't anywhere near him, he wouldn't have got anywhere near he wouldn't have been in the frame for that, and we would have just been looking at it as a mistake. But I mean, what I didn't understand as well is that I thought from looking at the time screen that he, even though that had happened, the Lamborghini was still ahead. But what I didn't realise is that it's not like he even gave the place back, and that then makes you start thinking, well, maybe he should have done that, and that would have lessened the damage, and maybe he would have gotten away with it. But I do just have this horrible feeling that it's going to be decided in race control. And I tell you what, if it does, all hell is going to kick off, because you've then got a top 5 or a top 4 that is split by 30 seconds, and we've seen that anything can happen. And given we've got an hour and a half left, I don't even want to think what could happen.
Well, I mean, you got to plan for all scenarios, haven't you? Which I would, you'd almost sort of think that when you actually start looking at it, like, are the guys now starting to plan for these different scenarios? Are they planning for possible, the Lada Sport Rosneft guys? Are they planning for different sort of things, like, well, if this were to happen, what should we do? If this were to happen, what should we do? Always having that a backup plan, always crucial. But honestly, I mean, it could go a million different ways. Like I said, moving on from that to a certain degree, and looking at it from a face value, as you say, what it could potentially cause in terms of the in shaking up in terms of the race. I mean, this is a very, very crucial. I mean, an hour and a half. That's a possibly. I mean, you could probably make up. Actually, well, I'm thinking about it. If you think 4/10 of a second was about 2 or 3/10 of a second was the average, so per lap. So again, once we have the outcome, then we'll be able to obviously go through. I'm sure that'll be another big talking point. Meanwhile, though, what's going on here? Prioretti, and that is, I believe, Lanyi in the number 80. It is indeed a British Racing Green Audi. Oh, that's a car off. That looks like a Team Fordilla Mercedes by the looks of the colour. I don't know how I managed to tell that in the dark, if it is right.
Quite impressed with that.
I was about to say, so am I. But at the moment, Prioretti can't actually get. It was a team. How on earth did I do that? I'm genuinely impressed with myself there. Sure, just a small little hiccup there. Possibly a spin on the exit. Oh, big road here for Prioretti. He's flashing his lights. Not entirely sure why. I can sort of get on board with the flashing of lights in some scenarios, more for lapping and stuff. I don't tend to do. Oh, he's driving in the pits. It always puzzles me a little bit with the whole flashing of lights thing. I don't do it that much.
Absolutely detest it in racing. In qualifying, perhaps, maybe, but in racing, unless you're a lap up on the car that you're coming up on, it's just downright. I don't like it at all, because especially in these night races where it's pitch black, the street lighting or the circuit lighting isn't the greatest. It's nothing more than trying to distract your opponent, and trying to get an upper hand by it. For me, it's cheating. I really, really dislike it, and I will thoroughly use it at every opportunity that I can.
Wow. I mean,
I'm just straight up. Listen, when you're as slow as me, you've literally got to, short of actually stealing their wheels, there's not much else you can do.
I mean, I think it's something, isn't it, that when you, like I said, I do it sometimes more for lapping cars, but I don't tend to do it when I'm tend to actually racing people in the same class. Bit of a battle here again. Maximilian Vedi is taking over the virtual drivers by TX3 Nissan GTR, and he's being currently battled. Looking on the rear view, the wing, and we've got Lorito behind in the 27 Ferrari. Yassi car there. This is an exciting battle. I tell you what, though, the Nissan GTR has been getting involved in it. It's been getting stuck in.
It certainly has, and do you know another car getting stuck in that number 10 of Chris Sever? Of Chris Sever in the number 10 there in the deep purple car. Remember that car started second last and is up to P12. So if they get up into the top 10, I mean, for me, that is one of the best drives of the day from them. That is just sensational stuff. And that Ferrari looking a little bit ragged and on the edge there.
It is looking a little bit... I mean, again, you know, like I was saying, this is now where it's starting to get, you know, this hour and a half mark. Now that, you know, you watch, this is where these moves will start coming a bit more thick and fast, and you'll find that the cars they'll look a bit more unbalanced. The guys will be trying to drive the cars a little bit harder, trying to get some additional pace out of them. This is where it will really start to come down now. Although the gap between Narita and Vidi has actually opened up, it closed straight back down again. So we'll have to see how this goes. They've got a bit of traffic up ahead. That's the number 53 of Petrozelio. So, although I don't think they're actually holding them up too much, so they are going to have to get by at some point. Actually, I think, they're probably starting to... I think Petrolio is starting to hold him up a little bit, so he will have to consider jumping out of the way to make sure he doesn't obscure or obstruct the racing that these two are having. Looking a bit sort of further up and down the field again, it's almost like the calm before the storm now, I think, David.
It has that it has that feeling about it. The pace is absolutely going through the roof right now. Fastest man right now, I think, is Bastian Richter in the number 14 Unicorns of Love BMW. 15 seconds behind Maximilian Walmuth, but 154.195. And that was a full 1.1 seconds faster than Maximilian Walmuth there. I mean, that is incredible pace right now.
Well, he's not going to complain at the pace, is he? Not in the slightest. And he's going to be catching up with him very, very quickly indeed. I'm actually having a quick look. What's the gap? Well, the gap is a bit... Wow, the gap is actually quite a bit bigger than I thought. 15 seconds. I mean, it's doable at that pace, but how long can they keep their pace up? That is the question. Oh, big send there. There we go. So the number 53 does jump out of the way, and they don't actually lose any time. Oh, Chidakis has got a drive-through. Oh, for track limits. So we just had a brief panic station moment there, and we all just sort of gasped simultaneously. But Chidakis, oh dear, track limits.
So the formal word is that Grabowski is under investigation now. If that is contact with another car, that could range anywhere from a drive-through, could be a time penalty. If that's a time penalty, my goodness me, that would scupper them, because they take that at their next pit stop, and that would almost certainly send them further back. That might send them down to third place, but it's... Wow. So we just had confirmed it's going to be a drive-through for Denis Grabowski for contact. So your two cars, right, okay, but pop quiz, what do you do now? I've just actually realised that means now that we've got a 5-car battle for the lead, Dan.
I suppose when you do the math, it does make sense, doesn't it? Because obviously the drive-through, they can't do any. They can't actually do any additional things to the car. So the drive-through, essentially, think of the drive-through. They have to drive through the pits once more. They can't then pull into the pits. You know, they have to take the drive-through and then go around again if they want to pit. So, yeah, they're essentially both going to drop 30 seconds back. Oh, this is going to be very, very interesting.
Dan, what the hell just happened in this past 10 minutes? It's just
I don't know. It's just, I was actually starting to, I've been awake for far too long, and I was starting to so Chidakis, he's gone straight in. To be fair, actually quite sensible. I think I'd rather do this. I'd rather get it out the way, get it over and done with, then I can focus on cracking on. As you see, there is your official confirmation. Instant between cars 34 and 41, or lap 225, drive through to car 41 for avoidable contact. And there we go. So basically, it's who can get the fastest. And the way these guys enter and exit the pits, that's a key one. That is a key one.
don't say that, because I mean it would just be, and I'm going to touch the desk here, it would be sod's law that one of these two gets a pit stop, a drive-through for speed in pit lane. Oh, look at this, Grabowski getting held up. Was that 17 that was holding him up there? It's the 10 that's side by side, so that's the Bentley of Kieran Prendergast that is holding up Dennis Grabowski right now. So that has scuppered his exit onto the straight there. Oh, he is not going to be happy with that. 31.8 seconds was the drive-through time for Janis Sherdakis in the 34, and look at where that drops him behind Bastian Richter. So that now means Maximilian Volmer and Bastian Richter are in the challenge for this race win.
Do you reckon? Well, Mike's just currently possibly realised that potentially a Lexus or a Honda may actually win this event.
BMW, baby, BMW. Bastian Richter, number 14. Unicorns of Love. The internet would implode if Unicorns of Love win this race.
I mean, I was gonna try and root for a McLaren, but I don't seem to see one within the top 23. Unfortunately,
that's the realms of fantasy there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't now root for a McLaren. No, I think, to be fair, this can go anyway. Grabowski doesn't actually pit at the moment. He still stays out. I wonder, this will be interesting to see as well how this works. Like I said, I want to do what I would do with what happened to Darkis. I want to just get it in, get it done, and get it gone. I'd want to just get rid of it as soon as possible so I can forget about it, focus on the remainder of the race, and then go. Depending on the clean air that comes out, if there is any clean air. Obviously, we did see Grabowski get held up, but if he's got the pace to continue pulling away, then that will negate the difference. This could, who knows how this is ever going to end? Who knows how this is going to end up? But whatever happened is they were, I believe, around 2.5 seconds was the gap when they both, or when Jadakis pitted. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that was about the gap, and then he managed to pull the undercut. Or didn't pull the undercut, but was very, very close. But when he came in for the drive-through, gap was up to about 5 seconds.
Right, gotcha. Yeah, so I mean, again, we don't know. I mean, again, Christ, the math that I did earlier on when it came to the stop and go was I got completely wrong. So it's probably not best to listen to me. But we're going to have to see. I just don't know when Grabowski is going to pit, but I know when it's going to pit, we are all going to be just. I'm getting excited. It's not even happened yet. I'm getting excited. We've still got an hour and 23 minutes left. This is. I just said I was starting to. I've been awake for far too long, and I was almost like, when you get to that stage where you go through like you're tired, you go past the point of tiredness, and then you go back into being tired, and you start to get a bit sort of like I was almost we're getting to the stage where I was just like, right, gotta keep going, and then this is all kicked off, and this is it. So this, right, what, place your bets?
I just want to make sure he's hit that pit stop limiter just before that line. I cannot take that if he's done that as well. But Dennis Grabowski into the pits end for his drive-through penalty. I'll be honest with you, I think he's ahead. I think he'll easily have the gap over Janis Sherdakis. However, the gap over the other cars, not so much. It's going to be close. So this could be the battle for the final podium position.
Oh, Richter's. I think, you're right. This is going to be so he still comes out ahead. The gap, 4.5 seconds. 4.5 seconds. Yeah. So, I mean, it's still possibly. Again, we really don't know. Also, as well, we've got to make sure that it's actually. When you look at it a bit further, see cold tyres as well. So Grabowski's got to warm his tyres up a little bit. That will cost him a little bit of time there as well. But the what he's getting held up, which is good. Like I said, he wasn't even the point where he was held up. Still managed to negate it. He stayed out a little bit longer to gain that sort of additional pace back. It wouldn't have actually made a difference because he would have come out ahead anyway. But that it sort of put the it's not really put the live standings updates in bit too much of an array at the moment, although they would have changed naturally.
Well, we'll get an eye on that. We'll get an updated version of them as soon as we can. Just watching the gap between Fabian Piffet and Maximilian Walmuth, 3.4 seconds. So they've got a little bit of an extra incentive to fight on with each other now, don't they? Just 4 seconds. And yeah, I mean, Grabowski has got to keep pushing right now. And, you know, he needs to also be careful of track limits as well, because obviously Shadakis he's reset his timer. He's done, in fact, actually, sorry, no, they don't, because when they come through for a drive-through, their warnings are reset, aren't they?
I believe
I think that's how it works, yeah. So obviously they don't need to worry about track limits. It's reset from this point. So it's kind of all hell for leather now, just trying to catch back up. And, you know, Bastian Richter only 1.9 seconds behind Grabowski. That's a little bit uncomfortable for my liking.
Yeah, I'm almost at sort of a bit of luck, because, again, I'd almost thought that the gaps were going to be slightly different to what they are. Again, my maths not allowing me to work that out very well. Hour and 20 minutes to go. Still quite a bit. Obviously, bear in mind, everyone's still got one more pit stop left. So there could be things sort of kicking off there as well. Again, we really don't know. I'm just having a look. Has Richter actually caught up a little bit with Grabowski? I wonder if he has, because the gap's now 1.5 seconds.
I think it might be the case as well. So yeah, that might actually be the case that he's caught up on him.
Caught up a little bit. Again, obviously, cold tyres will be setting in here for Grabowski. But even they should be relatively, or at least up to sort of temperature by now. So I wonder if we're going to see that now start to extend. We'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, at the moment, Richter 1.5 seconds, so keep an eye on that timings. There we go, 1.8. So I think it was just, getting the tyres warmed up, and then off they go. I mean, they've got to be careful here, because I don't think any of them can be in a position where they can't not push. But they've also got to obviously, I mean, you know, we've seen how many drive-thrus we've got through chat limits. There's nothing saying that won't happen again, to be perfectly honest, with anyone. Even if they do have their track limits all reset. So, yeah, I think when you're in that position, it just adds that additional pressure, doesn't it? That yes, you do have 3, and then all of a sudden you have 2, and then all of a sudden you have none, and it's amazing how much that can quickly rack up.
It absolutely is, and again, it just kind of plays with your head in terms of what you're going to plan, what you're going to do through the rest of the race. The other thing we've got to remember as well is in the next 20 minutes or so, we're going to have another batch of pit stops, our final batch of pit stops coming in to the mix as well, and it's going to see how interesting to see how that happens. Now, obviously, I think that Grabowski's not going to pit anywhere near that soon. But I think for the rest of them, I think they could be pitting certainly sooner rather than later, getting it out of the way and just getting their final stint done.
Yeah, I think once they get to the turn of the hour, you may see people start like trying to flood in to get the shortest pit stop that they can, because again, the shortest pit stop they can is naturally going to help them. What's going to happen here between Prendergast again has a bit of a moment coming together with, who was that? That was de Havilland. Not good at all. Bentley versus Lexus, and unfortunately, Lexus coming out worse off after that incident. It almost looked like a carbon copy, actually, of what we saw between Grabowski and Tadakis. So, yes, I'm sure that will be looked at as well. But, live standings update. It's a little bit closer this time around.
It's very much closer this time round. And do you know what? I think this now puts 2 teams in hunt for this. I think that actually now puts Fordzilla Lexus in with a mathematical possibility of the championship right now. I mean, again, imagine if Lexus winning the championship. But listen, imagine if Lexus win tonight and then win the championship.
Oh my God, imagine.
That is just like, all hell is frozen over and reality as we know it implodes on itself.
I mean, again, it's not out of the realms of possibility. You know, it really, really isn't. And that would be, I mean, I know you're obviously rooting for the BM and Bastian Richter again. I'm looking at his lap time, he's still putting in some good laps. He's putting in some He's putting up some good laps, but unfortunately, it isn't enough to catch up with Grabowski, because look at the gap now. It was 1.5 when we last had a proper look. It's now 2.2. So this could be as well. They're just sort of like, again, playing to their own race now. They know realistically what position they could probably be with an hour and 60 minutes to go. And this sort of, starts to tail off at that point. So I can sort of see where they're coming from. But they might just be sort of like sitting as they are. Although, hour and 16 minutes left. So it's one of those things where the last 30 minutes can obviously put something spanner into the works.
This is the Bentley, the number 10, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the second incident in quick succession for Kieran Prendergast, because he got involved in that the blocking of Grabowski in the lead there, and then just straight up murders another car there. That's the only thing you can use to describe that. The BMW's had a remarkably clean run in the second half of the race. I mean, I'm not completely throwing it out the realms of possibility. I think they might be able to third place here. Here is on board with Kieran Prendergast into the 349. Well, actually, to be fair, the 349 did break halfway around the corner, but the number 10 should have been aware of that and should have been more open to that happening. Looking at the pace of Grabowski, I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing with an hour and 15 minutes to go that he's got enough to catch up onto the back of Fabien Piffet here. Pit stops might come into it, but yeah, it's looking good for the number 66 just now. Grabowski takes a little bit of time out of that there, but not massive. It's still 14 seconds between first and third place.
Yeah, I think again it's just stabilised now, isn't it? I think everyone's got to the stage where everyone sort of knows where they are. We're actually starting to get just realised it's starting to get light. Oh, okay, interesting. Are we talking about? I don't know.
God, no.
No, that's fair enough. No, that's fine.
God, no.
That would be yeah. So yes, going forward, I think everyone's sort of like, it's almost a bit of a stalemate now. Again, what you'll probably have is you'll have an hour and 40 minutes left. Everyone will sort of sit here now probably until the turn of the hour, and then once everyone starts, who's going to be the first to jump? I don't know, but probably it will just be pit as early as you dare. Coming into the pit, so we'll probably see, like I said, turn the hour, see people throw themselves in, and they'll be trying to get the last stop, and then it will just be a free for all. It's again the calm before the storm, I think.
Well, that's exactly what we are here to see with an hour and 30 minutes left to go. If you've just joined us, a very good afternoon. Where have you been, ladies and gentlemen? You are here watching the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3, Round 4 here on the SimGrid. We are coming to the tail end of the race, the penultimate race of this season. And it is all been turned on its head because our dominant race leader, the number 41, Denis Grabowski, down into third place after a drive-through penalty for collision with a car that was catching up and did the undercut on them. The number 34, who was in the lead for quite a bit, Yanis Sherdakis and the Greek Souvlaki squad, the unlikely leaders of the race. That is all turned on its head. It is now Fabien Piffet for the number 66 Team Ford Zilla Lexus, sharing the car with Sean Arnold and Dominic Alvarez, who are unbelievably in the lead of this race and looking very, very happy there too. 14 seconds ahead of Denis Grabowski and 4.8 seconds and increasing over the Honda. So a fantastic race so far. And Dan, I mean, an hour and 12 minutes left to go. It's a bit too close to call right now, and it's a bit nail-biting.
It is, absolutely. It is, and it's going to be like that. It's going to stay like that. I think, we're not going to be... I don't think we're not really going to have a 100% idea on what's going on until the latter, the very, very latter stage of the race. Like I said, probably the last half hour, we're really going to get a good sort of sense and a good understanding of what's going on. Obviously, the teams will have a bit more of an understanding because they'll know what's sort of going on. They'll know what they want to do, which I can imagine pretty much everyone has got that sorted out now. But yeah, we're not going to obviously have that information at hand. It's going to have to be processed down for us as soon as they start pitting, and then we start working out from there. And then we'll start sort of piecing it all together, and then we'll start gaining an understanding of who is really on the cards for a good result who's on the cards for potential sort of like really sort of important position gains, and then it will just everything just gets amped up so much. So yeah, it'll be quiet for the moment. I think it'll just be a little bit more reserved, I think.
Watching here, Fabian Piffet for Team Fordzilla Lexus just now, and this is the point I'm making here, is Denis Grabowski is matching the pace of the race leader, and to be honest, I mean, do you think that they're maybe just settling for that third place just now?
Possibly. I mean, again, to be fair, if they did, again, I think it would be a very, very good. Again, you can see like sort of team development as they're going through and recognizing again what sort of happened and being able to take the position. Again, it depends on where their main rival is, and let's just have a quick look. Again, look at that. Yeah, sort of Odox or potentially the team for the Lexus. So the 1-2-1 on the Lexus as well. Like again, Garcia currently running in the Audi in P6. So, I mean, it's going to be even, it is close. It is close. So I'd almost like, they've probably got a choice to weigh up here, haven't they? Because they've got an opportunity to either gun it and try and catch up, essentially, and really sort of turn it up to 11 and try and gain as much time as possible and see if there's another possibility for some additional positions. And depending, I mean, you've got 9 seconds. That's a doable gap in an hour. Or, again, yeah, you just trundle along at a controlled pace and, as you say, just accept third. You most probably you've got the pace to be able to stick head of fourth and essentially control it from that back. And then you can essentially see, like, if your control pace is still catching up the guys ahead, obviously you can adjust if you need to. But, again, like, we simply don't know until the last round of pit stops. And then even then we won't still have an idea.
Yeah, it really is going to come right down to the wire, but I mean, the only thing I'm thinking is that if the 41 Ladder Sport Rosneft team are going to try and take this win, now is the time that they need to be putting themselves in the position to get a jump on that last stop there. That's what I would be thinking, certainly from going into this final hour. But it's crazy to think that we've got an hour and 8 minutes left to go in a 9-hour race. This is really just absolutely flown by as we're watching Kieran Prendergast for Deep Purple, who I think, if he's not already, is going to be getting slapped about by race control very, very shortly for that collision on the car in front of him. Certainly not seen anything in the penalties just yet, but that could very well be coming. Gap now starting for the first time come under 14 seconds for Denis Grabowski in the 41 Lada Rosneft for Fabian Piffet, but again is 0.2 of a second, and you've got to say 0.2 of a second really isn't enough to make a massive dent right now. No,
they need. I mean, you look at the laps. I mean, 14 laps. They need half a second a lap. It's like that's half a second a lap will be to catch up, and then obviously to pass. But meanwhile, again, further down the field, that was going through. That was Linda in the 100, number 100 Audi, flying past him through turn 9 on the inside of Prendergast. So a good move. Again, it was really slick, really controlled. And really, I had a bit of a moment there. That looked very, very late on the brakes for Kieran Prendergast there for the Deep Purple Bentley. Yeah, I mean, good stuff. You can't really argue about that, can you? That was just a nice, clean, controlled overtake.
Yeah, awesome overtaking. Made it look so easy as well. It was just a nice, simple, straightforward effort.
That's the thing. There was no real sort of Kieran Prendergast. He's just driving the car a little bit too hard at the moment. He's just putting a bit too much possibly through the tyres. Again, he's sort of like, you can see that the car, he's looks like he's still trying to get some speed scrub off going through the mid section. At the point in the mid section, you want to be sort of lifting off and allowing the car to roll through the corner a bit more. But yeah, the turn will look like he was just driving it a bit too heavy into the corner. But yeah, as you say, there was nothing really to say about it. It was just well executed. It was timed. It was at the right time. Good amount of space left as well between both drivers. So yeah, good stuff. And you can see it's obviously he needed it because he's now pulling away.
So just watching as we are on board still with Kieran Prendergast in the deep purple number 10 outfit. Again, they're on the recovery drive from second last on the grid and into P17. And again, it all swings about with these pit stops that are going to be happening in the next 20 to 30 minutes. That could be enough to bump them up a little bit further here. But again, there's just so many variables right now. There's so many if, but, what, where, when, why, who that could all unfold in the next 66 minutes. And that is a big slide for the number 100 of Bastian Lindner, just ahead of him there. A big power slide, gets away with it. But yeah, that could have been a very different story for that Audi in front of him, Dan.
Well, it did look like I thought for a brief moment there, I thought that was going to be that was going to be it, but well saved. Quick reaction times there to keep the car in check. So good stuff indeed. I've just had a look, and I'm intrigued to see again. Sort of time starting to come down. Radizzi compared to himself and Becker is the gap's just over a second at the moment. So I wonder how that will go as well. Actually, to be fair, if Prendergast can manage to try and catch back up to Linda, who's just behind as well, de Havilland. So, not 1.8 seconds behind Prendergast. So, let's see here. Alex Radizzi on board now. So just ahead is Mr. Becker in the 911. In the 911 Porsche. 0.7 of a second here. So that's a battle I'd like to keep an eye out for the remainder of this race. And once everyone goes through the pit stops. Another 4 minutes. And then, well, to be fair, people may start pitting now. You may start to see people pit now or in the next 2 laps or so, and this will be your last. That will be your last window.
I think one of the things with that is that obviously we've got our broadcast team giving us a little bit of an insight on that as well. It's they believe that a lot of the cars are going to be trying to run it as late as they possibly can. I'm a little bit with yourself. In terms of, I think that they might just keep it consistent. But, I mean, they do make a great point that they're going to want to have as fresh tyres as possible. But what I've noticed, actually, is with the likes of the Lamborghini has about maybe 2-3 laps where it's really, really fast. But then it tends to go, like, the middle stint of the 20 laps in the middle of it, that's where it seems to make all its time up. After it's got those first 5 laps out of the way. So I think it might actually pit earlier to sort that out. Now, what you've also got to remember is both the Aston Martin and the Lamborghini both compromised their tyres quite probably with that incident because they were both caught up on it, as Radizzi just pretty much makes that look like that Porsche 911 wasn't actually even there on the track.
Yeah, that was again, the test of move, just sort of door was open, went up the inside, thank you very much, closed it behind him, off he went. So again, you can't really argue with more than that. And looking a little bit further behind, I'm trying to think again. Actually, no, I was getting a little bit confused. Oh dear, Kieran Prendergast, look at that, number 10, another drive-through. One would assume that is for the incident. Is it from the stewards? Now, I would assume that's from the incident that happened a few laps ago, coming down into turn 8, that we can see it. And that was himself with the chap that's just behind him, the number 349 Lexus, de Havilland. I think that would be the incident there, I would assume.
Well, what you can't hear is me slapping my face in absolute shock at not seeing that one coming a million miles off. Poor Kieran Prendergast, to be fair. I mean, that was probably one of the most blatant crimes I've seen since JR and Dallas about 25 years ago. It happens. He was trying to keep the foot in, trying to keep things going. Unfortunately, that's going to send that car likely out of the top 20, I think, with that current pace. They could try and be clever about it, work it in with the pit stops, and then obviously just dash to the finish. But yeah, I don't think that is going to be. The gap with your race leader and third place, Dennis Grabowski, obviously your championship leader, we're keeping an eye on there, is still 13.2 seconds. So really, in all intents and purposes, that gap is not coming down between those two. Maximilian Walmuth on the other hand, is falling back to the clutches, but he's still about 7 seconds ahead of Grabowski. So, barring anything crazy happening, this could be how it's going to look like for the end of the race.
I mean, Grabowski is really putting the time in at the moment. So the gap was 9.1 seconds, 5 or 6 laps ago. It's now 7.3. So,
yeah, but that's to Walmart, and it's still staying. In fact, it's increasing to Fabian Perfet. It's up to 13.4. So he's certainly catching. He very likely will catch Walmart, but I think he's done for the lead.
This is again an interesting one. I think once we get to the I mean, it'll be intriguing. It'll be intriguing to see. It'll be very, very intriguing to see, like, as we go through. But as you say, he is being gapped by Buffet, the 66 Lexus. So it depends if Walmart can find a bit of pace. So we may have possibly sort of Honda versus Lexus for the victory, and maybe an Aston in there. But although she said it might be a little bit more unlikely.
That's awesome stuff. We're just on the edge of our final hour of this 9-hour race of Paul Ricard. The lights starting to rise above the circuit here at Paul Ricard. We'll be seeing the sunrise in about 20 to 30 minutes time here. The time virtually 5:08 a.m. And it feels like an ordeal. It feels like we've done 24 hours in these 9 hours here, Dan. It's certainly squeezed everything you could possibly want from an endurance race and more into such a short amount of time. I mean, we've had drama, we've had intrigue, we've had chaos, we've had a little bit of naughty moments here and there. It's just been fantastic.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's been. I mean, that's the idea. I was only here for the last 4 hours, or the last 5 hours even. No, the last 6 hours even. How long have I been here? 6 hours, that's the one. And yeah, it's flown by. I mean, genuinely has flown by. It has not felt, I think the first 2 hours, they just went so fast. Which again, is one of, just love endurance racing. Because, you're able to have a bit of a sprint race, a bit of an endurance race. You get sort of all in one package, and you have it for multiple hours as well. It also gives you an opportunity to have a bit more of a strategized thinking, especially when doing comms as well. Have a bit more like strategize in terms of thinking about what's going on, about different possibilities. Because again, with a sprint race, sometimes you don't necessarily get that. You don't get that luxury. Which is why I like to be able to have these sort of endurance races. I really do enjoy them.
Yeah, they really do bring quite a lot to the table here. 58 minutes left to go then. We're into our final hour, and as if Mike Yao was reading my mind, I'm watching Bastian Richter's lap times, and yes, they're not by an awful lot, but Bastian Richter is faster than Denis Grabowski. It was like about 6 1,000ths of a second that last time round, but it means that Richter is on pace with Grabowski, and faster, as Michael Hammett just pointed out, faster is faster. He's going to take that home and cash that one into the bank for sure. And the issue is that when does it become enough to distract Grabowski from his push forward? Which again has still stalled because he's gapping about maybe say 0.2 of a second faster than your race leader. But Bastian Richter trying to set himself up and catch on to the back of Grabowski here. He goes cross the line just now and just does again faster again. This time that was a whole 1/10 of a second faster. I don't think it's going to be enough to catch up, but we've seen the 41 be done on pit stops before. Could the BMW throw an absolute spanner into the works here?
Quite possibly. Look at that. He's pulled another 2/10. There he is, just gone out of shot. You can see Grabowski. So he is in his sights. That's the thing. He is in his sights. Actually, I'll say that. No, pretty right. It's now gone back up to 4.1. I don't think it's going to be worrying that much. That's a great camera angle. Really like that. A lot of people staring at the camera. That's a bit weird. But hello. So, yeah, the one thing that Grabowski, I think, he's not going to be too fussed anything about Richter. I still think he's able to really control the pace of what's going on behind him. Because, I mean, you looked at that there was a bit of time that he gained, and then straight away you saw Grabowski just, it was almost like an instantaneous response to that, and we can see it's gone up again. So I really think he's in control of what's going on behind him. It's how hard does he want to push going through to try and catch up to Woolworth or possibly Piffet. I think that's really going to be what he's focusing on.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that one, because obviously pit stops coming in just now. That's Garcia for the 121 Odox Motorsport into the pits in 7th place now. There goes Bastian Lindner as well. So now we're starting to see just the tiny trickle of the flood of these final pit stops coming in. They will come in thick and fast once they start coming in. And Dan, I mean, it really has given us everything, but we've got 55 minutes left, and really there is still quite a lot that is within the bounds of possibility on this one.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. You literally said people are going to respond to it. There we go. Tidakis is in the pits. So we did thought he was going to have tyres that were completely shot. That's why he has jumped in the pits early, as a few other ones as well. So I wonder if there's going to be a response to this. Possibly not, as Michael said on the radio to us a few laps ago. They're probably going to be wanting to actually pit in as late as they possibly can to make sure that they can gain the best tyre life possible with the lowest fuel load. So again, Chidakis, he's got shot tyres. They're flat spotted. They're horrible to drive. They've got probably horrendous vibration. He was probably hating driving that car, to be fair, towards the end. I know I would be. So is it going to be him staying in the car? We're going to be changing over. I'd probably make sense for him to stay in the car, one would imagine.
We'll keep an eye. I think it might be, but it's Konto Giannis actually that jumps in behind the wheel of the number 34 then for Greek Souvlaki squad for that final stint. Konstantinos Konto Giannis in behind the wheel of the Lamborghini, and some will say that he is the best man for the job right now. He is the fastest of the three drivers. We'll have to wait and see how that is there, and that's a relative term, because those three drivers of Giannis Chidakis, Konstantinos Kontogiannis and John Hudlios, they are fast drivers, all three of them. So yeah, take that with a pinch of salt, but game on, I think, is the word I would take away from that.
Oh, 100%. Again, like I said, you've got three quick drivers. The quick, being quick is relative. Like I said, it's the all very, very... Oh, so we've got as well, look on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen, Walworth is in the pits. So this wasn't necessarily a strategy call. This was more just otherwise he'd be running on air, which you can't do with an internal combustion engine. So he has to pit, otherwise he will run out of fuel. And that'll be him going. You can see in the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see Woolworth's car, Maximilian Woolworth. Will he be staying in the car? That is the question. He is doing the final three stints. So we're going to be... that was it. Yes, that was it. Sorry, I know you were into it. Yes. So he will be... he'll be... he's on his lonesome, I think, from... unfortunately, he's going to be finishing the race on his own, because, like I said, his teammates are elsewhere doing other events. I wonder if there's going to be... I mean, actually, what was the gap a few laps ago? Just the gap has come down a bit, hasn't it, David, between Grabowski and Piffet? It was, 13?
It is, yeah. So it's 12.5 seconds now. It's now 11.9, yeah.
Traffic.
I wonder, possibly traffic, but also possibly Grabowski starting to turn the map on the car maybe up a little bit, using the last of the fuel and the last of the tyres, trying to bring that gap down.
Yeah, he might be, actually. That's a good point. Again... Oh, blimey! Again, he's really pushing the car as hard as it will go. I mean, 12 seconds in 52 minutes. That's a tall order. If there's anyone that can do it, the Lada Sport Rosneft guys, they can. But again, they've got to. Talking about the weighing up, if you start pushing the car too hard and you're off track, start flooding in again, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Piffet's in the pits, so I'm guessing again that will be coming through to the end of a stint. So he goes in, but obviously Grabowski. So, actually, thinking about it then, Grabowski is in a better position here because he's able to actually pit later. compared to the other drivers who will be on fresher tyres but higher fuel. Yeah, I may, when I was saying I wanted to pit early, I may now change my tune on that and say I want to pit as late as I can.
Well, again, it's so much up in the air with just 50 minutes left to go. We've hit lap 250. Denis Grabowski then jumps into the provisional lead with the pit stops well and truly underway. Bastian Richter as well, I think, came into the pits, but there goes Fabian Pefet out of pit lane just now. Bastian Richter, is still on track, but about 5 laps left, I think, in this stint from the sounds of it. And I mean, this is like dominoes and dice and cards all being laid together at the same time. You've got to try and make sense of what you're seeing in front of your very eyes.
Yeah, I think as well, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Looking further back, so this is Fabian Pifet, so he obviously has just made his final pit stop. Currently he is behind, that'll be a lapped car of, I think that's the number 100 Audi from Linda, which I believe it is. Yeah, blue flags are being waved, as you can see there. Again, it's still too hard to tell. It's still so difficult to tell. Once we get Grabowski in his final pit stop, I mean, that will give us the best idea. I think once that's happened, we'll have an idea then of what's happening at the front of the field. But until then, we're completely second guessing ourselves here, which I enjoy.
Exactly, because you're kind of working things out. The 27 brings out the yellow flag there into a pit lane. I wonder if they've managed to spin it in pit lane somehow. No, they're stopped. So have they run out of fuel on the way to the pits? That looks very confusing. Yeah, that's a lot of damage on that car. Anyway, Grabowski still going on then. That last lap there, 154.676. So he's back onto the pace now. And just having a look, because Contogiannis did a 154.7 on that lap there, his first lap out of the pit. So Contogiannis back onto the pace already, but Grabowski now needs to get a move on here because he needs to build up that buffer for the pit here. And I'm not sure what has happened to Dirland in that 27, but that looks like it could be a terminal problem for that car.
Yeah, intrigued. I'm not too sure actually why. I don't know. Does it look like it's leaning to one side? It looks like it's leaning to the left to me. So Richter's now in the pits as well. Okay, interesting. I'm surprised at that because I don't think that'll be at the end of his pit stop. Or it shouldn't be, potentially. There we go. He's actually just leaving the pits now. Where is he going to come out? Who's actually going to be there with him as we come down? I think to be fair, he's actually going to be on his own. So, fair play. Comes out a bit of clean traffic, actually, which I think he's not going to be complaining. He's not going to be complaining all that much if he comes out in some clean air. Allows him to settle down, crack on, and sort of put the laps in. I think this is the key thing as well. Like you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, Grabowski, he is just coming through the latter half of the lap, jumping through the final 2 corners. Will he be jumping into the pits this time around? There he is on your screen. What line is he taking through here? Yep, tight line. Here we go. This is it. This is the moment. What is going to happen? What's it? Whoa! That's not a penalty, is it?
Oh, that was very close.
That's not. That
it would be an instant one if.
Oh, so he may. Okay, this is right. So if he was speeding, just been told, we won't actually know until he leaves the pit lane. So once we leave the pit lane, if we see a SG30 pop up for Grabowski, then that is confirmation as to what has happened. Oh, I mean, talk about commitment on the way in. That may have been a little bit too much commitment on the way in.
Yeah, that might have just overdone it, and that is not what you want, is it? My goodness me, that is horrible thing. Right, we wait with bated breath because here comes Denis Grabowski for Ladasport Rosneft. Then on the exit of pit lane there is, I think that is Fabian Pefet. For Pefet's done it. He's absolutely done him. And I tell you what, he might not be the only one because Maximilian Walmuth is going to be on the way around as well. So it doesn't look like a stop-go 34 for the 41 there. And, well, there you go. That is absolutely huge. So Walmuth as well looks like he's already got round.
and Richter's not actually too far behind as well, potentially. So what you may find now is if Grabowski can actually if he can catch up to Walmart and they start battling, that's going to allow Piffet to, I'm not going to say what I was going to say then. It's going to allow him to go off into the distance, and it's going to then allow Richter to catch up between when the guys are actually battling, when Grabowski and Walmart are battling. This has really sort of turned around, although the gap is 5 seconds. Can that be brought down? Again, if anyone can do it, it is Grabowski, I'm sure, but 46 minutes to go, and then we will have what I'm sure is going to be a very, very thrilling end. Unfortunately, as well as looking at Contagianis, to be again the number 34, doing a stellar sort of semi-recovery drive from the few little incidents that has happened. I'm sure we're going to see that pace sort of drop down. But what if he can catch up to Richter? So everyone's trying to catch up with everyone else here.
Just absolutely speechless with how this is all panning out. I've got absolutely no idea. It does look like that's going to be a retirement then for the number 27 for Deerland, who is still shown as in pit lane just now. Radici is done and dusted with his pit stop. He'll be going round any second now. Grabowski then, it doesn't look like there's all that much difference in terms of the timing beacon. We'll find out as they come across the line to finish that lap here, but I mean, certainly they've not gained any time from that number 41, and it's kind of as you were as they go across the line there. So yeah, the gap now 13.3 seconds to Fabien Piffet between first and third place there, and Fabien just making his way past one of the lapped cars there. That's the 194 of Porta in that Mercedes. So your top 10 with 45 minutes left to go. It's Fabien Piffet from Maximilian Walmuth, Denis Grabowski, Bastian Richter in fourth, Konstantinos Contogianis in fifth place, Jan Willem van Ommen in the Triple Eight car in sixth place, Antonio Garcia in the Odox Motorsport 121 machine, Andrea Miato in the 28 Ferrari. You've got Vroman in the 333 Nissan GTR, and then it is Ferrari in the 446 Lexus rounded at top 10. And to be fair, this has been a great day for Lexus.
It has indeed. It's been a great day for Lexus. It's also been a great day for Honda as well. I mean, Japanese manufacturers really, I'm sure they're going to be very, very pleased. Again, this is the best performance I've seen with from a Lexus as well as a Honda as well. It's really good to see again the mixture of cars continuing with their run. A continued sort of mixture of cars that are always involved. But as you say, nice to see that the Honda and the Lexus are getting really sort of stuck in as well. Contagianis is catching up a little bit with Richter, and Richter's actually catching up possibly a little bit to Grabowski, although I don't think it's all that much. It may plateau out and then go the other way. We'll have to see how that goes. The main one I'm interested in again is Grabowski, and then going forward to Walmuth. I definitely think a P2 I think would easily be on the cards. I think in these last 43 minutes, 12 seconds is maybe a little bit too much for Grabowski. Although they've got fresh tyres, not by too much, 3 or 4 laps, but could be enough. Depends if they get the tyre pressures right, and the track's started to rise in temperature now. It's 22 degrees both air and track. No wind this time, so again, if they can get the tyre pressures right, then they're going to be singing and dancing all the way along to the end, because they're quick enough for the best of times. If they can nail the pressures, they're going to be on it, absolutely on it.
Yeah, they're caught behind a little bit of traffic. They've got Martin Schumacher in front of them, does Denis Grabowski right now, and Martin Schumacher currently down in 23rd position there. You can see the Lara Woznev team actually ahead of it now, so it's done and dusted, got ahead of the BMW, so he's free and able to stretch the legs on that Aston Martin. But again, you get the feeling that it's too little too late for the race win, but certainly P2 absolutely not beyond the realms of possibility. Look at that gap though to Bastian Richter. That's down to 3.7 seconds now, as Richter able to close up and take advantage of that lap traffic. But again, now Bastian Richter is going to have all of that traffic for himself to try and get past. With just 41 minutes left to go, the gap from third place to first place is 13.6 seconds, but between second and third place just 5.1 seconds. So Grabowski, I think, going to be mopping up and doing a bit of damage control this afternoon, or this evening even.
Indeed, yes. Yeah, I said damage. Damage control, damage limitation. It's definitely going to be. I think it's quite important, sort of being able to recognise when. Again, when's the best time to push, when's the best time not, and to just sort of accept and to really sort of be realistic. It's amazing, it's really, really good being sort of enthusiastic and also being, setting your goals very, very high in terms of positions or laps and so on. But again, there is a certain point where you have to sort of like take a step back and go, right, what is, what's going on here? What do we actually want to, what's our realistic sort of goals? And you have to, I think that also gives you a bit more of an opportunity to, again, just to sort of like calm everything down a little bit, to drive a bit more conservatively, because you know that you're not necessarily chasing after something that is obviously a lot more difficult to grasp. But again, at the moment, all seems to be going well. We've got Christoph, that's the number 80 Aston Martin, that's GTR Masters HU Endurance team, currently being driven by, that's Fede Christoph. So, with the drive-through. And again, one would assume that would be yet again another one for track limits.
I think you're getting the hang of this. That certainly seems to be the thought on that one. And I mean, that now becomes frustrating. With 40 minutes left to go, you just want to get this race finished. In fact, I think, quite honestly, Dan, for some of these drivers and some of these teams, this race literally can't end soon enough now.
Well, no, I was about to say, if I was... I want it to be sort of ending straight away. Naturally, if I was the Lexus up there being currently driven by Fabian Pivet, I would want it to be yep, that's cool. I will happily take it. But again, if you're in a position of, Woolmarth is dropping back. He is dropping back to Pivet. Not by a lot though. I mean, last lap was a 10th, so it's not exactly a stellar amount in terms of how much they've dropped off. So, sort of like a 10th, 2/10 a lap. The main thing I'm interested, again, I know we keep sort of like revolving around it, but it's that top five. It's actually really, top five. The top five is the sort of big battle here. What's going on a little bit further down the field, though? This is Lexus versus Mercedes, the 194. That is Porter currently driving that. That is in the, the 194, so the Racing Line Motorsport. 194 car versus the Lexus, the 349 of De Lande. So, having a bit of a wide line to the Lexus there, trying to get the cut back. I thought he was going to try and go for a move then, but that was never going to work in a million years, unfortunately. And yet instead, I've been treated. Let's see how fast this Lexus is. Let's see how fast this Lexus is. It's going to be absolutely El Rapido. I believe it's actually, there we go. You can see it now. Here comes the overspeed. Not as bad. Okay, no, there we go. Actually, there's the speed. Look at that. It's like the Mercedes is actually standing still. That is just... It's just cargo. It's just... Look at that. Done and dusted. Not even a good, 100 metres before the corner. That was it. Oh, but as well, Porter wants to have a move back. Tries to dive on the inside. Is he dummied? Oh, I thought he dummied the Lexus then. He tried to make him go deep into the corner. Good potential sort of move then. That was very, very, very interesting sort of tactics used there. It darts to the outside. Tries to take... Yeah, trying to, again, cutting the line off. Trying to get as clean exit as he possibly can, but runs over a bit too much to the curb, I think. I don't think he'll be able to get that position back, unfortunately.
Oh, you hate to say it, but you just saw the 194, the Mercedes there, set up midway through the corner there. That's when you know that the car just isn't having any of it. The yellow flag is cleared then, and I think confirmation then that the 27 is in some severe trouble indeed in pit lane and has not got anybody connected. So we're not going to say retired, because they could get that sorted and could at least get a finish out of this. But at the moment, it's not really going anywhere for that car. Meanwhile, this is Denis Grabowski throwing that Lada Sport Rosneft machine to within an inch of its life round the track. 154.102 was the last time round, and in fact there was two personal bests, I believe, on those last two laps there. It was a 154.108, and then get this, Dan, 154.102. So absolutely charging, but it's not enough. It's not anywhere near enough, because Pefay doing a 154.4, that's well and truly easy to hold that off. Now Grabowski is just charging, hunting down Walmouth for that second place, and I tell you what, that Honda is not going to give up that place very easily.
No, he's not indeed. 3.8 seconds is the gap at the moment. Currently riding on board with Denis Grabowski. You can see the car up ahead. You can see the target. That's the main thing. You can see the target. That's the first thing. So you can see that. You have a much better understanding, obviously, what the car's doing, and you can see visually as well catching up. You don't necessarily need to have a look at the the delta every time and stuff like that. Oh, big sideways moment there. Unfortunately, we're currently riding on board, and you can obviously hear me as we're on board. As a bit of a moment, that has dropped him off a little bit. He's probably lost, I'd say, a good 0.7 of a second through there. So I've just been told as well, a small little freeze there. So that was why we saw that small bit of screen freeze, because someone was joining the server, which caused a little bit of a lag spike. But yeah, that has dropped him off. Yeah, so I'd probably say about 0.7 of a second through there. As we look a little bit further back to the 194, and then we've actually got that is interesting. So Alessandro Porta currently on your screen at the moment. I wonder if he's actually he might be holding off Walmouth a little bit. I think he is, because blue flags should be waving at this point, which they are indeed. He's holding him up a little bit, probably not too much actually, to be fair. But either way, he's probably going to think about getting out of the way on the main straight, one would imagine. But there's a few more cars up ahead as well. Oh, this actually could come down a bit sooner than I think. Realistically, David.
Oh, this is a little bit tetchy, is it? The 134, I mean, come on, the 134 needs to get out of the way. It's in the way. In fact, is that the 134 or is that the 194? It's the 194, excuse me. So, Porta needs to move pronto. The Honda NSX, I mean, to be fair, is going to make absolutely short work of this very, very quickly and gets past indeed. There we go. I'm saying that, I'm hoping. Come on, Mercedes, you need to let go. There we go. Oh, that was a bit of a scary, scary moment.
Well, actually, Grabowski has now come back down, so the gap is back down to 3.7 seconds. I'm sure it will come down a little bit more than that, actually, as well. To be fair, though, Walmart did have a little bit of a toe down there from the Mercedes, so he would have gained a little bit of time back from that, although still probably wouldn't be enough to warrant the. Unfortunately, he was sitting behind him for pretty much the entirety of the first sector. But again, it's too close to call, because the traffic is going to be. The traffic could not only affect Walmart, it could affect Grabowski as well, and ultimately it could affect Pefay. It could affect. Again, we really just don't know. The gap is still going up between Pefay as well. So the Lexus still racking up the 154.4, and was 0.3 faster that lap than both Walmart and Grabowski. So again, what's it going to be? Pretty much identical time from the Aston Martin number 41, 154.495. So he is responding, but he's not beating. That's a key thing.
Yeah, I think it's done, I'll be honest with you. With 30 minutes left to go, I don't see what the 41 has left in the tank. And a very, very unlikely event, a very unlikely win on the cards here for Fabien Pefay. However, again, there's 30 minutes left to go, and given that every single hour has gone by with at least 5 drive-through penalties for track limits, I think it would be silly to count anything as done and dusted as of yet. Just having a look, so the 5th place, Conto Giannis, could get a drive-through, and still stay in P5, but I mean, what I'm saying is there might be more than one drive-through for the drivers. We just don't know in this half-hour stint. And Dan, I mean, you've said it time and time again. You said that oh, most races we know how it's going to go down to the final hour, down to the final pit stop, and you said that you don't think we're going to know this until the final half hour, and here we are, half an hour to go, and we have got no clue how this is going to pan out.
Indeed, yep, that's absolutely right. It's again, we have an idea now. We have a pretty good idea now. But again, we still don't know. We won't know until obviously the checker flag is waved in 32 minutes time. So, what's it going to be? The gap, actually, I wonder what the gap's going to be as they come across the line. So the last lap for Walmart was a 154.582. So Walmart a really quick lap time there. A 154.636 for Grafowski. So interesting. We're seeing Walmart now respond with a couple of quick lap times. I wonder if this the slightly warmer track temperature now. I wonder. So I'm just apologies everyone for the small little issues that we can see with the mic. But yeah, at the David, just give me 2 moments. If you just want to crack on with
Yeah, so here we go then with 31 minutes left to go in the race. This is all where it comes down to. The dice are finally getting laid down, and I'm going to go nip out and put another 50p in Dan Handover's internet meter just now, so we can try and get him back in. Dan, feel free to pop back in when you're back, buddy, but I mean, for everyone watching at home on YouTube, we hope you've absolutely enjoyed this. This has been a fantastic event here at the SimGrid. As always, hit that like and subscribe button, and you can keep up to date with all the amazing racing action that we do here at the SimGrid. This is the penultimate round of the Endurance Cup. The final round takes place at Misano, July the 24th. So, what's that, about 3 weekends from now, we get the final round. My God, what a final round that is going to be. A reminder as well, we've got tons and tons of racing action coming up as well, not just here on the SimGrid, but through our community partners who have joined on. We've got the public vote track for more female racers by Thrustmaster Rockets on Monday night. That is the final race, and that is, of course, the Nürburgring that is being voted by the public. And I've just heard from Michael actually in the background there why that is such a beautiful reason that's been chosen. So Nürburgring, obviously in honour of Her Highness Sabine Schmidt, who is, I mean, if ever you wanted a female poster child for racing and just giving it the beans, next to the likes of Michelle Mouton, Sabine Schmidt is absolutely really just epitomises the absolute bonkersness that every single driver, male, female, or whatever gender you identify as, that is exactly the sort of DNA that you have inside you. That is exactly the sort of screw loose that you have inside you, and that burning desire to just beat the living daylights out of the car that is 5 centimetres in front of you. So yeah, that's where we're going on Monday night, off to the Nürburgring for the finale of More Female Racers by Thrustmaster Rockets. Sprint Cup Season 4 heads to Misano on the 8th of July, that's Thursday, and then we head to I'm just having a look here on the calendar. Then it's Sprint Cup Season 4 Kyalami on the 22nd of July as well. A huge thank you as well to SimSoc, our wonderful new partner for this season of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. Head over to simsoc.com, simsok.com, to get your must-have sim racing accessory. Keep your feet where they need to be on the pedals at all times. Right, let's do a little welfare check. Let's check if we've got our good buddy Dan Handover back with us. Dan, are you there?
Well, potentially. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, you're loud and clear, mate. Right.
Hey, there we go. Apologies about that. Internet had a funny vibe. It's we're back. That's the main thing. Yeah. I've just been. I use my internet too much.
Dan Handover's just been updating his grip hacks, ladies and gentlemen.
No. What have I missed? Have I missed anything? What have we been? What have you been up to?
I've just been talking nonsense for the past 2 minutes, just stalling. So you've not really missed anything.
Business as usual.
Yes, that's pretty much it, isn't it?
No worries at all. I mean, to be fair, I was expecting to miss like 700 different drive-throughs and track limit violations and whatnot. So I'm glad that I didn't actually miss anything. So good stuff. No, I mean, absolutely, really, really excited to be obviously still part of it. It's been. I'm not having. I'm just slowly sort of falling apart as the evening.
So just to explain what's happening behind the scenes here, ladies and gentlemen, Dan Handover's having a midlife crisis.
At 24.
At 24, it's quite impressive. I mean, I know you're fast, Dan, but that is thoroughly something quite impressive. Right, okay, sorry, you were saying, Dan. Back to your point.
What I was going to say, we've just actually been told that half a second has just been taken out between Grabowski and Walworth. So 2.9 seconds is now the gap, and that is going to be coming down to be fair, that's going to be coming down possibly every single lap. Again, it depends. There's so many different variables, there's so many things that can go a little bit haywire, that can put people out of balance and out of sync and out of a rhythm. The main thing, one again, is the traffic. The tyres, obviously, everything's starting to get a bit warmer as well, so I don't know if this is having a slightly better effect. Remember, the Aston doesn't perform quite as well on the with the warmer track temperature. It's not gone up too much, but it has gone up nevertheless. And at the moment, Pife in the number 66 Lexus, currently leading, is still really pushing in the lap times. I think Grabowski has just proved me wrong, though, in terms of not necessarily the Aston not performing as well.
Ooh, this is starting to get a little bit tasty now. Grabowski is absolutely flying here, Dan. P2 could be on the cards with 25 minutes left to go. In fact, look, in the background, this is on the tail of Maximilian Walmuth for XL Racing by Renvelt, and just behind the Lexus, there is the Aston Martin, looking very, very fast indeed. And Walmuth is dropping time hand over fist from Piffet. But Dennis Grabowski there, 154.3 that last lap round, taking that gap to just under 2.5 seconds here. So, yeah, this is going to be a squeaky bum time in terms of the last 25 minutes here.
It is indeed absolutely 2.4 seconds now, the gap. I wouldn't want to be Walmuth in this particular moment. If I'm particularly, let's have a quick look at how big the Lexus is getting on that camera angle. It's just slowly filling up the entire camera lens. I've never seen a closing speed like that in ACC ever. That's ridiculous. I don't know what on earth the Lexus has got underneath the bonnet, but it's absolutely rapid in a straight line. It's unbelievably quick. It makes the BM look slow, which I don't think was possible.
Yeah, it's quite impressive, and we've seen this all through the race as well. It's just as soon as you get that thing in a straight line, it just goes off like a rocket ship. But he's going to have to watch out, because the Lexus behind him is going to have Grabowski to answer to very, very shortly. But watch this, right? This is when the Lexus just kicks in. You're not going to get to see the full chance of it, because obviously you've got a corner coming up here. But that last quarter there, the gap that it closes up is absolutely absurd. Again, if we can stay on this angle for just a couple more corners until we go over to the Mistral Straight, watch at the gap that Maximilian Walmuth takes on the Lexus, and then just watch that thing rocket itself in a straight line and get going. If that car behind can get in the same sort of vicinity as Maximilian Walmuth, it's going to be done before the end of the straight. So the Lexus gets a relatively okay exit from the corner, but keeps the foot planted here. Now this is it. This is the run down the Mistral Straight. If the Lexus gets going, I think it's a little bit too far back here, but watch how quickly it closes up.
It doesn't take a little bit of time as well. You can see it now. This is where it starts to pull. As soon as you get under the bridge, then it starts to take it. It starts to really sort of pick up this ledge. You can see there, again, that closing speed may not be too noticeable as well. But again, for myself and Davey, it's one of those things where it's something we've looked out for a fairly long time. It might take a little bit of time to get used to it. We'll see, the closer the car is, the better you can really start to tell. But the main thing as well, I've just had a quick look. The gap, 2.1 seconds now. I wonder, actually, thinking about it, if naturally it's going to be the Lexus is actually going to help the Aston if he can stay within the toe. It's going to pull him along the the Misano Straight, like an absolute dream. As we can see there, that's very much in the draft window there of the Lexus. And to be fair, it's only a second out from being in the tow of actually Walmart as well. As Walmart does get held up a little bit, that would have cost him a 1/10 of a second, maybe a 1/10 and a half. So that's dropped him even more, possibly even under the 2-second mark. Let's have a look. What is it going to? Oh, just out. It's just out. But again, all these little things, these little tiny little small bits of time loss here and there through unfortunate traffic positions. Again, you see it all adds up. It all adds up. Coming on board with on your screen now is Rowski. This is going to be so close because, as you say, Walmart is not going to give this up without one hell of a fight.
And I don't think that's going to be an option in terms of not giving a fight here, because Grabowski is going to be pushing this so hard. And to be honest, this is so close, and this is probably one of the closest battles we've actually still got, with 20 minutes left to go right now. 1.7 seconds being the difference here. Now Grabowski needs to get past this Lexus pronto. I'll be honest, I don't think he's going to do it. I think he'll get into the slipstream, but look at the Lexus just stretch its legs and catch up to the back of that Aston. In fact, the Aston onto the back of the NSX as well. And yeah, this is starting to get a little bit dicey for my liking with these 4 cars. 2 of them aren't even in this fight, but they're just hanging on because they've got nothing better to do on a Saturday evening.
Well, I think, to be fair, I can't think of much else I'd want to do on a Saturday evening. I enjoy this. It's actually, do you know what? I think since this has definitely helped, I think a lot of people, it's definitely helped me, like with obviously with what's going on with lockdown and stuff, like being able to do this sort of things on, sort of weekends and everything. It's so much fun to be able to, commentate on some of the closest racing that I've genuinely ever seen within the sim racing world. It's just absolutely fantastic to see, and it's going to continue. This is the start. There's going to be no stopping it now, I don't think. Even though the world is starting to open back up, this is still going to continue, which I think everyone's happy about. Like, there's never going to be a drop off now, which I'm incredibly excited to continue to be able to to be a small little part of it. At the moment, though, again, Denis Grabowski might get held up a bit by the Aston Martin. This is the number, I'm trying to refresh my memory, who this could possibly be, number 80 Aston Martin, I believe. It could be, no, it's the number 80, I think. Actually, I did get that right. So do you know what? He's actually not going to get held up. Instead, he's actually going to get a tow, so it's going to help him even more. So at the moment, the luck that Grabowski is getting is pretty good. Unfortunately, Walmart not the same.
It's not really working out too well, is it? Just on that note about lockdown and the rise of sim racing in popularity, obviously the entire motorsport world turned to the sim racing world when we couldn't actually physically go out on track. And I think it's actually got to the point now, whereas obviously the big debate was, is sim racing comparable with real life racing? What a move from Grabowski. Absolutely sent it. And I think the question now is, does there need to be a difference? Does there need to be any sort of comparable difference between real racing and sim racing? I think there's a proven platform now for both of them alongside each other, with each having its own individual merits, and you can kind of cross from one to the other. It's been proven you can do from sim racing over into real racing with mixed success, and again over from real racing into sim racing again with mixed success. So I think there is definitely a huge crossover audience for both of it, and at the end of the day we're all motorsport fans and we all love real racing, we all love sim racing, and we just basically love getting as much opportunity as we can to get behind the wheel.
Well, that is the thing, isn't it? Everyone now within sim racing, especially obviously with some of the equipment you can buy, you can do a lot of stuff now. You can do a lot of stuff. Pretty much any budget that you have, you can start sim racing. I started, way back when on I started an Xbox, had an Xbox 360, but my first PC one, it was a Logitech Driving Force GT Pro, and I had when you go to the beach, you take the foldable chairs. And I had a wheel stand pro, and I had one of those chairs, and I parked it, and I did the Daytona 24 hours in that, and that was the most fun I've ever had. Like it was just so fun, and such a different experience because when I first started properly getting into PC builds and whatnot, and I loved it. You know, being able to go to like places where we go, like, you know, simply racing stuff. That was like my first like experience of PC racing, which I loved as well. And it's just like there's so many people. It's such a niche, and yet at the same time so popular. There's always people to do it with. There's always people that you better get involved with. There's always a different event going on. There's always people that want to do and enjoy the same thing as you within the sim racing world. And yeah, you know, as with any hobby. And like you said, more motorsport, you know, from the real world are now getting involved, and that's just helping it grow. I don't think it's getting to the point where, you know, I still think that a few people they don't look down on sim racing, but they do take it a little bit like, well, it's not really the same, and which it isn't to a certain degree, but it's getting a hell of a lot closer.
I agreed, absolutely agreed. Oh my goodness me, I'm not even going to say what I just saw there. That was looked like a car just 40 foot into the air there. Oh, dear me, right. Maximilian Walmuth is just ahead of Denis Grabowski there. It is just gorgeous, gorgeous light here at Paul Ricard for the final 15 minutes of the race here. And I tell you what, a very nervous man is this man here, Maximilian Volmuth, just behind the 911. I think that's Florian Becker just in front of him in the Porsche, because have a look at Denis Grabowski. He is charging with everything that he can. He wants that second place, and Maximilian is absolutely running for the hills right now. He's going to hopefully try and put that Porsche in between him and Denis Grabowski there. But yeah, I think this is a matter of time, isn't it? His days are numbered. But the NSX gets a good run out of that corner, gets the tow from the Porsche, and hopefully is going to be able to put that in between himself and Grabowski.
Well, I think, to be fair, looking at this now, he's going to want to get. Ideally, he wants to get past the Porsche. He's going to get held up here, though, big time through here, and then going through into turn 9 as well. So turn 8 again, he's lost a bit of downforce. This is not going to hurt. This is going to hurt him quite a bit. Again, look at Ras. You see, he was visibly quicker that time through there than Walmuth ahead of him. Again, the gap has come down. Must be 0.8 of a second now is the gap. I reckon it's probably 0.8, probably even longer. Probably even shorter than that. Oh, dear, though, he's going to get held up. That's not going to help Walmuth as well. And again, this is where you start to think you've got to try and sort of make, you've got to make an effort, a conscious effort now to sort of like, to not necessarily move yourself out of the way, but make a conscious effort that if a move is going to be made to make the overtake when you're getting lapped, you've got to sort of allow that to happen. Yeah, possibly up the inside. Oh, to be fair, I wouldn't have made the move there because actually she slowed him down quite heavily, but instead, no, it's actually slowed Grabowski down as well. And then it's the flashing lights as we go. I think the Porsche is going to be... No, I was about to say they can't make a move back on the Honda. Probably wouldn't be right. So exactly what Walmuth wanted him to do, or what he wanted to happen, which now has. The 911 is now holding up. Oh, it's potentially holding up a little bit. Grabowski, and that's cost him a bit of time. Oh, that was good. Good placement there. Got ahead of him before turn 1. And now Grabowski has to wait all the way now through the first sector.
Yeah, and that 911 isn't exactly too slow. It's maybe about 0.8 of a second off the pace there. But again, Grabowski has to get round that car as quickly as he possibly can, and that 911 is just placing itself in the most annoying possible position. And Grabowski is he's not going to be impressed with this. This is the run down the straight here. He's going to have it very, very easily, but a little bit of me is always watching for a little bit of contact and a little bit of a nudge and a little bit of a, don't do that again.
I think as well. It's you get a sort of an understanding is that you know when. I don't think like sometimes you need to be told. It's more so like you think, maybe I shouldn't have done that. It's that sort of, that was a moment there. Oh, that was a big moment for Grabowski. Again, it's probably just the anticipation of not obviously wanting to run too wide. You just sort of like wind additional lock on just to make sure you don't push the car too wide and get any track violations. And obviously, if the car grips up, it snaps to the right, but manages to keep it all in check. And then as they go through, the gap is now probably, one would imagine, 7 or maybe even 0.6 of a second as they will go across the start-finish line. Oh, it's getting close. I don't think it's close. It's not going to be an easy pass. It's not going to be an easy battle by any stretch of the imagination. because the pace isn't, the pace difference isn't as big as I initially thought it was going to be. So Grabowski's going to have to work for this hard if he wants this position.
Yeah, he certainly is. 12 minutes left to go. Grabowski, though, I mean, how much do you think he wants this position? Because, I mean, Walmouth now is significantly ahead, and if that Porsche put up that fight, then what sort of a fight is the NSX going to do? And, you know, the last thing you want is to DNF in a race.
Yeah, this is the other thing as well. I think we're actually going to see, do you know what, we're going to see the next lap. We're going to see on the next lap how bad that Grabowski wants it. If he tries to make lunges left, right and centre, obviously we know that he wants this position now rather than, you know, sooner rather than later. He might even try and go for a move here potentially. We're going to have Walmouth making him go the long way round. He darts out onto the outside. He's probably going to keep it slap bang in the middle of the road to make sure that Walmouth doesn't make the move past, but I think he might have already done it before he even gets to turn 8. Doesn't even need to attack, doesn't even need to really defend at all. He just parks the car on the racing line and off he goes. No challenge there either from Walmouth. I wonder if that was just a recognition that, you know, recognizing that move has happened, let's just try and stay with him and get him to pull us along a little bit.
Yes and no, maybe-ish. What my thinking is that 11.9 second gap to the lead. How much will Grabowski try and push on, or is he happy staying in that second place? Realistically, I mean, that's all he's going to get in the final 10 minutes of the race here. But what a fantastic race that we've had here. We're currently watching Alexandra Vromont here for the Virtual Drivers by TX3 333 outfit. Decent job. They've had quite a few penalties, but still in that 11th place. And I'm also looking at Kieran Prendergast in that number 10 Deep Purple machine, 17th position for them. And again, it's that old case, isn't it, of what could have happened if things were different.
Well, it's always the way, isn't it? You know, hindsight is a funny thing, as they say, and you know, lots of people could have done lots of things differently, to be perfectly honest. But if they hadn't, well, had they have done, then we may not have had a as excitable race as we did have. I'm sure we would have done, to be fair, but it would have just been a different scenario. I don't think Walmouth is actually dropping back all that much. He's dropped back about half a second. So if you can stay with him through here, he might potentially have a bit of a look. I'm intrigued to see. I wonder as well how quick that Aston is actually going to be. He might be a little bit too far back. Again, as soon as you start hitting the bridge, that's generally when the toe really starts to take over. He is catching, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think.
Well, look at a little burst of speed there towards the end. If he can just roll off the brakes here, it's enough to put him under pressure. But yeah, he's too far back. That Aston really has a good run, but he's definitely brought himself within contention. He's brought himself much further back, and to be honest, if he can keep doing that lap after lap, making use of himself, yeah, this is a very different kettle of fish now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so as well. As long as you're there or thereabout, I think that half a second window is going to be the window. If you drop out of the half a second, then that's going to be it. Although, which I think that may already be the case now. To be fair, yeah, you've got to be realistically within 0.2 of a second as you come out of turn 7 onto the main straight, and that will at least give you a fighting chance to go at least side by side into turn 8. So again, it depends on obviously the tyre life. It depends on what the car is behaving like. So as Walmart tyres are older as well, that's the one thing to also bear in mind, is Grabowski has better tyres. So these last 8 minutes could be quite crucial. Though again, looking at Walmart, he's really sort of driving the car into the corner, trying to keep it as close as he possibly can. I mean, it only takes one small little sort of like overcorrection from Grabowski, and it's just going to put them, like I said, back in contention, even if it's in that 2 tenths.
Just watching through this, and this is absolutely captivating to see
close.
that Maximilian gets a good run off there round the right-hander here, and that NSX is looking much closer than it was last time round here. They come on the exit to that long Mistral straight. Tell you what, that is definitely closer than it was last time round. He gets the toe coming down this back straight here, and now we have got a game on our hands.
Well, we have indeed. Again, I don't think it's going to be enough. It's going to be close, and it's going to be closer. I really don't think it's going to be enough. Again, look at that. Lada Sport Rosneft are going to be on 178 as the points are now. Odox Motorsport 146. 32 points are in it. So, still going to be coming down to the wire, and Team Forzilla Lexus also within a chance to make. And Yasheet, unfortunately, just sitting out. Although, if Bournemouth can actually get back past Grabowski, then Yasheet are still mathematically within a chance as well, I believe.
That's absolute madness if that is the case.
Okay, I've just been told Yasheet cannot win. Ignore me.
There we go. That you've just dashed those dreams, Michael Hamlet. Behind the scenes, it's broken hearts of Yasheet fans everywhere. So as it stands, Yasheet, because obviously they were 10 points behind, the points would make it impossible for Yasheet to stay in it just now. So the crown goes to new champions this year as it stands, but Maximilian Wormuth, this is not over, not by a long shot. 6.5 minutes left to go. I mean, it could in the next lap or so start to get beyond that, but Maximilian did let a little bit of that gap go there. But again, how much of that space can he bring back now?
Well, again, look, he's just a little bit too far back again. This is where the consistency comes in. As you see where Grabowski, he's just that consistent sort of pace as well. I mean, Wormuth is absolutely rapid. But again, he's just dropped off a little bit of pace. He was half a second last lap. He's 9/10 this lap. So it might just be out of the window. Although I say that, again, he will still be within the toes. He will be able to pull up some time. It's, as you say, it's not over yet. It just takes one small little correction, one small overcorrection, possibly a fraction late on the brakes or something, and everyone's right back in the contention. So, I should say, these 5 minutes and 45 seconds are going to be, look at that, 2 tenths on that straight. So, the 3 tenths is the magical number, I think. You can get within 3 tenths, and you're in a position where you could possibly make a move. Looking a bit further down as well, Richter at the moment for the in the BMW, the number 14, 7.7 seconds behind. That was a bit of a moment there for Wormuth. That's cost him a little bit more time. Yeah, I think to be fair, this may very well be just on the cusp of being a little bit too far away.
I mean, obviously it was an outsider's chance of being able to hold on for Maximilian Wormuth anyway, but what an effort. I mean, 5 minutes left to go, and it looks like Fabien Pefet unassailable in the lead of this race. Alexis winning this race, never saw that coming at all. Denis Grabowski on the cusp of taking second place in that number 41 Aston Martin, and what a performance from that Honda NSX from Maximilian Wormuth. I mean, this race completely turned on its head, and some massive upsets in the top 10, wouldn't you say?
Oh, absolutely. It's just gone completely haywire. And the thing is, it makes things exciting, doesn't it? It just makes things really, really exciting for us because, again, the unpredictability is there. That's the thing, isn't it? It's just all of that unpredictability of where we don't know what's going on. And to be fair, neither to the drivers, to be fair, neither to the teams.
Just have a look. Battle for P14 is hotting up as well. Florian Becker with James de Havilland, the 911 versus the 349. Just half a second between these two down the back straight here, the Mistral straight. And I've got to be honest, that Lexus is going to eat that Porsche up for breakfast. Moves one way, then the other. Tries to get the run through. The Porsche keeps to the right-hand side, and that is done and dusted before you can even close your eyes. The Porsche tries to hold on, but it doesn't have a chance. Great move there for James de Havilland. Right at the last gap, 3.5 minutes left to go, and that moves them up into P14.
Does indeed a good move indeed, as you say. Obviously, unfortunately, look at that. Maximilian Wormuth has made a small little mistake. It's just dropped a little bit of pace down. I mean, a stellar job to stay with Grabowski. We know how quick he is, as long as he did as well, especially with being on older tyres as well. Is the number 73 Honda. Again, the podium position is still a very, very respectable thing. So 2 Japanese manufacturers at the moment, provisionally, within the top 3 with 3 minutes to go. Good stuff.
Two minutes 50 left to go in the race here, Dan. And I mean, we're almost spoiled for choice with all the action that we've had here. It has just been a sensational race, and it feels nice because it feels now like the drivers are just taking a little bit of respite, taking the final 5-10 minutes in and actually enjoying themselves, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%. Yes, absolutely. Like I said, it is that sort of almost the stage of, realistically, you know where you're going to finish. There's no point pushing really too much anymore. There's no point sort of driving too aggressive. You just got to take it nice and easy. That is 100% the main thing, because in these last 2 minutes, then things can happen, and if you're on the cusp of any particular drive-throughs or anything like that from track limit violations and the like, again, you've got to be careful. But I mean, credit absolutely to Team Fordzilla Lexus. Fabian Pivet currently finishing off the race through here. This will be they'll have one more lap, I believe, and that will be it. Correct me if I am actually no. Sorry, we're going to have 2 more laps, I believe. But I mean, the Lexus, fair enough. You cannot argue with that, can you? What a good performance.
It's just been such a powerhouse today. It really, really has. We've seen it stretch its legs up the back straight there. It's looked so good, and it's been a fantastic performance from Fabien Pivet. Opportunistic, made the best of situations, but it's just been a great race. And here we go on to the final lap then for Fabien Pivet, an unlikely winner of this 4th round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster for Team Fordzilla Lexus, bringing the car home, bringing the race home for the team. And what a race it's been already, through down towards Virage the hotel, and then through Virage the camp, through the new livery that they've got on has worked wonders for the car as the car comes through Saint-Baume and pulls the car round into the Mistral Straight, and a glorious sight. That Lexus stretches its legs a 14.2 second gap that he has extended over third place, 10.3 seconds over Denis Grabowski. It could have been so different for Vladislav Rosnev, but it's not a bad day. It's not a bad day at the office at all for the 41 team. They finish in second place, and they take a huge haul of points and a commanding lead going into the final round at our final round in just a couple of weeks' time, at the end of the month as well. And honestly, cannot believe that Misano is going to play host to this final race on the 24th of July. Do not miss it. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button on the YouTube channel here for the SimGrid. But what a performance for Fabien Pivet in the number 66, along with Sean Arnold and Dominic Alvarez, comes out of the final corner. Nobody expected this. Nobody saw this coming. Can you believe Alexis comes across the line to win round number 4 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster? A dominant performance from Fabien Pivet, and it's all so close for Denis Grabowski. What could have been for Vladislav Rosnev, but they will be very, very happy. But Maximilian Wolmuth, that was a heroic performance from the GT, from the Honda NSX. Amazing effort there. Bastian Richter for Unicorns of Love in 4th place there. Konstantinos Kontogiannis, I thought they could have taken that race win earlier on. It wasn't to be. They get dumped down into 5th place. It's Alberto Garcia for Odox Motorsport who crucially keep themselves in with the title fight going in towards the final round. Jan Willem van Ommen for the Coach Dave Academy, Dal King and Actual Vision Community Racing Team. It's then Andrea Miato in the number 28 Ferrari. Talking of Ferraris, it's a Ferrari in a Lexus. That's the 446 of SFR Italia. Mirko Ferrari, Patrick Giacometti and Fabio Lamberto. And then in 10th place, Andrea Benedetti in the 32 GTWR Racing Team Ferrari. Dan, wow.
I tell you what, I did not expect to come in to this race and to see a Lexus winning, and I also didn't expect to see a Honda on the podium as well. So this has been a first. I'm excited for more of these to come, because it goes to show that every car within ACC can be competitive. You just need to make sure you just plug the time in and Yeah, I mean, look at it. It's just you got, and also as well, making sure that the custom BOP that the SimGrid provides as well naturally gives you that additional. I mean, to be fair, look at it. This is how a bespoke BOP should work. When you can have any car on the top step of the podium, and it could have been any car. It could have been a number of cars at one point, couldn't it, David?
Could have been the Lamborghini. We could have had the BMW. The Aston was looking so good as well. You're absolutely right, Daniel. It could have been any one of the top 10 cars in there, and yeah, fantastic stuff here. So there we go. That is it, done and dusted. Now all we have to do is wait to have a chat with our top 3 teams. So we'll give them a minute to come through, and what a glorious night this has been for the SimGrid. It's fantastic to have you along with us, ladies and gentlemen. Dan, obviously you came halfway into the race there, and like I said, you are our lucky talisman in terms of everything kicking off, really.
Well, do you know what? It was always like doing. Like I said, I love endurance events. Absolutely love them. And yeah, had the opportunity obviously to do this. I'll be doing the next one as well, all being well. And yeah, it's just I love doing it. The racing is so close. It's such a joy to commentate on because, again, there's always that level of uncertainty. There's always that level of, you'd never know what's necessarily going on, which again keeps you on your toes. It keeps you alert. It keeps you aware. And like I said, it's definitely. This was one of the best races I think I've had the opportunity to commentate on. So yeah, it's just great fun, absolutely great fun.
Brilliant stuff. Let's go and have a chat then. We are due to have Maximilian Walmuth from the number 73 XL Racing by Renville in blue team. Let's bring Max in. Maximilian, good evening. Congratulations, 3rd place, and oh my goodness me, you fought so hard to try and keep on to that 2nd place there.
Yeah, thank you first of all. Yeah, it was an absolute amazing race. I'm to be honest, I'm completely done now after 3 hours of driving. But yeah, it was a hard fight. Dennis obviously was a bit quicker and probably had a bit less tire wear. So yeah, it was pretty tough to keep him behind, and then I made more mistake. He was too close. I think 0.2 or 0.3 on the straight, and then yeah, you can't do anything in Paul Ricard, and then he came through. I tried to stay close, and maybe he made a mistake, and I could come back through, but fortunately for us, he kept him cool, and yeah, there was nothing to do anymore then.
And just very quickly, obviously, I know you're very tired. How tempted are you just to have a little nap on the keyboard just now?
I mean, I'm not really tired, but I'm just like physically done because it's mentally stressful driving like for so long. So I'm not really tired, but yeah,
You're just done.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Maximilian Walmuth, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Very briefly, huge congratulations to XL Racing by Renville, and along with Felix Repair and Nico Strauss. Anybody that you want to say thank you to?
Well, not really, but I think...
Not your teammates, no?
Yeah, obviously. Huge thanks to my teammates. They also drove amazing, only got 1 track cut warning. We made the whole 9 hours in Paul Ricard here without a deep drive-through for track limits. So yeah, really nice to see, and I'm just so happy now that we made it onto the podium, and yeah, great race, great result, and yeah.
Awesome stuff, Max. Thanks you so much, and head off, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and go and chill out.
Thank you. See you next race.
There we go then. That was Maximilian Walmuth there from the 73 XL Racing by Renville and team. Right, let's go and have a chat with our lovely friends from Lada Sport Rosneft. Igor Rondikov and Denis Grabowski are in the waiting room. A very good evening to Igor and to Denis. Denis, we're going to pick on you because we always pick on poor Igor. I mean, that fight towards the end there with the NSX, I mean, that was some battle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I made this race too much interesting for myself. I mean, we would easily lead for like maybe some time, but we got stop and go and drive through. So, and I have to fight back. So it was really tense. It was a really tough race, and it's like for a long time when I got pleasure to drive and fight with everyone. So thank you for driving. I would say like this.
It was an absolute pleasure watching you on track during that fight back, but obviously the big talking point was that collision with the Lamborghini, and the penalty that you got after that. How big did that impact you as a team?
I wouldn't say it impacted really high. I mean, at least in spirit-wise, because yeah, it was kind of controversial, and I won't say anything about this decision because it was made by stewards, and so as it is. But yeah, at least I felt it was kind of a racing incident, and we were really battling hard to each other. I mean, Lamborghini was trying to squeeze me, on straight, and I was trying to squeeze them as well in corners. So they were trying to do too close to each other, I would say.
And Dennis, finally, as a resident translator for Yiger, I want you to ask him how happy he is with the second place tonight.
Егор, как ты со вторым местом? Счастлив?
I was very happy when I was in first place, but after drive-through penalty, I very disappointed. For the honest, I not agree with drive-through. I think it's a very huge penalty, but it is what it is, and second place it's not better than third, but not good, not so good.
I tell you what, Yiger, for somebody that's struggling with English, that was awesome, buddy. Well done, great improvements on that. But yeah, look, thank you so much. It's always great fun, and guys, as always, I mean, huge changes to the team. Your consistency and your patience is really coming on in leaps and bounds, guys. So it's an awesome pleasure to watch you. Congratulations to the rest of the team, to Alexander as well, and enjoy the rest of your weekend, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there we go, Denis Grabowski and Yiger Ogorondikov, and safe to say they sound a little bit miffed after the penalty, not necessarily agreeing, but them's is the ways that it goes. Right, let's have a chat with Fabian Puffet then, your race winner for the 66 team Fordzilla Lexus, along with Sean Arnold and Dominic Alvarez. We'll bring Fabian into the interview booth. Fabian, good evening. That I can imagine you weren't really thinking that was on the cards today.
Yeah, not really. Yeah, we knew we had a great car though. We knew we had a great race car. But yeah, especially after qualifying P18, that was pretty bad. We didn't expect to do that great, but yeah, a good first stint I did, going back to P7, I think. Clearly put us on a good rail, let's say, on a good show, and then we, let's say, got lucky that some cars in front got penalties. But in the end, we did all we could, and it paid off, so it's great.
Awesome stuff. And Fabian, how did it feel to take the first win for Lexus in Top Split Endurance Cup?
Oh, Lexus never won?
You are the very first winners.
Oh, well then I'm very happy with that, because the Lexus is the car I love the most in GT3. This is the car I'm most used to, I'm the fastest with, and yeah, I'm just super pleased to bring it to the top step of the podium.
Well, fantastic news. Are you going to be celebrating with your teammates, with Sean and with Dominic tonight?
Not tonight, unfortunately, because they are away. They had to leave early, but as soon as possible, we will definitely celebrate with all the team and have a drink together. For sure.
Excellent stuff. Well, Fabian Puffet, congratulations. A huge win for Team Fordzilla Lexus, and we look forward to seeing you at Misano.
Yeah, we hope to have another strong performance on Misano to close the championship, and we'll see what we can do.
Excellent stuff. Well done then. So that is Fabian Puffet there from Team Fordzilla Lexus, and all that's left for us to do, Dan, is to very quickly wrap up an amazing 9-hour race. I mean, that was just breathtaking.
Absolutely very excited to be a part of it, like I said, and yeah, I'm excited for the next one. The season finale is going to be good. It's going to be exciting, and I'm just excited to get started.
Well, a huge thank you to Ewan O'Leary and to yourself, Dan Handover, for joining me in the commentary box today. A huge thank you to Michael Hamlet and to Mike Yao behind the scenes on our broadcast and production team. As always, a huge thank you to Coach Dave Academy, to Thrustmaster, and to everyone else, SimSoc, and all of our other commercial partners as well, for helping us bring you these events as well. Head to simsoc.com, simsok.com, to get your essential footwear apparatus. Keep your feet on the pedals at all time and keep the speed high. Head over to Coach Dave Academy and get yourselves a professionally developed esport ready sim racing setup, or get some one-to-one coaching tuition as well. Get over to Thrustmaster and get yourself a T300 RS, because that's what I've got, or get one of their cool little brand new TGT2s just in time for Gran Turismo heading to the Olympic Games. And head over to thesimgrid.com and get yourself part of the community. On behalf of myself, David Christie, have a wonderful, safe weekend, and we will see you on Monday for more Female Racers by Thrustmaster.